when the doctor has a plug chapter 532 to chapter 612. At this moment, the atmosphere in the operating theater was tense. Emergency Department Director Ji Chu, Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery Department Director Yang Jiming, and General Surgery Department Director Qi Xiao gathered in the operating theater. Their eyes scrutinized the situation in the abdominal cavity, not daring to be careless. At this moment, Xianxia Yuan realized how careless his actions were. Thinking back to his laparotomy, he felt a wave of fear. Cold sweat seeped out and soaked his shirt. If he had moved a little more, the situation might have gone out of control. However, the abdominal cavity had been opened. Although they could see the sharp wooden fork piercing into the abdominal cavity, no one dared to move rashly. Even the sound of breathing in the operating theater started to become noisy. The emergency department director, Ji Chu, furrowed his brows. Through the shadowless lamp, he could clearly see that the sharp wood had pierced into the intestine. Although the fecal secretion did not spread out at this time, it was completely because the sharp wood had blocked the intestinal wound. The exploration of the abdominal cavity should continue. They could not stop the surgery because of this. Ji Chu said in a low voice, "No bile-like liquid found in the abdomen. No major blood vessel damage found. There's an obvious puncture wound in the liver. The bleeding is not obvious." The exploration was carried out carefully step by step. At this moment, Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery Department Director Yang Jiming suddenly said, "Old Ji, don't move." Ji Chu was stunned. Even Qi Xiao, the director of the General Surgery Department, looked at Yang Jiming. Yang Jiming gulped. "There's broken branch residue in the common hepatic artery. There's an obvious puncture wound near the hepatic vein. If you move now, it's easy to cause massive bleeding." Ji Chu could not help but stop what he was doing. After a while, Ji Chu could not help but ask, "Stopping the bleeding is enough, right? If we don't deal with it now, when the intestine completely ruptures and the fecal matter spreads, the abdominal cavity infection will be uncontrollable." Indeed, this was the logic. After all, fecal matter was very infectious. At this time, there was already foreign matter in the abdominal cavity. If the contents of the intestine leaked out, abdominal infection would be very troublesome. Generally speaking, it was not impossible to save visceral damage. According to the principle of stop bleeding first, repair later, it was fine to proceed slowly. Yang Jiming said sternly, "It's infected. We can fight the infection, but the hepatic vein is about to rupture. No one here can save him." His voice was not loud, but to everyone's ears, it was like thunder. The injury of the proximal hepatic vein did not refer to a single vein, but to the injury of the main hepatic vein and the retrohepatic inferior vena cava. Due to the special anatomical location of the retrohepatic region, it was difficult to treat. So far, the injury of the proximal hepatic vein was still one of the most troublesome problems in the field of liver surgery. Yang Jiming was not shocked. Instead, he took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression, "Let's put it this way. The mortality rate of proximal hepatic vein injury is as high as 83% on average, and it's the mortality rate in the operating theater. Do you understand?" Ji Chu was stunned. He could understand the high mortality rate of 80%, but the mortality rate in the operating theater stunned him. After all, it was a highly specialized case. Even though Ji Chu was the department director of the emergency surgery department, he did not know much about it. "You can't do it?" Yang Jiming blushed and laughed self-deprecatingly. "Let's not talk about me. There are no more than 3 people in the entire Danyang city who can do it. Furthermore, this is just a matter of being able to do it, but not necessarily being able to do it. I'm not joking. Damage to the proximal hepatic veins can cause fatal hemorrhage. These large veins are thin, and some parts are surrounded by liver tissue, so surgery and repair are very difficult. Most importantly, its anatomical position is behind the liver, so it's not easy to show it. If you perform surgery under direct observation, it will cause more severe bleeding and there's a risk of gas embolism. And, if you blindly stop the bleeding, it can worsen the damage." Yang Jiming finished speaking in one breath, sighed, and said slowly, "Do you think it's dangerous?" His words made everyone fall silent. They did not dare to probe further. Yang Jiming glanced at Xianxia Yuan and asked, "Have you signed the notice of critical illness?" Xianxia Yuan nodded. "Yes. Yang Ziming nodded. If the condition changes, go and sign another one. Also, tell the patient about the risks of the illness. Oh right, you go personally. The notice of critical illness was not only signed once, but if other new and more dangerous diseases were found, he had to sign it and inform them. Xianxia Yuan quickly took off his gloves and picked up the medical record. He tore 2 pieces of signed paper from the outside, wrote a few words, and hurried out. At this moment, Chen Song and the others were sitting at the door of the operating theater, constantly comforting Lao He's wife. The notice of critical illness just now had really frightened this woman. Chen Song comforted her. Auntie, the hospital will ask you to sign the consent form for any risky surgery. You have to know that the surgery itself is risky. This is the procedure. Don't worry, it's fine. However, no matter how Chen Song comforted her, she could not help but tremble in fear. At this moment, the door of the operating theater opened again. Xianxia Yuan hurriedly walked out and said to Lao He's wife, "Hello, the patient's condition has changed. We found that there is a wooden branch piercing into the hepatic vein. The patient's condition is very dangerous now, and we need your signature." His words made her, who was already trembling in fear, instantly lose her soul. The words "very dangerous" broke this woman's psychological defense. Her son and daughter had just started a family. It was not easy for her to start a good life, and now such a thing had happened. The woman was instantly at a loss. Xianxia Yuan looked at the woman helplessly and tried to persuade her again. Chen Song was stunned and asked, "Can the hospital perform this surgery?" Only then did Xianxia Yuan remember Chen Song, who was suspected to be a doctor. He shook his head and said, "We can't guarantee it, but, if you're worried." At this moment, Yang Ziming personally walked out and said to Lao He's wife, "It's like this. The patient's current condition is very dangerous. Although we can still guarantee her safety, there might be an accident at any time. Our hospital doesn't have the ability to perform this kind of surgery. If we transfer to another hospital, I'm worried that the patient's condition might not be able to tolerate it. There might be an accident in the car, so it's best to invite an outside expert." Lao He's wife took a deep breath to calm herself down. "Doctor, you must save our Lao He. I'm just a farmer. How can I know an expert?" Yang Ziming sighed. "Our hospital has always been in contact with the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery of the Second Hospital of Eastern University in Ammonium Yang. We can invite them to perform the surgery, but we might need you to pay the expert fee because of this situation." This was how realistic this society was. If you didn't have money, you might not even be able to hire an expert. Even if you were on the verge of death, if the hospital really couldn't perform the surgery, they could only hire an expert. If they hired an expert, they would have to bear the expert fees themselves. Yang Ziming sighed and looked at Lao He's wife. Looking at the woman's clothes, he could tell that she was a simple rural woman. However, Yang Ziming really didn't have the slightest confidence to complete such a surgery. There was nothing he could do about it. Yang Ziming looked at Lao He's wife's dejected look and sighed. He made a phone call and said, "Big sister, don't worry. I'll make a call first and contact the expert in the province for you. The other party is the director of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery of the Second Hospital of Eastern University. He remembers that he can perform such a surgery." Wait a moment. After saying that, Yang Ziming picked up the phone and walked to the side to start making the call. "Hello, Professor Wang." Yes, I'm Yang Ziming." "It's like this, Professor Wang. We have a patient here. Well, we can temporarily stabilize his condition, but it's hard to say for now." Yes. "Do you have time? Come over as soon as possible." Okay. Then I'll communicate with the family." Yang Ziming hung up the phone and cursed in his heart. Every time Professor Wang came, it would be a large amount of expensive expenses. Moreover, he was arrogant and looked down on the directors of places like them. He always had a high and mighty attitude, which Yang Ziming didn't like. However, there was nothing he could do about it. In Yang Ziming's impression, only he and Professor Qian Liang could perform the surgery better. Qian Liang's status was too high. Even Yang Ziming might not be able to invite him. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ziming took a deep breath and walked to the family's side. Big sister, it's like this. I contacted the director of the second hospital of Eastern University, Professor Wang Shou. In our province, he does this kind of surgery better. I'm ashamed to say this, but my success rate for this surgery is less than 5%. Maybe Professor Wang can increase it to 20%, but Professor Wang said that the surgery is too risky and difficult. He needs to pay a specialist fee of 20,000 yuan. That's right. This? Big sister, don't worry. Our hospital won't interfere, but you need to hand it over to Professor Wang yourself. After saying it, even Yang Ziming was a little embarrassed. After all, 20,000 yuan was indeed a little too much. Moreover, it didn't mean that if he gave 20,000 yuan, how confident could he be? The idiom losing both the person and the money was a common occurrence in the hospital. It was also the most tragic thing. This was still very difficult for this rural woman, Yang Ziming sighed. Of course, you can also contact the experts yourself, but time is of the essence. Yang Ziming shook his head as he said this. How could an old farmer know so many experts? When Lauhi's wife heard this, she was indeed in a daze. Her son and daughter were still in debt, but, even so, they still had to be saved. Even if they had to borrow money, they still had to be saved. If they really ran out of money, there was nothing they could do. As for contacting an expert, she was just a commoner. How would she know any experts? Thinking of this, Lauhi's wife was about to speak. Chen Dahai and old Yang said, Sister-in-law, the money is not a problem. I will go home to get it now. Please wait a moment. However, Chen Song suddenly thought of something and asked Chen Song, do you know this expert? Or do you know any other experts? Chen Song had already finished listening to the introduction of the disease. Of course, he knew experts in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery, whether it was Qian Liang or Zhou Hongguang from the capital. However, he really did not know much about Wang Shou. The second hospital of Donghai University did not have much contact with their hospital, so Chen Song was not very familiar with him. However, the situation now was very obvious. They could not delay. There was no need to hire an expert. This was because Chen Song himself knew how to perform this kind of surgery. Qin Yu stood up and said, why don't I call my dad and let him contact him? Chen Song waved his hand. No need. I'll do it. I can do this surgery. Xin Shouyuan and Yang Ziming were stunned by his words. At this moment, the emergency department's director, Ji Chu, came out of the operating theater and said to the family, I've contacted our Ammoniang City's emergency department's director, He also understands your situation and is very concerned, but transporting the patient is very risky. He will help you contact an expert as soon as possible. This way, it will be much cheaper than you hiring an expert. Indeed, it was obvious that the hospital would help you contact an expert. It was considered medical assistance, so the cost was naturally not that high. When Lauhi's wife heard this, she was so grateful that she almost knelt down to Ji Chu. Ji Chu quickly supported her and sighed. Sister, our grassroots hospital is like this. There's no other way. We can only do our best. There's really nothing else we can do. Indeed, just as Ji Chu had said, the grassroots had many grassroots helplessness. It was very difficult to diagnose and treat difficult and complicated diseases. Perhaps it was a stretch to say that Jinyang City People's Hospital was a grassroots hospital in a prefecture-level city, but, in the face of many difficult diseases, how different was it from a grassroots hospital, especially for emergency treatment? Sometimes, the hospital did not have the ability to save people, and it might not be enough to send them outside. The experts might not be willing to come. After all, they would not wake up early without benefits. Moreover, it was a critical illness, so they might not be able to get away with it. To put it bluntly, at this time, many doctors had already started to tell the family members to be prepared. At this time, Chen Song said, Directors, let me introduce myself. I am Chen Song from the 2nd Provincial Hospital. I can perform surgery on the patient's condition. The reason why Chen Song did not say it at the beginning was that the hospital would not let him go up. This was a human life, not a joke. Did he think that he was a doctor and could perform surgery all over the country? Of course not. the hospital had its procedures and rules. If he said he could do it, whose fault would it be if there was a problem? Medical responsibility and doctor-patient disputes were the most troublesome. Ji Chu and Yang Ziming glanced at Chen Song, shook their heads, and did not say anything. When Chen Song saw this, he suddenly remembered what the emergency department director, Ji Chu, had just said. He Tong was now looking for experts to save him. At this thought, Chen Song picked up the phone and dialed the emergency department director, He Tong's number. After the call connected, Chen Song went straight to the point. Director He, hello. I'm Chen Song. I'm now at the entrance of Jinyang City People's Hospital's operating theater. The patient is an uncle of mine. Yes, I can perform this surgery. Please communicate with the hospital. Yes. Okay. No problem. Chen Song hung up. Ji Chu, Yang Ziming, and Xianxia Yuan looked at Chen Song in shock. This young man, however, at this moment, Ji Chu's phone rang. He Tong picked up the phone and made a few calls one after another. No expert was willing to go down. They all said that they could not perform such a surgery, repair of the proximal hepatic vein injury. Even He Tong felt his scalp go numb. However, there was no other way. He could not just stand by and watch, right? It was very difficult for grassroots hospitals to treat such a situation. Just as He Tong was at his wit's end, Chen Song's phone suddenly rang. After He Tong heard Chen Song's words, his eyes immediately bloomed with joy. He Tong naturally could not look at this young man as an ordinary person. This was a genius. He could even rescue a patient with a ruptured ascending aorta in time. Perhaps, Chen Song could really do this surgery for proximal hepatic vein injury? Ji Chu saw his phone ring and was stunned. When he saw that the caller was none other than Chief He Tong, after Ji Chu picked up the phone, he said, "Hello, Chief He." He Tong smiled and said, "Chief Ji, are you looking for someone randomly? Dr. Chen Song is the leader of the emergency team of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Why do you still need to look for someone else? Just let Dr. Chen Song do it. He's very good." Ji Chu raised his head and looked at Chen Song. He looked at the young man who was not even 30 years old and was a little suspicious. "Chief He, the Dr. Chen you mentioned. How old is he?" He Tong was stunned. "He's right at the entrance of your operating theater. The patient's family member is not even 30 years old, right?" Ji Chu hung up the phone and looked at Chen Song. "Dr. Chen, I'm sorry. The patient's life is at stake. I have to care." Chen Song nodded and expressed his understanding. "It's okay, Chief Ji. Let's start preparing for the surgery as soon as possible." Yang Ziming, who was at the side, suddenly remembered. He widened his eyes and said with a smile, "You're Dr. Chen." "Yes, I remember you. You were at the annual meeting of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery last month." Chen Song was stunned and smiled awkwardly. "Hello, I'm Chen Song." Yang Ziming nodded excitedly and shook his hand. "Nice to meet you. I'm Yang Ziming, the department director of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery." After some pleasantries, Chen Song turned to look at Chen Dehai and Qin Yu. He comforted Lao He's wife, "Auntie, it's okay. Trust me." The woman nodded with tears in her eyes. Qin Yu also comforted her, "Auntie, don't worry. Chen Song is very powerful. He is also one of the famous people in Ammonium Yang. He can save anyone." Well, Qin Yu was an out-and-out braggart. However, at this moment, at least her words were effective, and the woman seemed to be relieved. In the operating theater, Chen Song put on his surgical gown. His entire aura seemed to have changed. Behind him, Xianxia Yuan looked at Chen Song in disbelief. So, he was really a big shot, but what a young big shot. Yang Ziming was a little doubtful. He said to Chen Song, "Dr. Chen, this is the injury of the proximal hepatic vein." Chen Song nodded and did not say anything. Instead, he calmly selected the training for JHVI surgery. Ever since he had obtained this skill, Chen Song really did not expect it to come in handy so soon. After arriving at the operating table, both Ji Chu and Yang Ziming gave way to Chen Song. The nurse looked at the external aide invited by the chief physicians and was stunned. Why was he so young and so handsome? This kind of image was not good. It was not enough to ward off evil in the emergency department, but he was good-looking. Chen Song looked at the scene in the abdominal cavity. All kinds of red-named monsters appeared in his eyes. Damaged liver. Penetrated ileum. Finally, he found the final boss behind the liver. Proximal hepatic vein injury monster, level 80, rare monster. Hepatic vein injury accompanied by foreign body insertion. Please carefully remove the foreign body and repair the damaged proximal hepatic vein. Chen Song realized that this was the most difficult part of this surgery. It was actually level 80, which was higher than any monster Chen Song had seen in the past. Moreover, the entire abdominal cavity was a monster gathering place for Chen Song. Should he clear the small monsters first or fight the boss first? This was a problem. Chen Song made a judgment. If he did not remove the foreign body in the proximal hepatic vein now, it would be more dangerous when he pulled out the wooden fork later. At that time, once it ruptured, the bleeding would be difficult to control. At this thought, Chen Song turned around and said to the nurse, "Scalpel." Yang Ziming at the side saw Chen Song take the scalpel and quickly prepared the gauze. Chen Song made an incision on his chest and abdomen. Ji Chu quickly helped. Yang Ziming was stunned. This was a thoraco-abdominal incision? Why did he make an incision here? Chen Song did not hesitate. After opening his mouth, he used the scissors to cut open the diaphragm and peritoneum, to the depths of the inferior vena cava. Aspirate the fluid. Yang Ziming quickly nodded. At this time, there was a lot of blood and exudate in the inferior vena cava. 2 minutes later, Chen Song used the separating forceps to slightly separate the second hepatic portal, and the exposed area of the liver instantly exposed to everyone's vision. Yang Ziming was stunned. This incision was amazing. It could directly expose the damaged area. Although it was not very obvious, they could directly see the rupture area of the large blood vessels. At that moment, Yang Ziming no longer had any doubts about Chen Song. At the side, Ji Chu also widened his eyes and looked at the details of Chen Song's incision in disbelief. He secretly recorded it in a small notebook. What should they do next? Everyone looked at Chen Song. How could they perform the surgery in such a field of vision and light? At this time, Chen Song directly handed the scalpel and separating forceps to Xin Xiuyuan. Xin Xiuyuan was stunned at first, then quickly took it. Chen Song raised his hand and directly held the sterilization control handle in the center of the surgical shadowless lamp. He adjusted it slightly and saw that the light source was slightly shifted. At this time, the halogen bulb's color temperature of up to 6000 K shone over. Suddenly, everyone realized that in the surgical field of vision, they could actually see the rupture of the large blood vessels directly. Suddenly, Yang Ziming could not help but blurt out, "Damn. Awesome." Not only him, but everyone in the operating theater also looked at Chen Song. Their faces were full of F***ck, awesome, because at this moment, apart from these 4 words, their minds were really blank. However, Yang Ziming realized that he had lost his composure and quickly said, "Professor Chen, you're amazing. You have such a good grasp of the lighting." Ji Chu also nodded in agreement. Chen Song's hand suddenly froze. Why did this sentence sound strange? He could not think of a specific reason. Chen Song turned to the head nurse and said, "Turn on the camera and record the surgery. I'll make a copy of the surgery video later." 3 seconds later, she said, "Professor Chen, the camera is on." Chen Song nodded. Okay, the camera was ready and the lights were in place. It was time to show off his real skills. After Professor Chen prepared the lights, the camera was instantly in place. Everyone stared at the surgical field, anticipating the start of a good show. Yang Ziming personally observed the repair of the proximal hepatic vein injury. From the beginning, Chen Song cleverly used the surgical opening technique and light adjustment to give the surgical field a better view. Chen Song looked directly at the rupture of the great blood vessel and turned to the nurse. "Cardiac ear forceps." At this moment, Chen Song exuded an imposing aura. The nurse could not help but feel intimidated, as if this was a chief surgeon's surgery. Chen Song clamped the rupture of the vena cava with the cardiac ear forceps, just enough to include the small damaged branch. The blood vessel on the other side was still flowing with blood. Chen Song quickly said to Yang Ziming, "Pull it out." Yang Ziming was stunned and a little worried. However, looking at Chen Song's expression, He lowered his head and used the small forceps to clamp the wall of the blood vessel. Then, he used his hands to slowly pull out the foreign object. In an instant, a rupture appeared in the posterior hepatic vein. Chen Song completed the suture in no time. This stunned Yang Ziming beside him. Could it be that simple? Chen Song put down the suture and began to repair the liver. Ji Chu looked at Yang Ziming doubtfully. So simple? You're telling me that it's very difficult? Are you king kidding me? Yang Ziming was also stunned. However, it was clearly written in the book that this surgery was very difficult. He had seen it before and it was really troublesome, but Chen Song's performance was too casual, wasn't it? One incision, one hand holding the lamp, one hand holding the forceps, one button sewing. For operations to repair the proximal hepatic vein injury, it was so simple. Could it be that he could do it too? Thinking of this, Yang Ziming could not help but feel excited. Could it be that I'm too good? If I can do such a surgery, perhaps. I've always underestimated my ability. Even Shin Shuyuan was excited. He felt that he could also do the surgery for proximal hepatic vein injury. It was too simple. Those people must be exaggerating. Exaggerating and sensationalizing the news. That was right. At this moment, Chen Song raised his head and looked at the crowd. He seemed to have understood the meaning in their eyes. He said, "Do you think the surgery is very simple?" Everyone hurriedly nodded. Chen Song shook his head and narrowed his eyes. He stared at everyone and said seriously, "Actually, it's not simple at all. The difficulty of the surgery is not what it looks like. It's built on thorough thinking. Choosing a more suitable incision according to the location of the wound is one of the most difficult methods. Many of the hepatic veins are surrounded by liver tissue, so many of them need to be cut open to repair them. Undoubtedly, this will increase the difficulty of the surgery. Also, do you think it's really that easy to choose the incision?" After everyone heard this, they unconsciously nodded. It seemed to be really simple. However, Yang Ziming frowned and pondered. After Chen Song came in, he first observed for a long time, then immediately spoke. In fact, he had already chosen the incision very quickly. This kind of strength could not be achieved without training for many surgeries. This was too difficult. The patient's wound can't be cut casually. Do you think you can make as many incisions as you want in a surgery? Of course not. This seemingly simple operation was actually based on the judgment of countless surgeries and training. It seemed simple, but it was actually a test of skill. Yang Ziming sighed and said, "The injury of the hepatic veins is very rare. Most of them are open wounds that have already begun to bleed. In fact, at this time every minute and every second is very difficult to fight for. Therefore, the difficulty of the surgery lies in how to perform the surgery quickly and accurately." Teacher Chen, from the surgery to the isolation of the auricular forceps to the final suture, it only took less than 5 minutes. This is the truly amazing part of the surgery. If it's a large wound that keeps bleeding, 5 minutes might be enough to save it, but what if it takes longer? At this moment, everyone could not help but fall silent when they heard this. That's right. How could he react quickly in a limited amount of time? That was skill. Medicine was different from other things. Everything had a time limit. The golden 4 minutes of cardiac arrest, the brain was deprived of oxygen for 4 minutes, and the brain cells would begin to cause irreversible damage. The blood vessel blockage in vascular surgery could not exceed 15 minutes. The muscles would begin to die after a few hours of ischemia and hypoxia. Wait, all of the time they had was precious during the rescue. How to make a quick choice in a short period of time was especially important and difficult. At this moment, Chen Song said, "The most difficult part of the repair of the hepatic veins is not this. It is how to remedy the failure of the repair. After all, not all wounds can be operated on in a suitable surgical field, and blindly stopping the bleeding will only worsen the condition." At this moment, Yang Ziming suddenly realized that the surgery he saw back then was a doctor from Union Medical College Hospital completing the remedial work. That was really difficult. Although Chen Song spoke, his movements were neither fast nor slow. Soon, the foreign objects were continuously removed and sent out of the body. Chen Song also completed the repair of the damaged liver in an orderly manner. The difficulty of the following surgery was greatly reduced. The surgery lasted for 4 hours and was finally completed. At this moment, Yang Ziming was completely convinced by Chen Song. He called him Teacher Chen in a very affectionate manner. Ji Chu looked at Chen Song from the side and was also filled with emotions. He was really an amazing young man. Who would have thought that he was a surgeon who was not even 30 years old, just say that it was 300. Cough cough, after the surgery, the patient was sent to the ICU for monitoring. Chen Song led everyone out of the operating theater. Chen Dehai and the others quickly stood up. How is it? Lao He's wife was trembling as she waited for the trial. Chen Song smiled. Auntie, don't worry. The surgery was very successful. You guys rest for a while. I'll go and give some medical advice. When Qin Yu heard this, he immediately smiled and said, Auntie, I'm right, right? Chen Song is very amazing. As they spoke, Chen Song led a group of directors back to the ICU. At this time, the director of the ICU also came over. Chen Song began to say, the patient's situation is more complicated. Remember the following points. A few directors quickly took out pens and paper and waited eagerly. Chen Song said, it is easy to have electrolyte disorders after liver surgery. Measure the binding force of blood potassium, sodium, chlorine, and CO2 in a timely manner. Replenish enough water and electrolytes in a timely manner. Also, replenish fresh blood and vitamin K. Chen Song kept explaining the things to take note of after the surgery. The few directors seemed to have returned to their school days. Listening to Chen Song's words, they kept writing, drawing, and taking notes. Ji Chu sighed. How many years had it been since he had felt like this? Xin Xiuyuan, who was at the side, did not even have the right to take notes because the notebook had long been snatched away by Chief Ji. He could not help but sigh. At that time, he felt that this was a big shot. This made the few nurses widen their eyes. Eh? Look, isn't that the family member who sent the patient here just now? Nurse A said in surprise. Nurse B was stunned. That's right. Why does it feel like he's the director? Our director, the director of the Department of Hepatology, and the director of the Department of Surgery, are just like students. Nurse B's eyes widened. Could it be that he's really a hidden big shot? He's too handsome. Yes, it's very possible. The protagonist is always like this. No one in the group of people had expected that the family member who had just sent the patient here would change in the blink of an eye and become the director's director. This should be an expert from outside, right? He was so handsome, but they did not know if he had a partner. If he did have a partner, would he mind adding one? P.S. Thank you to the Alliance Master for the 160,000 tip. Thank you to my friends for your great support. Actually, I was going to add 3 chapters, but I don't know when it happened, but my guaranteed 3 chapters have become a guaranteed 5 chapters. I'm really helpless. I'll update 6 chapters today, but fortunately, I worked hard today and finished this plot. Everyone won't scold me for breaking chapters, right? Wang Shou was curious. Why hadn't Yang Ziming called him after so long? Could it be that he had given up? Wang Shou wanted to ask, but he was too embarrassed to do so. After all, who would come to him for surgery? This did not match his usual cold and aloof style at all. He should have called him back if he had given up, right? Now that he did not tell him anything, Wang Shou naturally felt a little uncomfortable. He thought that he would not go for the next surgery even if he was asked. At this moment, the phone rang. Wang Shou saw that it was Yang Ziming from Jinyang City. He was slightly stunned and put it aside without picking up. After half a minute, he picked up the phone and said flatly, "Hello." Yang Ziming was busy with the surgery just now and did not have time to call Wang Shou at all. After Chen Song told the patient what to pay attention to after the surgery, he remembered to call him. Hearing Wang Shou's arrogant attitude, Yang Ziming sighed but still said warmly, "Hello, Wang Shou." "Hello, Chief Wang. I apologize to you. I'm really sorry. The patient is in critical condition and needs surgery. We just finished the surgery." Wang Shou was stunned. Surgery? Finished? Is it the surgery for the injury of the proximal hepatic vein? Yang Ziming nodded excitedly, "Yes, it is." After Wang Shou heard it, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. It was done so quickly. Could it be that the patient was gone? Yang Ziming seemed to have imagined Wang Shou's expression and was very excited. "Who told you to be arrogant and ask for 20,000 yuan? You look down on us doctors. You are so much worse than Dr. Chen. Yang Ziming decided to add fuel to the fire. The surgery was very successful. In fact, the repair of the proximal hepatic vein injury was completed in less than 5 minutes. The other follow-up surgeries were more complicated, and the repair process took too much time. Otherwise, I would have called you back earlier. After that, without waiting for Wang Shou to speak, Yang Ziming quickly said, Chief Wang, I have to give the patient medical advice. The postoperative treatment is quite troublesome, so I will talk to you later. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ziming felt refreshed. Every time he invited Wang Shou to perform surgery, this guy would always act like he was the best. This made Yang Ziming feel helpless. He finally got his revenge. Yang Ziming thought that Wang Shou must be in shock and confusion right now, right? 5 minutes of proximal hepatic vein repair? You can't do that even in your dreams. Yang Ziming couldn't help but sigh. It was a little satisfying, however, he still couldn't say it too harshly. After all, what if he still needed to invite him in the future? Sigh. It's not satisfying, the difference between people is really huge. Look at Teacher Chen, his skills are superb, he doesn't reveal anything, he strictly follows the hospital's rules and regulations, and cooperates with the hospital's work. This is what a great person should be like, if only. Teacher Chen could come to our hospital as a guest specialist. Yang Ziming was stunned by his own thoughts. What the hell, how could he come up with such an awesome and constructive suggestion? Indeed, one is marked by the company one keeps. After performing a surgery with Professor Chen, his mind became much clearer. Thinking of this, Yang Ziming didn't care about anything else and ran straight to the dean's office. Yang Ziming was right, but he was still a little off. At this moment, not only was Wang Shou shocked and at a loss, he had already reached the point where he began to doubt his life. The proximal hepatic vein was repaired in 5 minutes. Are you kidding me? That's impossible. They must have made a mistake. The number of people who can be cured in 5 minutes can be counted on one hand in the entire country. Why would such a person go to a small city like Jinyang? That's impossible. They must have been fooling around. They must have mistaken the injury as proximal hepatic vein damage. Thinking of this, Wang Shou shook his head. Those doctors were all bluffing all day long, their skills were too weak. However, he was still a little curious, he really wanted to see that surgery. Thinking of this, he took the initiative to call Yang Ziming and said politely, Department Director Yang, do you have the surgery video just now? Send me a copy. Yes, he felt that he was already showing respect to Yang Ziming by calling him Department Director Yang. Yang Ziming was stunned and said, This. It's not that I don't want to give it to you, Department Director Wang, this surgery wasn't done by us. I have to ask for Professor Chen's advice. After hanging up, Wang Shou was stunned. Yang Ziming didn't want to give it to him, he didn't give him any face at all. Isn't it just a surgery video? But, who's Professor Chen? Why haven't I heard of this name? Forget it, the next time you ask me to do the surgery, don't think it's that simple, Yang Ziming sneered. Who asked you to be awesome? Surgery video? Don't even think about it, every time you do surgery, you don't let us turn on the camera. You're so picky that you're worried that we've learned some skills. Look at Chen Song. He took the initiative to turn on the lights and let us turn on the camera. This is the difference between us, don't you just want us to ask you to do the surgery? Just you wait. When we invite Professor Chen over, we won't even give you a chance. Thinking of this, Yang Ziming walked into the director's office and said to the director, Director Liu, I have something important to discuss with you. At this moment, Chen Song sent Lao He to the ICU and seriously reminded Ji Chu, Director Ji, you really have to be more careful. There are more things to pay attention to after the surgery for patients. Ji Chu took the small notebook that he had snatched from Xianxia Yuan and seriously recorded it. Okay. The young nurse looked at Xianxia Yuan and could not help but ask, Dr. Shen, what kind of god is this? Why is the director like a student? Xianxia Yuan sighed. This is a big shot in Ammoniang City. The director of the emergency center personally recommended him. The young nurse who was receiving the patient could not help but say excitedly, just now, I thought that this person was very stylish. Now that I look at him, he's indeed extraordinary. That's right. Dr. Shen, look at his description of the patient's condition. It's the most standard, rigorous, and comprehensive physical examination. The key is that he's handsome. Looking at the silly nurses, Xianxia Yuan could not help but sigh. Alright, alright. Don't be infatuated. He's not from our hospital. He's just passing by occasionally. You infatuated people might as well be infatuated with me. I still have a chance to let you rise to the top. When the young nurse heard this, she could not help but say with disdain, sigh. Dr. Shen, you're actually quite handsome, but, when I compared you just now, I suddenly feel that you're not handsome anymore. Yeah, sigh, it's a pity that the expert is leaving today. Let's just make do with it. Dr. Shen is not bad either. Xianxia Yuan's face could not help but darken. You bunch of superficial women who judge people by their appearance, but, thinking of this, Xianxia Yuan suddenly felt that there was no point in comparing their inner qualities. They had been defeated in seconds. Forget it, it was indeed better for women to be superficial. Fortunately, Chen Song would never come again. Thinking of this, Xianxia Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. His position was still as stable as ever. The director of Jinyang City, Lu Guangzhen, and Yang Ziming hurried to the emergency department. At this time, Chen Song and Ji Chu walked out of the intensive care unit together. Yang Ziming quickly said, President Liu, this is the Chen Song I told you about, Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen, this is the director of Jinyang City's People's Hospital, Director Liu. Chen Song nodded and took the initiative to shake hands. Hello, Director Liu. Lu Guangzhen smiled. Hello, Dr. Chen. My name is Lu Guangzhen. Nice to meet you. Lu Guangzhen was also very polite. He was 47 years old this year and was still in the rising stage of his career. Naturally, he hoped that he could do well in Jinyang City's People's Hospital. Lu Guangzhen was fat and always had a faint smile on his face. He looked very easygoing. I heard about what happened today. I'm really grateful to Dr. Chen for saving the situation. Otherwise, the patient would really be in trouble. Chen Song quickly waved his hand. I should thank your hospital for giving me this opportunity. Lu Guangzhen smiled and sighed. Dr. Chen, to be honest, our local hospital has too many limitations. There are many difficult and complicated diseases, especially critical and serious diseases. If we don't get effective treatment, it's really too dangerous. As the director, I'm also under too much pressure. People with ability don't want to go back to the local hospital. They don't even want to go back to the local hospital. Sigh. Indeed, many highly educated and high-quality doctors were unwilling to go back to the local hospital, especially those who were capable and wanted to go to the big hospitals and the big cities. This caused a situation of polarization. If the basic hospital did not have high-quality talents, it was useless no matter how good the building was. Lu Guangzhen continued, Dr. Chen, I'm thinking, can I invite you to be a guest expert in our hospital? If there are any critical or complicated diseases in the future that we can't treat, we can ask you to come over and help. What do you think? Lu Guangzhen unconsciously used the word you. It was obvious how much respect he had for Chen Song. Of course, we can talk about the specific terms in detail, Lu Guangzhen said. Ji Chu was very perceptive. Yes, Dr. Chen, come to my office for a while. Chen Song hesitated for a moment and did not explicitly refuse. Because he now had the ability to do so. Moreover, there were not that many surgeries for difficult-to-treat diseases in the second provincial hospital. Although Chen Song had not had the time to check the reward just now, it was undeniable that it should be very generous. As a prefecture-level city, Jinyang City often had some difficult surgical cases. This was undoubtedly an excellent choice for Chen Song. To be honest, how could there be so many difficult and complicated diseases and high-grade cases? Even if there was, it would be a provincial top-grade case. Could it be that Qian Liang would invite him to the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery for a consultation? Or would Lu Siki ask Chen Song to perform freelance surgeries in the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery of the People's Republic of China? To put it bluntly, Chen Song still did not have the ability and structure to perform freelance surgeries in the top 3 grade A hospitals in the province. Basically, those who could perform freelance surgeries in the top 3 grade A hospitals in the province were the leaders of Union Medical College Hospital, 301 Hospital, Xianxia Hospital, and Huaxi Hospital. Chen Song wasn't qualified. In the words of the system, those rare bosses were the targets of the top NPCs. He still didn't have the qualifications to compete with these people for bosses, therefore, in comparison, the city top 3 grade A hospitals were his best choice. The bosses here might be taken by him. The county hospital where Duanbua was located did not have the ability to perform this surgery. Not to mention other things, the operating theater was not up to standard. They did not even have a laparoscope. It was easy to imagine. Chen Song thought about it. Perhaps Jinyang City's People's Hospital was the best place for him to fight monsters and develop. At this time, Lu Guangzhen began to reason with Chen Song and play the emotional card of building his hometown. Chen Song thought for a moment and said, "Director Lu, it's possible, but we have to negotiate about the time and the types of diseases." When Lu Guangzhen heard this, he was stunned for a moment and then his face lit up with joy. Even Yang Ziming and Ji Chu at the side were happy. Yang Ziming really did not want to serve that Master Wang Shou anymore. Every time he came, he treated him like an ancestor. It was a waste of manpower and money to entertain him. He even had to take a bunch of things when he left. Chen Song, Yang Ziming, and the others were having a preliminary discussion in the room. Xin Shuyuan and the nurse were stunned on the spot. The young nurse said excitedly, F***CK. My luck is too good today, isn't it? Just now, I was saying that it would be good if this young Professor Chen came to work here. I didn't expect the director to personally invite him. Another young nurse rolled her eyes at her, but she also nodded excitedly. What do you mean you're lucky? Maybe he's my rich husband, Dr. Shen. Wash up and sleep early. From today onwards, the position of the most handsome man in the emergency department will become the deputy. Xin Shuyuan was stunned and ignored the group of young nurses. If Chen Song, he would definitely learn a lot. Compared to Wang Shou, it was impossible to talk about things without saying much. Thinking of this, Xin Shuyuan sneered. TSK, shallow. After saying that, he returned to the office and waited eagerly. Qin Yu and Chen Dehai accompanied Lao He's wife to buy daily necessities. Naturally, Lao He could not stay in the ICU every day. In 2 days, he would be transferred to the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. These had to be prepared in advance. With Qin Yu around, all the surgeries were carried out in an orderly manner. At this moment, Chen Song and the others came out. Lu Guangzhen's face was filled with joy. Ji Chu, Yang Ziming, and the others were very happy. The initial cooperation had been reached, but the follow-up required signing of a contract. This kind of guest specialist required Chen Song's medical practitioner to register the place of practice. It was not the same as a simple freelance surgeon. After coming out, Lu Guangzhen looked at Lao He's wife and said, "Big sister, don't worry. All the expenses during Lao He's hospitalization will be reimbursed by our hospital." His words made Lao He's wife dumbfounded. She had just asked around. This surgery would cost at least 30 to 50,000 yuan. Moreover, the ICU cost a few thousand a day. How could an ordinary person afford this? However, his son and daughter had already begun to think of a way. He did not expect to suddenly hear Lu Guangzhen's words. He immediately burst into tears. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you. You are good people." Lu Guangzhen smiled slightly. "You're welcome. If you want to thank someone, thank Dr. Chen Song. From now on, he will be our hospital's guest specialist." Chen Dehai was stunned. His son was so awesome, he had only been here for a day and he had already become an expert here? Qin Yu's eyes were shining. His eyes looked as if Chen Song was the best in the world. Chen Dehai's fair-weather friend could not help but glance at Lao Chen. His heart was filled with envy. P.S. Delivered at 6 p.m. Thank you to the leader of Qiao Shui'er for another 70,000 reward. Thank you. Lao He had been admitted to the ICU for the past 2 days, and his wife could not take care of him. She simply took Lao He's van home to pack her things. After Lao He was transferred to the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery, she would take care of him. Along the way, Chen Dehai's heart was filled with ups and downs. He knew that his son was amazing, but he did not expect him to be so amazing. After returning home and going to the hospital, he had actually become a guest expert professor at the People's Hospital of Jinyang City. This was really bringing honor to his ancestors. Recalling how Director Lu valued Song Lao Chen felt relaxed and happy. He immediately decided that after going back today, he would go to Lao Chen's ancestral grave early the next morning to see if there was any smoke coming up. A father was most proud of his son's achievements. Chen Dehai's heart felt a lot better when he thought about how the high and mighty dean and director respected him. He had bragged in the village all his life. Now, Chen Dehai actually felt that if a person was really amazing, who would still brag, just like today, even if he did not brag, others would still praise him highly. How could he still have the nerve to brag? Thinking of this, Lao Chen was really filled with emotions. The most grateful people were Lao He's wife and family. Along the way, she kept saying good things about Chen Song and Qin Yu. She was very grateful. This time, it was not Chen Song. Not to mention how much money she had to spend, Lao He's life might not have been saved. These few short hours were the most difficult time she had ever spent in her life. Moreover, when she thought of Xiao Chen's words, he had exempted her from the medical fees. This was tens of thousands of yuan. For an ordinary family, this kindness was really as heavy as a mountain. After thinking about it, when Lao He held a banquet for others in the future, she would go to the kitchen to help. How capable could a woman be? When the children came back, she had to let them remember the kindness of Lao Chen's family. Chen Song and Qin Yu had to return to Ammonium today. They had already booked their tickets, so they politely declined the director's invitation to dinner. When Yang Jiehui found out that everyone was coming back, she hurriedly started to prepare the meal. She also packed more than 10 kilograms of free-range eggs and 20 to 30 kilograms of millet for Qin Yu to bring along. There was nothing valuable in the house. Qin Yu liked the eggs at home and said that the porridge was delicious. Yang Jiehui packed it to the brim, and there were also many walnuts. She wanted Qin Yu and the others to take them away, but they couldn't carry that much. When they were eating, Lao Chen said to Chen Song, you should buy a car when you travel back and forth in the future. It's not convenient to travel by car. You can drive too, so you should bring Yaya back more often. Indeed, Chen Song was an experienced driver. He got his driver's license after the college entrance examination. In the past, he would drive Chen Dehai's van to Jinyang to stock up on goods during the holidays. After Chen Song listened, he nodded. When Yang Jiehui heard Chen Dehai praising Chen Song, she was naturally very happy. When she heard that Chen Song was a guest expert at Jinyang City People's Hospital, her face was also very happy. However, she was happy that her son could come home often in the future. As a mother, sometimes she didn't expect her children to make great contributions. She just wanted a peaceful life. It would be better if they could come home often. She immediately smiled and said, "Buy a car. Hurry up and buy a car. Mom will raise some money for you to buy a good car." In the future, Yaya should follow Chen Song more and come home to visit. Qin Yu nodded. He liked this simple uncle and aunt very much. After the meal, Yang Jiehui hesitated for a while, then she pulled Qin Yu to the bedroom next door. "Yaya, sit down for a while." After speaking, Yang Jiehui went inside and took a small box from the top of the cabinet. She took out a jade bracelet from the box. It was made of jade. As for the quality, Yang Jiehui didn't know. This was given to her by Lao Chen's mother. It was also considered a family heirloom. Yang Jiehui had done manual labor all her life. The jade bracelet was very delicate. She was usually reluctant to take it out for fear of breaking it. Qin Yu waited curiously. Not long after, Yang Jiehui came out from inside. Holding the bracelet, she said to Qin Yu, "Yaya, this was given to me by Chen Song's grandmother. There isn't anything valuable at home. Take this with you." Qin Yu was stunned. She was suddenly dumbfounded. She was a little shocked, but also a little surprised. After all, she was very clear about what this meant. This meant that she was recognized by Chen Song's parents, but she didn't dare to take such an expensive thing. But she also wanted to take it because, if she took it, she would be a future daughter-in-law. "Auntie, this is too expensive," Yang Jiehui smiled. "It's not expensive. Auntie can see that you are a good girl. In the future, look after Chen Song. If he is wronged, give me a call. Auntie will help you teach him a lesson." Qin Yu was so touched that tears welled up in her eyes. When they left home, Chen Song was carrying a bunch of things. Chen Dehai drove them to the bus station. When he saw the bus drive away, he grinned and left. His son had grown up and was successful. There weren't many people in the bus. The seats were sparsely occupied. Qingyu leaned on Chen Song. She held his hand and suddenly said, "Chen Song, let's get married soon." Chen Song was stunned. He immediately turned to look at Qingyu. "What's wrong?" Qingyu whispered, "I'm afraid that you will be too outstanding, and abandon me one day." Chen Song suddenly smiled. He held Qingyu's hand tightly and pinched her little nose with his other hand. He smiled and said, "No, you are my little lick Qin. How can I do without you?" Qingyu flew into a rage when she heard that. "Give me the phone." "You didn't change it, did you?" Chen Song smiled awkwardly. "It's quite suitable." "It's not good to change it." Qingyu turned around and stared at Chen Song as she said, "If you don't want me anymore, or if you're looking for a mistress, I'll go to your parents and ask them to help me." As she spoke, Qingyu revealed her bracelet. "See this? This is an imperial sword. Auntie said that seeing this jade bracelet is like seeing her in person. So, be good." Qingyu touched Chen Song's hair. Chen Song was dumbfounded. "My mom gave this to you?" Qingyu raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "Yes, uncle and auntie like me very much." Chen Song rolled her eyes. Sigh. "After my grandma gave it to my mom couldn't bear to wear it for the rest of her life." Qingyu heard this and her thoughts ran wild. "I will buy a bracelet for auntie, a golden bracelet." "That's right, a golden bracelet is sturdy, auntie will definitely like it." Qingyu looked out of the window. After a long time, Qingyu looked at Chen Song. "I will treat your parents well." Chen Song smiled and looked at Qingyu. "Okay." After a while, Chen Song said, "Let's get married next year?" Qingyu was stunned. "Why not this year?" Chen Song was dumbfounded. After Chen Song left, Jichu busied himself for a while before he suddenly remembered to call Department Director He Tong. As soon as the call connected, Jichu smiled and said, "Department Director He, the surgery was very successful. Dr. Chen is really good." After He Tong heard that, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that he's fine." Jichu could not help but say, "Department Director He, is Dr. Chen so good?" Although I don't know anything about proximal hepatic vein injury, hepatobiliary surgery, liver repair, blood vessel suture, intestinal anastomosis. This surgery covers a lot of fields. Dr. Chen is so young, but he's so proficient in both hepatobiliary and general surgery. He Tong sighed. "You're shocked by this?" Department Director Ji, "Maybe, you don't know Chen Song very well." Ji Chu nodded. "Oh? Does Dr. Chen have other skills?" He Tong nodded. "Chen Song's specialty is cardiac surgery. He's quite good at thoracic surgery. He's a member of the National Hand Surgery Association." After Ji Chu heard that, he was suddenly stunned. "What, did I just hear? Is this a person?" Ji Chu found it hard to accept. After all, such an amazing surgery was not Chen Song's specialty. He was actually best at cardiac surgery and thoracic surgery. He Tong looked at the silent person on the other side of the phone and was very satisfied. Well, this kind of shocking thing should be shared more. After all, the pain could be shared. What was that saying? If you share your happiness, many people will be happy. If you share your pain will be lessened. Actually, He Tong was also harmed by Qian Liang. Otherwise, he would not have known that Chen Song also knew hepatobiliary surgery and had so many surgeries in the future. It was just that. It was better not to know. After knowing, He Tong had been depressed recently. After all, why was there such a big difference between people? But it was good now. He shared his pain with others, and his mood was indeed much better. He Tong smiled and said, "Well, Department Director Ji, send me a copy of the surgery video." Ji Chu nodded gloomily. "Okay." After he hung up, Ji Chu sat there and tossed and turned. He felt as if there was a cloud over his heart. After thinking about it, he gave Yang Ziming, the department director of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery, a call. After he was done, he felt much better. Then, he called Qi Xiao from the General Surgery Department, the department director of the Cardiovascular Surgery Department, the department director of the Hand Surgery Department, and Associate Hospital Director Lu one by one. After he was done, he was instantly in a good mood. Sigh. It's really good to have more friends. Once you share your pain, you'll feel much better. Thinking of this, he decided to open a bottle of red wine with his wife tonight to celebrate. Tonight, several department directors of Jinyang City People's Hospital were lying in bed, unable to sleep for a long time. They were depressed and uninterested. Sigh. I feel like life has deceived me. What should I do? After Tong received the surgical video, he was a little excited. After all, any outstanding surgical video was a rare surgical record, and it was also a good learning resource. These were all precious records. Some surgeons had the habit of collecting surgical videos. They would carefully copy and store those rare surgical videos. Tong made himself a cup of tea and closed the door of the study. With a serious attitude of learning and appreciation, he began to watch the surgery video. The scene changed, and the patient's condition soon appeared. Tong immediately frowned. It was indeed very critical. Then, the surgery was carried out in an intense but orderly manner. Time passed by minute, and Tong finished watching it not long after. After watching it, Tong was not excited. Instead, he felt a little disappointed. It was as if a long-awaited mystery movie had finally been released. After you opened it with anticipation, the plot began and the result was directly revealed. It was not challenging at all, was this, not too simple. Once the incision was made, just clamp it with forceps and suture it. Proximal hepatic vein injury was nothing more than this, but why were the rumors so mysterious? Tong felt that he should be able to do it too. Was there some mystery behind it? Thinking of this, Tong directly contacted the big shots in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery, Xianxia and Wang Shou, and sent the surgical video to them. Xianxia was about to go to bed when he heard that it was a surgery to repair proximal hepatic vein injury. He got up and turned on his computer to watch it. After watching it, Xianxia could not sleep. He watched the short 5-minute surgical video more than 20 times. This was not an exaggeration at all. Why did he choose to open it here? Was he adjusting the light just now? Was there such a thing? The surgery seemed to only have 4 steps, but Xianxia did not even go through the first step. He frowned and kept looking back and forth, wanting to know why he had to open it here. However, after thinking for a long time, he could not figure it out, until the phone rang. Hello? Chief Qian, are you done watching it? When Xianxia heard Tong's words, he sighed deeply. Sigh. I'm done watching it. Tong asked thoughtfully, Chief Qian, why do I feel that the surgery is very simple? It's just a normal open suture. Xianxia was stunned. He shook his head and did not answer him. Instead, he asked, Old he, who did this surgery, the standard is too high. I don't understand it. That one sentence made Tong dumbfounded. Xianxia said that he did not understand it. How was that possible? Xianxia was the authority in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery in Danyang province. If he said that he did not understand it, who could understand it? Tong said directly, this surgery was performed by Chen Song. Today, at Jinyang City People's Hospital. Chen Song happened to be there. After Xianxia heard that, he could not help but be stunned. Who? Chen Song? Why was it Chen Song again? It was actually performed by Chen Song. Chen Song actually knew how to perform near hepatic vein repair surgery. Moreover, his technique was better than his own, yet he could not understand it. Xianxia could not help but blush. No, even if he did not know how to do it, he should at least understand it, right? Old he, I'll talk to you later. I need to do some more research. Xianxia hung up after saying that. Tong was stunned. This old Qian could not have been provoked, right? Thinking of this, Tong sighed. I really did not do it on purpose. Thinking of this, Tong suddenly thought of Wang Shou. Tong called Wang Shou again. After Wang Shou finished watching the surgery video, he was stunned at first. Then, he carefully watched it a few times. This was spliced, right? He could not understand it either, but he felt that it was illogical. He could not figure it out no matter how he looked at it. Coincidentally, Tong called. Wang Shou asked directly, Old he, this video of yours is fake, right? I keep feeling that something is wrong with this surgery. Was it spliced? Tong sighed. He understood that this guy did not understand it either. Tong saw that Wang Shou had begun to deny the video and said directly, Chief Wang, There's no problem with this surgical video. I asked the director of Jinyang City's People's Hospital for it. Only then did he explain that it was today's surgery in Jinyang City. It would have been better if he didn't say it. Once he said it, Wang Shou became angry. How many times had that group of people invited him to perform surgeries, but they didn't give him a single video. That was too stingy. However, Wang Shou still calmed down and stared at the video on the computer thoughtfully. Could it be that this surgery wasn't spliced? But why couldn't he understand it? This shouldn't be. I think, this doesn't look like a normal surgery. How could they open here and adjust the light source? This idea is the same as the design. It doesn't seem real. How could a normal surgery for hepatic vein injury be so simple? Anyway, I think there's something wrong with this surgical video. Wang Shou frowned. He couldn't figure out this surgery. He was different from Yitong and Yang Ziming. He was well versed in this field and understood the surgery for hepatic vein injury very well. It was because of this that he didn't think this surgery was simple. Instead, he dared to question and speculated that there was something wrong with the choice of opening. Yitong saw this and couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that Wang Shou was not as good as Chen Liang. Thinking of this, Yitong felt that it was better for the three of them to have a video chat. Thus, he directly pulled them into the WeChat group and started a video chat. Wang Shou saw that Chen Liang was also there and politely greeted him. Chen Liang nodded. Even if their relationship was ordinary, they still had to be careful. Their relationship was very ordinary. At that time, Wang Shou was in the first hospital of Eastern University. He lost the competition with Chen Liang and went to the second hospital of Eastern University. 5 years later, when the old director retired and Wang Shou was 50 years old, he became the director of the second hospital. Yitong said directly, "Director Chen, what Chief Wang means is that he suspects that this surgery might be edited later. There's something wrong with the opening." Wang Shou nodded. "Yes, the opening of this surgery is too strange. I can't understand it at all." When the surgery started, the surgeon made a judgment in less than a minute and chose the opening instantly. Then, he adjusted the light source and performed the surgery. This is too fake. Qian Liang was stunned. He admired this surgery to the extreme, but this guy said it was fake. He couldn't help but snort. What do you know? The technique used in this surgery is far superior to yours. It's normal that you can't understand it. Hearing Qian Liang's words, Wang Shou was also annoyed. Qian Liang, don't go too far. You said I can't understand it, then tell me, why did you open it here? Qian Liang sneered. How would I King know? If I knew, would I discuss it with you, Qian Liang? I'm not telling you. Wang Shou said angrily, you just don't know. Qian Liang, if you know, why don't you tell me? Wang Shou was dumbfounded. Yitong slapped his forehead. How could he forget that these two people were enemies? He quickly said, okay, we are discussing the case, not quarreling. Qian Liang sighed. Department director the most important part of this surgery may be the choice of incision. Wang Shou shook his head. Department director who did this surgery? Yitong said, he's a doctor from the 2nd Provincial Hospital, Chen Song from the emergency department. Wang Shou was stunned. Why hadn't he heard of this name before? He quickly opened the web page and searched for the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Immediately, Chen Song's profile picture appeared, F*CK, he's only 27 years old. He's so young. Are you kidding me? Wang Shou could not help but say, Department Director are you kidding? Chen Song is only 27 years old, okay? Yitong could not help but say, you can't look at Xiao Chen's age. Xiao Chen is very capable in the field of emergency surgery. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Xiao Chen perform the surgery. Qian Liang could not help but say, Wang Shou, can you take a closer look? Look at this surgery. How is he not better than you? Look at the time. He only took less than 5 minutes to repair the injury of the hepatic vein. Look at the entire liver repair surgery. How is he worse than you? Look at the choice of the surgical incision. The difficulty of choosing the incision for the hepatic vein surgery is high. It's also the essence of the surgery. Although I don't know why I chose the incision here, don't you think it's an inspiration for the surgery? The thoracoabdominal incision cuts through the diaphragm from the chest to repair the liver. This is a very innovative surgical direction. You said it was a video clip. I think you've become arrogant after being a department director for a few years. When Wang Shou heard Qianliang say that about him, he could not help but blush. However, when he thought about it carefully, he seemed to have come to a realization. That's right, when Yitong heard this, he immediately had the same idea. Qianliang could not help but say, Department Director can't you just pull Chen Song in and ask him to explain it? Help Chief Wang popularize it. Yitong was stunned. That's right, he could just invite Xiaochen in and ask him to explain it. Was there a need to go through so much trouble? However, to be honest, a group of surgeons discussing surgical videos was also a happy thing. Moreover, they often did so. Chen Song had just returned home when he received a call from Yitong. He heard that Yitong wanted him to enter the WeChat group to explain the surgical videos. Chen Song was slightly stunned, but he agreed. He opened WeChat on his phone and turned on the camera. He immediately saw Qianliang and an unfamiliar man. After Yitong introduced them, Chen Song greeted them. At the same time, he also had an impression of Wang Shou. When Wang Shou saw that Chen Song was really young, he could not help but shake his head. However, this time, he did not say much. Qianliang said, Xiaochen, your thoracoabdominal incision choosing to enter the liver and repair the proximal hepatic vein is really very creative. But, what I don't understand is, why? When Chen Song saw this, he began to say, it's like this. Actually, it's just a simple choice of perspective. Look here, the choice of surgical field. After Chen Song's explanation, Qianliang suddenly understood. Qianliang looked at Wang Shou, who was still frowning, and could not help but laugh. Chief Wang, didn't you say that the video was spliced? Haha. Now that the surgeon is here, do you want to ask in detail? Oh. Did you not understand what I said? It's okay, ask Teacher Chen to explain it to you. You'll understand after listening to it a few times. Wang Shou snorted. That's all there is to it. Then, he left the group. After coming out, Wang Shou stared at the video on the computer and tried hard to recall Chen Song's words. However, it seemed that he really did not understand. However, when he thought of Qianliang's mockery, Wang Shou was furious. Sigh, what should I do if I don't understand? I'm tired, should I go back? But I've already left the group, I'm so tired, forget it, I'll ask Yitong tomorrow. However, this young man is actually so good. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Wang Shou could not help but feel that he was really good. After Wang Shou left the group, Yitong smiled awkwardly. Xiaochen, I didn't understand. Speak slower, I'll take notes. Your idea is really good. Qianliang nodded deeply. If he had not thought for so long and had a solid foundation in hepatobiliary surgery, he would not have understood it so quickly. Qianliang sighed. Indeed, this idea is really good. At this point, Qianliang's face turned red. Explain it again. Although I understand it, I don't really understand it. Well, luckily, the lighting was bad and the beautifying effect of the video on WeChat was not bad. One could not tell that he was blushing. Chen Song smiled and began his explanation. After a full hour, Qianliang returned with a full load. Yitong was even more fruitful. His head felt like it was about to explode. He felt that there was too much information and could not react in time. It was better to wait and see tomorrow. As for Wang Shou, he had already gritted his teeth and stared at the video more than 100 times. However, there was still some vague feeling, but now, the more he watched, the more he felt that Chen Song's technique was amazing. Sigh, I won't sleep tonight. P.S. Thank you to my old friend Lighter Than a Feather for the 12,000 tip and adding a new hall master for this book. Thank you to everyone for voting for me. I hope that you can support the original reading. Please. Qinyu stood at the door and looked at the huge pile of things. There were more than 10 kilograms of eggs, 20 to 30 kilograms of millet, and a bunch of other things that Chen Song's mother had brought back. His face was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Lao Qin, oh Lao Qin, look at how much glory you have gained from following me. When I left, I took 2 kilograms of wine from you. It was so worth it to bring back so many things. Thinking of this, Qinyu felt that it was especially worth it. He thought, He would go back again in a few days. Xianxia's mother said that she wanted to raise a few old hens and stew them for Qinyu to nourish his body the next time she came. Qinyu would bring one for his father the next time he came. After all, it was quite embarrassing to keep taking his father's wine. Qinyu knocked on the door. Dad, Mom, open the door. Ji Ruyun and Lao Qin were sitting at home and chatting. Qin Xiaoyuan sighed. Dear, Yaya is not at home. It's just the two of us. It's quite boring. Ji Ruyun was holding her phone and had just finished reading an article titled, How Mothers-in-Law Treat Son-in-Law. When she heard Lao Qin's words, she immediately rolled her eyes. Didn't you say 2 days ago that you can't wear this black-hearted and lousy cotton-padded jacket anymore? Qin Xiaoyuan laughed. Isn't that a joke? She's my girl. It's fine even if she takes all of it, let alone 2 bottles of wine. She might even quit drinking. Ji Ruyun sneered. Really? Qin Xiaoyuan nodded seriously. How can it be fake? At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Lao Qin suddenly beamed. My girl is back. I'll go open the door. After saying that, he hurriedly got up and ran to the door, even wearing his slippers backwards. After opening the door and seeing Qin Yu, Lao Qin's mood improved. You're back, Yaya. Yo. Why are there so many things? Qin Yu nodded. Yes, I did. I'll take this one myself. You take the one behind. Seeing this, Ji Ruyun hurriedly put down his phone and walked over. She looked curiously at Qin Yu, who was carrying a lot of things. Yaya, what are these? Why are there so many? After Lao Qin helped to move them into the house, Qin Yu said with a smile, This is what Xianxia's mother gave me. This is an egg from the chicken she raised. It's very fragrant. This is the best egg I've ever eaten. This is Xiaomi's porridge, tastes completely different from ours. This is... When old Qin and Ji Ruyun saw Qin Yu's eloquent description of the items she had brought back, they felt a sense of inexplicable bewilderment. Qin Yu grinned and said, Mom, this honey is brewed by the villagers. I brought it for you. Try this egg tomorrow morning. It's very delicious. Lao Qin coughed. Yaya, why did you take so many things? It's not good. Qin Yu sighed. Xianxia's mother insisted that I take it. I couldn't refuse her kindness. I also wanted you to have a taste, so I took it back. I'll treat her better in the future. Ji Ruyun smiled. Xianxia's family was really warm. Qin Yu looked at his father with a smile. Dad, do you feel like you've returned from a rewarding journey? Look at all the things I brought back. Qin Xiaoyuan smiled. You were bought over just like that? You little girl. Qin Yu smiled proudly. That's right. Look at your 2 bottles of wine in exchange for so many things. The 3 of us can eat and use it. How practical is that? What's the use of the wine? My mom won't let you drink it. It's useless to put it anywhere, right? Ji Ruyun also chuckled. And, that makes sense. When Lao Qin heard this, it would have been better if he didn't say it. Now, his heart was still aching, but, why did he suddenly feel that something was wrong when he heard Qin Yu say this? Qin Yu clapped his hands and said with a smile, I've thought about it. When Xianxia buys a car, I'll bring more wine to Xianxia's father. Oh right, next time I'll bring you some game. That wild rabbit is really fragrant. During the new year, Xianxia's father said that he'll send more delicious food to our family. Sure enough, Lao Qin was so scared that he almost got Parkinson's. This girl was really too much. Seeing that this black-hearted cotton was about to be used on someone else, Lao Qin's expression changed and he quickly stopped her. You little girl, my wine is my treasure. How can it be the same? You want to take my wine with this little thing? You even bought a car and took box after box? No way. When Qin Yu heard this, he immediately clicked his tongue and looked at his mother. Mom, look at Dad. For the sake of wine, he won't let us eat delicious food. Ji Ruyun was so angry that she wanted to laugh. Looking at these 2 people, they couldn't be separated, but when they were together, they started quarreling. Lao Qin, didn't you just say that you still miss your daughter? You don't miss her now? Xianxia blew his nose and stared. This girl has almost forgotten her own surname. She's not just helping outsiders anymore. She's helping outsiders everywhere. This sentence made Qinyu and Ji Ruyun laugh. Qinyu grinned and revealed the bracelet on his wrist. Dad, Mom, look. This was given to me by Xianxia's mother. Ji Ruyun and Lao Qin were slightly stunned. When they saw the bracelet, they instantly widened their eyes. This bracelet was in good condition. Lao Qin's expression instantly changed. This jade bracelet was extremely transparent, and with one look, one could tell that it had been nurtured by several generations. It was full of charm. This guy wasn't selling it for money. This was a family heirloom. Thinking of this, Lao Qin's expression instantly darkened. Yeah, take it off. Put it away. When we go back next time, we'll give it to Xianxia's mother. Ji Ruyun didn't side with Qinyu this time. He also nodded. And this is too expensive. This must be someone's family heirloom, right? After Qinyu heard this, he quickly said, this is a family heirloom that Xianxia's mother gave me. She said that Xianxia's grandmother gave it to her. Now, she's giving it to me. Lao Qin quickly said, that won't do. This is too expensive. If you want to give it to her at the wedding. When Qinyu heard this, he couldn't help but shake his head. In his heart, he didn't care how expensive this thing was. He felt that it was a kind of meaning. Even if it was a plastic bracelet that cost 1 yuan, it didn't matter. Thinking of this, Qinyu directly said, no, this is Xianxia's mother's recognition of me. Xianxia saw it too. He told me to keep it well. Besides, Xianxia and I aren't joking. We're going to get married. I won't return it. I've thought about it. I want to give a bracelet to Auntie. After saying this, Qinyu got up and went back to the room. He took off the bracelet, kept it, and put it away. This thing also had a special meaning to her. When her child grew up, she would give it to her own child. To put it bluntly, this was an agreement between her and Xianxia's mother. Lao Qin and Ji Ruyun glanced at each other and couldn't help but sigh. After a long time, Lao Qin said, let's find a time for the two families to meet. Ji Ruyun nodded. It was time to meet. Wang Shou didn't sleep well that night. He tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. After all, the repair of the hepatic vein was too attractive for him. However, humans were like that. The more annoyed you were, the more trouble you would have. At around 10 o'clock, his wife suddenly came over and said to Wang Shou, Old Wang, my brother's project payment hasn't arrived yet. He's still short of 200,000 yuan. Hearing his wife say that, Wang Shou was extremely annoyed. His brother-in-law was disappointing. He kept asking for money from his brother-in-law. Today, it was the project payment. Tomorrow, it was to meet some leader. The day after, it was this, let's talk about it tomorrow. I have something to do, Wang Shou said directly. When his wife heard that, her expression changed. What do you mean? You're not giving it to me? Seeing his wife like that, Wang Shou was helpless. I really have something to do now. Can't we talk about it tomorrow? His wife didn't ease up. Instead, she said, Wang Shou, think about who helped us when you first started working. How can you be so ungrateful? Wang Shou was already unhappy. When he heard his wife say that, he slammed the table. When we first got married, yes, he helped us. But don't you know how I treated him? How much did he borrow from me over the years? If it wasn't 1 million, it should be at least 700,000 to 800,000 yuan, right? He borrowed money every time. When did he ever return it? In order to help him with his trivial matters, I was like a grandson. How many people did I find for him? How many gifts did I give him? What did he say? Let me tell you, I don't owe him anything. His wife was obviously a typical sibling demon. When they first got married, the treatment of doctors wasn't high. His wife was pregnant and didn't work. His brother helped her for a period of time. But later, it became worse. Not to mention other things, she gave her brother all the good cigarettes and alcohol at home. But when her brother came, they were gone. She couldn't bear to give them to him, this didn't matter. How much money had his brother-in-law borrowed over the years? 30 to 20,000 yuan was no longer money. Today, it was the renovation fee. Tomorrow, it was the material fee. The day after that, it was the worker's salary. The day after that, it was the project payment. He had handled hundreds of thousands of yuan. He didn't even know how much his wife had given him in private. Did he really think that his brother-in-law was in the engineering business? They used their own name to create a shell company. Every day, they pretended that they were doing projects, but in fact, they were gambling. Yang Wanshou could tell that Wang Shou was angry, so she didn't say anything else. However, her parents had called and begged her, saying that the bill collector was at her door. If she didn't pay up, they would beat her up. She had no choice. Hubby, just help him this once. The debt collectors are already at our doorstep. My parents are crying. Just help him. Wang Shou sneered. How many times had he used such a trick? Honey, it's not that I don't want to help, it's that I can't. You don't know? This was a gambling loss. No matter how capable I am, I can't help a gambler. Also, let's not talk about this anymore. In the future, don't let your brother enter our house. If you give him money or my things again, we'll divorce. Also, don't call my son. Just ask him what kind of mother you are. How old is your younger brother? He's already in his 40s. How can our family survive? Haven't you seen how much money I've saved over the years? Don't you know where it went? Yang Wanshou was dumbfounded when she heard that. After Wang Shou finished speaking, he was no longer in the mood to watch the surgery. He went to his son's room to rest. After a quiet night, Wang Shou woke up early the next morning to go to work. He didn't eat breakfast. Yang Wanshou received dozens of calls that night. They were all from her parents and her younger brother. Just as Wang Shou had said, her parents and brother had taken advantage of the fact that they had helped her in the past to become worse. This time, no matter how much her parents cried, there was nothing she could do. Now, they didn't dare to call Wang Shou. They could only ask Yang Wanshou for help. At around 10 in the morning, Wang Shou suddenly saw his wife's phone call. He couldn't help but sigh. After all, they were husband and wife. Even if they were angry, they couldn't really divorce. He was also annoyed by her family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for so much money. People were forced to make a living. Just as he picked up the phone, Wang Shou heard his wife crying her heart out. Hubby. Something happened. Yuan Zhong was stabbed by a debt collector. His stomach is bleeding now. Wang Shou's expression changed when he heard that. If you were stabbed, call 120 and 110. Why are you calling me? Yang Wanshou choked with sobs. I've already called. 120 is on the way to the secondary hospital now. When Wang Shou heard this, he immediately hung up the phone and rushed to the emergency department. The emergency department director had already received a call from the 120 emergency center and quickly began to prepare. After about 5 minutes, the ambulance stopped. They quickly organized the rescue. At this time, the patient's abdomen was bleeding profusely. His face was pale. Even if the abdomen was pressed to stop the bleeding, it seemed to be impossible to stabilize it, Dr. Che said with a serious expression, abdominal bleeding profusely. Blood pressure is only 7,040 millimeters of mercury. The patient went into shock a minute ago. Wang Shou quickly said, prepare blood. Fluid replacement. Also, prepare for blood test immediately. Prepare for surgery. To be honest, this kind of emergency abdominal trauma patient with massive bleeding was really dangerous. His life could be in danger at any time. After some preparations, Wang Shou and the emergency department director personally prepared for the surgery. After entering the operating room, they performed an exploratory laparotomy. They saw that Yang Yuanzhong's liver had been directly stabbed with a knife. Even the surrounding blood vessels were severely damaged. The worst thing was that the knife was still in the abdomen at this time, piercing the retrohepatic main vein. It was the F*King hepatic vein again. After seeing this, Wang Shou almost went crazy. He could not guarantee the success rate of the surgery. At this time, the emergency department director of the secondary hospital, Su Zeng, also looked serious. Director Wang. The surgery is dangerous. Let the family member sign the notice of critical illness. We can't guarantee this either. Sometimes, Wang Shou thought that it was fine if this guy died, but when he thought of his wife's situation, he gritted his teeth and picked up the phone to call He Tong. Director He, I have a favor to ask. Can you give me Chen Song's phone number? After Chen Song rested for a few days, Wang Qian and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief when he came back to work. Team leader Chen, if you hadn't come back, we would have really died here. Yeah, you don't know how tired we have been these few days. Wang Qian smiled. Fortunately, nothing happened. Yeah, we have been on tenterhooks all day, afraid that a critical patient would come. Chen Song smiled. Everyone has worked hard. At this time, the phone suddenly rang. Wang Shou looked at Yang Yuanzhou's abdominal injury and couldn't help but take a deep breath. If he had given him money last night, would he not have been stabbed by the debt collectors? Thinking of this, Wang Shou sneered. He shook his head. Even if it was last night, he still wouldn't have given money to this disappointing brother-in-law. Even a big star couldn't save his gambling addict brother, let alone a small director like him. This was a bottomless pit. He hoped that this incident could teach him a lesson. Of course, the premise was that he could be saved. To be honest, Wang Shou didn't have any feelings for this brother-in-law and didn't want to have anything to do with him. He still had to do his best to treat the patient. He Tong had already sent him Chen Song's phone number, but now wasn't the time to call him. He had to stabilize the patient's condition first. Give me the non-invasive vascular forceps, Wang Shou said to the nurse. Then, he glanced at Su Zing. Director Su, you pull out the knife. I'll stop the bleeding. Su Zing nodded quickly. He carefully pulled out the sharp long dagger along the liver by about 3 centimeters. But at this moment, blood gushed out. The blood near the hepatic vein kept flowing out. Wang Shou's hands were instantly dyed red. His eyes were calm. At this moment, he realized that the difficulty of the surgery was beyond his ability. The area near the hepatic vein was damaged in the back wall of the liver. There was a crack in the huge liver that kept bleeding. The damaged area was inside the liver. Wang Shou's forehead kept sweating. If he didn't stop the bleeding, even Chen Song's efforts would be in vain, and his blood pressure was still dropping. 70. 65. 63. Not only him, but even Su Zing had a serious expression. Cold sweat seeped out of her forehead. This knife could really kill. Generally speaking, an experienced expert would only cause minor injuries. Even if the injury was examined, it would only be a minor injury. A girl from the medical school set a precedent and stabbed her boyfriend more than 10 times. Every time she stabbed, she avoided the vital parts. And the people who were stabbing were all newbies, young people, or hooligans, people who wanted to kill people. Of course, if you don't have a diamond, don't take up porcelain work. Don't play with a knife if you don't have a reason. There were still many fatal points in the abdomen. Wang Shou spent a tremendous amount of effort and finally clamped the exit of the retrohepatic main vein with a non-invasive vascular clamp. As for the major arteries, veins, and small blood vessels of the liver in the abdominal cavity, the main bleeding points were also stopped one after another. He was the director of the emergency department and the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery of the Second Hospital of Eastern University. At this time, it did not mean that the surgery was safe. Because of the non-invasive hemostatic forceps, the clamping of the proximal hepatic vein became very narrow. Although it could maintain blood flow, there would still be a big problem if it was clamped for a long time. The patient's condition could not be said to have stabilized. He could only be said to be in a relatively stable state. He was not even out of danger yet. However, Wang Shou believed that he did not have much confidence in repairing the interhepatic and retrohepatic veins. Now, he really had to invite Chen Song. When he thought of this, Wang Shou glanced at Su Zing. Department Director Su, I'll get someone to do the proximal hepatic vein injury. Su Zing was stunned and a little surprised. Director Wang, you can't do it? Wang Shou paused and sighed. He shook his head and said, this case is too difficult. It's already beyond my ability to use the non-invasive hemostatic forceps to separate and stop the bleeding. When Su Zing heard this, she was stunned. What was Wang Shou's standard in the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery? It was already the highest level in the entire Dongyang province. If he couldn't do it, who could? You're looking for Director Qian? Su Xing asked. Wang Shou smiled faintly. He can't do it. If there was a person who understood a person's standard the most, it would probably be his opponent. Wang Shou and Qian Liang had competed for a lifetime. Although they had always been defeated, Wang Shou had never given up. Su Xing was stunned. If Qian Liang could not do it, Wang Shou could not do it either. In the entire Dongyang province, who else could do it? Even at this time, the other doctors at the table were at a loss. Who else? Wang Shou took off his gloves and said to Su Xing and the anesthesiologist, maintain the patient's vital signs. I'll go out and make a call. Xiao Lu, help me prepare a notice of critical illness for the patient. Then, Wang Shou picked up the phone and walked outside. Earlier, He Tong had already called him. However, because the situation at the time required to stabilize the patient's vital signs, it was delayed until now. After picking up the phone, Wang Shou was really embarrassed. After all, he had just said in front of Chen Song last night, that's all there is to it. He did not expect the slap to come so quickly. Thinking of this, Wang Shou's face alternated between red and white. Moreover, as a director, many people would laugh at him for asking a junior doctor to perform the surgery. But, it did not matter. Let's save the patient first. He picked up the phone and dialed Chen Song's number. When Chen Song saw the unfamiliar caller ID, he was stunned for a moment but still picked it up. Hello. When Wang Shou heard Chen Song's voice, he quickly said, Hello, Dr. Chen. I'm Wang Shou from the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery of the Second Hospital of Danyang University. Last night, we had a video call. After Chen Song heard it, he was stunned for a moment. Naturally, he also remembered Wang Shou. He nodded and said, Oh, Chief Wang. Hello. Wang Shou sighed. Dr. Chen, I need your help now. My brother-in-law was stabbed this morning. The proximal hepatic vein is seriously damaged, and the location is special. It's inside the liver's posterior wall. Now, I can only use vascular clamps to separate and clamp it. I need your help. Of course, you can pay as much as you want. Don't be embarrassed. Wang Shou's attitude was very sincere. He also used you when he spoke to Chen Song. After Chen Song heard it, he nodded. Wait a moment. I'll tell you in detail when I arrive. This was not a problem of the specialist's fee. Some surgeries, even if they cost a lot, were not very willing to do it. When Wang Shou heard that Chen Song did not refuse, he suddenly became happy. Although he did not know Chen Song's true level, Wang Shou knew that Chen Song's understanding of proximal hepatic vein repair was far above his and Qian Liang's. Thank you very much. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the emergency room. Call me when you arrive. After hanging up the phone, Wang Shou quickly got up and walked out with the notice of critical illness and the notification letter. At this time, outside the operating theater, Wang Shou's wife, father-in-law, mother-in-law, and Yang Yuanzhong's wife were all there. When she saw Wang Shou come out, Yang Wanshou quickly got up. Honey. How is Yuanzhong? Even her father-in-law and the others stood up and walked nervously to Wang Shou. They were full of fear. When Wang Shou saw this, he handed over the notice in his hand and said calmly to Yang Yuanzhong's wife and parents, Yuanzhong's situation is very dangerous now. The success rate of the surgery is less than 20%. The mortality rate during the surgery is as high as 70%. After the surgery. In short, his situation is very dangerous now. This is the notice, so, sign it. However, his face was calm as if he was talking to an ordinary patient. Yang Wanshou also noticed Wang Shou's strange expression and couldn't help but sigh. She might have gone too far in the past few years. But, when she thought about her family, her parents, and her brother, she couldn't do anything. When Yang Yuanzhong's wife heard this, her face suddenly changed. Brother-in-law, you have to save Yuanzhong. I beg of you. His father-in-law's face was dark and gloomy. His brows were filled with worry and nervousness. Wang Shou, no matter what, he's your brother-in-law. You have to save him. Wang Shou shook his head. It's not that I don't want to save him, but his situation is too dangerous now. His life could be in danger at any time. Yuanzhong's liver has been stabbed with a knife, and the blood vessels are too damaged. The proximal hepatic vein is obviously damaged. I can't guarantee the success rate. This is the notice of critical illness. Who wants to sign it? Wang Shou asked again. But no one answered for a long time. Wang Shou sneered in his heart. This family, sigh, I can contact the best doctor in the province to perform this surgery, but it will cost an expert fee. You can choose by yourself. Also, sign the notice quickly. Otherwise, no one will dare to perform the surgery. Hearing Wang Shou's calm words, Yang Yuanzhong's father suddenly said, Aren't you the best in Dongyang's department of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery? If you can't do it, who can? Wang Shou, you can't leave him in the lurch. Yuanzhong is Wang Shou's brother. This family needs him to support them. Wang Shou took a deep breath. Dad, calm down. I'm telling the truth. I really can't do it. Let alone me, there's probably only one person in the entire Dongyang province who can do it. I'll invite him over now, but it will definitely cost an expert fee. At least 10,000 yuan. After Yang Wanshou's father heard this, he hesitated for a moment. Wang Shou, you're all in the same system. Why don't you invite him over first? What if the surgery doesn't succeed? Yang Wanshou's father thought that since they were all in the same system, they should help each other. You're treating me, and I'm treating you. Do you still need to pay a professional fee? Besides, if the surgery failed, wouldn't the specialist's fee be wasted? Wang Shou was stunned and almost laughed. Is your family addicted to tricking me? That's impossible. If you don't sign, or if you don't pay the expert fee, they won't do it. Wang Shou knew very well that he was really tired. This time, he would not take a step back no matter what. He would not tolerate it anymore. Father Yang hesitated. Wang Shou, can you pay the expert fee? Wait. Wang Shou didn't wait for Father Yang to finish speaking and shook his head. He had had enough. How could he not know whether Father Yang had money or not? Every time Yang Yuanzhong ran out of money, he would come looking for him. Didn't he know how many houses Father Yang had under his name? Your son doesn't have money and you're not willing to give it to him. Why are you looking for me? He just thought that it was easy for him to earn money. Whose money wasn't hard-earned money? My son hasn't even bought a house yet. When Father Yang saw this, his expression changed. He stared at Wang Shou and said, Wang Shou, are you trying to force Yuanzhong to his death? Wang Shou stood up and handed the consent form to the junior doctor behind him. Let them sign it and start the surgery. I'll go out for a while. After saying this, Wang Shou walked out of the emergency room. Father Yang, who was behind him, shouted, Wang Shou, you ingrate. I was blind to let my daughter marry you. Father Yang saw that Wang Shou didn't turn around and shouted, if you don't help Yuanzhong, we'll divorce. Yang Wanshou sat there with her face full of tears. She cried out loud. Wang Shou stopped and turned around. Okay, we can get a divorce today. After saying this, Wang Shou turned around and walked out. His face had an inexplicable sense of relief. To be honest, he was really tired after all these years. Not to mention that he was exploited by this family. Even his son, who was now in Beijing, would occasionally call Wang Shou and say that his grandpa and uncle wanted to borrow money from him. Wang Shou's son was 28 years old and still unmarried. He couldn't afford to buy a house in Beijing. Wang Shou knew that Father Yang was deliberately shouting because he was afraid of ruining his reputation in the hospital. When his brother-in-law wanted to buy a house, Wang Shou followed the department director to do the ward rounds. Father Yang directly came crying and made a scene. Wang Shou was still in Eastern University at that time. God knows if this had anything to do with his failed bid for the department director position. Embarrassing, haha, continue to make a scene. He had already thought it through. If Chen Song didn't pay the specialist fee and didn't sign the consent form, he wouldn't do the surgery. At this time, Yang Wanshou suddenly stood up and shouted at Father Yang, enough. If it weren't for you, would our family be like this? Are you my father or not? Do you have to destroy our family? Yang Yuanzhong is your son. Am I not your daughter? Other than when you think of me when you ask for money, have you ever thought of me? After saying this, Yang Wanshou also ran out. The corridor outside the operating room was silent. The junior doctor and the nurse were also at a loss. they sighed. Every family had its own difficulties. Even the department director couldn't avoid it. The junior doctor looked at Yang Yuanzhong's father. May I ask who is signing? If you don't sign, you can't do the surgery. The patient can die at any time. Please sign it as soon as possible. Even the emergency nurse saw this and came over. Because of Wang Shou, the patient's treatment was simple. They didn't even have to pay the fees and directly came in through the green channel. But now, hello, family member, please pay the deposit. Do you want to pay the fees or pay directly? Father Yang's eyes widened. I'm Wang Shou's father. The nurse smiled. I'm sorry. Even if you're the department director, you have to go through the procedures first. The junior doctor also said, if you don't sign, we're going to close the abdomen. With this sentence, Father Yang was dumbfounded. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. Mother Yang, who was at the side, didn't speak from the beginning to the end. At this time, she said, let me sign it. Father Yang heard this and said, why are you signing it? I don't believe that Wang Shou won't treat him. Yang Yuanzhong's wife heard this and quickly said, I'll sign it. I'll sign it. I'm Yang Yuanzhong's wife. Do I have the right to sign it? Father Yang was instantly angry. Sign it. Sign it if you have the money. I want to see who will operate on you. The junior doctor looked at his wife and said, you have the right to sign it. Yang Yuanzhong's wife stared at Father Yang. Are you trying to kill Yuanzhong? Now that his life is in danger and he needs to sign it, are you trying to kill him? Wang Shou was waiting for Chen Song at the door. He didn't even expect Qian Liang and Yi Tong to come. Wang Shou couldn't help but smile bitterly. There was a saying that one shouldn't wash their dirty linen in public. This time everyone knew about their dirty linen. The circle wasn't big. Wang Shou felt that he had really become a laughingstock this time. In the past, he had been careful to maintain his reputation, but he didn't expect to fail. This time, something like this still happened. Hello, Dr. Chen. I'm Wang Shou. Wang Shou quickly greeted him. Chen Song smiled. Hello, Chief Wang. Yi Tong also nodded. Chief Wang, I was worried that there would be a problem, so I called Chief Qian over. Qian Liang nodded and didn't say anything. Although Wang Shou didn't say anything, he was touched. Thank you. Chen Song said, hurry up. The patient won't take long. Wang Shou, Dr. Chen. Specialist fee, Chen Song, market price. Let's do the surgery first. Wang Shou nodded. His face was filled with joy as he led everyone to the operating room. When the junior doctor saw Wang Shou and the others, he quickly said, Chief Wang, the patient's family won't sign. Wang Shou's face changed when he heard that. Yang Yuanzhong's condition won't take long. Xianxia, sign it. Xianxia was Yang Yuanzhong's wife and the first person to sign. Xianxia was about to sign when Father Yang glared at Wang Shou. We don't have money. Wang Shou's eyelids twitched. Just as he was about to speak, Qian Liang couldn't help but say, you can owe the money. Father Yang snorted, we don't have money to pay back even if we owe the money. Qian Liang had worked with Wang Shou for more than 10 years. He knew about Wang Shou's family. If it wasn't for his wife's family, the situation wouldn't be like this today. I can't do anything about such a heartless son-in-law. How much did his brother-in-law help him in the past? Today, his life is in danger, but he didn't save him. Wang Shou was so angry that his temples were twitching, but he took a deep breath and said, this is the expert I invited, Dr. Chen. He is very authoritative in this field. The surgery can't be delayed. Hurry up and sign it. Father Yang glanced at Chen Song and couldn't help but coldly snort. Do you think that I'm old and muddle-headed? Do you think that I'll just casually call a brat to kill my son? What a cruel heart. Wang Shou. Chen Song was also dumbfounded. Qian Liang, on the other hand, was not surprised. Wang Shou was so angry that his hands were trembling. There was no way to perform the surgery without the signature. Chen Song would not take the risk to perform the surgery. At this moment, not to mention Chen Song, even Wang Shou and the others couldn't do the surgery. According to the law, if the patient had lost consciousness and his family members were not present, they could report to the hospital's leader and proceed with the rescue operation after approval. If the patient's family members were around, they had to ask the patient's family members to sign. If the patient did not sign, the surgery could not be carried out. At this moment, Yang Yuanzhong's wife didn't sign, his mother didn't say anything, and his father was blindly confident. There was no other way. At this moment, a junior doctor hurriedly ran out. Director Wang, the patient's blood pressure can't be controlled. After the blood transfusion, his blood pressure can't go back up. The situation is very critical now. We have to perform the surgery. Yang Yuanzhong didn't say anything. Wang Shou couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't want to interfere with his brother-in-law, but a living patient died in front of him. Moreover, it was his wife's brother. He said to the doctor holding the notice, "Xiao Lu, give it to me. I'll sign it." Xiao Lu was stunned. "Director," Wang Shou took a deep breath, "give it to me." Father Yang was indifferent. He even seemed to be proud of himself as he said, "Whoever signs it will be responsible." Wang Shou was already prepared, but after hearing this sentence, he couldn't restrain his anger. *CK your mom. I'll sign your mom. He picked up the pen and paper and threw it away. The scene became chaotic. Chen Song didn't expect to encounter such a situation. This was the first time he encountered a family member who didn't sign. His life was at stake and he seemed to be gambling with his son's life. Was money that important? Moreover, the old man was dressed decently. How could this happen, or was it that important to be angry? After another 2 minutes, the head nurse hurriedly ran out. She looked terrified and uneasy. "Director Wang, the heartbeat is gone." "The patient." Wang Shou calmed down and said faintly, "The patient's family member didn't sign." "Is the camera still on?" The head nurse was dumbfounded. She knew what this sentence meant. This meant that a medical dispute was about to happen. But wasn't this Director Wang's relative? When Father Yang heard the head nurse's words, his face suddenly changed. He rushed over. I'll sign it, quickly save my son." From the beginning to the end, he didn't think that his son was in danger. He thought that Wang Shou wanted to get rid of their relationship and was deliberately scaring him. But now, he panicked. The junior doctor quickly picked up the consent form. Father Yang trembled as he signed it. "I have money. It's the specialist fee. Quickly save him." Wang Shou and Chen Song walked towards the operating room. But at this moment, a junior nurse walked out. "Director Wang, the patient, is gone." With this sentence, the scene suddenly became silent. Yang Yuanzhong's wife was dumbfounded. She squatted on the ground and cried. Mother Yang grabbed Father Yang. "Give me back my son. Hurry up and give me back my son. Why didn't you sign it?" When Wang Shou saw this, he walked into the operating room. At this moment, the director of the emergency department was still resuscitating the patient. But the shrill sound from the ECG monitor told everyone. The patient was gone. Wang Shou was relieved, but he was still in a daze. He kept comforting himself, "This has nothing to do with me." When Qianliang saw this, he couldn't help but pat Wang Shou's shoulder. "It has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself." Wang Shou leaned against the wall and sighed deeply. He turned around and walked out. He told the family to prepare for the funeral. Chen Song didn't expect to encounter such a situation today. Qianliang then told Chen Song about Wang Shou's situation. The junior doctor who followed at the side told him everything from beginning to end. After Chen Song heard it, he couldn't help but shake his head. There were all kinds of people in this world. Wang Shou might have done something wrong, but how could there be good or bad people for no reason? Who didn't want to live a good life for themselves? As for the standard of judgment, there was no standard. Through this matter, Chen Song gained a clearer understanding of the world. Sometimes, it wasn't necessarily the doctor who killed the patient. It could be the patient's family. He remembered the woman who taught him confidently. Her confidence caused his father to die. Looking at the old man who lost his mind and rolled on the ground, Chen Song shook his head. Your ignorance caused your son to lose the chance to save him. P.S. I heard this case from the doctor in the department. It left a deep impression on me. However, the disease wasn't this disease. At that time, the patient was stabbed by a knife to collect a debt. The family thought it was fine, but they wanted their son-in-law's deputy director to spend money. In the end, the patient didn't die on the spot, but died of an infection after the surgery. Sometimes, I feel that the scariest thing is not the disease, but the human heart, followed by the disease. It was already noon when he returned to the hospital. Wang Shou wanted to ask Chen Song to stay for lunch, but Chen Song declined politely. Wang Shou was now in a terrible state, and Chen Song did not want to trouble him. Instead, he said faintly, "Chief Wang, come to the 2nd Provincial Hospital as a guest some other day." After saying that, he got up and left. Wang Shou also nodded in relief. This Dr. Chen was really good. "Sorry to trouble you, Dr. Chen. I made you come for nothing." Chen Song waved his hand, nodded, and left. This matter had blown up after all. However, there were so many witnesses present, and there were surveillance records inside and outside the operating theater, so it was very easy to collect evidence. The troublesome thing was Wang Shou's family dispute. This time, the hospital was very upright and stable. They told Wang Shou that no matter how this matter was handled, it would not affect him in any way. The hospital supported Wang Shou's actions, whether it was a political or moral standpoint. Qian Liang did not leave. He also stayed behind to oversee Wang Shou. They had been in the same industry for decades, and they had been in the same department for more than 10 years. It was true that the two of them were competitors, but they were also colleagues. Wang Shou did not expect Qian Liang to stay behind to help him. It was a little unexpected. After Chen Sung ate at Mrs. Lu's restaurant at the entrance of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, he went straight back to the emergency department's duty room. He was too lazy to go home, so he lay on the bed, deep in thought. After a long time, Chen Sung sighed. As a doctor, he really had to adjust his emotions. He could not be influenced by patients and all kinds of things. Chen Sung shook his head and did not think about these things. He casually opened the reward for completing the surgery at Jinyang City People's Hospital yesterday. Ding! Completed treatment, successfully repaired the damaged proximal hepatic vein, sutured the liver damage. Comprehensive statistics, rewards obtained, 1, level +1, 2, aortic coarctation surgery skill book, 3, stamina potion +2, 4, 1 fortune bag. After seeing the system notification, Chen Song suddenly became a little happy. The rewards were actually so rich. However, wasn't aortic coarctation surgery a level 4 surgery? Aortic coarctation surgery, master level. Learning requirements, level above 40 or cardiovascular surgery profession score above 50 points. The requirements have not been met. Chen Song shrugged. He knew it. However, I was already very close. The surgery reward directly increased by 1 level. As expected of a level 80 rare monster. The feeling of killing monsters above one's level was great. I reached level 36 directly. Opening the blessing pouch, Chen Song once again received +2 skill points. All in all, yesterday's surgery was fruitful. For the entire afternoon, the emergency center sent 2 patients who needed emergency surgery. Both of them were injured in a car accident. Chen Song led the team and immediately started the rescue work. Unfortunately, the first one had already suffered from massive bleeding on the road and went into shock. By the time he reached the hospital, he was already dead. There was no time to treat him. This was how the emergency department worked. Before you could react, another patient would rush in. For the entire afternoon, the 5 of them were on tenterhooks and didn't have time to rest. Perhaps He Tong realized the importance of Chen Song. Every time before he sent someone over, he would ask the nurses if Chen Song was there. If he was, some of the patients would be sent over. If he wasn't, they would naturally be sent to other hospitals. For Chen Song, such targeted training was a huge improvement. He also became more familiar with the large blood vessels of the heart and the surgery. In about a week, he performed more than 30 major surgeries. He improved every day. This kind of high-intensity rescue work was an iron-blooded training for everyone. At 11 o'clock at night, 5 people sat on the floor in the operating theater with their backs against the wall. Each of them held a bag of glucose. Wang Qian felt that this was the period of time when he improved the fastest and the period of time when he became a doctor. As a general surgeon, he had never seen such a surgery. Wang Qian smiled. Sigh, today, I finally know what it means to be heartbroken. Teacher Chen, you're too amazing. You can even repair this. Chen Song shook his head and smiled. He didn't say anything. Beside him, Zhou Xiaodong took over the conversation. Don't talk about heartbroken. Teacher Chen, even if you die, you won't have a problem. Zhang Wenfu laughed. Then, how about we add another one? How about cardiac tearing lung? Chen Song was speechless. This group of people was too amazing. They even used idioms like this. Zhou Xiaodong was also excited. And that? Yes, it's called hepatobiliary rupture. Hepatobiliary rupture. Wang Qian shook his head. You don't know. Teacher Chen is best at hepatobiliary rupture. He likes to deal with hepatobiliary rupture. His current level is hepatobiliary rupture. The direction he's working towards is confident. The group of people laughed. A man's happiness was so simple. The young nurse at the side was packing up the surgical equipment. When she heard their conversation, she couldn't help but laugh. Yuan smiled and said, "Why are you so cruel? Every idiom is bloody because of you. I probably won't dare to use these idioms in the future." Wang Qian laughed. Yuan, you don't understand. This is called applying what you've learned. I didn't have a deep understanding of these idioms in the past. After the surgery these few days, I have to say, I'm really getting more and more familiar with them. You're the same as yesterday's surgery. You're the one who was worried sick. Think about it. Your intestines are twisted into a ball. How can you not feel uncomfortable? How anxious? Zhou Xiaodong couldn't help but cover his face. Brother Qian, that's intestinal obstruction. Wang Qian nodded. Yes, tell me. It's intestinal obstruction. It would be strange if I wasn't worried. Tell me how worried I was. I realized that our ancestor is too amazing. He's too vivid. His words and sentences are simply too strong. Chen Song listened to everyone's jokes and was very happy. During this period of time, after their training, their ability level had a qualitative leap. This team was already formed and had the preliminary ability to deal with emergencies. However, he also realized something. His face was definitely unlucky. And Wang Qian was really the team's mascot. Originally, Wang Qian and Zhang Wenfu had received the emergency call that a sharp weapon had been stabbed into the patient's chest. However, when they returned, they found that the sharp weapon was less than 1 centimeter away from the heart. Moreover, even the large blood vessels were not damaged. It had only pierced the pleura and injured the ribs. The reason for the deviation was due to the broken ribs. When the knife was inserted, there was a slight deviation in the angle of the broken ribs. This made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. Chen Song felt that if this patient had received it himself, the knife might have just passed through the intercostal space and injured the intercostal nerves and pierced into the left ventricle. He might even have suffered an aortic rupture. The difference between a white face and a black face was very obvious. Wang Qian looked at everyone joking around. He only smiled and rarely spoke. He had been at the second provincial hospital for less than a month, but this period of time was the most comfortable period for Wang Qian. Even though the treatment given to him by the second provincial hospital of the Eastern University was not bad, this kind of working environment and atmosphere had never been seen before. In fact, the working environment and atmosphere were more important than the unit. The second provincial hospital was about 5 or 6 places lower than the second provincial hospital of the Eastern University, so it was naturally a grade lower. However, when he was in the thoracic surgery department, the chief did not treat him as an associate chief physician at all. He even targeted him everywhere. Indeed, the conditions given by the hospital were not bad and they had done it. However, the harmony of the department was still a problem. This was not something the hospital could adjust. Therefore, after Wang Qian's contract expired, he resolutely left the second provincial hospital of the Eastern University and came to the second provincial hospital of the Eastern University that did not even have a thoracic surgery department. The hospital promised Wang Qian that they would establish a thoracic surgery department within 3 years. They asked him to temporarily set up a thoracic surgery team in the emergency department and lead the team first. Then, he would use 3 years to form his team. Xianxia gave Wang Qian enough freedom, including the right to form a team. He was very considerate. However, when he first arrived, Wang Qian happened to join the emergency team. Originally, Wang Qian did not understand why Chief Li Baoshan asked Chen Song to be the person in charge of the emergency team. But now, he understood. It was because of Chen Song's strength. He was really a terrifying person. The word genius was not appropriate. He could perform so many types of surgeries at the same time, and each of them was at the level of a master. Even the thoracic surgery that he was proud of was far inferior to Chen Song's. Moreover, it was also because this person had a kind of charm that could unite a team. Therefore, even Wang Qian, who was a doctor and an assistant lecturer, was willing to call Chen Song teacher Chen in a joking manner. After Yuan finished packing, she said to Wang Qian, "Brother Qian, who's paying for the 6 bags of glucose today?" Wang Qian said casually, "It's my treat." However, Wang Qian was suddenly stunned. Yuan, why do you always ask me who's paying?" Yuan paused and smiled awkwardly. "The head nurse told me to ask you." When Wang Qian heard that, he immediately laughed. "Oh. Does the head nurse think that I'm a good person?" Yuan was a little embarrassed. "The head nurse said that you're a show-off and that you like to treat people. She also said that we shouldn't ask Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen works so hard, he doesn't need to think about these things. She also said that if Dr. Chen asks, we should say that the operating theater will reimburse us." The young nurse beside them also said, "Yes. The head nurse also said that glucose is also money, so we should save as much as we can. Dr. Wang is generous and doesn't care about this little bit of money." "Oh right, Brother Qian, I've recorded it for you." Hee. Wang Qian was stunned and was instantly dumbfounded. *CK, I'm innocent. A rich person is sitting here. Don't you feel bad for exploiting me? When everyone heard that, they immediately laughed loudly. However, Wang Qian really did not care. A few bags of glucose. The next morning, Chen Song habitually came to the emergency department. However, he ate a little too much this morning and was a little full. There were more patients in the morning and there was a long queue at the door. Department director was on the night shift last night. He said to Chen Song, "Xiaochen is here. Quickly go and take a look at the patients in the outpatient clinic. There's a special patient in the intensive care unit. I'll go and take care of it." Chen Song nodded and asked the nurse at the medical desk to call him in. Just as he sat down, number 7 and 8, a man and a woman, walked in. They were both in their 50s. However, both of them were holding a plastic box. After the man sat down, he looked a little flustered. He said anxiously, "Doctor, I might be sick." Chen Song was stunned and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" The man sighed and took out a lunchbox-like box from the black plastic bag. "It's a little ugly." "Doctor, you don't mind, right?" Chen Song nodded. "Yes, it's fine. First, tell me where you're feeling unwell." The man shook his head. "I'm not feeling unwell. I'll just say that when I woke up this morning to go to the toilet, I realized that my urine was green." After saying that, the man took out the transparent box. At this time, through the box, one could see the dark green liquid inside. Chen Song frowned slightly. "Open it and let me see." The man nodded and opened the lid. After Chen Song saw the dark green urine, he frowned slightly and raised his head. "Have you eaten anything recently? Something like dyed food?" The man quickly shook his head. "No. It's about the same as usual." Chen Song nodded. Generally speaking, the color of normal urine was light yellow and transparent. There was no sediment or turbidity. However, the color of urine was really strange. There were all kinds of colors: red, white, blue, yellow. As for this dark green color, this color of urine was mostly related to taking medicine, not caused by diseases. Of course, if there was cholera or rash, it would also appear. However, this was almost impossible. Thinking of this, Chen Song asked, "Do you have any diseases? What medicine have you taken? What are you eating now?" The man said, "I have high blood pressure and chronic heart failure. I've taken Beijing Hypotensive 0 and Sherhueda. I haven't eaten anything else." After Chen Song heard this, he suddenly realized and said, "Beijing Hypotensive 0? How long have you been taking it? The man thought for a while. I've been taking it for several years, but it's intermittent. A while ago, my feet were swollen. The doctor told me to eat more recently. Doctor. I don't have any strange diseases, do I? Xianxia couldn't help but smile and said, I think you're fine. However, I can't make a conclusion for you now. How about this, you go for a urine test and a mirror test. Let's see. It may be related to the reserpine you've been taking recently, which is Beijing hypotensive 0. The man was stunned. Beijing hypotensive 0 can turn urine green? Xianxia nodded. Yes. If you don't have any other special diseases now, this dark green urine is probably caused by the compound reserpine aminophene tablets. Go for a urine test. After the man heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly got up and walked out. As long as it wasn't a serious disease, at this time, the woman behind him walked over. She was a little embarrassed. Doctor, why is my stool gray? Xianxia was stunned. What happened this morning, did I eat too much breakfast? P.S. After writing the chapter last night, I hesitated for a long time and finally decided to do it this way. I was worried that everyone wouldn't like it. After all, that kind of solution. According to the outline, it's actually a story where the protagonist pretends to save people. However, after thinking about it, that would be boring. I remembered what happened at the last minute and changed it. Fortunately, everyone can accept it. Finally, thank you for your support. This chapter is 2 in 1. Well, compound reserpine, Beijing hypotensive 0, is a commonly used antihypertensive and diuretic. It can cause urine to turn green. If you have friends with this condition, don't worry. Just stop taking it. After Xianxia heard the woman's words, he was suddenly stunned. He looked at the black box and could not help but gulp. Is it wrong to have a dark face? If it is, it shouldn't be this dark, right? Is it appropriate to give me an appetizer early in the morning? Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. While he was in a daze, the woman sighed. Doctor, take a look. Xianxia looked at the woman. How long has this been going on? The woman saw Xianxia staring at her and shook her head. Doctor, you're not looking at me, you're looking at my feces, Xianxia sighed. Forget it, forget it. This is my profession. At this moment, Xianxia was extremely envious of Wang Qian. Perhaps the emergency department needed heroes like him. Suddenly, he felt a little resentful toward Li Baoshan. As a chief physician, did he not know to put on more facial masks? Forget it, forget it. Xianxia lowered his head to take a closer look. It's quite thick, grayish-white, in the shape of a long strip. Xianxia could not help but look up at the woman who looked gentle and weak. The woman seemed to have realized that her thing was a little strange. She blushed. I've been constipated for the past few days. I usually don't pay attention. I didn't even flush the toilet today. Doctor, don't look at me. Look at it, Xianxia nodded. Cover it. I got it. Xianxia looked up and asked, have you had any illnesses before? Have you taken any medicine? Or have you eaten any food? The woman thought about it. I had hemorrhoids before. I had surgery last year. Other than that, there's nothing else. Oh, by the way, I've had a lot of dinners recently. My food is a little greasy. I didn't take any medicine. After Xianxia heard that, he said, how about this? I'll give you a routine blood and urine test and see if there's any problem with your liver. The woman nodded and did not refuse. However, she still asked curiously, Doctor, I don't understand. May I ask, my feces are gray. Why do you need to check my blood and urine? Shouldn't you check my digestive tract? Xianxia was stunned. Do you think that stool is washed clean and white in the digestive tract? However, doctors were not only there to treat illnesses and save lives. They should also provide some medical knowledge. However, there was a lack of doctors and medical resources in the country. Therefore, most of the time, doctors did not have the time and patience to treat patients. Of course, some doctors might not understand, not to mention, On such a beautiful morning, an emergency doctor who had a full meal was seriously discussing the problem of feces with a patient. Xianxia explained, the reason why normal stool is yellowish-brown is because the bile secreted by the liver cells enters the liver and intestines. After a series of chemical changes, the yellowish-green biliflavin in the bile becomes yellowish-brown and is excreted with the stool. If the biliary tract is blocked, the passage of bile into the intestines is blocked, resulting in the absence of bile in the digestive tract, resulting in the stool being grayish-white like clay. To put it simply, the pigment can't enter the digestive tract, so it causes the color to fade. Xianxia's explanation was quite clear and easy to understand. The woman picked up his box and hurriedly left. After seeing a few patients one after another, Xianxia returned to the office. Wang Qian was eating breakfast. Xianxia was stunned. Why are you so early today? Wang Qian sighed. Don't mention it. Recently, my wife is pregnant and has pregnancy depression. I woke up at 6 o'clock. Every minute I stay at home, I get scolded. Xianxia looked at Wang Qian's breakfast, which was rare old tofu and fried dough sticks. He immediately asked curiously, eh? This doesn't suit your style. Where's your KFC luxury breakfast? Wang Qian shook his head. My wife has pregnancy depression. There's only one thing that can treat it, so there's no money? Xianxia was suddenly curious. What is it? It can even treat pregnancy depression? I have to learn. Are there any side effects? Will it be bad for the child? Wang Qian smiled mysteriously. No, it's useful, but it's a little expensive. Look, my morning expenses were directly reduced to 5 yuan. Xianxia was even more curious. What is so useful? Wang Qian threw the fried dough sticks into the old tofu, mixed it, and said slowly, it can cure all diseases. Xianxia was stunned. It can cure all diseases? Wang Qian nodded. I bought a bag. It can cure all diseases. Haven't you heard of it? Country bumpkin. Xianxia immediately reacted. What was in Wang Qian's mind every day? Yesterday's cardiac-shattering lung was just acceptable, and now there was cure all diseases. No wonder you're single. Song you have to learn more from me. Wang Qian took a bite of the fried dough sticks and said proudly. When Xianxia saw that the fried dough sticks were covered in tofu pudding, he suddenly looked at Wang Qian seriously. Brother Qian let me tell you something. Wang Qian nodded. Ah. Tell me. Xianxia seriously told him about the patients this morning. I saw 2 patients just now. One was a woman. Her stool. The color and length are about the same. After Xianxia finished speaking, he turned around and left. Wang Qian looked at his breakfast with a dumbfounded expression. After thinking about it, he did not know whether to eat or not to eat. However, if he ate, it would be too disgusting. If he did not eat, he would definitely go out in the morning and would definitely be hungry. This was really a dilemma. Thinking of this, Wang Qian shook his head. Sigh. For the entire morning, Xianxia noticed that Wang Qian had been looking at him obediently. Thinking of this, he could not help but sigh. When would revenge ever end? Nurse Lulu walked into the doctor's office. When Li Baoshan saw Lulu, he quickly said, Lulu, your mother's surgery. Lulu widened her eyes and quickly said with a smile, Director. There's no need to trouble you. Li Baoshan was stunned. You're not doing it? Lulu smiled. No. Director, you're so busy. A simple appendectomy is a waste of talent. Li Baoshan smiled. It's okay. I'll ask Dr. Wang Qian to do it. Li Baoshan was stunned. Why don't you ask Xiaochen? I think Xiaochen's appendectomy is very good. After hearing this, Lily's expression changed and she immediately shook her head. No. I think Dr. Wang Qian did a good job. There's no need to trouble Dr. Chen. Seeing that Lulu was so determined, Li Baoshan nodded and walked out. Xianxia was also a little curious. Lulu, do you have any prejudice against me? Lulu was stunned and immediately smiled. No. Why would I have any prejudice? Xianxia replied with an O. He still felt that something was wrong. He immediately said, then. I'll go and help Brother Qian. When Lila heard this, her expression changed and she almost knelt down. Dr. Chen, Big Brother Chen, Uncle Chen. Please let my mother go. Everyone in the office was stunned and immediately looked over curiously. Was there some unspeakable secret? Wang Qian's face lit up when he heard Joy's trust in him. He said happily, Joy, am I that trustworthy? It seems that my skills are very reliable. Joy nodded and then shook her head. Wang Qian was dumbfounded. What did that mean? Joy couldn't help but sigh. I heard from the nurse in the operating theater that the probability of Dr. Chen discovering strange appendicular diseases is as high as 30%. And the probability of Dr. Wang Qian being Dr. Wang is extremely low. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. Chen Song's face darkened, F***CK. I want to, are you blaming me? At that moment, Wang Qian suddenly felt happy. Chen Bingxing laughed. Xiao Chen, your face is second only to the director's. At that moment, Li Baoshan walked in with a dark face. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. Chen Bingxing was the only one who sighed. I'm the one who's F***king angry, Li Baoshan glanced at Chen Bingxing. Bingxing, go look for Director Shen in the morning and get him to sign the contract for our equipment this year. After that, Li Baoshan walked out. Chen Bingxing sighed helplessly. Who the hell did I offend? Getting Director Shen to sign the contract was more tiring than performing a subtotal gastrectomy. At 11 o'clock in the morning, a phone call came in. Nurse Xiaolin hurriedly ran into the office and said loudly, a 57-year-old teacher from Xiangnan Primary School suddenly has severe chest pain. We suspect that it's an acute myocardial infarction. Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. Chen Song hurriedly ran outside. He said to the driver, Old Yang, Xiangnan Primary School. The patient has an acute myocardial infarction. Old Yang liked to smoke in the on-call room when he wasn't busy. After hearing Chen Song's words, he quickly got up to prepare the car. Chen Song and Xiaolin prepared the things and was about to set off. When they reached the car, he suddenly stopped and said to Xiaolin, call Wang Qian over. Xiaolin was stunned. Why? Chen Song sighed. Just treat it as a mascot. Just in case, it's useful. Xiaolin felt that it made sense and hurriedly turned back. When he reached the office door, he hurriedly said, Brother Qian Dr. Chen wants you to go with him. Wang Qian quickly nodded and followed him out. At this time, the car was parked at the entrance of the emergency department. The three of them stepped into the car and Old Yang started it quickly. At this moment, in the teacher's office, a group of teachers looked at old Ma, who was rubbing his heart, feeling helpless. Teacher Ma, don't you have any drugs on you? Ma Huimin clutched his chest. His face was deathly pale, and bean-sized beads of sweat continuously seeped out of his forehead. A feeling of fear and impending death lingered in his heart, his entire body was weak, and his hands were trembling. The colleague beside him was at a loss and could only comfort him. Teacher Ma, hold on a little longer. 120 will be here soon. At this moment, the grade director hurriedly invited the principal over. When the principal came in, he saw Mr. Ma lying on the ground with his hands covering his chest. His face was pale, he was shocked. What's going on? What happened? A young teacher suddenly said, just now. A terrifying sound came from Teacher Ma's phone. Then, Teacher Ma took a step back and fell to the ground. The principal hurriedly asked, how long has it been? Have you contacted his family? Everyone shook their heads. We haven't contacted his family yet. It's only been 2 minutes. We just called 120 and haven't made it in time. Everyone was very respectful of Ma Huimin. As Xiangnan Primary School's most experienced, most dedicated, and the best teacher to his students, Teacher Ma could be said to be a role model. At the age of 57, he insisted on being a substitute teacher. He was never late or left early, and he seriously graded homework. He was a teacher who truly thought for his students. The principal couldn't help but take Teacher Ma's phone and prepared to contact his family. He saw the phone stop at a WeChat chat interface. The caller ID was, Year 4, Class 3, Wang Yizha. In the chat window was a video. Out of curiosity, the principal clicked on the video and realized that it was an essay. How could an essay be like this? What was it writing? the essay's name was My Hero. The principal read it carefully. Needless to say, it was written quite well. He was entranced by it. At this moment, the image suddenly changed. A sharp and terrifying voice appeared, and the image instantly turned into a terrifying ghost. The principal's expression changed. He was so frightened that his phone trembled and almost dropped it on the ground. At this moment, he understood. No wonder Teacher Ma suddenly became like this. This was nonsense, he said loudly. Who is the form teacher of Year 4, Class 3? At this moment, a woman walked over. Principal, I am. The principal's expression was heavy. He said loudly, go and call him over. Then inform his parents to come to school. Tell them that their child killed someone and they have to come. The woman was stunned and hurriedly ran out. At this moment, the principal took a deep breath and quickly opened Teacher Ma's contact list to contact his family. Sister-in-law, I'm Principal Lee. Yes, I have something to tell you. Don't worry, Teacher Ma suddenly had a heart attack at school. We have already called 120. Yes. At this moment, the first aid ambulance had arrived at the campus. Chen Song began to contact the specific address. Xiao Lin and Wang Qian were already preparing the house. At this moment, the school was in between classes. When they saw the ambulance approaching, they immediately looked over curiously. Just as Chen Song was about to make a call, a young man suddenly ran down. Doctor, follow me. It's on the 3rd floor of the administrative building. As he spoke, he ran forward with the three of them. After rushing into the office, Chen Song immediately saw a room full of people. He quickly said, everyone, make way. Everyone nodded and dispersed. After entering the office, Wang Qian placed the bed on the ground. The three of them worked together to carry the patient up. Before Chen Song could say anything, the principal hurriedly said, I'm the principal. I'll accompany you to the hospital. Chen Song nodded and carefully carried the bed to the ambulance. Patients with myocardial infarction had to be careful when they were being transported. The bed transfer had to be light, fast, and accurate. Also, they had to maintain absolute bed rest and calm to reduce the oxygen consumption of the heart muscle. With the help of everyone, the group carefully carried the patient to the ambulance. After getting in, Chen Song didn't care about taking off his clothes. He directly said to Xiao Lin, cut the clothes. Do an ECG first. Xiao Lin nodded and quickly began to prepare. Chen Song began to increase the concentration of the oxygen he had prepared for the patient. He comforted, relax, don't be nervous. It's okay. Although Chen Song comforted him, the pain of a myocardial infarction was still intense. It was a crushing pain, so painful that it made it difficult to breathe. It was as if he was on the verge of death. Although the patient's symptoms were similar to a myocardial infarction, Chen Song still could not give him medicine immediately. He could only treat him after the diagnosis was complete. The electrocardiogram machine slowly spat out the results of the electrocardiogram. Chen Song quickly took the electrocardiogram and looked at it carefully. It was an electrocardiogram of an acute myocardial infarction, and it was a myocardial infarction pattern in the anterior septum. Combined, the ST segment elevation was in lead V2, and the frequency of the other leads gradually decreased. After Chen Song carefully identified it, he suddenly frowned slightly. This was very likely an anterior descending artery occlusion. At this time, Ma Huiman's face was sweating profusely. He could not help but say, it hurts. Chen Song took a deep breath. Xiao Lin, ECG monitor and check the vital signs. As he spoke, Chen Song took out nitroglycerin, 0.3 milligrams, and said to the patient, put it under the tongue. Teacher Ma nodded and carefully put the nitroglycerin into his mouth. What he was most worried about now was arrhythmia due to myocardial infarction. This could be fatal. It hurts. At this time, the patient began to feel restless due to the intense pain and began to move on the bed. The principal was a little worried. Time passed by. At this moment, even if the patient took nitroglycerin, there was no obvious relief. Chen Song took a deep breath. Should he use sedation to stop the pain? Let's check the breathing first. At this time, the monitor was quickly connected by Xiao Lin. Numbers appeared in Chen Song's vision one by one. Breathing was basically normal, blood pressure was low, only 9,060 millimeters of mercury. After Chen Song saw that the breathing was basically normal, he quickly looked up. Wang Qian, prepare the morphine. Wang Qian quickly nodded. They often dealt with patients with acute myocardial infarction, so they were quite handy. After the morphine injection, the effect was very fast, and the patient's condition improved significantly. The chest pain was relieved. However, the relief of the pain did not mean that the patient was out of danger. Not at all, the patient's heart rate was basically normal. Chen Song could not help but look at Wang Qian gratefully. It was a good thing that there was no abnormal heart rate. Prepare the anticoagulation, Chen Song said to Xiao Lin, for tablets of Plavix 75 mg plus 300 mg of aspirin. Prepare 12,500 U of low molecular weight heparin sodium. The rescue work proceeded in an orderly manner. On the ECG monitor, the patient's vital signs were basically normal. The resuscitation of patients with myocardial infarction was basically a race with their lives. The earlier they arrived at the hospital, the higher the chances of resuscitation. It also meant that they could save the dying myocardial cells. What was myocardial infarction? Perhaps most people knew that it was dangerous, but they did not know why it was so dangerous. In fact, the acute occlusion of the coronary artery and the interruption of blood flow caused the cardiomyocytes in the area nourished by this blood vessel to necrosis due to ischemia and hypoxia. What was a heart? The heart was the cardiac muscle cells, the muscles. These muscles had starved to death due to the lack of blood and oxygen supply. How could the heart in this area have the strength to work? Therefore, during the resuscitation of patients with acute myocardial infarction, with every second, there would be a higher chance of resuscitation. Driver Old Yang's eyes were like torches. Next, it was his task. Old Yang had been an ambulance driver for more than 20 years. He understood that although he was only a driver, his burden was heavier than other drivers. That was because his car was carrying lives that were constantly being lost. Along the way, the principal held his phone and kept contacting the school staff, asking the students' family members to come to the hospital. He also called Teacher Ma's wife. Chen Song had time at this time. He asked, "How did the patient get sick?" The principal sighed and said angrily, "A student's prank." After Chen Song heard that, he looked up curiously. "What do you mean?" The principal then explained, "When I went to the office, Teacher Ma had already fallen to the ground. I looked at the phone beside him. It was a student's chat interface. The message was sent in the morning. Teacher Ma had just finished a video call when he suddenly had a myocardial infarction." Chen Song was suddenly curious. "What video?" The principal opened the chat history and said to Chen Song, "This video started with an essay." Then, a ghost's avatar suddenly popped up and screamed. It gave me a fright at that time. After Chen Song heard that, he was stunned. He knew about such prank videos. Nowadays, there were often such prank videos online, in QQ groups, and WeChat groups. However, who would have thought that such a prank video could cause such a huge disaster? Could it really be like what some people said, that they were just there to watch a show? Some people even shared it publicly in the group. Perhaps for many people, it was just a stimulus. However, for those with old diseases or basic diseases, intense stimulation, intense emotional fluctuations, nervousness, anger, fear, and any other intense emotional changes could cause acute myocardial infarction. There can be jokes and pranks in life. But remember, there were no jokes in life. Your prank could be a tragedy for others. After hearing the principal explain the situation clearly, Chen Song and the rest gritted their teeth. Jokes could be made, however, such jokes could not be made by everyone. Fortunately, Teacher Ma was looking at his phone in the office. If he was alone at home, what would he do after seeing this video? Thinking of this, everyone felt a lingering fear. The car quickly sent him to the hospital. The cardiology department was already prepared. They began the nervous preoperation preparation for DSA. Blood preparation, blood test, the family members were not present. The hospital leaders had already begun the approval and the relevant treatment quickly began. Fortunately, he was sent here not long ago. There was still time for thrombolysis, just after Teacher Ma was sent to the operating theater. Wang Yixia's parents and grandparents all came. Ma Huimin's wife also rushed over. "What's wrong?" "Principal?" why did my child kill someone? Wang Yixia's mother asked anxiously. Looking at the big family, the principal ignored them. Instead, he glanced at Ma Huiman's wife. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Teacher Ma has already sent him to the office. Calm down first. Speaking of this, the principal stared at Wang Yixia's parents sternly and said, wait a moment. I'll call the police. The police will be here soon. After they arrive, we'll talk slowly. Hearing this, the child's family members were stunned. No, how old is the child? What does he know? That's right. We'll compensate. The principal asked calmly, the child doesn't know anything. Don't you know anything? P.S. I'm here to say something. I hope everyone won't post those scary and prank videos. They can really kill people. The reason why I wrote it is because I've seen it before. I hope everyone will take it seriously. The principal's words made the whole family turn red. Indeed, the child was insensible, but were the adults not sensible? At that moment, Wang Yixia was extremely afraid. He did not expect that his simple prank would lead to such an outcome. He clenched his fists in fear and uneasiness as he watched the doctors and nurses in white coats walking around him in fear and uneasiness. He turned around and glanced at Teacher Ma's wife. He quickly nodded, afraid that he would be discovered. Teacher Ma's wife anxiously waited for the results of the thrombolysis. Teacher Ma was 57 years old. He was at the age where he could enjoy a comfortable life with many children and grandchildren. The principal had repeatedly advised him to retire, but he still could not let go of his child. He had spent his entire life teaching and educating people. How could he let go of his child so easily? Wang Yixia's eyes glanced from time to time and quickly retracted his head. Wang Yixia was scared silly when he heard the principal shouting to call the police. Tears streamed down his face. But when he remembered that Teacher Ma was still being resuscitated, he quickly wiped his eyes with his sleeves. But was he going to jail? With that thought, Wang Yixia glanced at the support group behind him with grievance. His parents and grandparents were all sitting there. He actually heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, his grandmother was carrying his younger brother. This was Wang Yixia's younger brother, the second child. His mother pulled Wang Yixia over and comforted him. Baby, it's fine. Don't cry. He's just scaring you. Don't cry. Wang Yixia felt a familiar feeling. Every time he did something wrong, his mother would protect him. Mom, I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to be arrested by the police. When the woman heard that, she quickly comforted him. Don't be afraid. The principal is just scaring you. You're only 10 years old. It's not a crime. The police won't arrest you. Chen Song and Wan Qian felt a chill in their hearts when they heard that. Your child almost scared the teacher to death. You're not afraid, you're only 10 years old. The police won't arrest you, you're cultured, right? You know the law, right? Can you educate your child like this if you're cultured? You're already at the age of causing trouble, yet you're using your legal knowledge to educate and protect your child. The man at the side was a little angry. He pulled the boy out. Why are you still protecting him at a time like this? You spoiled him. Where's the phone? Give it to me. When the woman heard this, she immediately became angry. He's like this now. Are you trying to scare him to death? He was only 10 years old. What do I know? Why are you yelling at me? The man took a deep breath. There were so many people in the hospital. He really didn't want to embarrass himself. He lowered his head and stared at Wang Yixia. Where's the phone? Give it to me. Wang Yixia had just taken out his phone when it was snatched away by the woman. At this moment, 2 policemen walked over. The sequence of events was already very clear, but seeing that Wang Yixia was only 10 years old, the 2 of them sighed. The trouble caused by the naughty brats, this kind of thing was the simplest and most troublesome. Registration and handling, criticism and education. It was nothing more than that. However, at the end of the day, they still had to educate their parents. The older policeman said, "Parents, please register with us." After Wang Yixia's mother heard this, she quickly said, "Officer, the child doesn't know anything. Give him a chance. Can you not record it in the file? This is a stain on his life." At this time, the young policeman couldn't help but say, Could it be that in your impression, there is no concept of punishment for mistakes? After the woman heard this, her face turned red. We will educate him. Furthermore, the child is in school now and we don't have time. When we go back this time, we will definitely discipline him well and give him a chance, okay? At this moment, Wang Qian couldn't listen any longer and walked over. It's easy to give your child a chance to make a mistake, but who will give Teacher Ma a chance? Wang Qian's voice was very loud and it directly shocked everyone present. That's right, who will give Teacher Ma a chance? The woman still wanted to quibble. The child didn't want to do this. He might just be joking with the teacher, right? At this moment, Wang Yizha was already at a loss. He felt his head being pressed by his mother and he nodded. Yes, this was just like usual. Most of the time, the child's actions were led by the parents, right? The adults were doing and the child was learning. Wasn't this the way of education, like a marionette? Furthermore, doesn't Teacher Ma have your doctor? This is your responsibility. You must save Teacher Ma. We are willing to pay any amount. The woman seemed to have spoken without thinking. However, her words made everyone snort. The man couldn't listen any longer. Can you shut up? Is this how you educate your child? He will be finished sooner or later. When the woman heard that, she was also angry. If I don't educate him well, why don't you educate him? You are so busy that you don't even return home. Why don't you take care of your child? Now that there is a problem, aren't I responsible? You only know how to scold people. The man berated loudly, isn't it all for this family? I have to work to support the family. What about you? Every day, you idle around. What have you done? You take care of your husband and teach your child. What has your child become? It looked like the family was about to quarrel. The police hurriedly stopped them. All right, now is not the time to quarrel. Come, let's register first. The man stood up. I'll write it. It must be dealt with severely. The police was taken aback and sighed. The child isn't old. The key lies with the adults. What can we do? This time, it was a prank. What about next time? He used a lighter to set someone's house on fire. Was that also a prank? The woman hugged Wang Yizha. The man grabbed him and kicked him. The child was instantly kicked out. He fell to the ground and wailed. Wang Yizha, stand up, the man shouted. The woman's expression changed. She got up and chased after the child, wanting to carry him. The man suddenly berated, if you protect him today, we will get a divorce. Your child is about to die and you are still protecting him. Are you trying to harm him? The woman hesitated for a moment before stuffing the phone to her mother-in-law. She still prepared to stand up. The farce happened again. The surrounding people were watching this scene. Just as everyone was arguing, the child in his grandmother's arms suddenly burst into tears. Following that, the child began to convulse. The grandmother's expression changed immediately. She shouted, "Doctor! The child is suddenly convulsing. Quickly save him." Wang Yizha's parents, who were preparing for a physical fight, rushed over. Their faces were filled with fear, especially the woman. She was at a loss. "Doctor, save the child." Chen Song frowned and hurriedly said to the nurse, "Contact the pediatrics department." Then, he asked the old lady, "Why did he start convulsing all of a sudden?" The old lady said with lingering fear, "Just now, he was casually playing with his phone and opened a small video." As expected, the child, who was not even 3 years old, already had the skills to play with his phone. He casually clicked on a video and played with it curiously. Unexpectedly, it was still that prank video. The child was hurriedly taken away by the pediatrician. The diagnosis was infantile epilepsy. It was because the child suddenly had seizures after being frightened. He fainted when he had seizures, his limbs twitched, he spat saliva, he screamed, his face turned red and white, and he was alarmed and uneasy. It was also a common symptom of infantile epilepsy. However, the treatment was still more troublesome and needed to be hospitalized. At this moment, Wang Yizha finally had no one to protect him. She did not hesitate to punch and kick him. If the police had not stopped her, this woman would be scarier than a man when she went crazy. Mr. Ma's thrombolytic effect was very successful. His chest pain was obviously reduced, but he needed follow-up treatment and was hospitalized by the cardiology department. When he saw Xianxia being punched and kicked by his parents in the emergency department, Mr. Ma immediately said, "Stop hitting him. Educate the child well." Unfortunately, no one listened to him. There was reincarnation in heaven. Who would be spared by heaven? When the naughty child caused danger to Mr. Ma, the woman protected her child deeply. However, when the naughty child caused harm to her own child, it was another matter. But thinking about it carefully, was it really because of Xianxia? Did Xianxia ask his brother to watch the video? What was the reason for such a thing to happen? It was terrifying to think about it carefully. Sometimes, the wrong education methods and concepts might really unknowingly affect you in the end. Mr. Ma's matter came to an end. Chen Song and Wang Qian also returned to the emergency department. Chen Song sighed. "Brother Qian, you're about to be a father. Are you ready?" Wang Qian was stunned when he heard that. He was really angry when he thought about what happened just now. Was hitting a child really the best way to educate? Xianxia was wrong, but he was only 10 years old. What did he know? The parents were the only ones in the wrong. However, there was no other way. The parents did not admit it, so they could only blame the child. Hit? Wang Qian smiled. "When the time comes, I'll bring him to the hospital and bring him to work every day." "What do you think?" Chen Song rolled his eyes. "I think you don't have long to live." Wang Qian laughed out loud. "Just kidding. But I really have to take what you said seriously. Family education is very important when children are young. I really don't want them to go astray. I'm wondering if I should ask my wife to resign so that she can stay at home and take care of the children. Otherwise, I'm so busy. I definitely can't do it." Chen Song nodded. Indeed, it was common for doctors, especially emergency doctors, to wake up early and work late every day. Working overtime was a common thing. They were more used to the hospital bed than the bed at home. Doctor Hu, the chief resident on duty some time ago, suddenly realized that he could not fall asleep after returning home. He actually recognized the bed, accustomed to the single bed in the duty room. Old Hu had insomnia for several days straight when he returned home. Unable to sleep, Old Hu tossed and turned to chat with his wife, saying that he always felt that something was wrong. This caused his wife to panic, thinking that her husband had discovered something. She was so considerate that she threw away all the bed sheets from the inside out and replaced them with new ones. Because of this, Old Hu was happy for a few days. Every day, he praised his wife for being virtuous and kind. She kept the house in order. In order to welcome him, the house was changed inside and outside. Chen Song and Wang Qian returned to the office. They were too lazy to go out, so they simply ordered takeout. Seeing Wang Qian take out the bill for 6 bags of glucose, Chen Song had no choice but to treat them. However, Chen Song asked curiously, "Aren't there 5 of us? Why are there 6 bags?" Wang Qian laughed. "I drank 2 bags." Chen Song rolled his eyes. "You're such a good-for-nothing." At this time, many young nurses were eating in the doctor's office. They smiled and said to Wang Qian, "Brother Qian, things are different now. Where's your McDonald's luxurious lunch?" "That's right. Glucose is so cheap now." Wang Qian did not care. He said with a clear conscience, "I have to save money for the baby's milk powder now. Boss Chen is different. He's single now. He doesn't have a girlfriend, so he doesn't need to give gifts. He doesn't have an anniversary, and he doesn't have a wife with pregnancy depression. Most importantly, I'm now a soldier under Boss Chen." At this point, Wang Qian suddenly said, "My goal now is to serve Boss Chen well. I'll follow him wherever he goes." Chen Song did not want to pay attention to Wang Qian. He got up and went to the duty room to change into casual clothes. At this time, Wang Qian suddenly reacted. "Oh right, I found something terrifying." A group of young nurses quickly said, "What's the matter? Don't you think it's strange? Chen Song is handsome and nice. Now that he has such a high income, he's also the focus of the hospital. He's going to be chieftain soon. Why isn't he looking for a partner?" The young nurse was stunned. "That's right. Chang Lina said with a gossipy face, could it be that Dr. Chen has some hidden troubles? Her words directly ignited the atmosphere at the dining table, gossipy little mouths were blabbering. When Chen Song heard it at the door, he was dumbfounded. If he did not come in, this group of people would call him Professor Chen from the stars. Lei Lei said with starry eyes, Dr. Xiao Chen, should I introduce you to a partner? Chen Song rolled his eyes. Eat your food. Wang Qian suddenly smiled and said, Song why do you like to drag me along when you go out for emergency treatment? Chang Lina at the side immediately said, Brother Qian you're too disgusting. Chen Song was also stunned. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Wang Qian thought for a moment. Is the lie pleasant? Chen Song nodded. Flattery. Wang Qian heard this and was immediately satisfied. He immediately said, then listen to the truth. Before Chen Song could speak, Xiao Lin suddenly laughed. Brother Qian do you know why Dr. Chen called you when you went out this morning? Wang Qian was stunned. Of course it's because my skills are excellent. When I go out for emergency treatment, no one seems to have died. At this point, Wang Qian was dumbfounded. F***ck, am I so awesome? Why didn't I realize it? Chen Song covered his face and sighed. This guy's face was so pale that he could be called a god of luck. Xiao Lin suddenly laughed. Of course not, Dr. Chen's original words were, Brother Qian's face is pale, take him out. Treat him as a mascot. Today, Teacher Ma is fine, it's all thanks to you. As soon as he said this, everyone in the office suddenly laughed. Wang Qian did not know what to do and was stunned on the spot. Chen Song scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I'll treat you to glucose tonight, the kind that can fill your stomach. P.S. Thank you to Moon in the Sky for your 10,000 tip, thank you, also thank you to Yi Xiaotang for your 10,000 tip, thank you everyone. Chen Song summed up his experience, going out with the ambulance, as long as the patient was successfully brought back, he could get 1,000 daily experience. If the body was brought back but not the soul, he could only get 200 daily experience. So, from then on, whenever Chen Song went out, he would take Wang Qian with him. He found that as long as he took Wang Qian out, the probability of bringing back the body and soul was higher. Adhering to the purpose of serving the people, increasing the success rate of patient rescue, and increasing his own experience, Wang Qian had now become a treasure. At first, Master Yang scoffed, but gradually, he found that it was really strange. For this reason, he deliberately took a picture of Wang Qian and changed his phone desktop to Wang Qian's profile picture. Wang Qian could only laugh bitterly at this. The arrival of December made the weather colder, and the pedestrians on the road were wearing much thicker clothes. During this period of busy, Chen Song rarely went to Eastern University's first hospital. Today, Wang Qian was on duty, so Chen Song came out early and walked towards Eastern University's first hospital. Just passing by the door, the old man in the gatehouse smiled and said, Young man, I haven't seen you in a long time. Chen Song was stunned and suddenly smiled, Well, I've been busy recently. Just as Chen Song passed by the emergency department, he saw the first aid ambulance parked at the door. The emergency department's doctor, Wu Peng, was quickly organizing the rescue work. Chen Song was curious and wanted to go forward, but just as he took a step, Chen Song shrank back. My appearance won't worsen the patient's condition, right? Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but shake his head. How could it be? He was the successor of the new generation of socialism. How could he believe in these things? Thinking of this, Chen Song decided to go in and see if there was a need to help. Just as he walked over, Wu Peng greeted Chen Song. Chen Song? Chen Song nodded. Busy? Wu Peng nodded, got up, and hurriedly pushed into the emergency room. Chen Song did not want to disturb him, so he turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, a clear voice sounded, Are you Dr. Chen Song from the 2nd Provincial Hospital? Chen Song turned around and saw a young man wearing the uniform of an emergency center standing at the door. Chen Song nodded. Yes, you are. When the young man heard that, he immediately said happily, I'm from the city's emergency center. My name is Lu Bin. Dr. Chen, I've heard of you. Everyone in the emergency center knows about you now. If there's an emergency with massive heart bleeding, it's not a problem to look for you. After Chen Song heard this, he immediately laughed awkwardly. This was a bit too exaggerated. But it was really soothing to listen to. It was refreshing. You're too polite. It's not that exaggerated, Chen Song said with a smile. Lubin shook his head and said seriously, it's true. I didn't say that. Director, he personally informed us during a meeting. Do the dispatch and emergency transportation work well? If there's such a dangerous situation, either send it to the cardiovascular hospital to look for Director Qin, or send it to the second provincial hospital to look for Chen Song. When Chen Song heard this, he was really terrified. Director Qin was referring to Qin Yueming, the director of the cardiovascular hospital. He had an emergency background and was best at dealing with cardiovascular diseases. Along with Wang Xiangjuan of the First Hospital of Eastern University, Zhang Pei of the Provincial People's Hospital, and Li Baoshan of the Second Provincial Hospital, they were the four authoritative figures in the field of emergency treatment in ammoniac yang. However, Qin Yueming's level was higher. After all, he was the director of the cardiovascular hospital. When Chen Song heard that his name was actually on par with Qin Yueming's, did this mean that he could go back and tell Director Li Baoshan, I'm now a diamond, but you're still stuck at platinum? Forget it, he should take care of the emotions and feelings of the elderly. By the way, Dr. Liu, what happened to the patient just now? Lubin smiled slightly, just call me Little Liu. This patient is quite funny. Chen Song was stunned, oh? What happened? Lubin explained, we brought this person back from the gym. His chest was pressed by a dumbbell and he received blunt trauma. He lay on the ground for a long time without regaining his strength. The gym staff called 120. When Chen Song heard this, he was stunned. The gym and the emergency department worked together quite frequently. After all, there were always some people who not only had gym memberships, but also had to come to the hospital from time to check in. It was common to hear of people who were injured while working out. Chen Song asked, what exactly happened? Lubin smiled, it's quite funny. Other people wear headphones to listen to dynamic music when they work out. Do you know what this person is listening to? Chen Song was stunned, lyrical? Sad? Lubin sighed, he wouldn't be like this if he listened to music. His headphones were playing Woody Gang's Crosstalk. He suddenly laughed so hard that he was out of breath. He lost his grip on the dumbbell in his hand and it fell on his chest. It scared the people around him. When Chen Song heard this, he almost laughed out loud. Of all things to listen to while working out, Woody Gang's Crosstalk? Even if you listen to the novel When a Doctor Uses Cheats, you wouldn't be like this. You're not just looking for entertainment for yourself, you're looking for entertainment for others. However, the fall of the dumbbell was still very dangerous. It could easily cause some serious trauma, especially in the chest where the heart and large blood vessels were densely packed. However, I don't think this person's injuries are serious. He was the closest to here, so he was sent here. Lubin smiled, Dr. Chen, can I add you on WeChat? Chen Song nodded, sure. Let's talk often. Lubin nodded, haha, Dr. Chen, you're my idol. I just want to work in the emergency center for a few years and then go to work in the hospital. Chen Song asked curiously, you just graduated, right? Lubin nodded, I graduated last year. I'm in the clinical department of Eastern Sun Medical University. The emergency center was recruiting, so I went there. However, I still want to be a surgeon. After he finished speaking, he left in a hurry with the colleague who signed the form at the nurse's station. While Chen Song chatted outside, the patient's chest radiograph was quickly done. They also invited Associate Chief Physician Bai Jianming from the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery. Bai Jianming was also a senior attending physician. It was only a few years after he became an assistant lecturer in the hospital, and he was successfully promoted to Associate Chief Physician. Wu Peng handed the radiograph to Bai Jianming, Department Director Bai, do you see if there's any problem? What kind of examination do you need? Bai Jianming took the radiograph and considered it carefully, there's no big problem with the chest radiograph. I can't see anything abnormal. The major blood vessels and heart should not be damaged. But, we still need follow-up examinations. We can't be careless. Why don't we transfer him to the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery? I'll ask Dr. Zhang to take over and complete the relevant examinations as soon as possible. Bai Jianming was right. For these patients who could not be diagnosed clearly but had no major problems, it was more appropriate to transfer to another department. After all, if the patient's condition was stable, the emergency department's resources would be freed up as soon as possible to make room for those who needed rescue. Moreover, after entering a specialist department, it would be easier to receive diagnosis and treatment. The doctors were also specialists and spent less money. The reimbursement ratio and so on were all different. The emergency department's expenses were still relatively high. However, at this moment, Xianxia suddenly frowned as he looked at the radiographic films. Can I see the radiographic films? Bai Jianming glanced at Xianxia and was stunned. Xiao Chen? Xianxia smiled. Hello, Department Director Bai. Bai Jianming nodded and handed the radiographic films to Xianxia. Okay, here you go. Xianxia took the radiographic films and looked at them carefully. He could not see very clearly from behind, but now that he was closer, he could see more clearly. Indeed, the mediastinal shadow on the chest radiographic films was normal, and there was no obvious bleeding. But, he discovered a slight difference in a small area. After Xianxia saw it, he could not help but say, Department Director Bai, I think. Why don't we do a CT and retrograde aortography first? I'm worried that the patient has a tear of the nameless artery. Hearing Xianxia's words, Bai Jianming picked up the radiographic films and looked at them carefully. However, he did not find many obvious features. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen. He did not look down on him. Instead, he said calmly, if the nameless artery is injured, you can see that the mediastinal shadow on the same side is widened on the radiographic films. Moreover, the pulsation of the radial artery and/or carotid artery on the same side is gone or weakened, and there may be signs of severe internal bleeding, cardiac tamponade, or tracheal compression immediately. As he spoke, he brought Xianxia to the resuscitation room. After a check, they found that his pulse was normal, not to mention cardiac tamponade and tracheal compression. Xianxia hesitated for a moment. Could it be that he was wrong, but his chest radiographic examination was perfect? He vaguely remembered that there was a possibility of the nameless artery rupture in this radiographic film. Thinking of this, Xianxia decided to remind him. Department Director Bai, actually, not all injuries to the unnamed artery will have obvious X-ray findings. For example, the pulse of the distal artery can actually be normal. Moreover, the X-ray findings are not obvious, and the diagnosis is very troublesome, so I think we should at least take a CT scan first. Bai Jianming frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with Xianxia's question. However, he didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly and said, okay, I got it. Xianxia saw that the patient's blood pressure was normal in all aspects on the monitor. He was conscious and did not say anything. Thinking of this, Xianxia did not say much. He had reminded them what he needed to. However, if they had done a checkup in the emergency department in advance, they would have discovered it earlier and made preparations earlier. If there were delays due to hospital transfer procedures, it would be inevitable that there would be delays. However, it wouldn't have much of an impact. Therefore, Xianxia turned around and left. He went straight to the cardiovascular surgery department. Seeing this, Wu Peng looked at Bai Jianming awkwardly and said, Department Director Bai, why don't we do a CT scan first? Do a retrograde aortic angiography before we do it? Seeing Wu Peng like this, Bai Jianming looked at the patient and thought for a moment. Then, he shook his head and said, it's okay. Just as Bai Jianming was about to speak, Wang Xiangyuan walked in. Department Director. Department Director Wang. The two of them nodded. Wang Xiangyuan nodded and said, how's the patient? Wu Peng explained and then took out the radiographic films. After Wang Xiangyuan looked at the radiographic films, he didn't find anything. However, seeing that Xianxia had just left, he asked, I saw Xiao Chen come over just now. What did he suggest? Wu Peng said, Dr. Chen wants to do a checkup as soon as possible before transferring to another department. He's worried that there's a distal injury to the nameless artery. He said that the radiographic films can't see anything. Bai Jianming smiled and said, it's okay, Department Director. I know what to do. When Wang Xiangyuan heard this, he was stunned. Although he knew that Chen Tsang and Bai Jianming's experience, knowledge, and overall standards were quite different, for some reason, Wang Xiangyuan was still inclined to believe in Chen Tsang's choice. Thinking of this, Wang Xiangyuan said, "Little Wu, take the patient to do a CT scan quickly. To be on the safe side, if something really happens, let Dr. Bai take a look at the radiographic films as soon as possible." Wu Peng quickly nodded when he heard this. He hurriedly turned around and gave a doctor's order before taking the patient for a checkup. The emergency checkup was faster. It was equivalent to a green channel. Basically, there was no need to queue. And if the patient was sent to the inpatient department, even if you wrote urgent investigation, it was much worse than the emergency department. Seeing that Wang Xiangyuan had personally given the order, Bai Jianming was too embarrassed to say anything, so he waited. After more than 10 minutes, Wu Peng ran over, panting, with the radiographic films in his hand. When he saw Wang Xiangyuan and Bai Jianming, he immediately said anxiously, "There's really a problem." When the two of them heard this, their expressions immediately changed. They hurriedly took out the radiographic films and looked at them. Indeed, there was something different. After Bai Jianming saw it, he was suddenly a little dumbfounded. This? Chen Song had guessed everything. No, this should not be a guess. Chen Song must have noticed something strange on the radiographic films. But, this radiographic film was basically normal. Could it be that there were some details that he did not notice? Thinking of this, Bai Jianming could not help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, the checkup was done in time. If they really waited until the patient was transferred to another department, perhaps the patient's life would not be in danger, but there would be too much torment and panic. Now, it was all good. They could deal with it calmly, they could organize the surgery in time. Thinking of this, although Bai Jianming was unwilling to admit it verbally, his heart was filled with curiosity and admiration for Chen Tsang. This Xiaochen was really something. In fact, the reason why Chen Tsang did not point it out was that it did not have statistical significance. The radiographic films were normal, but there were some subtle differences that could be used for reference. After all, Chen Tsang had countless radiographic films and had seen too many radiographic films and CT scans. He was very clear about these details. As for Wang Xiangyuan, he took a deep breath. This guy, Xiao Chen, was too strange, wasn't he? He could even notice this. When Wu Peng saw the two of them, his heart was in turmoil. Chen Song was not old. Compared to Department Director Bai, who was in his 40s, Chen Song was much younger. However, with the irrefutable evidence in front of them, they could not help but feel a little emotional. Dr. Chen was too amazing, wasn't he? The three of them looked at each other and saw the emotion and relief in each other's eyes. Wang Xiangyuan immediately said, "Check the blood and prepare for surgery in time." After Chen Song returned to the department, he saw the two doctors greeting each other. Gu Huai, on the other hand, was a little unhappy. Who knew what he was thinking? Chen Song also understood. After all, Dr. Gu was already 35 or 36 years old in the blink of an eye. Seeing that 2020 was getting closer and closer, and his hair was getting thinner and thinner, he was naturally in a bad mood. Moreover, men also had a menstrual cycle. After a period of time, there would be periodic changes in their endocrine hormones, accompanied by periodic mood fluctuations. Although it was completely different from women, the nature of the change was not that different. When Mengshi saw Chen Song, his eyes lit up and he smiled. "Oh. Chief Chen, you're free today?" Chen Song immediately sweated. "Hello, Teacher Meng." Mengshi smiled. "Sure, of course. Let's go. You can come with me for ward rounds." "Dr. Ge, let's go for ward rounds. Take a look at the patient in bed 15 and prepare for surgery." When Ge Huai heard Mengshi's words, he quickly got up, and his expression instantly turned bright. He hurriedly took out his phone and wrote in his diary, 1st December, Chief Physician Meng finally smiled today. The haze of this week has finally cleared, and the sun is shining again, it said. It's the 8th day since Chief Physician Meng was unhappy. Today, my mood suddenly became very bad. Seeing that Teacher Meng was happy, Ge Huai was naturally very happy, although there was an outsider waiting for Chen Song between the two of them. But this was not important. The boring ward rounds became lively because of Chief Physician Meng's smile. Ge Gu Huai performed beyond his usual standards today. He told the patient 3 different types of humor, which made the patient much happier. If the doctor wanted to give him a rating, he could have tried to give him 5 stars just now. Chen Song followed behind silently and watched Meng Shi and Gu Huai make ward rounds. For Chen Song, this was also learning and training. Clinical work was not only about surgery, but also included diagnosis, communication, and so on. After the spiral CT examination, Bai Jianming decided not to do an angiogram and directly perform a thoracotomy to explore. This might be the most direct and effective method. Wang Xiangjuan did not participate in the surgery. Bai Jianming directly called the junior doctor, Dr. Zhang, who was the so-called second Fu. Now, the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery was basically led by senior doctors. Every associate chief physician had a few junior doctors under him. Everyone led the group and managed the patients and the surgeries. Bai Jianming would not be too worried if the unnamed artery was damaged. Although it was somewhat difficult, it wasn't too difficult. With him and Fu Er around, they could basically solve the problem. Wu Peng from the emergency department also participated in the surgery. When Bai Jianming washed his hands before the surgery began, Chen Song's face still appeared in his mind. He was surprised and a little regretful. In fact, to be more precise, Bai Jianming and Meng Shi could even be said to be competitors from a year ago. After all, at that time, the department's associate chief physician had been poached by a private hospital with a high salary. Generally speaking, the person who changed jobs the most in the hospital was the associate chief physician. This was because many associate chief physicians were basically victims of department struggles, and the consolation prize was given to an associate chief physician. At this time, the associate chief physician was really a scapegoat, a model worker, and so on. Think about it, if your competitor becomes the department head, will you have a good life? Moreover, the ability of the deputy director was definitely indisputable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to compete for the director position. Of course, this was only a situation. For the younger generation, if they could become an associate chief physician, it meant that they would be valued and nurtured by the leaders. Talents in the hospital were particular about levels and ladders, and the situation that they were most afraid of was a gap. Therefore, when it came to the selection of the middle forces, the hospital would select some outstanding backbone to become the associate chief physician of the department. At that time, Bai Jianming was such a backbone and a rising star. However, a rising star could never be compared to a shooting star that fell from the sky. Bai Jianming was convinced that Meng Shi had won the Lancet and the National Natural Science Foundation's research project within a year. When Bai Jianming thought of this, he felt that God was so unfair. It's fine if you have good abilities and a good education, but why do you have to be so good-looking? How can I, your competitor, endure this? I feel discouraged when I see you. How can I have the strength to compete? That's fine, but why did you find such an outstanding student? Thinking of this, Bai Jianming felt that this woman must have bribed God when he created humans. The surgery began. Bai Jianming shook his head and took the scalpel. Fu Er was very sensible and was ready to assist. Through the CT film, the approximate location of the laceration could be seen. Bai Jianming picked up the scalpel and made an incision in the middle of the chest, then slowly extended to the neck. The surgery in this area could easily damage other tissues and nerves, so Bai Jianming was very serious about it. This surgery was different from the usual incisions. He needed to use a thoracocervical incision to expose the aortic arch and its branches. This was a test of a cardiologist's skills. The incision was neither too big nor too small, but it was very accurate. Bai Jianming's surgical foundation was very solid. The unnamed vein was wrapped in the pericardium, so after the injury, it could easily cause pericardial tamponade. Just as the pericardium was cut open, Bai Jianming quickly said to Fu Er, "Prepare the lotion." Sure enough, when the incision was made, blood began to seep out from the depths of the ruptured vein. But at this moment, Bai Jianming was surprised to find that he could not cut the pericardium cleanly. This was constrictive pericarditis, and it was a complicated constrictive pericarditis. At this moment, Bai Jianming suddenly understood. No wonder this situation happened. The appearance of this constrictive pericarditis wrapped around the already damaged unnamed artery, causing the originally damaged unnamed artery to not bleed rapidly. Was this even possible? The human body was really a complicated situation. The patient kept saying that he had gone through a physical examination and had no other diseases. Wasn't this a lie? Constrictive pericarditis had already reached this point. If they wanted to repair the unnamed vein, the first difficulty in front of them was how to loosen the constricted pericardium. Ordinary constrictive pericarditis was not difficult, but this kind of adhesion was very serious, and combined with the injury of the unnamed vein was very stressful. Bai Jianming was a little strange. How could an ordinary unnamed artery injury be combined with a constrictive pericarditis? Was his face that dark? Why didn't he notice it before? It was really strange. There were strange things every day, but there were many thieves today. Thinking of this, a figure appeared in Bai Jianming's mind, Chen Song. That's right, back then, he saw with his own eyes Chen Song lead a group of directors to perform a pericardialysis operation in front of everyone. At that time, he did even better than the directors. Thinking of this, he glanced at Fu Er. Call Chen Song. Fu Er was stunned. Chen Song? Not Director Xiao Gaofeng? P.S. Hee, there is a new leader today, Soul and Alcohol. Thank you big brother for your 10,000 tip. Also thanks to Jili Yulan for her 10,000 tip. She has become an elder. Also, my new friend Shui Yuan for her 10,000 tip. Thank you. When Teacher Meng and the other two were doing their ward rounds, a young nurse suddenly ran in. Dr. Chen, there's a problem with the surgery. Department Director Bai wants you to go to the operating theater quickly. Her words stunned all three of them. Chen Song was also a little dumbfounded. He pointed at himself and asked, Me? Are you sure? The nurse nodded. Yes, Dr. Zhang told me. He emphasized 3 times that it's Dr. Chen Song, not Department Director Meng Shi, and not Gu Huai. As soon as she said that, the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Although they did not know if talking could make a living, they definitely could not make a living if they did not know how to talk. Meng Shi's eyelids twitched. Next month, it would be Zhang Dai's turn. It seemed that this kid still lacked a lesson. Was he saying that Department Director Meng was not as good as Dr. Chen? Although that was the truth, did he not feel that it made people's blood boil when he said it? If Department Director Meng was just holding a grudge, then Gu Huai was so angry that his heart was trembling. What did he mean by not Gu Huai? He even emphasized it 3 times. Zhang Dai, you lost to me. Can you beat me in suturing? You're not as fast as me, but you're always slandering me. Chen Song was stunned and looked at the two of them. This? Teacher Meng, I'll go down first. Meng Shi smiled and nodded. Go ahead. We also have a surgery later. You can wait for me downstairs. You don't have to come up. Chen Song nodded. After leaving, Meng Shi and Gu Huai returned to the office. Gu Huai looked at Meng Shi worriedly. Department Director Meng, don't be angry. Meng Shi was stunned. I'm not angry. Why would I be angry? Asterisk pop. Asterisk with a pop, Meng Shi felt the buttons of his white coat fall to the ground. When Gu Huai saw this, he was suddenly stunned and immediately ran away. Chen Song hurriedly came down and washed his hands before he walked into the operating theater. When the nurse saw Chen Song come in, she quickly helped him put on the surgical gown. This treatment made second young Master Fu envious. In the eyes of resident doctors, it was an extremely proud thing to be put on a surgical gown by a nurse. Unfortunately, he had not received such treatment until now. After Chen Song came over, Bai Jianming quickly said, Xiao Chen, you're here. Chen Song nodded. Director Bai, what's the matter? Bai Jianming suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After all, this matter was still very embarrassing. Chen Song had already advised him, but he didn't listen. But after checking, there was indeed a problem. This meant that Chen Song's reading skills were far above his understanding of the film had already been raised to a whole new level. He could see the big picture from the small details. When he saw a slight change, he could think of many problems. Wu Peng, who was standing to the side, truly admired Chen Song from the bottom of his heart. Chen Song had been to the emergency department a few times, but every time he did it, he was full of pride. Every time, he would save emergency patients from the abyss of suffering. Even though Chen Song rarely came to the emergency department, however, rumors of Chen Song showing off were everywhere in the emergency department. Too strong, no wonder Director Wang Xiangju entrusted Chen Song so much. All trust was built on the basis of strength. Bai Jianming smiled embarrassedly and said, "After you left, Director Wang came over. To be on the safe side, he decided to do a CT scan first. But he didn't expect that after taking the film, a problem would suddenly appear." "Xiao Chen, you're too amazing. How did you find out that there were some changes here?" Chen Song smiled faintly. "I also guessed. I felt a little strange, especially the intersection between the pericardium and the nameless artery. I kept feeling that it was a little different from usual. Although there was no typical pericardial compression and the mediastinal shadow was not very obvious. At that time, I suspected that the injury of the nameless artery might be entangled with the pericardium. But, it's still okay." Chen Song's words made the three people present dumbfounded. This was King possible? After all, they only asked Chen Song to go to the operating theater. They didn't even ask a single question about the surgery. However, Chen Song's explanation explained the condition of the patient. The injury of the nameless artery and the entanglement of the pericardium, just based on an X-ray. Bai Jianming couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Gulp, Fu Er swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva. Gulp gulp, no wonder the nurse was helping him put on his clothes. "I don't deserve it." Wu Peng wanted to swallow a mouthful of saliva to calm himself down, but he realized that his mouth was dry. It turned out that he opened his mouth for too long due to the shock and the saliva had evaporated. Wasn't this 2F** King amazing? Could it be that they had some misunderstanding about X-rays? What was the gap between their understanding of X-rays? Helpless, the three of them sighed together. They couldn't help but be convinced. Just based on an X-ray, he could roughly guess the patient's condition. This would be more accurate and convenient for the patient's diagnosis, and it would save them a lot of detours. Bai Jianming said directly, "Xiao Chen, you're too amazing. The patient's nameless artery has been ruptured, but the reason why there are no problems and why there are no abnormal changes in the X-ray is because of the problem with the pericardium. The adhesion of the pericardium happened to wrap around the injured area of the nameless artery, so now it has led to a result. The nameless artery hasn't caused any major bleeding, but the patient has constrictive pericarditis." After Chen Song heard this, his eyes lit up. A complicated constrictive pericardium monster plus nameless artery injury monster. These were all things that he was good at. Chen Song walked over confidently, and Fu Er quickly retreated to the other side's support position to make way for Chen Song. Chen Song smiled. "Thank you, Dr. Zhang." Fu Er couldn't help but smile. "You're welcome." At this moment, there was an incision in the pericardium, and the blood had already been extracted. Chen Song took out a pair of forceps and carefully examined it. Not long after, he had an idea in his heart. The adhesion of the pericardium was very serious, but now wasn't the time to do constrictive pericarditis surgery. The injury of the nameless artery should be repaired first, and then the pericarditis surgery. But in this way, the injury of the nameless artery would be much more difficult to repair. Because the field of vision and the scope of operation were limited, this required the surgeon to have a sufficient understanding of the nameless artery and enough control of the surgery. Thinking of this, Chen Song told the three of them his idea. Bai Jianming looked at Chen Song. "Xiao Chen, the idea is good, but this surgery will be very difficult. The adhesion of the pericardium can't be cut open, so there won't be enough space to operate. I'm worried that there will be problems." Chen Song smiled. "Then, why don't you let me try?" Indeed, in Chen Song's system training space, he had seen all kinds of monsters. Chen Song was still very good at repairing the damage of the nameless artery. Now that everyone heard Chen Song's "let me try," they immediately understood that it was time to show off again. "Just open your eyes wide and wait for the shock," Chen Song sighed. It was a pity that Teacher Meng wasn't here, otherwise. Chen Song turned around and glanced at the young nurse. She smiled like a flower and gave him the scalpel. After Chen Song took it, the young nurse took the opportunity to touch his hand. She was very excited. When Chen Song saw this, he sighed. "It's useless to touch my hand. It's too dark." That's right, Chen Song thought of an excellent idea. When he went back, he would touch Brother Qian and get some luck. At this moment, Wu Peng suddenly said, "This patient is too lucky to have met Dr. Chen. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble." Bai Jianming nodded and thought about it carefully. If no one was paying attention, the surgery would be troublesome. When Chen Song heard this, he suddenly felt enlightened. That's right, my face isn't dark. It's clearly these patients who are lucky to have met me. Chen Song immediately became happy. At this moment, the door of the operating theater suddenly opened. Chen Song looked up. Is it Teacher Meng? Even Bai Jianming was a little surprised. After all, although the two of them were no longer competitors, their relationship was at most a lukewarm one. At most, they would smile and greet each other when they met. Usually, they rarely cooperated in surgeries, let alone other surgeries. He did not expect Meng Shi to take the initiative to look for him. Could it be that he wanted to bury the hatchet with him? Thinking of this, Bai Jianming, who was in his 40s, smiled disappointingly. He thought a lot and felt that he could not abandon his wife. Yes, a person should have principles and a bottom line. After Meng Shi came in, he put on his clothes and walked over. Hello, Department Director Bai. I'm here to take a look at this surgery. Do you mind? Bai Jianming shook his head and smiled. You're welcome. With Department Director Meng here, I naturally feel more at ease. Chen Song held the scalpel in his left hand and the separating forceps in his right. He said to Bai Jianming, Department Director Bai, help me carry it. Bai Jianming quickly nodded. Chen Song first needed to make an incision between the pericardium and the unnamed artery to fully expose all of the artery. This step was usually very simple and could be done with a light cut. However, it was different now. Due to the constrictive pericarditis, the pericardium adhesions were serious. If they wanted to cut it open properly, they had to ensure that the unnamed artery was not damaged. This was much more difficult than a simple constrictive pericarditis patient. He had taught Meng Shi before, but he did not know if Meng Shi had learned it. Chen Song carefully made a small incision. At this moment, he needed to protect the left nameless vein. As he moved, he separated it. The free vein was the nameless vein, separated pericardial adhesion. Chen Song wouldn't be able to handle it alone. He raised his head and glanced at Bai Jianming. Then, he glanced at Meng Shi and said, You'll separate the pericardial adhesions. Be careful, I want to free the veins. Meng Shi nodded. He was a little nervous, like a good-for-nothing student who was about to be tested by the teacher. Helpless, Chen Song said to Bai Jianming, Give me the rope. Bai Jianming frowned. String? What was the use of a rope at this time? Chen Song didn't say anything because the following operation was quite delicate. Meng Shi glanced at Chen Song. I'm ready. Everyone stared at Chen Song curiously, wanting to know what Chen Song was going to do. At this moment, Chen Song carefully folded the string into 3 sections with his fingers. Then, he reached into the depths of the left nameless vein and carefully lifted it. Immediately, the entire nameless vein was separated by Chen Song, and at this moment, Meng Shi's separation of the pericardium became much easier. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. As the person involved, Meng Shi had the most right to speak. She felt her burden lighten all of a sudden. After all, she was afraid of the tiger in front and the wolf behind. If the separation wasn't done well, she would suffer. Now, Chen Song's ingenious separation had greatly reduced the difficulty of the entire operation. Meng Shi only needed to make a small incision to allow the damage to the nameless artery to be repaired with more ease. Bai Jianming was extremely excited. He had secretly learned another move. He had secretly learned another skill. It was really too satisfying. These little tricks were real. These were surgical tricks that weren't in textbooks or surgical videos. They were all practical tricks summarized by surgeons. Fu Er was even happier. Now he understood why Gu Huai followed Chief Physician Meng and Chen Song every day like a bootlicker. It turned out that he had misunderstood him. Gu Huai was really cunning. He pretended to be a bootlicker to get close to Chief Physician Meng so that he could learn from Dr. Chen Song. It made sense. After all, she was just a woman. Was she that good? In the eyes of a straight-A student, only knowledge was the most intoxicating. Suddenly, Fu Er was looking forward to it. Chief Physician Meng would be coming to his group next month. At that time, he would have to learn from Gu Huai. At this moment, there was still active bleeding at the root of the nameless artery in the small pericardium. Chen Song said to Fu Er, Teacher Zhang, use a lateral wall clamp to block the aortic wall below the root of the nameless artery to temporarily control the bleeding. Fu Er quickly nodded, the wound wasn't big. After blocking the root of the nameless artery, there were no signs of cerebral ischemia. After blocking the proximal end of the nameless artery, the laceration could be sutured directly. However, in this way, the suturing requirements for the surgeon would be higher. However, Chen Song's vascular suturing skills and attainments were getting higher and higher. He took the suture and quickly started the suturing work. Fu Er was once again in awe. Bai Jianming also shook his head with emotion. It's too fast. Xiao Chen, your vascular suturing skills are really amazing. Chen Song smiled and didn't say anything. Chen Song used less than 2 minutes to complete the repair. He released the hemostatic clamp and the blood flow immediately recovered. Everyone finally sighed with emotion. The surgery was over. At this time, what needed to be done was to separate the pericardium and treat the constrictive pericarditis. Chen Song looked at Teacher Meng. Teacher Meng, will you do it? Meng Shi nodded. After this period of learning, he had improved a lot. Chen Song suddenly realized that when Teacher Meng was performing the surgery, there was actually a kind of silly and cute feeling, like a koala? No, like what? In Bai Jianming's eyes, Meng Shi's improvement was huge. All of this was because he had a good disciple. A good disciple who could help the teacher improve. Although it sounded a little strange, it was the truth. The surgery soon came to an end. For everyone present, Chen Song's suture separation technique was really good. Everyone looked at Chen Song and couldn't help but praise him. Chen Song looked at Meng Shi's surgery and couldn't help but shake his head. Seeing this, Meng Shi immediately glared at him fiercely. The meaning was self-evident. If you dare to say it now, I'll cripple you. Chen Song shook his head. Forget it, forget it. No matter how big a woman is, she's still a little woman. What was that saying again? Only a little woman is difficult to cultivate. P.S. Thank you to my old classmate on QQ reading for the 20,000 tip. She should have been taking exams during this time. The operation ended very smoothly, or rather, it was unexpectedly smooth. Bai Jianming glanced at Chen Song thoughtfully. He wanted to say something, but when he looked at Meng Shi, he hesitated. He really wanted to ask Chen Song a question. Why did he choose Meng Shi as his mentor? Was it simply because Meng Shi was good at scientific research? Bai Jianming didn't think so. He felt that what attracted Chen Song the most about Meng Shi was definitely not the 140 IQ, but that, however, Bai Jianming naturally wouldn't ask such a private question. After all, it was a private matter. Thinking of this, Bai Jianming sighed. It was good to be young. However, not only did he have to be young, he also had to be capable. Thinking of this, Bai Jianming looked at Chen Song playfully and said, Xiao Chen, learn well from Teacher Meng. You won't be able to learn all of Teacher Meng's things in your lifetime. After saying that, he looked at Chen Song with a gaze that all men understood, turned around, and left with a smile. Seeing this, Fu Er hurriedly followed. Zhang Dai believed that a genius like Chen Song would never be addicted to this kind of woman. Even if he liked Teacher Meng, it would be the kind that was above vulgar. Bai Jianming asked Zhang Dai to send the white coat to the office and turned around to get off work. Wu Peng looked at Chen Song gratefully. Dr. Chen, it's all thanks to you today. Chen Song smiled. You're welcome. We help each other. After washing his hands, Chen Song began to calculate his gains. Ding. Completed constrictive inflammation surgery and unnamed artery. Repair surgery. Overall calculation. Received rewards, 1. Experience plus 15k, 2. Received blood vessel replacement, master, 3. Received endurance potion plus 1. Chen Song's heart trembled when he saw the system rewards. Good stuff. Endurance attribute. This was the first time Chen Song received an endurance attribute reward, right? Thinking of this, Chen Song's heart was excited. What purple skill book? What experience? How could it be better than the endurance potion? Although he didn't know what effect it had, Chen Song felt that there was a big difference between endurance and physical strength. Everyone should understand these things. Stamina potion, stamina plus 1 after consumption, and it was permanent. There were sparks in Chen Song's eyes, and a lewd smile appeared on his lips. This caused Meng Shi to be momentarily stunned. What are you daydreaming about? Chen Song suddenly came to his senses and smiled awkwardly. By Ri Meng? No, no. No, no. No, no. Teacher Meng, what are you thinking? Besides, it's not daytime anymore. It's already past 8 o'clock. The sky is already dark. When Mengshi heard this, he felt that Chen Song's words were incoherent and strange. But it did not matter. Let's go. There's a surgery tonight. It's an aortic stenosis surgery. Chen Song nodded. When Zhang Dai returned to the office, he suddenly found that Fu San and Ge Huai were still in the office. Ge Huai was sulking. When he saw Zhang Dai come back, he suddenly said, "Old Zhang, why do you think Chen Song wants Director Meng to be his teacher? I feel that it's a little strange." Fu San quietly pricked up his ears and did not say anything. After Zhang Dai heard this, he frowned. "What do you mean?" Ge Huai nodded. "Yes. I think that Chen Song must have bad intentions. He didn't want Director Taomi to be his teacher, but insisted on coming to our hospital to apply for Director Meng. He obviously wants Director Meng's body." At this point, Ge Huai gritted his teeth. Before Chen Song came, Director Meng took him with him. But after he came, Director Meng gradually distanced himself from him. Sigh, every time he thought of this, Ge Huai's heart was filled with sorrow. In fact, he really misunderstood Director Meng. The reason why Mengshi didn't let him go was that he was afraid that he would be criticized by Chen Song, which would affect Director Meng's image and status in the department. Zhang Dai was now one of Chen Song's supporters. Ever since he saw Chen Song's surgery, Chen Song's status instantly rose in his heart. How could Dr. Chen be such a layman? Dr. Chen must be like him, working hard to improve surgery. Even if we want Director Meng's body, we are standing on the side of improving children's genes and fighting for the cause of human health. How could Ge Huai understand our ideals? In the operating room, the patient had not been sent in yet. Mengshi took out the patient's radiographic films and said to Chen Song, "Do you see this? This section is quite long, so it definitely needs to be cut. My current idea is to cut this section and replace it with an artificial blood vessel. Do you have any ideas?" Mengshi still respected Chen Song very much. He would also communicate with Chen Song during the surgery. Chen Song shook his head. "I don't have any ideas." Mengshi suddenly looked at Chen Song. "I've never seen you perform artificial blood vessel replacement. Let me teach you today." Chen Song was stunned. "Actually, I can do it." Chen Song looked at the skill book that had just dropped. He hesitated for a moment and directly chose to activate it. That's right, he really knew how to do it now. However, when he saw the competent light in Teacher Meng's eyes, he sighed. Forget it, forget it. I'll just pretend that I don't know how to do it." Mengshi glanced at Chen Song. "Watch carefully. In fact, artificial blood vessel replacement is not a specialized surgery, but it is used a lot in clinical practice. I feel that you will also encounter it in this competition. After all, it is an indispensable part of cardiac and vascular surgery." Chen Song nodded and suddenly asked, "Teacher Meng, are you participating in the competition too?" Mengshi nodded matter-of-factly. "Of course, I'm representing Eastern University." Chen Song suddenly looked at Mengshi. "Teacher Meng, do you want to be second?" Mengshi was stunned. "Second? Why should I be second?" Chen Song said matter-of-factly, "Because I'm first." Mengshi looked at Chen Song, who was a little arrogant, and could not help but laugh. "Xiao Chen, you're too arrogant. Let's not talk about the fact that you can't get into the top 10 in Dongyang City every year. There are still many excellent doctors in the province. 35 years old. You don't have an advantage. I didn't participate in the competition last year, but the most dazzling doctor was Gui Yunfei from Dongyang Province's cardiovascular hospital. Unfortunately, he met a senior attending physician from Jishui Lake in the capital in the second round. Otherwise, he could have achieved a very good result. This year, he has a good chance. Let's not talk about the national competition. If you want to enter the national competition, you must be in the top 3 in the province. Then, you can represent Dongyang Province." Mengshi thought that Chen Song would be surprised, but unfortunately, Chen Song was very calm. "Where did this kid get his confidence from?" Mengshi suddenly said, "You want me to be second?" Chen Song smiled. That depends on whether you want to or not. Chen Song felt a little regretful now. He suddenly felt that bragging was really not a good habit. Chen Song could not help but sigh as he watched Teacher Meng perform the surgery like a koala. Teacher Meng, I've told you a few times. Here, artificial blood vessel replacement needs to consider the smoothness of the end-to-end anastomosis. You should choose the continuous penetration suture. In that case, speed. It's too slow. Sigh. Also, the spacing between the sutures, yes, it's even. Why are you still slanting? Oh my god. Why are you so nervous? Mengshi did not say anything. She realized that Chen Song really knew how to perform artificial blood vessel replacement surgery. Moreover, not only did he know how to do it, but he definitely did it better than her. Finally, under Chen Song's guidance, Mengshi finally completed one end of the suture. When she checked the results, she realized that Chen Song's method was really good. Chen Song could always find her mistakes and details and remind her of them. However, the only thing was that this guy was too fierce when he scolded her. Can't you talk about my good points? When I taught you, I was encouraging you. Why are you yelling? Mengshi could not help but glare at Chen Song. The young nurse and the anesthesiologist at the side could not help but laugh. It was clearly a more serious surgery, but at this moment, it became a lot more relaxed. However, this was not a bad thing. The anesthesiologist clearly knew that Mengshi's suture was indeed better than before under Chen Song's guidance. It could be seen from the details of the suture, the speed, the rhythm, and so on. When Chen Song heard Mengshi's words, he thought for a long time and said, well, it's not that you don't have any good points. When Mengshi heard that, her eyes immediately widened. What? Chen Song pondered for a moment. I haven't remembered yet. I'll tell you after the surgery. When Mengshi heard this, she was so angry that her blood surged, but she still tried to take a deep breath. When she thought about the white coat today, Mengshi felt anxious. She would go back and ask the nanny to sew the buttons for her at night. Come. I'll give you the needle. You do it. Mengshi was naturally a little unconvinced. In fact, she felt that her suturing skills were already above average, but it was still not up to Chen Song's satisfaction. Chen Song shook his head and took the needle and thread. Watch carefully. After saying that, Chen Song began to suture carefully. He chose the same three-point suture method as Mengshi, which was also a continuous suture. You see, first of all, you have to learn how to press the needle. That way, when you go in, you can better preserve the inner wall of the blood vessels and not cause any damage. And then, it had to be said that Chen Song's suturing skills were much better than Mengshi's. However, the nurses and anesthesiologists had long been used to this strange master-disciple duo. Although Chen Song was the one teaching and guiding Mengshi most of the time, he still addressed Mengshi as Teacher Meng. After the suture was completed, Chen Song said, "Open the hemostatic forceps and see the effect." Mengshi nodded. As soon as he opened it, his eyes widened. There's no blood. It's not narrow either, not bad. Seeing Mengshi like this, the anesthesiologist could not help but cough. He remembered the first time he saw the role reversal between the two of them. He was still in disbelief and thought that he had hit the wrong place with the anesthetic. But now, he was already used to it. Chen Song, you're amazing. Chen Song nodded. Yes, I know. Mengshi, anesthesiologist, nurse, 666, ding. Mengshi's favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 100. Hint, favorability has reached 100. Please spend as soon as possible. Otherwise, the favorability will not continue to increase. Chen Song was stunned. This could also increase favorability? Just like that, it reached 100 points. It seemed that women did not mean what they said. They scolded him. Actually, his body was very honest. It actually increased his favorability by 20. Chen Song could not help but sigh. He opened the skill book and chose to exchange the remaining 3 skills that he needed to master in the competition. Subclavian artery repair, vena cava repair, aortic vena cava fistula repair. After Chen Song exchanged, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Because this way, the major thoracic vascular surgery for the competition was basically a complete set. They were all level 3 surgeries. Chen Song spent 60 favorability points and had 40 points left. He returned with a full load. The surgery was over. It was time to wash his hands. Mengxi was actually very grateful to Chen Song because Chen Song's guidance just now made her feel like she was suddenly enlightened. She broke her previous thinking frame and built a new concept of blood vessel suturing. She gained a lot. Mengxi looked at Chen Song. You haven't said it yet? What are my strengths? Chen Song thought for a long time and said with a frown, broad-minded. Good mentality. Able to accept my shortcomings with an open mind. In short, quite a lot. Mengxi was stunned. She looked at Chen Song's back as he walked away and thought, broad-minded? Quite good taste. After returning home, Chen Song could not wait and directly chose to learn. Up until now, Chen Song had already learned all the skills for thoracic and innermost major blood vessels. Chen Song did not bother to wash up and directly started the simulation training for the first skill. It had to be said that from the beginning of the descending aorta repair technique until now, Chen Song had gained a lot from every special training. He felt that he was more familiar with the thoracic great blood vessels than before. Many times, when the system notification sounded, he exited the training space. Chen Song quickly started to learn the next skill. He suddenly felt that when choosing the repair of different blood vessels, there were many considerations, including the shape and function of the blood vessel. These were very important. Suturing was not only about pursuing the integrity of the morphology, but also the growth of the blood vessel and many other factors. Time passed quickly. When he had finished learning all the skills, Chen Song took a deep breath. He vaguely caught a clue. He felt that there were many connections among the seemingly complicated blood vessels. However, he still could not figure them out. Up until now, all his thoracic great blood vessel repair surgeries were at master level. However, Chen Song felt that it was still not enough. If he wanted to win the national competition, he needed an opportunity. He had to break through to master level and achieve perfection. Lying on the bed, Chen Song took a deep breath. If he could break through to perfection before the national competition and capture the feeling of perfection, it would be easy for him to break through the other surgeries. After all, although these surgeries seemed to be a lot of surgeries, they were ultimately just suturing great blood vessels. When he was about to lie down and sleep, Chen Song suddenly looked at the date. He was immediately stunned. December 1 St, it's going to be Qin Yu's birthday soon. Chen Song clearly remembered that Qin Yu's birthday was December 5. Seeing that his birthday was coming, Chen Song suddenly felt that he should prepare well. After all, it was their first birthday together. In the morning, Chen Song sat in his office and racked his brains to think of a way to give Qin Yu a memorable birthday that would be memorable but not romantic. Tao Mi's phone suddenly rang, and it shocked Chen Song. Xiao Chen, come to my office. The announcement of the competition is out. When Chen Song heard this, he quickly got up and ran to the office of the cardiovascular surgery department. As soon as he got out of the elevator, he saw Qianlin and classmate busy. The two of them also saw Chen Song, the uninvited guest. Qianlin was on high alert and looked at Chen Song thoughtfully. Teacher Chen, you should be passing by the 8th floor and going to the 9th floor, right? Chen Song was stunned and shook his head. No, I'm here for the cardiovascular surgery department. Classmate A and Qianlin looked at each other. Teacher Chen, you're not here to look for the department director, are you? Chen Song was stunned again and nodded. Yes, I'm here to look for Chief Physician Tao. After the two of them heard this, they looked at each other and quickly pulled Chen Song to the stairs. Their good days had only come for a few days, and Chief Physician Tao had just changed his opinion of them. Their relationship as teacher and student was steadily warming up. Chen Song's arrival at this time was definitely not good news for them. This was because, according to their experience, Chen Song would always cause them some unavoidable damage every time he came. Qianlin said seriously, brother, what is it? What is it? Classmate A sighed. Please let us go. Chen Song was stunned. I didn't do anything. Qianlin was about to cry. Haven't you done enough? Why did my teacher ask you to come here? Chen Song said, "It should be about the National Cardiovascular Surgery competition." At this moment, Tao Mi suddenly passed by. When she saw the three of them, she immediately smiled. "Eh? Xiao Chen, you're here. Come with me to the office." "Oh right, you two come in together too." Chen Song nodded and led the way. Qian Lin and classmate A looked at each other and saw their miserable fates in each other's eyes. After Tao Mi sat down, she handed a document to Chen Song. "Xiao Chen, the schedule for the National Cardiovascular Surgery Skills Competition is out. Each hospital will send one participant to participate in the provincial competition. The top 3 in the province will represent their province to participate in the national competition. The provincial competition will officially begin on December 14th and 15th. There are 3 groups in the provincial competition, A, B, and C. One person from each group will represent Dongyang province in the competition. The national competition will be held on the 21st and 22nd. I've already signed you up when you signed up some time ago. You're representing the 2nd provincial hospital." After Chen Song heard this, he was stunned for a moment. There were still 2 weeks before the start of the competition. He still had some time to prepare. In 2 weeks, it would be best if he could perform more surgeries so that he could improve and master them as soon as possible. Tao Mi said, "During this time, I'll give you priority to perform all the thoracic, cardiac, and vascular surgeries in the department. Perform more surgeries and familiarize yourself with them as soon as possible." Chen Song nodded. "Thank you, Chief Physician Tao." Tao Mi waved her hand and smiled. "Actually, you don't have to feel too much pressure. Chief Xia and I were actually a little anxious last time. You've just come into contact with cardiovascular surgery this year. Although you're very talented, there's still a process of growth. So, this time, just treat it as an opportunity for you to train yourself. It's best if you can enter the national competition and go out to take a look. There are really a lot of outstanding young people in our country. After you go out, you should interact more, communicate more, and learn more. This way, you can improve faster." Chen Song nodded and thought about it. He smiled and said, "Chief Physician Tao, I'll do my best." Tao Mi smiled. "Well, luck is also very important. After all, the groups are drawn. If you meet Gui Yunfei from the cardiovascular hospital, you can only count yourself unlucky." Chen Song was stunned. This was the 2nd time he heard Gui Yunfei's name. Gui Yunfei from the cardiovascular hospital? Meng Shi had also mentioned it. Was he really that good? After she finished speaking, Tao Mi looked at Qian Liang and classmate A. Then, she glanced at Chen Song. "Xiao Chen, aren't there always cardiovascular surgeries in the emergency department during this period of time? When you're performing the surgery, call both of them to take a look at the blood." Chen Song nodded. Okay. Tao Mi's meaning was very clear. To put it bluntly, cardiovascular surgery was really a subject that dealt with life at any time and place. If he could go through the training in the emergency department, he could improve very quickly. It was already noon when he returned to the department. Compared to the competition, Chen Song felt that Qin Yu's birthday was the most troublesome and worrying thing for him. After a quick lunch, Chen Song went out for a stroll in the shopping mall. He was working the night shift at night, so he could not go out. If he wanted a surprise, he had to commemorate it, and it was too troublesome. This was even more difficult for Chen Song than performing a major surgery. After that, Chen Song went online and searched on Baidu as if he was possessed. A netizen suggested that he should give her a child, although Chen Song felt that this was very meaningful. Forget it. There was also a suggestion that he should give her 2 hydrotherapy needles for hyaluronic acid. It seemed like a good idea. At this moment, the nurse, little Lin, walked in. "Dr. Chen, the ambulance sent an unconscious patient." After Chen Song heard this, he quickly got up and walked out. After the ambulance arrived, Chen Song quickly asked little Lin to send the patient to the resuscitation room. The patient's family members were a woman in her 30s and an aunt in her 60s. The aunt said with a worried expression, "Doctor, this is my daughter-in-law. After eating in the afternoon, she began to complain of a stomachache. It was very painful, and then she started to bleed down there. There's a lot of blood." After Chen Song heard this, he was stunned. The number of diseases that he could think of in his mind was instantly reduced to a few. After all, bleeding down there was one of those diseases. Chen Song could not help but ask, "Is she pregnant?" The mother-in-law immediately shook her head. "No. My son went on a business trip for 3 months. I saw her on her period a few months ago." After asking for some medical history, he hurried into the resuscitation room. Although the family members said so, Chen Song could not rule out the possibility. He directly called the gynecology department for an emergency consultation and asked the blood transfusion department to prepare the blood. Then, he directly called the doctor on duty in the color ultrasound room to do a B ultrasound beside the bed. Everything was going quickly. Zhang Yan was on duty in the gynecology department. After knowing that Chen Song had an emergency consultation, she hurriedly put down what she was doing and ran over. After understanding the situation, Zhang Yan looked at the results of the color ultrasound beside the bed and suddenly frowned. She glanced at Chen Song and said meaningfully, "There's a problem." Chen Song frowned. "What do you mean?" "The ectopic pregnancy has been for 2 months. Now it's the corpus luteum rupture, causing hemorrhagic shock. She needs surgery immediately," Zhang Yan said. After Chen Song heard the news, he was dumbfounded. Her husband went on a business trip for 3 months, and now his wife was pregnant for 2 months. It was her mother-in-law and sister-in-law who came. How could he explain this? A difficult problem was placed in front of Chen Song. Chen Song sighed. This was really a surprise for her husband who was on a business trip. Chen Song even said that he would give Xianxia a child. He didn't want Xianxia to give him a surprise. The husband was on a business trip for 3 months, and the wife was pregnant for 2 months. Whose child was so naughty that he could run for a month, therefore, the result was indisputable. An affair, the husband was on a business trip, and the wife gave him a hat. This should be the result. Zhang Yan glanced at Chen Song and said, "Tell the family as soon as possible. The patient's life is in danger. She needs immediate surgery." Chen Song nodded and said, "Okay." He was ready to go out and tell them about the patient's condition. But, how should he tell them? The people who sent the woman were none other than her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. To the patient, these two people were clearly enemies. If they knew that the woman had an affair and that the child in her belly was not their child, what would they think? Would they not sign it? These were all possible. But they couldn't violate the right to know and hide the patient's condition. This was still very difficult for a doctor. Otherwise, during school, whether it was university or graduate, there would be a course on medical ethics. Zhang Yan looked up at the patient's vital signs and began to contact the operating theater. Then, she glanced at Chen Song and said, "Dr. Chen, hurry up." Chen Song gritted his teeth and walked out. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly thought of a way. Thinking of this, Chen Song quickly took out the informed consent form and the patient's condition notification form and said to the auntie, "Hello, can you contact the patient's husband? Or immediate family?" The mother-in-law sighed and said, "I can't contact him. My son is abroad. Even if I can contact him, he won't be back for a while." "Doctor, can't we sign it? You must save her. The girl is still young, only 30 years old." Poor girl. After her parents divorced, they didn't contact her. Later, she married into our family. We can't let her suffer. Chen Song looked at the kind-looking auntie and couldn't help but sigh. "Auntie, you have feelings for her, but she might not have feelings for you." Thinking of this, Chen Song took out the notice and said, "The patient's condition is very dangerous now. We suspect that the cause of spontaneous pelvic organ rupture is to be investigated. Furthermore, it's accompanied by hemorrhagic shock. There are clear indications of emergency surgery. Please sign the informed consent form and proceed with the surgery immediately." The auntie quickly nodded. Okay, I'll sign it." At this moment, the sister-in-law suddenly said, "Doctor, could she be pregnant?" His words made the old auntie, who was about to sign, suddenly stop. Chen Song shook his head. "The pathology results are not out yet." The auntie shook her head and sighed. "Doctor, hurry up and treat him. No matter what, save the child first." Chen Song picked up the informed consent form and walked in. The explanation just now was very reliable. The two diagnoses given by Chen Song were the same. Hemorrhagic shock. 2. The cause of spontaneous pelvic organ rupture remains to be investigated. There was no violation of the right to know. However, the specific diagnosis would naturally be made after the rescue was over. The admission diagnosis and the diagnosis were two different things. As for how to deal with the ectopic pregnancy, it was a matter between the two families. After she recovered, she would end it on her own. As doctors, this was not something they should be concerned about. Zhang Yan was a little curious when she saw Chen Song come in so quickly. Have you signed it? Chen Song nodded. Yes, it's done. Zhang Yan was stunned. So fast? The other party agreed just like that? Chen Song handed the diagnosis on the informed consent form to Zhang Yan. Do you think this is okay? Zhang Yan took it and was stunned when she saw it. She couldn't help but look up at Chen Song. Not bad, Dr. Chen. This diagnosis is very shrewd and very reliable. Amazing. In fact, the most troublesome thing about this kind of surgery is to explain the condition. Otherwise, the gynecology department wouldn't have so many things to do. Communicating with the family is more difficult than communicating with the Grim Reaper. Chen Song deeply agreed. Wasn't Yang Yuanzhong a clear example some time ago? If the family didn't sign, the doctor was not qualified to perform the surgery. Zhang Danny was on duty in the ultrasound room. When she saw Chen Song, she couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Dr. Chen, you're amazing. This ability to deal with patients is not something an ordinary person can have. Where did you learn it? Chen Song thought of Lao Chen. He was best at dealing with complicated ethical issues. Lao Chen must have taught him. Zhang Yan hurriedly transferred the patient to the gynecology department's operating room. The rescue work officially began. Chen Song didn't understand gynecology surgery. Plus, he was on duty, so he didn't join in the fun. His mother-in-law and sister-in-law sat there, waiting anxiously. Chen Song didn't say anything. About 3 hours later, Zhang Yan hurriedly came over. The patient's condition is stable for the time being. Let's go through the transfer procedures to the gynecology department. It's easier to explain there. Zhang Yan said to Chen Song. Chen Song nodded and walked out with Zhang Yan. The surgery went smoothly. The patient is safe for the time being. She needs to go to the gynecology department for follow-up treatment. His mother-in-law heaved a sigh of relief. His sister-in-law asked, Doctor, what's the situation? Zhang Yan shook her head. It's night now. The pathology department has sent her, but the pathology department has gotten off work. It will take some time for the results to come out, so the cause is still not certain. The family followed Zhang Yan to the gynecology department in a daze. In fact, the specific diagnosis and so on would be told to the family later, but not now. A special patient made the emergency department gossip that night. Little Lin stood at the side and looked at Chen Song suspiciously. Dr. Chen, what do you think will happen if my mother-in-law and sister-in-law know about it? Chen Song was stunned and could not help but shake his head. I think it'll be very dangerous. Little Lin sighed. Sigh, it's too complicated. Her mother-in-law looks so good, but she still cheated. Isn't this too unfair to her? Zhang Danny walked over at this time. After seeing it, she could not help but say, You haven't seen much of the emergency department. Before I came to the 2nd Provincial Hospital, I worked at the fertility center. Later, I quickly jumped ship. Little Lin asked curiously, why? Zhang Danny smiled and said, every day, there are affairs, paternity tests, infertility. If you see too many of these things, you'll start to doubt life. Thinking of this, Little Lin could not help but shiver. He nodded. Thinking about it, that's true. After staying in the spleen and stomach department for a long time, he always felt that he had gastritis and wanted to do a gastroscopy. After staying in the anorectal department for a long time, he always felt suspicious and wanted to go for a colonoscope. After staying in the oncology department for a long time, there were tumor patients everywhere. Similarly, after staying in the fertility center for a long time, there were affairs everywhere. Actually, this was all an illusion because all the patients you saw were of this type. They might occupy a very small portion of the total population, but they were all concentrated on you, which was why you had this illusion. It was already past 11 o'clock. Zhang Danny was in no hurry to return to the ultrasound room. After all, there were only 2 young nurses and 3 people on the big floor. Moreover, the ultrasound room was really idle at night. It was basically just sleeping. How could it be more lively than the emergency department? She sat there chatting with Xiaolin and a few other nurses. At that moment, a group of men and women ran in angrily. The 2 of them pulled and pulled, cursing at each other. Just like that, they arrived at the emergency department. Chen Song was stunned. He quickly asked, "What's wrong?" The man snorted, "Doctor, be the judge." The woman looked at the man with disdain, "Be the judge then." Chen Song was dumbfounded. He looked at the 2 young people in their 20s and asked curiously, "What's the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" The woman looked up angrily and said, "Doctor, I want to have an abortion." The man snorted, "So be it. What does it have to do with me?" Chen Song was stunned. What was going on tonight? Was it the gynecology night? Why was it always this kind of disease? Chen Song shook his head, "Young lady, this is the emergency department. We don't do abortions. Go to the gynecology department tomorrow." The young lady pointed at the man angrily, "Yang Yuhang, let me tell you. I'd rather have an abortion than give birth to your child. You have no conscience. How dare you suspect me when I'm pregnant with your child? Don't you have any conscience?" The man sneered, "My child? Oh, my God. If it's really my child, I'll kowtow to you. I've only been back for 40 days. Your report says you're 2 months pregnant. No wonder you were in a hurry to marry me. You wanted to use me as a spare tire, right? I was wondering why you've been urging me to get married for the past month. It turns out you're pregnant. What's wrong? Did I just become a father?" The man was very disappointed. Although he was smiling, he was about to cry. After all, his girlfriend was pregnant. It should be something to be happy about, but the child wasn't his. How could he explain this? It wasn't just the boys, the girl's expressions were the same as well. Her face was full of anger, but her eyes were filled with tears. It was as if she had a stomach full of grievances that she had no way to vent. She was trying her best not to cry, but there was a feeling of coldness in her heart. Their 3-year-long love affair was about to come to an end. Now that they were finally in the same city, they naturally had to applaud for love and prepare to get married, have children, and start a new life. When her period didn't come this month, the woman was very happy. After the test, she was indeed pregnant. She was so happy that she was waiting for her boyfriend's birthday to give him a surprise. However, he never expected that it would turn into a shock. The man said loudly, "Do you know how hard it was for me to transfer back? I begged and begged like a grandson. How much money did I spend before I was finally transferred back? I just want to marry you and have children with you so that I can give you happiness as soon as possible. You, on the other hand, gave me a surprise. This surprise is really a surprise. I'm 2 months pregnant, and I've only been back for 40 days. More than 40 days, all right? Can you be more careful?" As the man spoke, he squatted on the ground and began to cry loudly. The woman stared at the boy and began to cry as well. As she cried, she said, "You bastard, you actually suspect me. I'd rather abort the child than give birth to it for you." Chen Song and everyone else were stunned. Why did it feel like they were all green tonight? Sigh, seeing the 2 crying so pitifully and affectionately, Chen Song was too embarrassed to interrupt them. However, this was the emergency department, not the police station. It wasn't a place to reconcile the feelings of marriage. Chen Song couldn't help but stand up. "All right, I think there might be some misunderstanding between the 2 of you. Calm down first. Don't be in a hurry to make a decision at this time." The man stood up and stared at Chen Song. "Doctor, you're also a man. Can you imagine the pain I'm in now? I've sacrificed so much for her, but she treats me like this. I'm tired." At this point, the man hugged Chen and cried. "Doctor, think about it. If your girlfriend," Chen Song was stunned. "Damn, don't compare me." Chen Song quickly interrupted the man. "What did you mean when you said you were 2 months pregnant?" The man used his sleeve to wipe his face. He took out a report from his pocket and took a deep breath. Doctor, look. It says here that I'm 2 months pregnant. Chen Song took the report and read it. Yes, that's right. It did say 2 months of pregnancy. The man's face turned red. I've only been back for 40 days, doctor. I didn't do it 2 months ago. Do you think I'm wearing a hat? Chen Song was about to speak when Zhang Danny suddenly rolled her eyes. After the two's worrisome confession, she finally understood what was going on. All right. There's a misunderstanding between the two of you. The two of them raised their heads and stared at Zhang Danny. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? The man looked aggrieved. What do you mean? Zhang Danny said to Chen Song, give me the report. Chen Song nodded and handed it over. Here. Zhang Danny held it in her hand and couldn't help but laugh. Actually, it's true that you've been back for 40 days. The report is also correct. The man was stunned. So, I've been cheated on? Zhang Danny was stunned. Do you want to be cheated on so badly? No. Normally, we calculate the time of the report based on the last menstrual period. Your girlfriend's last menstrual period was 2 months ago. So, you've been back for 40 days. After you got pregnant, your girlfriend didn't have her period in the first month. She didn't pay much attention to it and delayed it for a month. Then, she went for a checkup and found out that she was pregnant. Counting from the last menstrual period, you've been pregnant for 2 months. The two of them were stunned by his words. The woman sighed. That's true. I often work overtime and my period isn't very accurate. So, I delayed it for a month and didn't pay much attention to it. So, I went for a checkup and the doctor said that I've been pregnant for 2 months. When the man heard this, he was dumbfounded. Doctor, you mean, the child is mine? Zhang Danny nodded. I can only say that there's no problem with the timing. But I'm not too sure about the details. When the man heard this, his expression immediately changed. Honey, I'm sorry. It's me, the woman said coldly, get lost. You're doubting me. The man said, I really didn't do it on purpose. Can't you put yourself in my shoes? I'm just worried. The woman said, I want to abort the child. The man suddenly knelt down on one knee and took out a diamond ring from his pocket. Honey, marry me. I've been preparing for today for a long time. I came back this time to propose to you. I want to use my birthday to propose to you. I've even bought a diamond ring, but because I don't know anything about medicine and pregnancy, I misunderstood you. I apologize. Honey, I swear that I won't doubt you for the rest of my life. Marry me. The sudden display of affection left everyone dumbfounded. On the other hand, Chen Song seemed to be lost in thought as he stared at this scene. That's right, propose, good idea. P.S. Let me share some common knowledge about pregnancy. Generally speaking, when a woman is pregnant for the first time, many people can't tell the exact date of pregnancy. If a woman's menstrual period is delayed for half a month and she goes to the hospital for a checkup and is found to be pregnant, then she can use the time of her last menstrual period as the best time to conceive. If you encounter such a situation in the future, don't misunderstand each other. Relationships can't be misunderstood. After a round of uncanny display of affection, the scene suddenly went out of control. Some of the patients and their family members in the ward even came out and started clapping. They even shouted, marry him, marry him. This made Chen Song's expression change. He had to break up the couple and quickly chase them away. They couldn't be showing off their love in the emergency department, right? The two thanked him profusely and were about to leave when Chen Song suddenly stopped the man and said to him, Hey, young man, wait. The man was suddenly stunned. What's the matter? Doctor? Chen Song waved his hand. Let me ask you something. The man looked at Chen Song mysteriously and walked over. What's the matter? Chen Song smiled awkwardly. Where did you buy this diamond ring? When the man heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. He took out his phone and recommended a few shops to Chen Song before leaving. The man was very happy now. After all, his girlfriend was pregnant. It was more important to get married quickly. For the rest of the night, it was very peaceful. Chen Song rarely had such a night shift. He was a little flattered and went back to the duty room to have a good sleep. The next morning, he woke up refreshed. Qingyu knew that Chen Song was on the night shift, so she came very early. She brought breakfast, fried eggs that she made herself, and soy milk that she bought. At around 7 o'clock, she rushed out of the house to deliver breakfast to Chen Song. Qin Xiaoyuan was very happy when he heard that Qingyu was cooking. He said that the girl had grown up. But when he came out, he saw that the table was empty. Even the bread he bought last night was gone. He was stunned. "Honey. You ate everything?" Ji Ruyun was stunned. "You ate everything?" Qin Xiaoyuan's eyes widened. "Didn't I hear Yaya cooking just now? Where's the food?" Ji Ruyun rolled her eyes. "Do you think she made it for you? Xiao Chen was on the night shift last night. He felt sorry for your girl and didn't sleep well. He woke up early in the morning and started cooking breakfast. Do you think there's something for you? What are you thinking about?" Qin Xiaoyuan was dumbfounded. After a long time, he shook his head and said, "Honey, I'll heat up some milk for you." Sigh. There were not many patients in the morning. Qingyu was afraid that Chen Song would be busy, so he ran all the way to the emergency department. The weather was cold, and Qingyu was holding a fried egg in his hand. He was afraid that it would get cold, so he held it with both hands. After entering, Chen Song bumped into her. "What's wrong? Why are you in such a rush?" Qingyu blushed. "I made breakfast for you." "I was afraid it would get cold." Chen Song lowered his head and looked at Qingyu's little hand that was red from the cold. He couldn't help but hold it in his hand with heartache. "Thank you." Qingyu immediately smiled and said, "Hurry up and eat. It'll be cold soon. I'll go and see what's going on." Looking at the breakfast in his hand, which was still warm, Chen Song suddenly felt that everything was so blissful. After finishing his shift in the morning, he could just rest. Chen Song was ready to go out and take a look at the few shopping malls to show Qingyu a birthday present. Just as he left the hospital, he heard his phone ring. Chen Song picked up the phone. When he saw that it was Zheng Guotan, he picked it up. "Hello, Chief Zheng." Zheng Guotan said with a smile, "Xiao Chen, are you free today?" Chen Song nodded. "Yes, I'm off today." When Zheng Guotan heard this, he immediately laughed. "That's great. The American medical team has come to the country in advance. Do you think we should do the surgery today?" When Chen Song heard this, he immediately agreed. A surgery would not take too much time. Besides, Chen Song could actually complete Zheng Guotan's wife's surgery alone. The old scar was removed and the skin flap was transplanted. Back then, Chen Song was just a rookie who only knew how to suture. However, he was different now. His shotgun had long become a cannon. When Zheng Guotan heard this, he immediately laughed and said, "Then I'll send someone to pick you up." Chen Song shook his head and said, "I'll take a taxi directly. I'll contact you when I arrive." Zheng Guotan smiled awkwardly. "No need. I'm in another villa. You haven't been here before. I'll send someone over. Where can I pick you up?" When Chen Song heard this, he could not help but sweat. The life of the rich was really boring. There were so many villas. When Chen Song saw this villa, he could not help but be shocked. It was a misunderstanding to say that this was a villa. Was this a manor? It was too big. At this time, there were already 7 or 8 people in the living room. However, one of the bald and strong men was very conspicuous. He was chatting and laughing with Zheng Guotan. When he saw Chen Song, Zheng Guotan introduced him with a smile. "This is Chen Song, Dr. Chen, whom I mentioned before." Zheng Guotan's English was very good. After all, Zheng Guotan was a grade for a year and often participated in various meetings and investments at home and abroad. Although it was easy to find a translator, it was still very useful for him to master a foreign language. "Xiao Chen, this is the person I told you about before. Mr. Leonard Conn-Seaton is the CEO of a famous foreign investment company." Zheng Guotan purposely introduced him in Chinese. Leonard Constant was nearly 1.9 meters tall. His strong body did not look like an investment tycoon. He smiled and looked at Chen Song. It's nice to meet you. Chen Song shook his hand and responded, It's nice to meet you. When Leonard Constant heard Chen Song's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. I like your accent very much. Just call me Seaton. I like to be friends with capable people. Chen Song smiled. It seemed that this investment tycoon did not seem to be too arrogant. At this time, Zheng Guotan brought Chen Song in front of a group of people and introduced him. These are the professional medical team of the United States CIS Medical Beauty Group. In a while, you can communicate with them. Chen Song nodded. After some introductions, Chen Song knew that the leader was called Peter Toby. He seemed to be a very amazing person. However, it was obvious that at the beginning, everyone obviously regarded Chen Song as a friend of the Chinese boss. But then, when Zheng Guotan said that Chen Song was responsible for the skin suture, everyone was stunned. After a short rest, everyone went to the second floor. When Xianxia saw Chen Song, she took the initiative to greet him. Today, she deliberately tied her hair up, but this way, an irregular wound about 4 cm x 5 cm on her forehead was exposed. It was a little hideous. It was obvious that the scar had been there for a long time. Chen Song did not understand why it had been delayed until now and had not been treated. But, this was not a problem that he cared about. Peter and a team of 5 people began to carefully study Xianxia's wound. They held all kinds of equipment and took photos of Xianxia. It had to be said that just by looking at the posture, it was obvious that this was a very professional team. At least, the equipment was very complete. Chen Song wasn't idle either. He watched carefully from the side. After about 20 minutes, a 3D simulation of the facial structure appeared on the computer screen. Even the scar was included. The scale structure was completely simulated. With this, Chen Song couldn't help but widen his eyes. He suddenly felt that it was awesome. After that, everyone went to a conference room on the second floor. The projector was on the wall and they began to discuss the work in front of the face. However, to be honest, the shape of the scar on Xianxia's face was very irregular and the area was relatively large. If they chose to remove the scar, they would have to consider the skin flap transplant. In this way, the difficulty would be very high. According to the results of the special instrument, the depth of the scar could also be clearly shown in the picture. It was precisely because of this that everyone frowned, because things seemed to be much more complicated than they had imagined. Zheng Guotan was very concerned about Xianxia's wound. This was also his debt to Xianxia. Zheng Guotan was worth billions and invited such a top team. His requirements were naturally different from the requirements of ordinary people. Chen Song looked at the simulation of this kind of medical beauty. It was really novel. They could change the facial muscle tissue through their program and simulate the effect of the skin flap transplant as much as possible. They could even directly remove the scar on the face and perform the surgery through data simulation. It was really a very creative and innovative technology. This really made Chen Song feel astonished. Leonard Kong looked at Chen Song and said with a smile, Dr. Chen, because of this product, I invested $10 million. What do you think? Chen Song was stunned when he heard Leonard Kang's words. However, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up and sincerely praise, a very meaningful invention. Indeed, through data simulation of the facial structure and then through the invisible skin, the muscles, blood vessels, and nerves could be exposed. This might be a very creative and practical auxiliary tool in the field of plastic surgery. However, $10 million, the life of the rich was too boring. However, if it could be popularized, Leonard Kong could receive more than $10 million in return. This made Chen Song very interested in this strong investment tycoon. Now he finally knew why so much effective data was collected just now. At this time, the picture was completely showing the proportions of Xianxia's face. At this time, Peter and the others were seriously discussing the surgical plan. The 5 of them were constantly simulating and matching the data, hoping to get the best plan. In fact, if he were to use a facial flap transplant, it might be the best way to do it if he were to push it forward, but it was obvious that it was also the most difficult. To be honest, transplanting skin from other parts of the body was the easiest. Skin grafts from areas with little hair such as the abdomen and back could be used. But in this way, there would definitely be an obvious color difference with the facial skin. Moreover, it would affect the facial nerve function. This was the worst choice. The intense discussion continued, and the entire room was filled with the voices of several people communicating. After about 2 hours, the heated discussion finally came to an end. At the same time, they had also come up with 7 or 8 plastic surgery plans. Pate walked over and said to Jing Wutan, "Mr. Jing, we have a few plans now. Let me introduce them to you." After he finished speaking, the first scene soon appeared. Pater explained, "For the first plan, we chose to transplant 4 skin flaps in batches. First, we have to remove the scar, then divide the area into 4 parts and do it at the same time according to the ratio. This way, the advantage is that the recovery is better and the color difference is small, but it is easy to leave repair scars. After all, there is more damage to the skin on the forehead. But we can use the latest laser technology and photon tenderizer to treat the scars. It is best to achieve the effect of hiding the scars." After Jing Wutan heard this, he frowned. If this was the case, there would still be scars. This obviously did not meet Jing Wutan's requirements. "Let me see the others." When Pater heard Jing Wutan's words, he immediately sighed. He put this plan first because he obviously felt that it was better. He did not expect Jing Wutan to not be very satisfied with the first one. Thinking of this, Pater began to introduce one by one. The second method is more straightforward, but it has a better grasp of the scars. Through a good scar removal, after the scar is removed, the choice of autologous skin flaps and skin grafts is better to transplant the skin flaps from the abdomen. The advantage is that it is safe and there are very few scars. But the disadvantage is also very obvious. It may leave a color difference, but we will think of ways to change the color difference as much as possible through various techniques to achieve a better effect. It may not be visible after makeup, Chen Song watched from the side. It was really good to be rich. At the very least, such a high-end team was providing you with ideas and solutions. Moreover, Pater was also very good. After he described each idea, he would give you the advantages and disadvantages. At the same time, he would come up with a solution to the shortcomings. It was really a very good team. Chen Song could not help but cheer for him. Perhaps this was a professional team, no wonder they could make money, they deserved to be awesome. Soon, 7 or 8 surgical ideas were introduced, but Jing Wutan was still frowning. Every one of them had obvious flaws, which was still difficult for Jing Wutan to accept. Leonard Kantz comforted him. "Friend, there is no such thing as absolute perfection in the world. The surgery itself is flawed, isn't it? We are just looking for ways to make the flaws more beautiful." Jing Wutan nodded. He frowned and thought for a while. He could not help but ask, "Is there no better way?" Pater shrugged and smiled. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jing. This is the best way we can think of." Jing Wutan sighed. He was a little depressed. It was not that he did not understand, but he just hoped that there could be a more suitable way to solve it and eliminate the scar as much as possible. It would be best if there were no traces left. After a long time, he sighed. At this time, he turned around and glanced at Chen Song. "That's right, did Xiaochen have a way?" Thinking of this, Jing Wutan looked at Chen Song and could not help but ask, "Xiaochen, what do you think?" Chen Song nodded seriously. "It's very good." Seeing that Chen Song also said that it was very good, Jing Wutan could not help but nod. At this time, Chen Song suddenly said with a smile, "But, maybe I have another way." Chen Song's words stunned Jing Wutan. What did he mean? Could it be that Chen Song had a better idea? Thinking of this, Jing Wutan quickly stared at Chen Song. "Xiaochen, do you have a better idea?" Chen Song didn't nod or shake his head. Instead, he said in English, "Perhaps it should be said that it's a way that can provide a new idea." At this moment, everyone was staring at Chen Song. Although they didn't know what the two of them were talking about, it was obvious that they were discussing Zhang Aixiang's plastic surgery idea. Jing Wutan frowned. "What do you mean?" Chen Song said thoughtfully, "That is, I can provide a new way of thinking for everyone." As soon as he said this, everyone in the surroundings immediately focused their attention and stared at Chen Song. Jing Wutan quickly said, "What idea?" Even Pater stared at Chen Song curiously, his eyes full of anticipation. For Peter, he had already been paid in advance to be able to come here. Whether it could solve the problem or not, they had already charged him. Because his team had already provided a lot of options and plans for you. If you accepted, they would help you do it at any time. But if you didn't agree, it didn't matter. This was the value of a top team. This was an idea that Americans used to treat diseases, and it was also a commercial model. For example, if a cancer patient wanted to go to America for treatment, he could find a better oncologist and make an appointment. After paying $50,000 for treatment, the other party would examine him. Then, according to his situation, he would develop a treatment plan and plan. At the same time, he would tell him the advantages and disadvantages of the treatment plan for him to choose. This was equivalent to purchasing a treatment plan with your 50,000 yuan. If you were not satisfied with the plan, you could choose not to use it. However, your money had already been paid and you had already bought the medical service. Therefore, after hearing Chen Song's words, although Peter didn't know much about Chen Song, he still looked forward to Chen Song's better plan. Xianxia's surgery was a difficult problem, and they were only infinitely close to the correct answer. Now that there was a new way of thinking, why not? Chen Song looked at the crowd and smiled. This device is amazing, but it's a pity that I don't know how to use it. So, Chief Xing, if it's convenient for you, please bring your sister-in-law over. Zhou Wutan nodded and got up to negotiate with Xianxia before calling her in. Chen Song looked at Xianxia. Her face was in her 50s. Even though she had taken good care of herself, her skin was already sagging, and her brows were starting to wrinkle. Because of the scar on her forehead, there were obvious wrinkles all over her face. Chen Song suddenly said, "Everyone can see that the patient's face has wrinkles. My idea is, can we make use of these seemingly useless wrinkled skin?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned, the room fell into silence. Peter was dumbfounded. He looked at Chen Song and said, "You're a genius." After saying that, Peter turned off the device and walked in front of Xianxia to observe her carefully. Speaking of which, it was strange. Because of the scar, there was a mark on the surrounding skin. How could a person not have wrinkles when they were old? Therefore, Chen Song's idea was to remove the scar tissue and still use the facial skin flap transplant surgery. However, by dealing with the wrinkles, they could achieve a better effect. Peter kept thinking, and his mind was filled with inspiration. It was as if he had opened the door to a new world. He took a pen and paper and wrote and drew. He guaranteed that this plan would definitely satisfy Jing Guotan. He would also be satisfied with it. Time passed minute by minute. After more than half an hour, Peter finally completed the plan. Looking at the design in his hand, he felt that this was definitely his most successful surgery this year, and it was also the one that made him the most proud. Thinking of this, Peter looked at Chen Song in surprise. "What do you think of my plan?" Chen Song took it and glanced at it. He understood what the other party meant. However, Chen Song was not satisfied. Chen Song shook his head. "It's SOSO." After hearing that, Peter's eyes widened. "This is already a genius idea. You actually think it's SOSO?" Chen Song nodded. Yes. Peter looked at Chen Song curiously. "Do you have a better idea?" Chen Song stood up, picked up a pen and said to Xianxia, "Sister-in-law, I may draw something on your face." "Don't mind." Xianxia nodded and smiled. "It's okay." Chen Song took a marker pen and continued to draw lines on Xianxia's face. Peter stood behind and looked at Chen Song. The pen was not only on the forehead, but also on the corners of the eyes and cheeks. This made Peter a little surprised. What was he trying to do? Suddenly, Chen Song drew a few strokes on the forehead. These few strokes stunned Pate. "You are simply a genius." The other 4 members quickly came over and looked carefully. After looking, they looked at Chen Song in disbelief. Peter said, "Your idea is very good. Using SMAS wrinkle removal can better treat the facial skin, and using skin grafts and skin flaps can better remove scars. But, the requirements for the surgeon are too high. Whether it is the early stage scar removal or the middle stage SMAS wrinkle removal and skin flap grafts, they all have very strict technical requirements. Because your plan is too precise." Indeed, Chen Song's idea was very precise. He cleverly used every piece of skin, even the wrinkles. Chen Song smiled. Is there a better way? This sentence made Pate speechless. Indeed, was there a better method than this? Peter looked at Chen Song with some surprise. He had been famous in the field of medical beauty for a long time, but he didn't expect to meet such a young genius in China. Zheng Guotan naturally didn't understand the two's professional discussion, but he was concerned about whether Chen Song had a better way. How is it, Dr. Peter? What do you think of Chen Song's suggestion? Peter nodded and praised, this is probably the best idea. If the surgery is successful, this should be a genius surgery. Not only can it help Miss Zhang complete the removal of the scar tissue, but it can also perform a minor facelift on her face. And this facelift will make her even more beautiful and moving. This is really a genius idea. When Zheng Guotan heard this, he was instantly happy. Then let's start the surgery as soon as possible? Zhang Aisheng couldn't help but smile. It's noon. Let's talk about it after lunch. Zheng Guotan was in a good mood. Yes, yes, yes. Let's eat first. The surgery in the afternoon. After that, Zheng Guotan looked at Chen Song. Xiao Chen, thank you. By the way, you have time in the afternoon. Chen Song sighed awkwardly and said honestly, I originally wanted to use today's free time to choose a diamond ring and propose. It seems that I don't have time today. At this moment, when Zheng Guotan heard about the diamond ring, he immediately turned and stared at Leonard Kantz. Hey, Seaton, where's the diamond you bought in London? Can you sell it to me? Leonard Kantz suddenly took out a box from his pocket and said with a smile, Are you talking about this one? The moment Leonard Kantz opened the box, everyone was stunned. So beautiful. Chen Song felt his breathing become a little rushed. P.S. Thank you to Lighter Than a Feather for another 10,000 tip. Thank you for your support. This was not a colorless diamond, but a pink diamond that emitted pink light. Pink diamond. Although Chen Song did not know much about diamonds, he did not have a good impression of these things that did not have much use value. He even felt that diamonds could not be compared to gold. At least gold could retain its value, but when he saw the sparkling and translucent diamond that emitted a charming brilliance under the light, he was really shocked by its beauty. Everyone present was a little infatuated, let alone the women. Chen Song was really tempted now. If he could use this diamond to make a diamond ring and wear it on Qin Xiaodia's hand, it would be very beautiful, right? Leonard Kantz looked at the diamond and then looked at Chen Song. He smiled and asked, Propose? Chen Song nodded and smiled. Yes, I am going to propose to my girlfriend. Leonard Kantz could not help but walk over and said with a smile, It seems that it has found its home. When I bought it, Mr. Zheng said that I did not need it. Now it seems that it is a priceless treasure. Speaking of this, Leonard Kantz put the diamond box in Chen Song's hand and smiled. Now, it belongs to you. Chen Song's eyes widened and he could not believe it. This is too expensive. Indeed, this pink diamond was not small. It was at least a few million RMB. Leonard Kantz glanced at Zheng Guotan and said, Perhaps this diamond should be given to you Chinese people. Zheng Guotan nodded. A 20-carat pink diamond. Because it was auctioned in France, the price did not rise. But if it was in China, this would be an amazing number. 520. This might be the number of love in China. Leonard Kantz looked at Chen Song. By the way, Chen, when do you need a diamond ring? I know Tiffany's designer. Maybe he can design a better diamond ring with this diamond. After Chen Song heard this, he was pleasantly surprised. Indeed, he could not just give a diamond casually, right? Although the inlay process was everywhere. Tiffany was the world's top diamond ring dealer. Chen Song couldn't help but say in surprise, December 5th, 3 days later. Leonard Kantz smiled. Okay, it should be about time. Leave it to me. Chen Song was a little embarrassed. After all, it was such a big favor. He was really a little nervous. This? Mr. Leonard Kong, it's too precious. Zhonghua said with a smile, Xiao Chen, don't worry. This is on me. If you can fix your sister-in-law's face, your kindness can't be measured by this diamond. Leonard Kantz shook his head with a smile. No, no, no. Zheng, you're mistaken. I won't sell it to you. This is my gift to Chen. It has nothing to do with you. While Chen Song was a little surprised, Leonard Kantz looked at him and said, I hope that I can be friends with Chen Song, so that you can help me when I need help one day. This is not an exchange of benefits, this is, right. This is friendship and mutual help. Of course, it's under the condition that it doesn't violate your principles. You know, Leonard Kantz never mistreats his friends. Chen Song looked at Leonard Kantz and didn't refuse. To be honest, Chen Song's first impression of Leonard Kantz was quite good. Chen Song smiled. It's an honor to be friends with Mr. Seaton. Hearing this, Leonard Kantz raised his eyebrows and smiled. Chen. Wise choice. Then, Leonard Kantz directly handed the diamond to his assistant and left for New York on the same day. Then, he personally called Chen Song. Lunch was very sumptuous and everyone ate happily. However, in comparison, they were more looking forward to the surgery in the afternoon. Skin flap transplantation, skin graft. Transplantation, SMAS wrinkle removal, and scar removal. Overall, it was a surgery that required a lot of skills. The conditions at the scene were no longer met. Chen Song suggested going to Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital. No one objected to this. Chen Song stood up and contacted Zhang Jixin. After telling him, Zhang Jixin was dumbfounded. Zheng Wutan, he was a famous person in Ammonium Yang, a person on the rich list. His wife came to his small clinic for surgery. Naturally, he was overjoyed. In his excitement, he called Hu Chuanjin. Hu Chuanjin was a tycoon, but he was a small fry compared to Zheng Wutan. After knowing the ins and outs of the matter, Hu Chuanjin was pleasantly surprised. After all, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him to be able to build a relationship with Zheng Wutan. At the same time, he was also a little scared. After all, it could be seen that Chen Song and Zheng Wutan were very close. Fortunately, he didn't embezzle or do anything to Chen Song back then. Otherwise. In the afternoon, a few cars parked at the entrance of Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital. The usually crowded parking space was now empty. It was prepared for Zheng Wutan and the others. Hu Chuanjin's consideration was still very good. When Zheng Wutan and Leonard Kantz came down together, Hu Chuanjin quickly went up to welcome them. Zheng Wutan only nodded and smiled. After saying a few polite words, he asked his secretary to hand him a business card. This was enough for Hu Chuanjin. His net worth was only a few hundred million yuan, and he relied on resources to make a fortune. Compared to a big boss like Zheng Wutan who was worth tens of billions, the difference was huge. Hu Chuanjin watched as Zheng Wutan, Leonard Kantz, and Chen Song chatted like friends. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. He didn't expect that he really underestimated this young man. Although he didn't know who Leonard Kantz was, he naturally couldn't underestimate someone who could joke around with Zheng Wutan. When he saw Leonard Kantz's watch, he couldn't help but be stunned. Patek Philippe Henry Graves. This watch was probably half of his net worth. Thinking of this, Hu Chuanjin shook his head. It was too scary. After the preparations were done, the surgery was about to begin. Chen Song glanced at Peter and his team. This time, he didn't bother with pleasantries. Instead, he directly said, I'll do the surgery. How about it? When they saw Chen Song, they were a little hesitant. However, when Peter glanced at Chen Song, he was a little hesitant. However, he still nodded. In his opinion, the person who could design the surgery based on the patient's body was naturally someone who had enough understanding of the surgery. Although he hadn't seen Chen Song's surgery, at least Zheng Wutan trusted him a lot. Perhaps he was also very strong, right? However, Peter was still a little worried. I'll help you. Chen Song nodded and smiled. It's a pleasure working with you. After the surgery was ready, they were ready to start. Chen Song first had to remove the scar. This scar didn't seem to be caused by external injuries, but by chemicals. There was obvious damage to the dermis. The distortion and narrowing caused deformities. Chen Song first had to separate and remove it. This step was the most crucial step of the entire surgery. Although the scar was obviously damaged, the blood vessels and nerves under the skin were still intact. In this way, if the scar tissue was removed, the nerves and blood vessels would not be damaged. The transplanted skin flap and skin graft would be well anastomosed. This was the most difficult step. Thinking of this, Chen Song deliberately wore a microscope and tried his best to make the operation as subtle as possible. The whole process was very delicate. Chen Song carefully cut and then used his eyes to judge the damaged area along the scar. The blade rose and fell between millimeters. Peter was extremely nervous. He couldn't help but swallow when he saw Chen Song's operation. This was too exciting. It was the first time he had seen such a subtle scar removal. Even the adipose layer was preserved. In this case, the skin graft might have a better effect. That's right, Chen Song's scar removal had two special effects. One was fine, and the other was micromanipulation. Both were fine operations. It had a lot to do with Chen Song's dexterity. Without enough dexterity, it was difficult to achieve fine operations. It wasn't just Peter, his team members were also on tenterhooks. They looked at the surgical field and didn't dare to breathe. Peter couldn't help but raise his head to look at Chen Song. What kind of young man was this? His CIS cosmetic team was one of the best in the United States, but he had never heard of such a person. The World Medical Plastic Surgery Association had many members. Peter had seen many big and small meetings, but this was the first time he had seen such an amazing young man. Just as he was shocked, Chen Song couldn't help but say, "Ligate the blood vessels." Peter was stunned. He looked at the small blood vessels under the scar and couldn't help but swallow. He was a little embarrassed. How the F***ck was he going to ligate? There were too many, too thin. Seeing Peter hesitate, Chen Song couldn't help but sigh, "You take it, I'll do it." That one sentence made Peter blush a little. "I'm the best cosmetic surgeon in the United States, right? But I'm actually being ignored." The team members behind him deliberately coughed and turned their heads away, pretending not to hear. Peter couldn't help but curse. The surgery continued. After the scar was removed, Chen Song carefully began to make slight adjustments to the face. The whole process looked like a delicate sculpture, which made the people behind him exclaim. Through the operating room's camera, Leonard Katz couldn't help but blush. Why did I bring such useless things with me? He had spent so much money to cultivate such a shocking crowd. Zheng Wutan was very satisfied. Leonard Katz couldn't help but laugh. "Zheng, so Chen can do this surgery alone. Don't you feel like the money was wasted?" Zheng Wutan was stunned and couldn't help but laugh. "No, at least I saw a good show." Look at Peter's expression, don't you think it's funny? Haha. I think it's a very happy thing to see Leonard Katz's team as an audience. Leonard Katz couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then he suddenly laughed. However, after a moment, Leonard Katz couldn't help but say, "But Chen is amazing." Zheng Wutan nodded, "Yes, actually the most terrifying thing is not this, but the speed of his progress. He's much better than a few months ago." This sentence made Leonard Katz a little silent. At this time, in the operating room, Chen Song's operation was becoming more and more delicate, and the design was extremely precise. Every detail was meticulously built, every step. If Pate was shocked by Chen Song's meticulous manipulation at the beginning, then he was amazed by Chen Song's meticulous control over the proportions, details, and every piece of skin. Chen Song's demands had reached the point of perfection. This was more compact than their computer, than the equipment that Leonard Katz had invested 10 million USD. Could he even be called a person? Peter stood at the side, unable to help at all. Eat the melon. The four members behind him also watched with folded arms. Shocked, Chen Song looked up at everyone and saw that the five of them took a step back. He immediately sighed. Peter and the others blushed. "It's not that we don't want to help, but we don't know how to help." Helpless, the time of this surgery was extended once again. If people respect him, he will respect them 10 times over. Chen Song strived to design the most suitable face for Zhang Aixiong. Since it was going to be plastic surgery, naturally, the design had to be the best. Plastic surgery for the campus. SMAS wrinkle removal, eyelid repair. The surgery lasted for nearly 4 to 5 hours. Chen Song used 2 bottles of stamina potion during this time. Because this kind of fine operation was too exhausting, even Peter and the others who were standing at the side were lamenting. Not to mention performing such a long operation, just standing there for a few hours was a bit strenuous. Looking at the surgery on the camera, Zheng Wutan couldn't help but sigh and said to Leonard Katz, "Being friends with Chen Song, you have taken advantage of him." Leonard Katz didn't refute. Time passed minute by minute and second by second. The surgery was finally completed. When Chen Song moved away, when everyone saw Zhang Aisheng's brand new face, everyone was dumbfounded, shocked. Really, Jing Wutan, who was watching the surgery in the office outside, suddenly stood up with a shocked expression. This face, this made Jing Wutan's hands tremble. How many years has it been? This was probably the most beautiful Zhang Aisheng in Jing Wutan's impression. He didn't expect to see it again after so many years. This made Jing Wutan's breathing quicken. He was a little excited as he pulled Leonard Kantz and said. Leonard Kantz was also a little incoherent. Oh God, what did he do? Even though the surgery had just been completed and there was still a later stage of recovery, this mold had been set. Peter and the others looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed this scene. This Chen Song was really a genius. No, he was God. It wasn't that Jing Wutan hadn't seen beautiful women before. With his status, what kind of beautiful women couldn't he see? However, this was probably the most beautiful Zhang Aisheng he had ever seen. That's right, Chen Song used Zhang Aisheng's face as a foundation to design the most suitable proportion and angle for her. That was why today's result was like this. Leonard Kantz took a deep breath. I made friends with God? And I only used a 5-carat pink diamond. Did I get a big bargain? Jing Wutan looked at the camera and muttered to himself, I only spent $10,000 to get to know the God you speak of. P.S. The 2 chapters are combined together. It's more comfortable to read like this. After Chen Song's surgery, he admired his own face. To be honest, this was no longer a simple facial scar removal and skin flap transplantation surgery. Chen Song increased the difficulty of the entire surgery by several times. Peter looked at Zhang Aisheng's face and couldn't calm down for a long time. All this time, he felt that although his fees were high, he did his best to serve the patient. Every penny was reasonable, but now that he saw Chen Song's surgery, he suddenly felt like he was just spending money. Thinking of this, Peter inexplicably blushed. Peter was very professional. He could see how many small operations were included in this 4 to 5 hour surgery. Each one of them could be called a classic. But Chen Song forcibly combined the entire surgery and completely changed Zhang Aisheng's face. At this time, there were still many suture marks on Zhang Aisheng's face. But these suture skills surprised Peter. Wasn't this suture too precise? The secret of the stitches and the ingenious combination of the stitches made the suture marks very faint. Because of this, the overall structure and contours of Zhang Aisheng's face could be clearly seen. Peter looked at the current Zhang Aisheng. Although it was very familiar. But when he looked carefully, it was strange everywhere. Perhaps this was real plastic surgery. Perhaps the true core of plastic surgery was to design a face that was most suitable for the patient according to their own situation. Thinking of this, Peter fell into deep thought. The surgery was completely over. Chen Song personally bandaged the face. When the gauze covered the face, everyone present knew that the next time it was unfolded, it would definitely be the time of transformation and the birth of a miracle. Zhang Aisheng's consciousness was very clear. Although she didn't know what happened, she could feel the expressions of the people around her. Xiao Chen. How was the surgery? Chen Song smiled. Sister-in-law, rest for a while. I believe you will be surprised. Zhang Aisheng nodded. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Chen Song smiled and nodded to the nurse to send her to the VIP ward. At this moment, Hu Chuanjin was somewhat regretful. He felt that there should be a VVIP ward here. After all, this would be in line with Jing Wutan's identity and status. At this time, in the office outside the operating room, Jing Wutan looked at the screen and did not speak for a long time. When Zhang Aisheng was sent to the ward, he took a step back and slowly sat down. He took out a cigarette and smoked. To be honest, he had thought of removing the scar for his wife. But in the end, his goal was not only to remove the scar, but also the scar in her heart. Leonard Kantz looked at Jing Wutan and said, Jing, let's go and take a look at your wife. I believe that she needs you more than ever now. When Jing Wutan heard this, he immediately put out the cigarette and threw it into the ashtray. Yes. At this time, Su Ro personally led the 2 of them upstairs. Chen Song also took off his clothes. After washing his hands, he walked toward the ward and bumped into Jing Wutan. Jing Wutan was very excited at this time. He hurried forward and took the initiative to hold Chen Song's hand. Xiao Chen. Thank you so much. Really? You don't know the meaning of what you've done. It's not just changing your sister-in-law's appearance. I believe that this will restore her confidence in the past. Chen Song nodded. He understood very well. Generally speaking, people with scars on their faces for a long time would lead to a kind of depression in their hearts and even a change in their personality. Chen Song smiled. President Xing, you're too polite. Zheng Wutan waved his hand and said seriously, you're not polite at all. If your sister-in-law can really recover to the way she was in the past, no. Your design is even more beautiful than before. I believe that she will definitely become more cheerful. Chen Song smiled. A person's appearance really affected a person's personality. He thought of Do Xian, the girl who was a little inferior and timid, but had a voice like a lark. He wondered how that little girl was doing now. Perhaps she should have gotten rid of her previous predicament now. After entering the ward, Chen Song and Leonard Kantz hesitated for a while and did not go in. Perhaps at this time, they should be given some private space and time. Thinking of this, Chen Song went to the office next door and said to Su Ro, can you buy me a cup of coffee? Milk coffee with more sugar. The stamina potion was useful, but after a long period of high-intensity work, Chen Song liked sweets more and more. Yes, Chen Song liked milk coffee with more sugar. Su Ro also knew Chen Song's habit. There was a coffee shop not far away. He did not need to make it himself and could buy it quickly. When Leonard Kantz saw this, he immediately smiled and said, beautiful lady, can you buy me a cup? It's the simplest American coffee with nothing added. Leonard Kantz asked with interest, Chen, do you have a photo of your fiancé? I want to know what kind of girl you like. Chen Song smiled. He did have a photo in his phone, but it was secretly taken in the operation room. It showed Qin Yu lying on the ground and sleeping. It was taken a year ago. Thinking of this, Chen Song took out the photo and showed it to Leonard Kantz. After seeing it, Leonard Kantz's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, a very beautiful girl, but very hardworking and very lucky. Being able to meet you is perhaps her greatest fortune. Chen Song smiled. Yes, very hardworking. But I'm even luckier than her. Leonard Kantz smiled. He felt that Chinese people were really humble. If he had such ability, he would definitely tell others proudly. However, thinking of the operation just now, Leonard Kantz could not help but sigh. Chen, you're the best plastic surgeon I've ever seen. You didn't just change a person's appearance. Instead, you gave that face a new soul. I believe that Zheng's wife will walk out of her trauma. It's all because of you. Chen Song smiled and did not say anything. He knew that Zheng Wutan treated him well, so he would do his best to help him. Just then, Pate walked in. Hearing Leonard Kantz's words, he nodded and agreed. Indeed, Chen's plastic surgery is the best I've ever seen. There's no other. Leonard Kantz was amazed. Chen, did you hear that? If you can get Pate's approval, it's equivalent to getting the approval of the entire world's plastic surgery industry. Hearing Leonard Kantz's words, Chen Song was stunned. For a moment, he was also curious about Pate. Although he knew that Zheng Wutan would not invite an ordinary person, to be honest, he really did not know much about this field. Seeing this, Leonard Kantz could not help but smile. Pate is the founder of the CIS Plastic Surgery Organization in America. He's also someone with a lot of authority in the Western medical field. Oh, right, perhaps there's a statistic that can represent this. Countless Hollywood superstars don't want to know those directors, but Pate. Hearing this, Pate could not help but smile. Suddenly, Pate asked, Chen, are you going to attend the conference in Korea at the end of December? Chen Song was stunned. He suddenly remembered that Qin Xiang had told him about this before. Yes, Mr. Pate, you're going too? Pate immediately smiled. I'm not going, but I'm a judge. Chen Song was stunned. Judge, what judge? Does a conference need judges? Seeing this, Pater said, Chen, this should be your first time attending a conference in the cosmetic surgery industry, right? Chen Song smiled awkwardly. I just joined the Plastic Surgery Association in Dongyang Province. I only had the chance to attend because of the president's help. These words immediately stunned Peter and Leonard Kantz. Chen, are you kidding? With your skills, you just joined the Plastic Surgery Association? Peter couldn't help but ask. Chen Song nodded seriously. No, I really just joined. At this time, Zhang Jixin also walked over and nodded. Indeed, I can prove it. Chen Song glanced at Zhang Jixin and smiled. Teacher Zhang is also my guide. He was the one who brought me into the profession. For a moment, Peter and Leonard Kantz looked at Zhang Jixin with respect and admiration. After all, this was equivalent to Chen Song's master. That was amazing. Chen Song was already so amazing. His teacher, Zhang Jixin's face instantly turned red when he saw that their gazes were burning with passion. Chen Song's skills and talent are far above mine. I'm just his guide. Actually, these surgeries are all based on his own experience after watching videos. These words almost caused Peter to drown in his saliva. What do you mean by learning from watching videos? Is cosmetic surgery something that can be learned from watching videos? Do you think I'm a fool, actually? Zhang Jixin didn't believe Chen Song's nonsense at first. After all, he had watched a lot of videos. However, he couldn't find any other learning opportunities for Chen Song. He couldn't have learned it all of a sudden, right? Compared to teaching in his dreams, he felt that watching videos was more reliable. After all, there were always some perverts in this world. Peter couldn't help but sweat. He looked at Zhang Jixin and Chen Song and felt that they weren't joking. He didn't know what to do. Should he believe it, or should he not? Peter couldn't help but ask, Chen, how long have you been practicing cosmetic surgery? Chen Song coughed. Are you sure you want to ask? I'm really embarrassed to say it. Zhang Jixin saw that Chen Song didn't say anything and thought that he didn't know how to say August. Thinking of Chen Song's embarrassment, Zhang Jixin couldn't help but say, to be precise, Chen Song started to learn about medical aesthetics in August of this year. Counting to today, it should be exactly 4 months, about 120 days. When Zhang Jixin spoke, he deliberately emphasized the word August. He glanced at Chen Song and gestured with his hands, indicating that he would remember it. That one sentence had silenced everyone present. Peter didn't believe it at all. If watching video tutorials was a challenge to Peyton's IQ, then the 4 months he was in now was a crushing blow to his IQ. This joke is not funny at all. Zhang Jixin stared blankly and immediately shook his head. Looking at Peter's eyes, Zhang Jixin couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Peter, the reason your life is so smooth is because you are older than Chen Song by more than 10 years. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in the medical aesthetic industry. Thinking of this, Zhang Jixin shook his head. Don't look at how awesome you are, but your knowledge is too short. Is this enough to scare you to this extent? If I told you that Chen Song learned how to do breast augmentation in a day, would you believe it? And the price of the first surgery was 1 million. Of course I'm not joking. Everyone in our hospital can testify that Xiao Chen only learned about medical aesthetics for 4 months. Peter was dumbfounded. He stared straight at Chen Song, wanting to know the answer. Chen Song sighed. Sometimes, the truth hurt, but some people just like to hear the truth. Thinking of this, Chen Song nodded. That's right, 4 months. It started in August. When Zhang Jixin heard Chen Song say August, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. Not bad. As for how awesome Chen Song was, gold in 1 month, platinum in 2 months, diamond in 3 months, king in 4 months, Zhang Jixin was already used to it, but Peter wasn't used to it. None of the team members behind him were used to it. After hearing Zhang Jixin's words, the group instantly stood up and stared at Chen Song, unable to accept it. After a long time, Peter finally sighed. Cosmetic surgery is really a profession that requires talent. It's undeniable that we can rely on instruments to achieve a quantitative and standardized model of plastic surgery, but to achieve a truly perfect plastic surgery, it's still not enough. Peter suddenly said, Chen, you must attend this year's conference of the Society of Plastic Surgery. Chen Song nodded. Yes, I will. But, Mr. Peter, what exactly is this conference like? Peter said, every year, the best plastic surgeon of the year will be elected at the conference. This is an honor and also the recognition of a person by the plastic surgery industry. At that time, the host will be different every year. so the selection method will also be different. But generally speaking, the plastic surgery effect is the standard. I was invited to participate in this meeting as a judge. I don't know the details yet. But believe me, Chen, as long as you attend, you will win this year's award. This will definitely be very beneficial for your future in the profession. Chen Song nodded thoughtfully. Not long after, Jing Wutan came out of the ward. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. Peter didn't stay for too long. He stood up with the team to say goodbye. After all, their time was precious. There were many things to do when they went back. Leonard Kantz and Jing Wutan had some things to discuss and also left. Chen Song couldn't help but ask Zhang Jixin, "You know Peter?" "Peter Toby." Zhang Jixin immediately nodded and blushed. "Of course." Chen Song asked curiously, "Is he very famous?" Zhang Jixin took a medical magazine from behind and flipped to a person's profile. "Look, this is Peter Toby, the man favored by a Hollywood actress. He's also the man who wants to sleep with a Hollywood actress the most." Chen Song couldn't help but pick it up and read, Peter Toby, the founder of the World CIS Plastic Surgery Organization. He went to AIS, Korea, for further studies, won many awards, and won the title of the Best Plastic Surgeon of the World Plastic Surgery Society in 2002 and 2003, Chen Song read and suddenly froze. Why does it sound so familiar? Zhang Jixin rolled his eyes when he heard this. He took out a brochure of Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital and flipped to Chen Song's page. Million Plastic Surgeon Chen Song, America's advocate of precision plastic surgery. Went to America's CIS, Korea. Zhang Jixin couldn't help but say, "Your profile, I imitated Peter Toby, but you're his inferior version, cough cough." Chen Song suddenly understood. No wonder it sounded so familiar, so it was Peter Toby who copied it. Thinking of this, Chen Song blushed. Zhang Jixin said seriously, "Xiao Chen, you have to participate in the World Plastic Surgery Society in Korea this time. If you win, not to mention the Best Plastic Surgeon Award, even if you win the Excellence Award, it will be a qualitative change for your value. Do you know how many people in the world are watching this competition? This is official recognition. When the time comes, don't talk about the million plastic surgeon, even if you want $1 million, there will be an endless stream. Who knows how many people in the country and even the world will line up to find you. You might even become the most wanted male doctor in the entertainment industry. How is it? Are you looking forward to it?" Zhang Jixin stared at Chen Song with a fiery face. "Don't forget me when you're rich." "Xiao Chen, I just taught you an English word for August." Sigh. You have to improve your English. It's so embarrassing. Chen Song was speechless. P.S. There's still a chapter in a few minutes, not finished. Tomorrow was the 5th of December. Chen Song was getting more and more excited these days. Leonard Kantz told Chen Song that the ring would be delivered on the 5th of December. To prevent the ring from not arriving, Chen Song had already bought a 120 yuan fake diamond ring on Taobao. Yes, it was quite big and beautiful. This made Chen Song feel that the pink diamond was a bit of a loss. However, to be personally designed by a top designer from Tiffany was also an excellent thing. Chen Song booked a fancy Western restaurant and even specially found a window seat. He even invited a professional violin band to perform. Everything was designed to the fullest. Chen Song was full of anticipation for the arrival of tomorrow. After Chen Song had focused on learning for a period of time, he realized that women were superficial creatures. Even if they knew that a diamond ring was useless, they still liked it very much. For the past 2 days, Chen Song had been talking about how useless a diamond ring was to Qinyu, for example, saying that a diamond ring was just a publicity stunt. It was flashy but useless. Saying that a natural diamond was a scam. Saying that a man-made diamond was also very good, but when Qinyu saw the handsome and domineering CEO in the TV series kneeling on one knee and taking out a pigeon egg, the killing power was off the charts. So at this time, Chen Song came up with a logical relationship in his heart. Women were superficial, good-looking was superficial, useful was better than good-looking, so women liked good-looking things. Yes, it was a very unreasonable logic, but, would women talk logic with you? So, no matter what, women liked good-looking things. Logic? 2A, wake up, single dog. In the office, it was a rare quiet and peaceful day. Maybe it was because everyone was at work today and did not have time to fall sick, or maybe it was the end of the year and they were rushing for results and did not dare to fall sick. Anyway, there were surprisingly many people in the office today. After Xianxia got up to answer a call, she suddenly laughed for a long time and could not stop. Everyone in the office was staring at Xianxia with a blank look. Wang Qian could not help but ask, "Teacher Zhang, what are you so happy about? Tell us about it. Let's make everyone happy." After laughing for a long time, Xianxia finally calmed down and rubbed her stomach. Haha. Wait for me. Xianxia laughed for a few more minutes. He rubbed his face, sighed, and sat on the chair. Aya, I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Wang Qian scratched his ears and cheeks in anxiety. He immediately said, "Teacher Zhang, if you don't tell me, I'm going to cry." Xianxia smiled and said, "A few days ago, I received a patient in the emergency department. He had a rare lung infection. After investigating for a long time, I couldn't figure out what caused it, so I sent him to the pulmonary department. Today, Yang Xiaoming told me about this patient." Haha. You know how it was caused? Everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. That's it? Teacher Zhang, you have really disappointed us. Xianxia laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. She couldn't help but say, "The patient has a fungal infection in his lungs." Do you know the source of the fungal infection? Chief Yang told me that the patient has a habit of smelling his own smelly socks every day. He often smells them, so it's become a hobby. Every day, when he washes his feet before bed, he picks up his socks and smells them. Even though they stink, he still likes to smell them. Sometimes, he even smells his own shoes. During this period of time, the company was rushing for results at the end of the year. He was too busy working overtime every day and often stayed up late to work overtime. His body's immune system was a little weak, so the fungus from beriberi infected his lungs and caused pneumonia. This is the first time I've heard of such a situation. Shouldn't the diagnosis be written as beriberi pneumonia? After saying that, the office was stunned for a moment. Then everyone burst out laughing. There were really all kinds of weirdos every day. Even beriberi could cause pneumonia. At this moment, Chen Bingxing smiled and shook his head. 2 days ago, I received a patient. It was an 8-year-old girl who had a stomachache for a long time. But her family didn't pay much attention to it until one night, when it suddenly flared up and got serious. They hurriedly sent her to the clinic. At first, I didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, she was just a child. What could there be? But after checking for a long time, I couldn't find anything wrong with her. So I asked them to do a barium meal angiography. The result shocked me. Guess what? Xianxia said directly, "Don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us the result." Lao Chen sighed. The results of the barium meal angiography showed that there was a large mass of foreign matter in the stomach. I hurriedly brought it to the endoscopy room to do a gastroscope. Guess what it was? It was a large mass of long hair. When this was said, everyone was stunned. What do you mean, Lao Chen? Xianxia said with her eyes wide open. Nurse Changlina also widened her eyes. Teacher Chen, a good humorous segment was turned into a gloomy one by you. How did hair grow in the stomach? Chen Bingxing shook his head. What long hair? Hair can't grow out of the hair follicle. It can't grow in the stomach either. This little girl is a classic case of pica. She likes to eat hair and has been eating it secretly for 1 or 2 years. Her family doesn't know at all. It might be due to a long-term lack of trace elements or some other reason that caused the synthesis of taste buds to be impaired. Changlina felt her scalp tingle. What happened after that? Chen Bingxing couldn't help but say, this kind of hair can't be digested in the stomach. Not only that, it will also prevent food from being digested. If it develops in the long run, it will even become a reinforcing bar for gastric calculus. This kind of hair is too messy. There's no way to remove it with a gastroscope. The weak foreign matter forceps can't remove hair that is harder than a calculus. So, the only way is to open the abdomen as soon as possible. When I opened the abdomen, I was really shocked. There was a large mass of hair. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but sigh. There really are all kinds of people, people who eat hair, people who smell athlete's foot, the world is big and there are all kinds of strange things. After spending a long time in the emergency department, you can really see all kinds of diseases and all kinds of strange people. P.S. Thank you to the girl riding a white horse for the 10,000 tip. Thank you, boss, for adding a new branch leader badge to this book. Thank you for everyone's support. Here, let's talk about something. The recent panic about a certain virus. Actually, what I want to say is, don't cause excessive panic and panic. Maintain healthy living habits, wash your hands often, and wear a mask when you go out. You don't need to buy expensive ones. Just an ordinary medical mask will do. It's disposable and won't hurt to throw it away after using it. Lastly, the most important thing is to maintain a healthy body, improve your immune system, rest early, and don't stay up late. As Chinese medicine says, keep the righteousness in the body and don't let the evil in. Qin Yu was very unhappy today. She guessed that Chen Song would definitely wish her a happy birthday at 00:00 sharp. Unfortunately, he did not. He only sent her a thesis at 12 o'clock sharp and asked her to calculate the data. She, who was lying in bed, suddenly became angry. She vented her anger on Chen Song's profile picture on her phone. Chen Song, you idiot. You bastard. His girlfriend is sweet and beautiful. Even if he doesn't give me a present, he should at least give me a red packet of 520 yuan. Even if he doesn't have 520 yuan, he should at least give me a 520 yuan. You, on the other hand, sent me a bunch of data. You're a straight man. Qin Yu cursed as she got out of bed in her dinosaur pajamas. She turned on her computer and started to calculate. She knew that Chen Song was a hardworking and sunny person. She also knew that he was very busy and tired and had to do a lot of things all day. However, Qin Yu also hoped that Chen Song would be like Prince Charming on TV and give her a romantic birthday present. She did not expect that he would send her a bunch of data for her to analyze on her birthday. He must be an idiot. If I have a daughter in the future, I will definitely tell her about this and laugh at him for the rest of my life. Humph, I have a temper. Chen Song contacted the editor of the British Journal of Surgery, Donson, by email. He replied that he had received an employment notice. As early as 3 days ago, he had sent the thesis on proximal hepatic vein injury directly to the editor, Donson. After Donson saw it, he also directly sent it to chief editor Siver for review. After Chen Song's thesis was quickly reviewed, it once again attracted Siver's attention. This was really a surgical genius. The surgical concept of proximal hepatic vein injury was too amazing. After 3 days of discussion, this thesis was accepted without a doubt. However, it would be published as the New Year's main issue in January next year. Siver personally communicated with Chen Song. Naturally, Chen Song would not reject it. With this thesis, Chen Song estimated that Qin Yu's application for review would not have any problems. 3 top journals, the total impact factor was close to 20 points. Very soon, an employment notice was sent back. Chen Song looked at the employment notice and felt very satisfied. Now, he even had a fancy diamond ring and a practical version of his thesis. As for the data, Chen Song directly spent 20 favorable impression points to exchange for teacher Meng's statistics skill. It was just a small item with hidden mysteries. The next day, Qin Yu went to work as usual, but he felt a little helpless. He was in a bad mood last night, so his calculations were a mess. He slept very late and woke up in a bad mood. Looking at Chen Song's flattering smile, Qin Yu glared at him. This idiot didn't even have a breakfast of love. I'm so angry. Seeing that Chen Song was busy for another day, Qin Yu felt both heartache and heartache. Forget it, anyway, he had celebrated his birthday this way for so many years, so he was used to it. He just had some different expectations. Chen Song made Qin Yu have more beautiful memories of love. He sighed. In the afternoon, Chen Song continued to be busy with the surgery. The ambulance didn't stop until it was 5 o'clock. Chen Song hurriedly got up and said to Wang Qian, I have to go out for a while. You guys go ahead. Qin Yu saw that Chen Song was the same as before, leaving in a hurry. He probably went to Eastern University's first hospital to meet his teacher, Meng Youhao. Thinking of this, Qin Yu couldn't help but tear the paper in his hand. Calculate, calculate, calculate. Calculate my asterisk SS. He felt so wrong that tears were about to flow out. I calculated for you for so long. I attached so much importance to your matters. But you don't even care about my birthday. You even went to class, but just as he tore it, she picked it up again. He wiped his eyes and ran into the duty room. He started to calculate with grievance. At about 6 o'clock, Chen Song's phone suddenly rang. Chen Yu didn't even think about it and directly cut it off. Chen Song was stunned. This girl must be angry. Thinking of this, Chen Song called again. Chen Yu saw Chen Song's phone call and picked it up. He said unhappily, "What? I'm busy." Chen Song heard Chen Yu's voice and couldn't help but laugh. It's your birthday today. I booked a restaurant to treat you to a meal. Chen Yu heard Chen Song's voice and tears almost fell. He still remembered, he went to book a restaurant for me. Thinking of this, Chen Yu couldn't help but sniffle. She couldn't stand others being nice to her. When she heard that Chen Song had been busy all day to book a restaurant for her, she was extremely happy. Her voice was a little choked. Where is it? I'll take a taxi there. When Chen Song heard this, he suddenly felt that he was bullying her. Chen Song smiled. The Western restaurant you want to go to the most, Chris restaurant. Chen Yu was immediately happy when she heard this. She said with a smile, wait for me. I'll be there soon. Thinking of this, Chen Yu didn't bother to change her clothes. She put on her daily big sweater and hurriedly took a taxi to Chris restaurant. Along the way, scenes from the television kept appearing in her mind. Although she knew that Chen Song wouldn't be so wasteful, he wouldn't act like a domineering CEO, and he wouldn't be so multi-talented, girls always had fantasies. Chris restaurant was the most luxurious Western restaurant in Ammoniang City. It was said that it would be rated by Michelin soon. The price of a meal was very high. It was located on the top floor of the tallest building in Ammoniang City. One could see the most beautiful night view of Ammoniang City and the Fulingfen River. If there was a window seat, it would definitely be the best choice. Unfortunately, it was difficult to book a window seat. Chen Yu suddenly felt that it was a bit too hasty to eat Western food in a sweater. The female lead of the movie was always wearing a beautiful dress. When she arrived downstairs, a waiter was waiting for her. When he saw Chen Yu, he said, "Hello, are you Miss Chen Yu?" Chen Yu was stunned. She was stunned for a moment. Yes. The waiter smiled. Mr. Chen Song asked me to wait for you downstairs. I'll take you upstairs. Seeing such a high standard of treatment, Chen Yu felt sweet in her heart. This guy is not bad. The elevator was transparent, so they could see the scenery outside. Soon, they reached the top. When Chen Yu came down, she saw that the entrance was in the style of medieval European aristocrats. She was at a loss. The waiter said in unison, "Welcome." After leading Chen Yu into the restaurant, Chen Yu was suddenly stunned. Where's Chen Song? The waiter smiled mysteriously. At this moment, the sound of a piano slowly rang out. An extremely lyrical piano song rang out in everyone's ears. In the middle of the restaurant, a light shone on a man in a white suit who was playing the piano. When Chen Yu saw this figure, her heart broke. Accompanied by the sound of the piano, everyone in the restaurant couldn't help but stop what they were doing. This was Chen Song's choice. It was also the most lyrical piano piece that he was best at. Richard Clayderman's Autumn's Whispers was a piece full of emotions. The rhythm of the sound was clear and slow. Chen Song was also intoxicated by it. At this time, Chen Yu was looking at Chen Song playing the piano in the middle of the stage. Her eyes were suddenly filled with stars. She had never, ever thought that scenes from TV dramas would appear beside her. She felt that she was just an ordinary person, and so did Chen Song. She would fantasize about love and the most beautiful things on TV, but she knew that it was just a fantasy, and she was living. But when she saw Chen Song playing the piano slowly like a prince on a white horse, and as the notes jumped, it was as if she had become the female lead in the story. For a moment, when she closed her eyes, an image would appear in her mind, a path covered with fallen leaves winding and winding, leading to an unknown place. Towering trees on both sides, the leaves have turned golden. A gust of wind blew and slowly drifted down. If I could walk side by side with the person I love, what a pleasant and happy thing it would be holding your hand and growing old together. This was very similar to the days when she and Chen Song were in love. The two of them were also together in autumn. This autumn's whispers was like Chen Song whispering in her ear, promising her that he would love her for life. After some time, the piano music stopped. At this time, Chen Song got up, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand, and slowly walked toward Qinyu. Qinyu blushed for a moment. Looking at Chen Song's tall and handsome figure, wearing a handsome and slim suit, with a bouquet of fiery red roses, and a handsome face, he was more handsome than the male lead in TV dramas. He had to have an aura. She had never thought that Chen Song would be so handsome. For a moment, Qinyu was so excited that her hands were trembling. She was at a loss, nervous, and perturbed. At this time, Chen Song walked in front of Qinyu, and a band slowly walked out. They were playing the violin, and the sound was neither loud nor soft. They surrounded the two of them, and the music was soothing, just like how love should be. Chen Song looked at Qinyu, staring into her eyes, and said slowly, "I've known you for 1021 days, and been in love with you for 102 days. Maybe it doesn't seem like a long time, but you've been in my heart for a long time. You told me that I was your first love. Since then, I've always wanted to do my best. I want to show you all the beauty of love. I'm afraid that if I don't do it, you would think that love is nothing. I hope I'll give you the happiest, most romantic and simple love zest, for the rest of my life. Qinyu, marry me." At this point, Chen Song knelt on the ground with one knee and opened the diamond ring. Under the light, the delicately carved pink diamond ring shone brightly, and everyone present was shocked. So beautiful, even Qinyu felt short of breath. She had never seen such a beautiful diamond ring. Even in television dramas, there wasn't such a beautiful diamond ring. The sound of the violin rang in their ears, and everyone around them applauded. At this time, the surrounding diners took out bouquets of fresh flowers from under the table and slowly walked over. The fresh flowers clustered the two of them together, and everyone slowly said the same thing. "Marry him. Marry him." Spasalo. Countless languages converged, and countless bouquets of fresh flowers bloomed. Qinyu cried like a child. "I do." Tears flowed down her cheeks. She had a dream confession. How could such a silly girl have such a dream of love? To Qinyu, this might really be a dream. A dream that she didn't want to wake up from. Chen Song slowly put the pink diamond ring on her finger, and the two of them hugged each other tightly. Around them was the romantic music of the band. There was also the crowd holding fresh flowers, and endless applause. In fact, Chen Song didn't know that such a thing would happen. He only booked a table in the restaurant, and booked a band for the two of them. Everything else had nothing to do with him. At this time, he looked outside and suddenly saw Jingguotan and Leonard Kantz applauding with a smile. His heart instantly warmed. This restaurant was Jingguotan's business, and he only did a very ordinary thing. He gave everyone present a free meal, and only asked them to give their best wishes. That was how it turned out today. Jingguotan also hoped that he could fulfill their wish and let Chen Song give Qinyu a memorable confession. Jingguotan looked at Chen Song, and said to Leonard Kantz with a smile, "When I married Aisheng, I didn't have money to buy a ring, so I spent 2 yuan to buy a bottle of Coca-Cola. I used the tab as a ring, and Aisheng agreed to my proposal." Leonard Kantz smiled. "Old man, you have told me this story hundreds of times. What are you trying to say?" Jingguotan rolled his eyes. "What I want to say is that you can sell me some of Coca-Cola's shares, and let me give it to my wife as a gift." Leonard Kantz couldn't help but laugh. "Cunning Jing." Chen Song glanced at Jingguotan and Leonard Kantz, and smiled gratefully. Leonard Kantz jeered, "Kiss her." When the surrounding people heard this, they also shouted, "Kiss her. Kiss her." After the lively atmosphere, Qinyu's face was red. She was excited, touched, and blissful. She didn't dare to look up at Chen Song. After all, she was still shy in front of everyone. Chen Song held Qinyu's face and stared at Qinyu. He said word by word, "I love you." Qinyu's eyes were burning. She stared at Chen Song, and there were two people fighting in her mind. She mustered her courage and pulled Chen Song's head over. Instantly, a kiss. Qinyu had rehearsed this scene countless times in her mind. She raised her right leg slightly. At this moment, Qinyu felt that she was happier than those celebrities. and Chen Song was more handsome than those Prince Charming in TV dramas. She was really surprised. Her birthday in 2019, this was a day that Qin Yu would never forget in her life. Chen Song suddenly thought of something. If her wedding and birthday were on the same day, would there be one less anniversary? This was a very constructive suggestion. P.S. Sigh, she finally confessed. The lovers finally got married. Actually, I hesitated for a long time at the beginning. I didn't know who the female lead would be. But as I wrote, little Licking Qin got more and more comfortable with writing, and she became the female lead. This wasn't something that could be arranged. Sometimes, when writing a novel, the plan can't keep up with the changes. Many of the female leads' novels aren't likable anymore, and some of them are becoming more and more compatible with the male lead. This is the love in the novel, right? Thanks, old friend. Lighter than a feather has tipped another 10,000. Thank you very much. Qin Yu looked at Chen Song and asked cautiously, Chen Song, where did you buy this diamond ring? Chen Song smiled and said, Taobao, 120 yuan, shipping included. 5-star reviews, 5 yuan back. Qin Yu suddenly rolled her eyes. She was angry and amused at the same time. Oh. You scared me to death. I thought you really bought such a big diamond ring. How expensive is it? But it's really beautiful. Chen Song coughed. This big sister was really sold at a high price of 150 yuan on Taobao for 120 yuan. Thinking of this, Chen Song quickly said, you probably didn't sell it, right? Qin Yu burst into laughter. This is a proposal ring, okay? Do you think I'm stupid? Chen Song looked at Qin Yu. He was afraid that this girl's brain was not working well, so he quickly said seriously, I'm joking with you. This is a gift from a friend. It was just auctioned in France. It's a priceless pink diamond. I liked it at first sight. I think it's very suitable for you. Then he asked a top designer from Tiffany to design a diamond ring for you. Look at the inner ring of the ring. Is your name on it? Qin Yu was dumbfounded when she heard this. She quickly looked down and saw the QY logo on it. What kind of friend gave you such an expensive gift? When Qin Yu was talking, Leonard Constance just passed by. He handed over a bottle of red wine in his hand and said with a smile, I think this diamond ring is very suitable for you. Maybe this is fate? Zhong Guotan said with a smile, sorry to disturb you. We're here to bless you. Xiao Chen, congratulations. The lovers finally got married. Chen Song quickly got up and introduced, President Xing, Mr. Seaton, this is Qin Yu. Qin Yu, this is President Xing, and this is Mr. Leonard Constance Seaton. The diamond was given to me by Mr. Seaton. He also asked a designer from Tiffany to design a diamond ring for me. Qin Yu nodded with a smile. Nice to meet you. Thank you, Mr. Seaton. Thank you, Chief Xing. Your gifts are too precious. Leonard Kant smiled. I think Chen's friendship is much more valuable than this soulless diamond. Congratulations. Remember to call me for your wedding. I prepared a gift. Chen Song smiled. The waiter followed behind and brought 2 glasses of red wine. Zhong Guotan smiled and said, I won't bother you anymore. Young people, let go. I wish you happiness. Leonard Kantz handed the red wine over. For you. Enjoy your meal. After the 2 left, Qin Yu looked at Chen Song suspiciously. How do you know them? Zhong Guotan is the richest man in Ammonium's Sun. Chen Song sighed. It was a coincidence. Then, he told her about the suture, including the removal of the scar on his wife's face. Qin Yu was naturally excited. She did not expect Chen Song to be so amazing. As a loyal fan of Chen Song, Qin Yu was extremely excited. She looked at Chen Song with both eyes. Chen Song had already opened a bottle of red wine. After drinking a few glasses, Qin Yu's face was a little red. Looking at the night view of Ammonium Sun City outside the window, Qin Yu felt that it was very unreal. After all, even if Qin Xiaoyuan was the director, she did not expect to be treated so well. She was wearing a 5-carat pink diamond, drinking top-grade red wine in a luxurious restaurant. The scene in her dream had become reality at this moment. However, Qin Yu wanted to escape at this moment. She wanted to drag Chen Song to eat hot pot to sober up. After all, everything here was a little illusory. Qingyu regretted that she did not record this and preserve this beautiful memory. This kind of opportunity might only come once. Qingyu wanted to savor it. The meal took more than an hour. Under Zheng Guotan's request, all the dishes were specialties and specialties. When Chen Song called the waiter to pay the bill, he was also told that the meal was on the house. Chen Song could not help but laugh. He shook his head and was about to get up and leave. At this time, a staff member walked over with 2 USB sticks in his hand. "Hello, Mr. Chen. We have saved all the scenes of your confession for you. By the way, Chief Xing hired the most professional director. Several cameras were specially shot for you. Now, the editing is done. This is the finished product." That one sentence really made the two of them a little stunned. That was possible? Wasn't that too considerate? No wonder she could succeed. She could think of anything you could think of, and she could help you think of things you could not think of. What reason did you have to reject such a person? After coming down from the top, Qingyu pouted and was a little unhappy. Chen Song was instantly dumbfounded. "What's wrong? Why are you so unhappy?" Qingyu walked on the road and kicked a stone with his sneakers. He sighed. "Look at you. You're dressed so well. In a white suit, you look like Prince Charming. You must have filmed it very well. Look at me. I'm wearing a hoodie, sweatpants, sneakers. How does this look like a proposal? This makes me look like Cinderella." Qingyu thought of the scene in the USB stick and felt very unhappy. One had to know that this was the happiest moment. He was not beautiful, and Chen Song was dressed so flirtatiously. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. "I wanted to give you a surprise. By the way, how is it? Are you happy?" Qingyu nodded. "Yes, I'm happy." As usual, Chen Song sent them downstairs. Qingyu took the initiative to call out to Chen Song. He pulled him over and kissed him directly. "Thank you, Chen Song. You make me feel that love is so beautiful." After saying that, he carried his things upstairs. Upstairs. Ji Ruyun suddenly said from the window, "Lao Qin, come and see. Chen Song is so handsome. Look at his outfit. It's just like in TV dramas." As she spoke, she took a few photos with her phone. Lao Qin could not help but say in disdain, "Can you pay attention to inner beauty? Don't look at those little fresh meat all day." As he spoke, he walked to the window and took a closer look at Chen Song. Under the street lights, the slim white suit and the tall and straight figure were indeed very good. Lao Qin nodded. "Yes, he's about the same as me when I was young." When Ji Ruyun heard that, she sneered. "If you were half as handsome as Xiao Chen, I would be thanking the heavens." Qin Xiaoyuan was instantly unhappy. "My family was average at that time. I couldn't afford such good clothes." Ji Ruyun laughed. "Look at Xiao Chen. He's also good-looking and has outstanding abilities." Lao Qin could not outtalk his wife. He sat on the chair angrily. When Ji Ruyun saw that Lao Qin was no longer arguing with her, she suddenly felt a little bored. She took the initiative to come over. Look. This kid even did his hair today." "You don't say, he looks quite good." Qin Xiaoyuan turned his head away, but Ji Ruyun pulled him back. He helplessly glanced at him. He realized that the more a mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law, the more she liked him. They were not married yet and he was already like this. How were they going to live in the future? By the way, what do you think Chen Song was doing with Qingyu when he was dressed so well? Old Qin asked thoughtfully, "Is it possible that there will be some romantic performance, such as a confession of love with candles?" With this said, Ji Ruyun immediately became spirited and hurriedly said, "That's right. We'll ask Yaya when she comes and see what they're doing today." The door opened while they were talking. Qingyu walked in with a bottle of wine in his arms, grinning. "Mom, a gift for you." He handed the wine over as he spoke. Lao Qin immediately sniffed hard. "You're drinking?" Qingyu nodded. "Yes, we're eating Western food. Of course, we have to drink some red wine. We're having dinner at Chris's tonight. You said you'd take us there, but we haven't been there in a long time." Qinyu glanced at Lao Qin and rolled his eyes. Mom, the Western food there is really good. I'll take you there another day. I'll take you there for a discount. Qinyu was enjoying the luxurious life of capitalism today. Before leaving, he even gave them a private membership card with a 50% discount. Most importantly, he could reserve a seat in advance. Xianxia immediately laughed. How come I didn't know that Chris's had a discount? Qinyu immediately said with a smile, because Chen Song is friends with the boss there. He even gave him a bottle of red wine. Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned. Chen Song and the boss of Chris's were friends. Was this kid pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? In order to pursue our Qinyu, he hid his identity in the emergency department for 3 years. For a moment, Qin Xiaoyuan automatically filled in the entire picture of Tang Bohu's autumn fragrance in his mind. Ji Ruyun took out the red wine and took a closer look. She immediately laughed. Oh, it's from La Romani Conti Winery? Xiaochen is so thoughtful. I like this kid more and more now. Lao Qin looked at Ji Ruyun with disdain. You think a bottle of wine can buy you over? Lao Qin asked. Yeah, what did you two do today? Qinyu blushed. Chen Song proposed to me today. With one sentence, Ji Ruyun and Lao Qin immediately became excited. Quick, tell mommy how he begged. I was wondering why he was dressed so formally today. He's wearing a suit. Qinyu also wanted to see the contents of the USB flash drive. He stood up, inserted the USB flash drive into the TV, and played it. Ji Ruyun was stunned. Why are you showing me this? Qinyu smiled mysteriously. What you want to see is inside. I didn't even know that I was being recorded. After he finished speaking, the scene on the TV changed. It was actually accompanied by music. He had to admit that it was very professional. It started when Qinyu got out of the taxi and entered the elevator with a nervous look. The details were very well coordinated. Following that, the scene changed. Qinyu appeared in the luxurious Christian. At this moment, the sound of a piano could be heard. A man in a white suit was playing the piano. The view changed and they could see a well-defined side profile. It was Chen Song. Ji Ruyun was stunned. Wow, is this Xiao Chen? He's really handsome. He's even more handsome than a celebrity, and he plays the piano so well. Lao Qin was also dumbfounded. He was even more certain of his own thoughts. This kid must have been planning for a long time for his girl. He looked like a domineering CEO of a large family. Following that, the piano playing ended and a violin band appeared. Chen Song knelt on one knee with a bouquet of flowers in his hands and proposed. The romantic confession made Qinyu tear up. Even Ji Ruyun's heart was surging as she watched. When the pink diamond appeared, due to the special lighting, it gave off an oppressive feeling. It was extremely beautiful. Ji Ruyun's breathing stopped. What a beautiful diamond ring. Chen Song put it on Qinyu like a beast, and the surrounding audience gave flowers. What a beautiful scene. For a moment, Ji Ruyun kept praising Chen Song. Of course, she couldn't help but complain about Lao Qin. Look at him. Look at his proposal, so romantic. And the editing of this video. I'll never forget it in my life. Look at you. You didn't even propose. I'm so angry. Ji Ruyun was amazed and said emotionally, it's just like on TV. Oh right, yeah. Why are you wearing a sweater and sportswear? It's too out of character. Qinyu was also very angry. This guy didn't tell me and made me look bad. Ji Ruyun suddenly said, oh right, what about the diamond ring? Qinyu took out a box from his pocket and took out the diamond ring. Look, this was specially given to him by Chen Song's foreign friend. Then, he asked Tiffany's designer to design it. Ji Ruyun was stunned for a moment. She picked up her phone, opened the history and opened a web page. 20-carat pink diamond was auctioned off by investment tycoon Leonard Constance Seaton for $5.2 million. There was a picture of the pink diamond attached. After careful comparison, it was exactly the same. This time, the whole family was dumbfounded. Qinyu also didn't expect that Chen Song would give him such an expensive diamond ring. For a moment, he was at a loss. Qinyu was stunned for a moment and said, Chen Song's friend seems to be Leonard Constance Seaton. The other friend is Jingguo Tan, the richest man in Ammonium's Sun. Lao Qin was shocked. Originally, he was worried that Xiaochen wouldn't be able to give little Qin a happy life. Now that he thought about it, even if he sold the diamond ring, he would be richer than him. This brat was too scary. Could it be that he guessed correctly? Was Xianxia really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? That night, Lao Qin's family was destined to have some insomnia. After all, this was too expensive. But this was a token of love. This could be a family heirloom. Was this nouveau riche really not short of money? Such a big and precious pink diamond was given away so casually. Although Qinyu was a little nervous, she was more surprised. After all, she felt that she had become a princess in a fairy tale, and Xianxia was her Prince Charming. Qinyu exaggerated Xianxia's glorious deeds. What was more amazing than the world's top CIS plastic surgery founder? She said that Xianxia was the most amazing person in the world. Anyway, from what little Licky Qin said, Xianxia was supported by a halo. Listening to it, Ji Ruyun felt like she was listening to a story. Xiaochen is really amazing. Sigh. Lao Qin, look at Xiaochen. Look at you. You said that you can't judge a person by his appearance, but by his inner qualities. Look at Xiaochen's inner qualities. You might as well compare with his outer appearance. Look at him, he can play the piano. Look at how good he is at playing. He's multi-talented, talented and good-looking. His surgery is even better than that. He's better than that. Sigh. The difference between people. Lao Qin's heart was bitter. Who did I offend? Why did I have to suffer this? The more he thought about it, the more Lao Qin felt wronged. But, Qin Xiaoyuan thought about it again. Xianxia was his son-in-law. If he was successful, wouldn't that mean that he was successful? Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly became happy. My son-in-law is amazing, I'm proud, That's right. Seeing that the day of the competition was getting closer and closer, Xianxia's expectations of himself were getting higher and higher. The frequency of him going to the cardiovascular surgery department was increasing. Taomi would basically call Xianxia whenever it was a surgery involving large blood vessels. At first, Taomi kept teaching Xianxia, but gradually, Xianxia's comprehension made Taomi feel a little powerless. Seeing that Xianxia understood everything, Taomi could not help but look at the two students in disappointment. She felt a little helpless. Qianlin and classmate A were even more helpless. How many days had it been since they had a good life? But they did not expect that after a few days, Taomi would suddenly treat them better. At first, the two of them trembled in fear and thought that it was a farewell meal. It was more solemn and moving. They also drank more. They also drank a lot of Taomi. When they drank too much, they talked too much. The two of them were about to complain, but they did not expect Chief Physician Tao to start complaining first. Little Qian, little Wang, in the past. I misunderstood you. Xianxia, this kid, is not human at all. His learning speed is faster than his stamping speed. Now, when I see this guy, I want to stay away from him. It hurts my self-esteem. I understand you very well now. This kid, now he almost makes me doubt my life. Her words immediately opened the hearts of Qianlin and classmate A. The three of them toasted each other, confided in each other, and chatted for a long time with snot and tears. The relationship between the three of them improved greatly because of a meal. Yes, in the beginning, it was Taomi who taught Xianxia how to perform surgery. Later on, the roles of both sides were swapped. Xianxia began to guide Taomi. This made Taomi feel pain and joy. While being tortured mentally and physically, her skills were also gradually improving. Taomi did not expect that the second spring of her surgical skills would come when she was in her 50s. From then on, Qianlin and classmate A's life was much more stable. There was no deception between the master and disciple. There was only a kind of master-disciple relationship that sympathized with each other and put themselves in each other's shoes. Naturally, he was not the only one who was suffering. There was also teacher Meng, who was far away in the cardiovascular surgery department of Eastern University First Hospital. After Xianxia bragged that day, he suddenly received a mission. Ding! He had helped Mengxi enter the national tournament and smoothly obtained second place. Mission completion reward, 1, Mengxi favorability plus 100, automatically replenished, 2. Special training card X1. Xianxia was dumbfounded, 100 favorable impression points. This was equivalent to 2 master level 4 surgeries. plus a perfect special training card. The rewards were indeed plentiful. However, when Xianxia saw Teacher Meng's performance, he couldn't help but feel heartache. Naturally, he had to start a devilish training. From time to time, cries of pain could be heard coming from the operating room of Eastern University Hospital. The anesthesiologist and scrub nurse could not accept it at first. But gradually, he seemed to have gotten used to it. Xianxia's guidance to Meng Shi was getting more and more effective. For example, if Xianxia glared at her now, Teacher Meng would reflexively check what she had done wrong. As long as Xianxia coughed, Teacher Meng would instinctively open his eyes wide to see if he had missed any details. As the days approached, there were only 2 days left before the competition. On this day, as usual, Xianxia was ready to get off work and go to the Department of Cardiac Surgery of Eastern University Hospital. After all, he found that he was addicted to guidance. However, Xiao Lin from the nurse's station hurriedly said, "The East Bridge has collapsed. Now, 2 cars have fallen, and there are more serious rear-end collisions. The emergency center wants us to go immediately." With that, Xianxia's expression changed. The bridge collapsed, these 2 crashes, a series of rear-end collisions, any one of these was a very serious incident. After receiving the call, the entire emergency team set off. The 3 ambulances of the 2nd Provincial Hospital were all ready for rescue. In fact, not only the 2nd Provincial Hospital, but many hospitals, including the emergency center, had set off. This kind of rescue work was not something that a single hospital could do. For a moment, several ambulances whizzed past the city, and the sound of the alarm rose and fell one after another. It seemed to be a well-trained team. In addition to the ambulance from the 120 emergency center, the 119 rescue team was also rushing over. Because of this kind of rescue work, many cars had been severely deformed. The doors were twisted and deformed, and the doors could not be opened at all. There were even people who were penetrated by the metal on the car and needed the help of 119. As the director of the emergency center, He Tong had already rushed to the scene to coordinate the work. The 2nd Provincial Hospital, Qinsong, go under the bridge and immediately organize the rescue work. He Jiren of the Provincial Hospital, go to the bridge and help the injured to the hospital. Gui Yunfei of the Cardiovascular Hospital, go under the bridge and quickly rescue the injured. He Tong had a very good understanding of the city's emergency medical team. Although it was impossible for him to know everyone well, he had a good idea of some of the representatives. Although the viaduct was only about 3 meters away from the ground, the risk of falling like this was still very high. At this time, the surrounding area had been cordoned off by the police. The entire rescue work was carried out in an orderly manner. After the car was parked, Qinsong ran out with Wang Qian. Each of them rushed over with a first aid kit. At the same time, a man with glasses ran down the bridge with the 2 of them. The man looked very easygoing, but the sharpness in his eyes could still be felt through his glasses. There were 2 cars that had fallen. One was the latest Passat. At this time, the car was severely damaged. The front of the engine was dented and the door was twisted. Through the glass, one could see the blood on it. There were at least 3 people inside, the other was a Harvard H9. When it fell, it rushed into the flower bed. The airbag had exploded and the life or death of the people inside was unknown. Qinsong glanced at Gui Yunfei and made a decision at the same time. He ran to the car closest to him. Qinsong glanced at the Passat. At the same time, his heart began to pound. The 119 comrade ran over and said to Qinsong, "Doctor, please move aside. I'll open the door." At this time, the door was twisted inwards. The lock was damaged and could not be opened. They had to use a chainsaw to open it. Qinsong nodded and immediately took a step back. Instead, he began to prepare the rescue materials. Once the door was opened, he would quickly and effectively start the rescue work. This was very important. P.S. Thank you sect leader Jili Yulan, elder first love resplendent like summer flowers, hall leader Tang Jialan for the 10,000 tips. Thank you. Calling them that feels so childish and shameful. There are also some tips from children. I won't list them one by one. Thank you all for your support. P.S. I recommend a book, The First Heavy Soldier, by an old author. It's a military novel with a futuristic military theme. You can read it if you like. The front windshield of the car was filled with cracks. 2 firefighters used tools to carefully pry it open. Instantly, the sound of crying could be heard. There were children. At that moment, everyone's heart sank. In the driver's seat was a man. His head was covered in blood and he was unconscious. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. In the front passenger seat was a woman in her 30s. Although there were no obvious traces of blood on her face, she had also fainted. The front of the car was dented and it would be difficult to get someone out from the front of the car. In the back of the car were two children. At this time, the professional skills and accomplishments of the firefighters were fully displayed. In less than 5 minutes, all 4 car doors were opened. Xianxia quickly went forward and put down the stretcher. Then, he cooperated with the firefighters to carefully move the victim out. The woman's leg was severely fractured, the angle was distorted and blood oozed out. It was a chilling sight. Of the 2 children in the back, one was crying loudly while the other was unconscious. Xianxia entered the car and saw a boy who was about 10 years old. In the middle of the car was a baby seat with a child who was not even 3 years old. At that moment, the big boy was lying on top of the child. Due to the impact of the rear seat, the child did not seem to have suffered much damage. When Xianxia saw that, he was stunned. He quickly called for someone to carefully carry the big boy out. There were not many signs of damage at the scene. However, he was indeed unconscious. After the little girl got out of the car, she saw that her father's face was covered in blood and her mother and brother had fainted. She immediately burst into tears. She kept shouting, "Mommy! Daddy! Brother! Wake up!" This was a family of 4. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a situation? Xianxia did not dare to stay there for too long. This was not a safe area. After all, the car itself was seriously damaged and there was a possibility of it exploding. In this sort of on-the-spot rescue, the first step was to move the victim to a relatively safe location. At that moment, the man was unconscious. He was still breathing and his heartbeat was still there. However, his breathing was very weak and could stop at any moment. When Wang Qian saw that, he quickly frowned. There might be blood in his chest. With that, Xianxia exerted force with both hands and tore apart the man's clothes. Open the airway, stop the bleeding. That was probably the most important thing to do now. Looking at the blood that kept gushing out, the 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief. The blood was dark red, and most of the bleeding was gushing out. This situation should be caused by venous bleeding. Compared to the speed of the blood flow, it was not a large vein. This was good news. Generally speaking, arterial hemorrhages would spurt out quickly, and the blood would be bright red. On the other hand, capillary hemorrhages would seep out blood droplets, which would coagulate very quickly. There was basically no need to worry. The most serious injuries from car accidents were injuries to the head, chest, and abdomen. The patient had obvious craniocerebral trauma and a depression in his chest. Pressure to stop the bleeding, blood pressure test. There was indeed damage to the brain, but the hemothorax had seriously affected the patient's breathing. Immediate measures had to be taken. Wang Qian looked at Xianxia and said, "You have to wear it through your chest. Otherwise, breathing will become a problem." When the time comes, Xianxia quickly nodded. This might be the most important reason for the safety of the patients in critical situations. The condition of the hemothorax was very dangerous. His life could be endangered at any time due to shock. Xianxia and Wang Qian quickly started piercing his chest. There was no way to accurately estimate the amount of blood loss, but after the blood was drawn out, Xianxia and Wang Qian became more and more uneasy. This was because the amount of blood loss seemed to have exceeded 500 milliliters. It was at least a medium-sized hemothorax. Wang Qian looked at the blood. "There's progressive bleeding," Xianxia quickly said. "Send him to the hospital first. Quickly contact the Divine Surgery Department and perform emergency treatment. I'll take a look at the other patients." Wang Qian nodded. After the hemothorax was slightly relieved, the 2 of them placed the patient on the bed. They did not allow his head and body to sway as they rushed towards the second provincial hospital. They did not dare to delay the entire process for even half a minute. The little boy seemed to have fainted from fright. His vital signs were basically normal. This made Xianxia heave a sigh of relief. Soon after, the second car from the second provincial hospital arrived. Qinyu and Wang Qian alighted together. Xianxia quickly began to transport the woman. At this moment, the woman suddenly woke up. She opened her eyes and was about to get up, but the intense pain in her knees made her helpless. She looked at Chen Song and shouted, "Doctor, save my child. You have to save them. Where's my husband? Where did my husband go?" The woman quickly burst into tears. Chen Song quickly comforted her. "The children are fine. Don't worry. Your husband has already been sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Don't worry." After the woman heard this, her emotions stabilized slightly. At this moment, the little girl staggered towards her mother and shouted, "Mommy. Daddy is bleeding a lot. Brother fainted too." The woman quickly held the child and comforted her. Even though her left leg was severely fractured, the woman stopped crying. It was as if she had forgotten the pain. She knew that she was the child's backbone at this moment. She could not cry. Chen Song quickly said, "Let's go to the hospital first. Don't delay. Fix her lower limbs." Wang Qian and Qin Yu quickly nodded and began preparing. The little girl got into the car and was about to leave. At this moment, an older firefighter walked over and said, "It's obvious that the other party was prepared before coming down, so the damage wasn't serious. Furthermore, the front of the car acted as a buffer. The woman probably suffered a fracture because she was protecting herself. It wasn't easy." Chen Song thought of the firefighter's words and nodded. This might be a blessing in disguise. The little boy was also sent to the second provincial hospital. Just as Chen Song was about to follow the car back, he suddenly heard another team assigning tasks. "You guys transport the patient. Xiaoyu and I will prepare for the surgery. Hurry up." Chen Song's expression changed. He quickly said to Zhang Wenfu, who was following the car, "You guys go back first and organize the surgery. I'll see how it's going over there." Zhang Wenfu nodded and called for the driver to return to the second provincial hospital. On the other hand, Chen Song hurriedly walked to the car in front of him. He saw that the man's chest was pierced by an iron rod. Most importantly, the man was very conscious at this moment. The iron rod pierced into the driver's seat from his chest. The man seemed to be nailed to the spot and could not move. However, he did not look very flustered. He looked at Gui Yunfei and asked, "Doctor, are my wife and child okay?" When Gui Yunfei heard this, he immediately nodded. "They're fine. Relax. Don't be nervous." When the man heard that his wife and child were fine, he heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed a lot. However, his condition was very unstable. If he could not be rescued in time, he might die on the spot. Gui Yunfei looked at the man with firm eyes. "We will do our best to save you." The man chuckled as blood flowed down his cheek. "Thank you." Chen Song knew that after the ambulance from the second provincial hospital returned, many chief physicians would be there. They could organize an effective rescue. However, the scene was different. It could change at any time. For example, the man who was nailed to the seat in the Haver. If they did not transfer him in time and perform surgery, he would most likely die. Judging from the position of the thoracic artery, it could be determined that this surgery was extremely dangerous. It was very likely that the thoracic artery had been destroyed in more than one place. Because of the airbag, the man's head was indeed effectively protected. At this moment, his face was pale and his breathing was weak. It was even difficult for him to open his eyes. Gui Yunfei's heart sank when he saw this scene. He had to get the man down first. There was nothing he could do about staying in the car. The firefighters sawed off the side of the car door with a chainsaw. Now, they had to cut off the iron bars behind the man and in front of his chest. At this moment, everyone was a little worried. The position of the chest was very close to the heart. It was even more difficult than the steel bars that Chen Song had encountered back then. However, every minute they delayed now was a life lost. After a car accident, the rescue time was platinum 10 minutes and golden 1 hour. This meant that if the rescue was completed within 10 minutes, the success rate would be very high. 1 hour was also guaranteed. However, any longer, and it would be very, very difficult. The firefighters were very professional. The two burly men said directly, "Old Yang, we'll hold you and cut it off." Saw the seat first. Then, saw the iron bar. Old Yang nodded. "Hold it tight." It was not that simple to hold it tight. Who knew what kind of damage the vibration and heat produced by the saw would cause to the human body? Chen Song gritted his teeth and held the back of his hand. Gui Yunfei looked up and curiously looked at Chen Song, who was wearing a white coat. He keenly saw the words Dongyang Province's Second People's Hospital written on his left chest. The name tag on his chest said Emergency Department Chen Song. Gui Yunfei did not say much. He directly held Chen Song's hand tightly. When the chainsaw vibrated, everyone's hands trembled, but they tried their best to maintain their balance. The man who was about to faint wailed in pain. This process lasted less than a minute, however, everyone's hands still felt a kind of trembling and sleepiness. Fortunately, the rod was hollow. Otherwise, it would be even more dangerous. Working together, the man was quickly transferred to an open space. After such a torment, the man was already in hemorrhagic shock. After some effort, they finally cooperated with Gui Yunfei and carried the patient to the ambulance. ECG monitoring. Rehydrate. The nurse nodded and quickly began to prepare. Chen Song did not stop. He took the scissors and cut open the man's clothes. Blood could still be seen flowing out. As soon as the monitor was connected, the alarm began to beep. His blood pressure was only 7,040 mmHg, his breathing was so weak that it was suffocating, and his heart rate was dropping. His vital signs seemed to be slipping away. Chen Song looked at the bulging chest area and glanced at Gui Yunfei. Just as he was about to speak, he saw that Gui Yunfei had already prepared the puncture needle in his hand. He looked at Chen Song and said, "Dr. Chen, thank you for your hard work." Chen Song nodded and looked at Gui Yunfei with appreciation. Gui Yunfei looked at the ECG monitor. After using the stethoscope to feel and determine the position, he directly went in blindly. Chen Song quickly began to draw blood. After drawing about 150 milliliters, the heartbeat began to recover, but the blood pressure still did not change. The large blood vessels in the chest were ruptured, causing massive bleeding. Gui Yunfei frowned and looked at the nurse and said, "Prepare for the emergency surgery." The nurse was not in a hurry. She directly took out a box from below and prepared the surgical instruments. Then, she began to prepare for the surgery. This caused Chen Song to be stunned. Looking at this posture, it seemed that the other party often performed this kind of surgery in the ambulance. He was so well prepared that even the nurse did not panic at all. Indeed, as a celebrity in the field of emergency treatment in Dongyang Province, Gui Yunfei's nurses were fixed. As long as Gui Yunfei did not leave, the nurse would follow and prepare for the rescue. Gui Yunfei stood up and left, and the nurse followed closely behind. Gui Yunfei glanced at Chen Song and said, "Dr. Chen, we need to prepare for the surgery immediately. Otherwise, the patient will be gone even if we send him to the hospital." Chen Song nodded and said, "I'll help you." Gui Yunfei nodded gratefully and began to disinfect, drape, and prepare for the surgery. However, he was still a little curious because he realized that Chen Song was not shocked or curious at all when he saw this kind of surgery in the ambulance. In the ambulance, all the instruments were ready. Gui Yunfei directly chose the opening of the fifth rib of the sternum. This angle was safe and reliable, and it would not damage the large blood vessels. He could also see the situation in the chest. With Chen Song's help, the surgery went very smoothly. After the chest was opened, Chen Song quickly began to aspirate, and Gui Yunfei did not stop. He looked at the large blood vessels in the chest and kept looking for the bleeding point. The hollow iron rod directly went through the aortic arch, and blood kept flowing out. There was still damage between the ascending aorta and the pericardium at the back. At this time, there was no extracorporeal circulation machine. The possibility of operating on the ascending aorta was almost zero. However, the bleeding was so serious. What should he do? Even if there was no need to consider the aortic arch at this time, the damage to the ascending aorta could no longer be stopped with hemostatic forceps. What should he do? Gui Yunfei frowned. Chen Song was the same. His eyes were fixed on the damaged area, and he looked up at the ECG monitor. He could not delay. Chen Song said directly, "Give me the scalpel, you suture." This sentence caused Gui Yunfei to be stunned. What did he mean? Suture like this? Was he crazy? Performing surgery on the ascending aorta while the heart was still working? Even though he had done many surgeries in the ambulance, it was the first time he encountered such a situation where the heart and the ascending aorta were working. However, he did not expect that Chen Song would not give him any room to think at all. Chen Song's decisive slash caused blood to spurt out. The wound on the ascending aorta was lacerated. It was probably a contusion caused by the impact. After losing the cover of the pericardium, blood instantly appeared. Gui Yunfei glanced at Chen Song. You bastard. What should I do now? The pericardium is open. Stop the bleeding. How the hell was he going to stop the bleeding? Gui Yunfei was about to cry, but, at this moment, Chen Song made his move. He directly held the two ends of the ascending aorta with his hands and quickly turned around to take two side-wall hemostatic forceps. Under the effect of the two hemostatic forceps, the patient's ruptured ascending aorta stopped bleeding instantly. This scene made Gui Yunfei dumbfounded. What kind of godly operation was this? What the hell? Wasn't this too cruel? Yes, Chen Song's operation, from the opening of the pericardium to the clamping of the blood vessel with the side-wall hemostatic forceps, took less than 30 seconds. This made Gui Yunfei, who was holding the suture thread, could not help but gulp. This was forcing him to go to Liangshan. Gui Yunfei could not help but look up at Xianxia. Indeed, at this moment, Gui Yunfei was scared half to death by Chen Song's ruthless operation. Can't you give me a chance to react? This F*King guy didn't say a word and instantly cut open. This is too ruthless. Even Gui Yunfei, who had traveled extensively, was shocked by Chen Song. After all, the scene of the rapid cutting open of the pericardium and the blood gushing out made him feel that his thoughts could not keep up with Chen Song's hands. If the incision at the beginning had frightened Gui Yunfei, then the rapid hemostasis at the end of the surgery had shocked him even more. This is too awesome. In such a situation where the heart was beating, using the side-wall hemostatic forceps to quickly stop the bleeding was no longer a test of a person's courage. This was an incomparable confidence in one's skills. Thinking of this, Gui Yunfei could not help but look up. He could not help but be shocked. Chen Song from the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital? Why haven't I heard of such a powerful person in the emergency department before? The nurse at the side looked at Gui Yunfei and was a little surprised. How long had it been since she saw him lose his composure? It's been a long time. As the youngest director of the emergency department in Dongyang province, Gui Yunfei was promoted as an exception. Even if his teacher was the director of the cardiovascular hospital, no one in the hospital gossiped because Gui Yunfei's strength made everyone speechless. However, Director Guo was obviously a little absent-minded and uneasy just now. He was even a little dazed. This surprised the nurse a little. She turned to look at Chen Song. Could it be that this was what it meant to be so handsome? Because this young doctor did seem to be more handsome than Director Guo. Level? She did not notice Chen Song's operation at all just now. Besides, she thought that Director Guo was the best in the world. Yes. That's right. Chen Song looked at Gui Yunfei in a daze and could not help but say, Dr. Guo, shall we suture? Gui Yunfei was stunned. He immediately turned around and said, do you know me? Of course, Chen Song did not know him, but he had the badge. Okay, Chen Song also suddenly realized after seeing the badge. Is this Gui Yunfei? He had heard this name more than once. Mengshi had mentioned it, Taomi had also mentioned it. Chen Song finally saw the real person today. There seemed to be some discrepancies. This gentle-looking man with glasses seemed to be a little slow to react. How could this be an emergency? Chen Song couldn't help but shake his head. He sighed. When he heard Gui Yunfei's question, he replied in a very sociable manner, I've heard a lot about you. When Gui Yunfei heard this, although his expression did not change, his heart was filled with joy. Although there were many people who had heard of him for a long time, he didn't know why, but he was especially happy to hear Chen Song's praise. Thinking of this, Gui Yunfei decided that he should show off his skills. That was right, he just wanted to show off his skills. The patient's heart was still beating. The contusion in the ascending aorta region had been cleverly clamped by Chen Kuei with the side-wall hemostatic clamp. However, it was really stressful to suture the ascending aorta without an extracorporeal circulation machine, but it was impossible not to suture it. Although the side-wall hemostatic clamps had clamped the blood vessels, the blood circulation left behind was very narrow. In addition, there was the existence of hemorrhagic shock. If the blood supply was not good for a long time, it was likely to lead to ischemia and hypoxia in the brain tissue. Gui Yunfei took a deep breath, hurriedly took the needle holder, and began to suture in an orderly manner. Although the wound had been clamped by the non-invasive side-wall hemostatic clamps, it was still a little difficult to suture it well. With the blood gushing out of the ventricle, This seemingly weak force was actually very likely to have a huge impact on the suture of the ascending aorta. This was the ascending aorta. It was very difficult to suture it, however. Gui Yunfei's expression was calm at this time. His right hand holding the needle holder was very steady. His left hand carefully maintained the wound in the suture area and quickly began to suture. The needle tip was undulating. The method used was simple. This was a more troublesome suture method, but the advantages of this method were also very obvious. Therefore, in terms of suturing speed, the surgeon needed to master the suturing skills and suture faster. Gui Yunfei did very well in this aspect. He was very fast. Moreover, when Xianxia was focused, he suddenly realized that when Gui Yunfei was suturing, he made a subtle adjustment to the details of the blood vessel tension. This point immediately made Xianxia pay attention and watch carefully. This seemingly unintentional adjustment might be seen by others as a habitual finishing action. After every punctured perforation suture, he would use a needle holder to feel the tension of the stitches. This may seem casual, but it was actually very different from what he was doing. When Xianxia was carefully observing, Gui Yunfei glanced at Xianxia, and the corner of his eyes twitched. Did he notice? It seemed that it was indeed not ordinary. He had some eyesight. Thinking of this, Gui Yunfei took the initiative to explain. Although the ascending aorta and descending aorta, the aortic arch, and the nameless artery all seem to be large blood vessels in the chest, their long-term blood flow speed causes the tension of the intima of the blood vessels to be different. When suturing, you need to feel this tension with your heart. In this case, the suturing effect for different blood vessels is very different. The ascending aorta gushes out from the left ventricle. It has a lot of strength, and the blood vessel tension is relatively high. In this way, Gui Yunfei did not hide it and directly explained it to Xianxia. In fact, he had never hidden it from his team members, but he never took the initiative to say it. However, as long as anyone felt the existence of this tension, he would explain it to them. It was not because he did not want to say it. It was because if his level was not at that level, it would only be counterproductive and spoil the growth. Blood vessel suturing was actually a step-by-step process. There were traces to be followed, so naturally, it could not be done overnight. He did not expect Xianxia to discover the existence of blood vessel tension at such a young age. Not bad, this young man has a bright future. When Xianxia heard Gui Yunfei's explanation, he smiled gratefully. It seemed like a few casual reminders, but for Xianxia, who was at a bottleneck, it improved a lot. This Gui Yunfei was indeed quite skilled. No wonder he could be favored by the arrogant teacher Meng and also be admired by the industry veterans, chief physician Tao Mi. It seemed that his reputation was not undeserved. Not long after, the suturing of the surgery was completed. After Xianxia removed the non-invasive side wall hemostatic forceps, the blood flowed smoothly. There was no blood in the wound, and the suturing was done perfectly. What an amazing suturing skill! Now that the patient's hemorrhage had stopped, the other surgeries could be done after he was sent to the hospital. Gui Yunfei glanced at Xianxia. Thank you, Dr. Chen. Xianxia shook his head. You're welcome. I should be the one thanking you, Dr. Gua. Your suturing is excellent. Gui Yunfei smiled. Indeed, he was still confident in his suturing. Xianxia had just gotten out of the car when he heard the system prompt. He could not help but be stunned. Ding. Participated in the aortic repair surgery and successfully stopped the bleeding. Passive skill triggered. Successfully learned Gui Yunfei's experience in suturing the ascending aorta. Xianxia was instantly stunned, looking at Gui Yunfei, who was brimming with confidence. He took a deep breath. Sigh. Dr. Gua was a good person. If he left, so be it. He even gave him a gift. Just thinking about it made him feel a little embarrassed. No wonder teacher Meng and chief physician Tao praised you. If it were me, I would praise you too. After tidying up, Xianxia went to the bridge. At this time, Chief Yitong of the emergency center was still there. He was nervously organizing the rescue work at the scene. When he saw Xianxia coming over, he quickly asked, Xiao Chen, how is it? Have all the patients been transferred? Yitong was from a clinical background. At that time, it was popular to change careers and administrative roles. He went directly to the emergency center and worked there for more than 10 years. His position changed, but his unit had never changed. He had worked in the emergency center for his entire life. Every time there was a large-scale rescue, he would basically be there personally to command. The friendship between him, Li Baoshan, Wang Xiangjuan, and the others was formed when they were fighting the earthquake together. He Tong had a lot of influence in the emergency center. It was not only because he was the chief, but most importantly, because of his professional attitude. Chen Song nodded. They've all been sent to the hospital. Chief Physician Tao and the others are already preparing for the surgery. The specific situation is unknown. Is the situation serious here? Chief He, do I need help? He Tong deliberated for a moment before saying, there's no need. You can go directly to the hospital and see if there's anything you need help with in the operating theater. The problem here isn't big. In He Tong's heart, Chen Song should still do more urgent work. They could handle the matters here. Chen Song nodded. He got up and went out to hail a taxi. He went straight back to the second provincial hospital. The white coat was already stained with a lot of blood. Chen Song simply took it off and wrapped it into a ball. However, he did not throw it away. He could still wear it after washing it. After all, how many white coats had he worn in the past month? The emergency department of the second provincial hospital was still very humane. The white coat was paid for by the department. There was no need to spend money to buy it. The head nurse, Mother Tian, is going to complain again if I waste my white coat like this. I'd better persevere. Who knows, maybe I'll be able to clean it. Don't think that a doctor's white coat is as beautiful as a wedding dress. In fact, there were all kinds of handwriting, oil stains, and all kinds of secretions on it. Of course, most of them were faint bloodstains. This was probably the cleanest and the most unclean thing. Every day, Chen Song had to change into a new white coat because there were always fresh bloodstains on his white coat. He was really helpless. However, the hospital's white coat was washed once a week. Chen Song had worn it once, so it could be changed. Compared to Teacher Meng, Chen Song felt that he was still okay. He could still wash his dirty shirt, but how could he solve the problem of the buttons falling off? This was already a large one. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but sigh. As a student, he really had an endless, hard to worry about. When the taxi driver saw Chen Song, he suddenly asked curiously, "Young man, you're a doctor, right?" Chen Song was stunned and nodded. Yes. Did anyone die in the accident just now? The driver asked worriedly. Chen Song shook his head. Not yet. I think they should be able to be saved. Don't worry. The taxi driver breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Sigh. People like us who run on the road are afraid of encountering traffic accidents. Every time we encounter something like this, we feel quite helpless. Fortunately, you guys are here. But it's really hard on you guys. Chen Song smiled. Long live understanding. When they reached the entrance, the taxi driver didn't want to pay. Chen Song just happened to have cash on him, so he directly put down 10 yuan and left. It wasn't that he didn't want to pay more. It was because he only had 10 yuan, and it was the change from breakfast. When they arrived at the hospital, Chen Song directly went to the operating theater. At this time, the rescue work had already started in an orderly manner. Chief Physician Tao Mi personally led the team, and Wang Qian, as the Associate Chief Physician for Thoracic Surgery, had very solid skills. The two of them complemented each other, and the rescue work for the man went very smoothly. However, Chen Song's blood was boiling as he watched the next craniocerebral surgery. To be honest, any surgeon would have the desire to open up their brains. After all, this was a sacred place to test a surgeon's skills. Chen Song was the same. With the hope that his steel skills could be activated, Chen Song watched the entire surgery. He wanted to intervene, but he realized that he really didn't know what to do other than assist with his gaze. Craniocerebral surgery was very delicate, and many of the instruments were specialized. Fortunately, the man only had a skull fracture with subarachnoid hemorrhage. The surgery was not difficult, and the rescue went very smoothly. Unfortunately, the hope of getting a reward from assisting with his gaze was too low. In addition, he also learned one of Gui Yunfei's skills today, so it didn't work today. After the surgery, the neurosurgery department director, Lu Xian, looked at Chen Song. Xiao Chen, how was it? Are you interested in learning neurosurgery? Chen Song nodded and was about to speak. Beside him, Taomi said faintly, no, he doesn't want to. Chen Song was stunned. Nonsense. Why wouldn't I want to? Lu Xian was stunned and glared at Taomi, I think he wants to. For a moment, the two old department directors started a war of words. However, the two of them also took pleasure in it, and the doctors around them were already used to it. Chen Song could only sigh helplessly. Actually, he really wanted to, however, rice had to be eaten one bite at a time, and it was the same for surgeries. The emergency department also needed neurosurgeons. There were many craniocerebral injuries, and the mortality rate was high. The surgery went very smoothly. Chen Song returned to the emergency department and entered the observation room. Suddenly, he saw the 3-year-old girl staring at her mother without saying anything. The 10-year-old boy beside her held her hand and lowered his head to look at the little girl. Shoo. Mom just finished the surgery and fell asleep. Nini, don't wake her up. The little girl nodded and just stood there, staring at her mother. No one knew what she was thinking. However, her hand tightly grasped her brother's index finger, and she suddenly felt a lot more at ease. Chen Song glanced and walked out. He looked at Chong Lina and asked, have you contacted her family? Chong Lina sighed. Yes, the child's grandparents, but they are all out of town. They will only come over tomorrow on the train tonight. Chen Song nodded and asked, who is on the night shift today? Take care of the child. At this time, Lulu walked in with a bunch of snacks. Chen Song was stunned. Lulu, you are so plump. Why do you still buy so many snacks? Aren't you afraid of high cholesterol? Lulu clicked her tongue and did not care. Instead, she smiled and said to Chen Song, I bought them for the child. I think they are quite pitiful. I am on the night shift tonight. Anyway, I have to eat, so I bought some snacks for the child. Chen Song looked at the snacks that children liked and could not help but smile. The nurses in the emergency department were not old. Most of them were 25 or 26 years old, even younger than Chen Song. There were often some children in the emergency department, and they were usually taken care of by them. They were very enthusiastic and attentive. If they really handed the children over to Chen Song and the other uncouth people, they might forget to take care of them at the beginning. P.S. I am really sorry. It is almost the new year. I was busy this afternoon and did not write 3 chapters. I will publish 2 chapters first and stay up all night to write the 3rd chapter. I will publish it at noon tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the 10,000 reward from the leader of the Moonlight Temple. Thank you. Qinyu had been worried for the past 2 days. She realized that the data Chen Song gave her was much more difficult than usual. Qinyu was very unhappy that she couldn't solve it after a few days. After entering a bunch of data into the SPSS statistical software, she finally got the results. Qinyu was dumbfounded when she saw the numbers on the screen. I spent a few days and I made a few mistakes, damn it, Qinyu was instantly enraged. A feeling of wanting to kill Song to vent his anger spontaneously arose. But just as she was about to turn off the SPSS software, she suddenly saw the data in the table and was stunned. Looking at the data carefully, she realized that after entering the SPSS software, variance analysis, F-test, T-test, all of them had a series of results 5, 2, 0, Qinyu was dumbfounded. How? How was this possible, using so many different methods to analyze the data, all the data was 520, how? How difficult was this? Thinking about Chen Song's lame statistical skills, Qinyu couldn't help but feel touched. This guy must have searched on Baidu somewhere. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Chen Song, I'm crying, the kind that can't be coaxed. Chen Song was lying in bed and looking at the WeChat message. She was dumbfounded. What did I do wrong? Did someone report the buttons on Teacher Ming's white lab coat? But no one saw it, okay? Chen Song sent a message out of common sense. Did I do wrong? Qinyu saw the message and wiped her tears. It wasn't because she was touched, but because she had been staring at the computer screen for a long time. Her eyes were so tired that she was crying. Can't you just confess properly? Must you give me a bunch of data to calculate? Is it so hard to be a straight-A student's girlfriend? Thinking of this, Qinyu directly replied, don't you know what you did? Chen Song was stunned. What did I do, this little thing? I didn't even think that you were stupid, but you actually said that I was stupid? The data I sent you was so simple. I wanted you to be touched, but it's been a few days and it still hasn't been calculated. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but sigh. If she could become so silly just because she was in a relationship, what would happen when she got married and had children? Chen Song could not help but worry about Chen Xiaozong's intelligence. Chen Song said innocently, "Sister, please let me know before I die." Qin Yu directly took a picture of the computer screen with his phone. "You sent me this number just to find a 520? Chen Song was stunned. "Of course not." Qin Yu was curious. "Oh? There are still hidden secrets?" Chen Song shook his head. Thinking of this girl's IQ, he estimated that it would take until tomorrow. It's obviously 520s, Qin Yu couldn't wait to pick up the computer and throw it at Chen Song. "What a waste of my time." Chen Song chuckled. "Isn't being in a relationship a romantic waste of time?" Qin Yu was stunned when he heard this. It seemed that there was some truth in his words. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly smiled and sent a picture over. "I said I would give it to you after you calculated it. I didn't expect it to be so late. But here's a reward for you." Qin Yu opened the picture and was stunned when he saw it. "Damn. Hubby, your wife is too awesome. Too awesome. I love you so much." Qin Yu blurted out and immediately sent a voice message to him. He didn't consider that Qin Xiaoyuan was still awake at this time. Standing in the living room with a teacup in his hand suddenly trembled. He was her husband? And he was too awesome. If it weren't for Qin Xiaoyuan's assurance that there was no one at home, he would have rushed in to check Qin Yu's bedroom. Qin Yu noticed the commotion outside and quickly typed, "You published a paper again?" "It's the British Journal of Surgery again." Chen Song nodded. "Yes, I think with this paper, you should have no problem applying for a doctorate in the review system, right?" Qin Yu was instantly touched. The two of them were lovey-dovey until 12:30. Then, they reluctantly went to sleep and agreed to do something embarrassing in their dreams. The next day, after Chen Song arrived at the hospital, he seemed to have nothing to do in the morning. He opened Gui Yunfei's experience in suturing the ascending aorta and carefully read it. After he clicked on it, a large number of memories suddenly rushed into his mind. Countless memories, feelings, and suturing techniques related to the ascending aorta kept entangling in Chen Song's mind with his own memories. After Chen Song saw these memories, he suddenly felt like he was in a meditative state. As the saying goes, 3 heads are better than Zhuge Liang. Chen Song and Gui Yunfei's memories about the ascending aorta kept merging and linking together, as if there was a chemical reaction. One reaction after another kept providing Chen Song with endless thoughts and ideas. Not long after, Chen Song suddenly opened his eyes and suddenly heard a notification from the system, "Ding. Your ascending aorta repair technique has been upgraded to quasi-perfect level. Please complete 10 ascending aorta surgeries as soon as possible and score more than 90 points. After the mission is completed, it will automatically be upgraded to perfect level." After Chen Song heard it, he was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell was quasi-perfect? Was there such a thing as quasi-perfect? However, after seeing the notification from the system, Chen Song's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately got up and walked to the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery on the 8th floor. He could upgrade it to perfect level after completing 10 ascending aorta surgeries. Such an opportunity was really hard to come by. As soon as he got out of the elevator, Chen Song bumped into Tao Mi. Chen Song was stunned, and his eyes lit up. "Chief Physician Tao? Surgery?" Tao Mi nodded. "Yes, there happens to be an ascending aortic aneurysm surgery. Why don't you do it?" Chen Song heard it. "Can I?" Tao Mi smiled. "It's no big deal. Let's go." Chen Song nodded embarrassedly and said, "Thank you, Chief Physician Tao." The two of them walked down the elevator together. Behind them, Qian Lin and classmate A looked at each other. "Teacher, you said you would let us test the waters. You said you would let us do it. Why did you lose your principles when you met Chen Song?" Qian Lin glanced at classmate A. "Are we still going?" Classmate A, "Why should we go? We'll be scolded if we go." Qian Lin frowned. "Not necessarily. Maybe, the director was provoked," classmate A sneered. Who is the director going to scold if he's provoked? Qianlin was stunned. That's right, we'll be scolded no matter what. At this moment, Taomi looked at the two people outside the elevator and suddenly said, "What are you two doing? Hurry up and come in." The two of them looked at each other and sighed, they were all in the same boat. Why did they have to trick their classmates? Chen Song greeted the two of them cordially. Qianlin and classmate Qianlin agreed with a fake smile. Taomi smiled. I wanted to bring the two of you to test the waters today. By the way, Xiao Chen, why did you suddenly come up? Chen Song said, I had a little realization, so I came to try it. When Taomi heard that, she immediately said enviously, oh? Realization? This is rare. Cherish it. As they spoke, they arrived at the operating theater. After some preparation, the surgery was about to begin. Chen Song glanced at Qianlin and classmate A. He suddenly felt a little sorry for them. After all, they were all classmates. He could not be too, since they were already here, let the children do some work. Thinking of this, Chen Song said to Qianlin, why don't you do the thoracotomy? Qianlin's face lit up. Can I? When Taomi heard Chen Song's words, she could not help but smile. She looked at Qianlin and said, yes. Try it. With Dr. Chen and me here, there's no problem. Make any mistakes. Qianlin was instantly happy. Thank you, teacher. Thank you. Chen. Yes, thank you. However, 5 minutes later. Look here. This cutting method is too unprofessional. What if you hurt the intercostal nerve? It's aimed. Use more strength. Wrong, wrong. I'm talking about you. Sigh. Xiao Qian, is your brain full of fat? How can you handle such a simple thing? Go down. Aya. Why are you so stupid? Classmate A looked at Qianlin's tearless expression and could not help but shake his head. Brother, you've worked hard. However, 10 minutes later, Qianlin's face lit up. After all, Qianlin weighed nearly 150 kilograms and had a thick layer of fat under his face. It perfectly resisted the ineffective ridicule and attacks of the outside world. However, he still improved very quickly when it came to education. Slowly, he became more familiar with the procedure and the surgery became smoother. This made classmate A little dumbfounded. After all, this was a double physical and magical attack from Chief Physician Tao and scumbag Chen. How could he withstand that? Seeing that Qianlin was getting more and more familiar with the surgery, the next thoracotomy was basically no problem. Chen Song could not help but praise, not bad. When Taomi heard that, she immediately smiled. Yes, it's all because I taught you well. Qianlin, classmate A, the scene fell into an awkward situation. Chen Song took over the next surgery. Although Chen Song did not specifically learn aortic aneurysm resection, when it came to surgery, he knew everything. It was nothing more than removing the tumor on the ascending aorta. The core was still the repair of the ascending aorta. With the help of Chen Song's impassive skill, he could clearly see the boundary of the tumor. During the operation, the normal tissues of the ascending aorta were basically protected. In this way, the effect would be better when the patient recovered. However, Chen Song gradually realized that it seemed that these tumor tissues could really be identified through some evidence. What does that mean? It was through his eyes that Chen Song could see the boundary. But others couldn't see it. Chen Song could draw a more precise boundary through the subtle changes in the surrounding structure, so that others could learn and imitate it. However, this was obviously not something that could be done overnight. Let's take it slow. The tumor tissue was not large. After Chen Song excised it, he observed the length and felt a little. He felt that he could cut off the damaged tissue and suture it directly. There was no need to use a patch, let alone an artificial blood vessel replacement. At this time, Chen Song began to suture. This time, his suturing skills were much better than before, and Chen Song could clearly feel that he had improved. The same suturing method, the same needle insertion angle and speed, however, he now had more and more things to consider. For example, the tension of the blood vessels, the stretching of the blood vessels, and, wait, this made Chen Song pay more attention to the details when he was repairing. Although it looked different from usual, a real expert could see the difference at a glance. For example, at this time, Taomi stared at Chen Song's suturing and suddenly frowned. He kept feeling that something was not right, but he could not put his finger on it. Chen Song did not have Gui Yunfei's superfluous movements. Those movements were simplified as much as possible by him, then, combined with his own habits, he created his own suturing rhythm and way. This made Taomi more and more surprised. In the end, Taomi suddenly understood. Xiao Chen, you, Chen Song smiled. Yes. Taomi took a deep breath. Ah. Amazing. The new generation excels the old, and each generation is better than the last. Chen Song suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I also saw Gui Yunfei's suturing and had some feelings in my heart. Later, after carefully thinking about it, I realized a lot, so I came up today. Taomi was curious. You saw Gui Yunfei? That kid is also a freak. Chen Song told him what happened yesterday, and Taomi was shocked. You just saw it once and mastered it? Chen Song nodded. It's mainly because I already have a lot of realization. Gui Yunfei gave me an opportunity. Taomi looked at Chen Song. You are even more freakish than that kid. Qianlin and classmate A stared at the old and young man, and they were suddenly a little confused. This was really amazing. They were praising each other in a serious business manner, and they even acted as if they did not understand, but they felt that they were amazing even though they did not understand. No wonder they performed the surgery so well. They even praised the surgery. With such a thick skin, they could do anything well. The two of them looked at each other and sighed. Chen Song's repair did not look much different from before, but Chief Physician Tao praised it as if it was a breakthrough. Did he think he was a cultivator? Could he really achieve a breakthrough? That was too ridiculous. Sigh, the surgery ended quickly. Taomi was filled with emotions. She communicated with Chen Song in full swing, and it was time to wrap things up. Taomi simply said, Xiao Chen, let them wrap things up. Qianlin quickly said, I'll do it, I'll do it. Classmate A was stunned. This fat pig, is he addicted to being abused today? Well, as expected, Qianlin was scolded badly. But this guy laughed very happily, and the work to wrap things up became smoother. The surgery ended. There was another surgery in a while. After everyone washed up, they took a break. Chen Song and Taomi washed their hands together. Qianlin and classmate A were beside them. Classmate A stared at Qianlin in disbelief. Fatty, what's wrong with you today? Are you addicted to being abused? Qianlin chuckled. Old Wang, you have to learn to block yourself. Just think of Chief Physician Tao and Scumbag Chen as flies, and you have to block their buzzing sounds. You have to filter out the useful ones. What they said is really useful. This way, you can learn very fast. After all, they can point out all your flaws, and you can make mistakes easily. How can there be such a good opportunity? Classmate A heard this and suddenly understood. Brother Qian, you're so smart. Qianlin was relaxed, but when he turned around, he suddenly found a pair of eyes staring at him. Ahem. Chief Physician? What a coincidence. Taomi felt the blood vessels in her temples explode. She did not know why, but she just wanted to hit someone. The day of the competition was getting closer and closer. A few of the big shots in the province decided to meet to discuss the details of the competition. As the president of the Donyang Cardiovascular Surgery Society, Qin Yueming invited Taomi, Xia Gaofeng, and the other directors of various hospitals to meet. Donyang Province's cardiovascular hospital was actually one of the top 20 hospitals in the country. Yes, top 20 was already very good. In last year's ranking, the Chinese Academy of Sciences Fuwai Hospital, which was also Jingran School, was the best in cardiovascular surgery, followed by Anjin Hospital, Guangdong People's Hospital, Fudan-affiliated Zhongshan Hospital, and so on. It was already very good for Donyang Province's cardiovascular hospital to be ranked in the top 20 in the country. As the director of the cardiovascular surgery department, Qin Yueming's social status and so on were needless to say. As for last year's competition, Donyang Province did not have anyone in the top 10 in the country. Naturally, Qin Yueming was dissatisfied with this. The meeting lasted for more than an hour. Basically, all the details of the competition were finalized. The competition was carried out by drawing lots in groups, the total number of participants in the province was 120. They were divided into 3 groups with 40 people in each group. After drawing lots, the winner would advance to the next round. After the 3rd round, there would be a bye until each group reached the finals. The winner would be in the group. The winner of each group could represent Dongyang province in the competition. Therefore, luck played a big part in it. After all, each group could only send one person. It would not be good if all the experts were gathered together. There were often some lucky people who entered the finals without a bye. They happened to be in a competition that they were good at and won first place to represent Dongyang province in the national competition. In the end, they were eliminated before even the first round. Obviously, this was a waste of places. The meeting this time was very obvious. They felt that it was best not to be eliminated in the group stage by putting 3 capable people into 3 groups. Of course, Qin Yueming was not worried about this problem. In his opinion, his student, Gui Yunfei, never had to worry about opponents. If he had not met the 2nd place Xikong in the national group stage last year, he would not have failed to enter the top 10. Dr. Xikong graduated from Karolinska Institute in Sweden. After he went to Anjin Hospital, he became the deputy director of the cardiovascular surgery department. In his first year of competition last year, he won 2nd place. The 1st place was the 35-year-old director of the 3rd cardiovascular surgery department in Fuwai Hospital. As a result, Xikong had become a popular contender for the championship this year, and there was a lot of support. The National Cardiovascular Surgery Skills Competition was not to be underestimated. This was a very important event in the field of cardiovascular surgery. Being able to win the championship basically meant that one's path of development was fixed. Not to mention the champion, the top 10 would basically be fought over by all the major hospitals in the country. Basically, those who came would receive treatment with real power. Their development would be bright, and their future would be limitless. This was also a stage for young people to compete. Qin Yueming looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "Do you have any good candidates to nominate this year?" Because the participants had to be under the age of 35, there were often new faces. In order to increase the popularity of their field, hospitals often brought in top talents. After all, think about it. If someone from your hospital won the championship, there would also be an honorary hospital behind them. For example, when Gui Yunfei won the championship, the introduction was like this. Congratulations! Gui Yunfei from the Cardiovascular Hospital of Dongyang Province is the champion. Everyone present was the department director of cardiac surgery from various hospitals in the province. Xia Gaofeng suddenly said, "Our Mengshi, Director Meng, is not bad. I think he is very competitive. Do you want to give him a separate group?" The people around him nodded in agreement. Everyone had heard about Mengshi. In fact, she could have participated last year, but she was busy with national affairs and did not participate. As for her, no one knew anything about her. Qin Yueming also nodded. "Well, Mengshi is not bad. I've seen her a few times. The key is that she is young. I think it would be a good thing if she could go to the national competition. Do you have any other candidates?" These department directors all had some selfish motives. They all wanted to let the best members of their departments enter the national competition. However, compared to selfishness, everyone knew that even if they entered the national competition, how embarrassing would it be if they were tricked in the first round. Therefore, everyone was more cautious. At this time, Tao Mi suddenly said, "There is a good young man in our hospital. His name is Chen Song, but he is not in cardiac surgery. He is in the emergency department. He is very good at cardiac surgery. I think we can give him a chance." Xia Gaofeng nodded in agreement. "Well, Xiao Chen is the most talented doctor I have ever seen. He is only 27 years old and has a lot of room for growth." When Qin Yueming heard this, he immediately asked curiously, "Chen Song? Do you have a brief introduction?" Indeed, the name Chen Song was unfamiliar to everyone present, and they were curious about it. After all, Dongyang province was only so big. There were only a few people in the cardiac surgery department. As long as they had some ability, everyone knew about them. However, no one had heard of Chen Song before. Tao Mi shook her head. "I think we can just refer to the introduction. Xiaochen graduated from Dongyang Medical University and has been in the emergency department of the 2nd Chengdu Provincial Hospital. But, he is very capable. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. They didn't look down on her. They just felt that Taomi was too mysterious. How good could a young man be, 27 years old, in so many years of competitions? No one under 30 had been in the top 3. None at all. Because they didn't have enough clinical experience. At this time, the department director smiled and said, I think Ninghausen from our department still has a chance. Last year, he met Gui Yunfei in the group stage and lost in the final. He is 35 years old this year. Why don't we give him a chance? He has improved a lot this year. The department director of the cardiac surgery department of the 2nd Chengdu Provincial Hospital also began to speak. The final candidates still needed to be voted on. Taomi and Xiao Gaofeng sighed. There was nothing they could do. A suggestion was a suggestion, but, in the end, everyone still had to decide. In the end, it was decided that Gui Yunfei, Meng Shi, and Ninghausen would be in 3 groups. The others would still draw lots. Coming out of the office, Xiao Gaofeng saw that Taomi was not in a good mood. He couldn't help but comfort her. Old Tao, don't worry. The competition is fair. If Xiaochen has skills, he can still enter the national competition even without the recommendation. Besides, Xiaochen is still young. There are many opportunities. There are still many good people in the first year of the competition. We can't take this risk. Besides, Xiaochen might make a name for himself in the provincial competition this year. Won't he have a chance next year? After all, we don't know him well. Taomi sighed. I didn't mean that. I'm just a little worried. Xiao Gaofeng was stunned. Worried? You mean? Taomi said, I'm not worried about Xiaochen. I'm worried that Xiaochen, Meng Shi, and Gui Yunfei will be in the same group and directly eliminate them. After all, it's not easy for them. Xiao Gaofeng was stunned by her words. Indeed, Taomi was now really impressed by Chen Song's vascular repair skills. P.S. Thank you to the chief of the Moonlight Sanctum, the chief of the magical girl Little Ming, the chief of the Little Swanee, and the chief of the completely chic Sister Yu for their 10,000 tips. Thank you for your support. Xiao Gaofeng was confused by Taomi's words. Seeing Taomi walk away, Xiao Gaofeng immediately chased after him. Old Tao, what do you mean? Taomi sighed. What did he mean? He just wanted more people from Dongyang province to participate in the national competition, and Chen Song was an unstable factor. If it were a month ago, Taomi would at most think that Chen Song was good and could be trained by participating in the competition. But now, he felt that Chen Song was a moving boss. In the past 2 days, he performed surgeries with Chen Song every day. They performed 7 or 8 aortic ascension surgeries, and he felt that Chen Song was improving with each surgery. Moreover, the more he observed, the more he felt that Chen Song's surgeries were very good. This gave Taomi an illusion about Chen Song. He felt that this guy was the son of a plane in novels. If Chen Song met Gui Yunfei in the provincial competition and directly eliminated him, Director Qin Yueming would cry again. Sigh, how annoying, and Meng Shi. If Xiaochen accidentally eliminated his teacher, it would not look good. After all, how embarrassing would it be if his own student eliminated his own teacher? It would be embarrassing for little Meng. After thinking about it, he still felt that Chen Song should be in the same group as Ninghausen. If he was eliminated, then so be it. Sigh, how tiring. Thinking of this, Taomi took a deep breath and felt helpless. You said that I was thinking for you, but you did not accept it. You will regret it later. Xiao Gaofeng saw Taomi shaking his head and not saying anything, so he quickly followed him. Old Tao, say something. Taomi asked directly, do you know Xiaochen's current level? Xiao Gaofeng was stunned. He nodded and said, I saw him a week ago. He's very good. Taomi was stunned. A week ago, I watched the surgery the day before yesterday, and it was a far cry from the one I saw yesterday. You should get a scratch on your eyes before you watch it again, Taomi said meaningfully. I think whoever Xiaochen is paired with will be unlucky. Xiaochen can make them doubt their lives. Xiao Gaofeng was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. You're exaggerating. Seeing that Xiao Gaofeng didn't take it seriously, Taomi laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, I was just kidding. I'll go back first." Xia Gaofeng nodded. Looking at old Tao's figure, he muttered, "This old Tao is so mysterious. Strange." Chen Song saw that the day of the competition was getting closer and closer, but he was still short of 2 surgeries for aortic ascension. How could he make up for it? After thinking about it, he decided to look for Teacher Meng more often. At the same time, he had to guide Teacher Meng more and strive to complete the mission and bring Teacher Meng into the top 3. However, it had to be said that Teacher Meng also had the ability to learn. Her appearance made Chen Song have to redefine whether Big Bear and Brainless had anything to do with each other. Teacher Meng had also learned her lesson. When Chen Song trained her, she no longer resisted because she found that it was better to enjoy the fruits of progress comfortably than to make unnecessary resistance. The wind was very noisy today. Chen Song rode a Meituan bicycle and arrived at the first hospital of Eastern University early. The competition was the day after tomorrow, and he didn't have a single perfect surgery. At first, Chen Song always thought that the master level was enough, but after seeing Gui Yunfei, Chen Song was shaken. Thinking about it carefully, they were all young talents. Who didn't have a specialty? One Gui Yunfei was already unfathomable. If he was unlucky and ran into the field that he was best at, it would be bad if he carelessly lost Meng Shi. Thinking of this, Chen Song felt a lot of pressure. He rushed into the cardiac surgery department and found that San Bo and Bai Jianming were there, but Teacher Meng was not. Seeing Chen Song's arrival, Bai Jianming greeted, "Xiao Chen, I saw that the list of competitors for the National Cardiac Surgery Skills Competition has come down. Your name is on it." Chen Song nodded and smiled, "Well, my unit asked me to go out and see the world and broaden my horizons." Bai Jianming nodded, "Well, there is no improvement without comparison. In fact, every time you PK with your opponent, you will find your own shortcomings. It is a good thing for your own improvement." Chen Song nodded. Indeed, after every PK victory, there would be drops. This was indeed a lot of benefits for him, but it was hard to say if he lost. Ba ba ba. How could I, Empress Chen, lose? By the way, last year, Dr. Ge Huai participated. You can ask for his experience, Bai Jianming said. During the competition last year, Meng Shi did not have time, so Ge Huai participated. Dr. Ge was not useless. At least, he entered 3 rounds in the provincial competition and was defeated by Gui Yunfei in the 4th round. When San Bo heard that Chen Song was going to participate, he was more enthusiastic and gave suggestions. Ge Huai turned around and seriously shared his experience. He was still very enthusiastic. Even though Chen Song was a big obstacle between him and Goddess Meng, he did not hold back and said, "Xiao Chen, the competition is divided into 3 groups. The first and second rounds are actually not difficult because many city-level hospitals or county-level hospitals have varying standards. If you meet them, it will not be a problem for you to advance according to your standard. However, those who can enter the 3rd round are more powerful. They are all excellent doctors from various provincial hospitals. All of them have unique skills, rich clinical experience, and a good mentality, so the difficulty is higher." Chen Song nodded. "By the way, Teacher Ge, is the surgical skills competition a simulation? Or a real person?" Ge Huai suddenly smiled. "Of course it's a mold. It's a training mold made by a medical company. The large blood vessels are imitated very realistically. However, the final stage of the national competition is a real-life rescue. The competition is based on the overall results." Chen Song was stunned. "Real-life rescue? What do you mean?" Ge Huai said, "When the time comes, you will be put in the capital emergency center and set off with a car to rescue the injured. Of course, there will be experts, but I heard that if you make a mistake, you will be kicked out. For example, if you encounter a patient and make a wrong diagnosis, you will be kicked out on the spot. After all, the patient's safety is the most important." Chen Song nodded. At this time, Meng Shi walked in. When he saw Chen Song, his eyes lit up. "Let's go, follow me to the surgery." After saying that, he walked directly to the operating theater. On the way, Meng Shi suddenly slowed down and turned to look at Chen Song. He asked, "Xiao Chen, let me ask you something. If you met me in the competition, what would you do?" Chen Song was about to speak, "I would, Before he could say anything, he immediately stopped, his heart suddenly thumped. This seemed to be a question that would kill him. Mengshi stared at Chen Song with his big eyes. What will you do? Chen Song thought for a long time. I'll think about it. After hearing this, Mengshi suddenly giggled. Is it that hard to think about it? Chen Song rolled his eyes. What do you think? Mengshi suddenly smiled and said, I have a suggestion. What do you think? Chen Song pricked up his ears and stared at Teacher Meng. Mengshi smiled casually and continued, when the time comes, once we're in the same group and start the PK as opponents, I'll choose to give up. Yes, that's right. I'll take the initiative to give up and let you enter the national competition. Chen Song was stunned and immediately felt touched. Teacher Meng. You're so kind. I won't let you down. Mengshi narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, anyway, I might not be able to beat you in a fair competition. It'll be embarrassing if I lose, and this is in front of everyone. Instead of losing to you, it's better to take the initiative to give up. When the time comes, the whole province will think that I, Mengshi, am a magnanimous teacher who takes the initiative to give up for my student to enter the national competition. Moreover, if my student is so good, how good would I be? Yes, that's right, I'll do that when the time comes. However, Mengshi took a deep breath and looked at Chen Song affectionately. But I have a wish. You'd better help me realize it. Chen Song patted his chest. However, it wasn't Teacher Meng's chest, but his own. He said solemnly, Teacher Meng, please tell me. Mengshi narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with unimaginable humiliation and unwillingness. He stared at Chen Song and said, You have to help me trample on that old thief Sikong. Chen Song was stunned. Who's Sikong? Mengshi waved his hand casually. Oh. It's not surprising. He's just a nobody. He's someone I defeated at Karolinska Institute in Sweden. I just found out and signed up this year. Remember, when you meet him, you have to trample on him. When you defeat him, tell him. With disdain. My teacher is Mengshi. Chen Song was stunned. He had a nagging feeling that something was wrong. Something was strange. Sikong, this name was even rarer than Jing Ran. Chen Song nodded. Teacher Meng, he bullied you before? Mengshi's face darkened. Humph. Of course not. Him? A defeated opponent is nothing to worry about. After Xia Gaofeng gave some instructions to Mengshi, he was about to get off work. Suddenly, he passed by the office and heard several people talking about Chen Song. Xia Gaofeng was stunned. Xiao Chen is here. Bai Jianming nodded. Yes, I just went for surgery with Chief Physician Meng. Xia Gaofeng nodded and walked toward the operating theater out of curiosity. When he passed by the operating theater, he saw Chen Song and Mengshi performing surgery through the glass. Thus, he walked straight in. When Chen Song was performing the surgery, Mengshi stood by the side. He understood what Chen Song meant with just one look. He was very obedient. Chen Song was becoming more and more satisfied with this teacher. He was obedient, had a high IQ, and was sensible. Most importantly, he was perceptive. He could completely understand him with just one look. He did not need to say anything at all. This? Could it be related to favorability? This was the last surgery. After it was completed, he would be able to break through to perfection. With the accumulation of 9 surgeries, Chen Song had accumulated to a peak and could break through at any time. In Chen Song's view, these 10 surgeries were not a task. Instead, it was an opportunity for him to master and constantly feel it. Next, during the surgery to repair the ascending aorta, Chen Song did it to his heart's content. Even, for the first time, Chen Song had a feeling of control. That's right, it was the kind of feeling, my surgical style, I'm in charge every movement, I'm fully involved. Needle holder and suture, accompany me to accelerate struggle in the blood passage. Write records with sweat. When the last suture was completed, Chen Song took a deep breath. Suddenly, he heard the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, your ascending aorta repair technique has been upgraded to perfect level. Chen Song smiled in satisfaction. And all of this was seen by Xia Gaofeng behind him. After reading it, Xiao Gaofeng's back was full of cold sweat. This kid. How many days had he not seen him? How did he get to this point? His confidence in the surgery just now had completely surpassed his own. That's right, an excellent surgeon had to have enough understanding of the patient and enough mastery of the surgery. Only then could he be calm in any situation. But at this moment, Xiao Gaofeng saw a realm in Chen Song's surgery. It was a feeling of complete mastery of the surgery. Chen Song was actually so strong, he carefully recalled Taomi's expression after the meeting today. At that time it felt strange, now it seemed, it was not strange at all. Chen Song was underestimated by everyone. He was destined to be the dark horse of this competition. Thinking of this, Xiao Gaofeng suddenly regretted it. If he had known, he would have really fought for it. Now it was great. Chen Song's appearance could be said to have disrupted the layout of the entire Danyang province. At this moment, Chen Song said to Mengshi, "What are you looking at? Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and finish it up." When Mengshi heard this, he quickly nodded. Oh, I'm sorry." Chen Song sighed, a little disappointed. At the side, Xiao Gaofeng was stunned. Xiao Chen. This was too ridiculous, wasn't it? How could he talk to Teacher Meng like that? At this moment, Chen Song suddenly said, how many times have I told you? You still ignored this. This small point may affect the patient's recovery. Was your brain eaten by a bear? Wrong. How can you be so stupid? I'm so disappointed in you. Sigh, Chen Song sighed, making Mengshi quickly apologize. I didn't do it on purpose. I was wrong. Chen Song could not help but shake his head. When Xiao Gaofeng saw this, he was dumbfounded. This? Between Xiao Chen and Junior Chief Physician Meng. Who was the teacher and who was the student? At this moment, Chen Song sighed deeply. How can I rest assured when you go out for a competition with this level of skill? Why do I have such a disappointing teacher like you? Okay, I have to go back. Reflect on it. When you go back tonight, write a summary of my experience with the ascending aorta repair today. I'll check it tomorrow. Mengshi replied disappointedly, I don't have time tomorrow. Chen Song said, don't sleep too much. Mengshi replied with an aggrieved expression. As a teacher, no one else could be as good as her. However, the nurses and anesthesiologists in the operating theater were already used to it. However, Xiao Gaofeng's eyes widened. He pinched his thigh hard and looked at all this with some disbelief. He doubted his life. What was going on with these two people? At this moment, Mengshi and Chen Song finished their surgeries and turned around. Suddenly, they saw Xiao Gaofeng and immediately looked at each other. Mengshi said, Chief Xia. You, Xiao Gaofeng quickly said, I just came. Is the surgery over? When Mengshi and Chen Song heard this, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Mengshi nodded. Yes, the surgery just finished. By the way, Xiao Chen, did you understand what you saw just now? Go back and write a good review. Chen Song said, Okay, Teacher Meng. I'll go first then. Xiao Gaofeng was speechless. The anesthesiologist did not dare to laugh. The nurse's chest hurt from holding it in. P.S. Thank you to the leader of the Moonlight Temple, the leader of the Temptation of Longda, and the leader of the name is this time for the 10,000 reward. Thank you all. Today is the first day of the Chinese New Year. I wish everyone a happy New Year. There will be a separate chapter later. Inside the competition venue, Chen Song did not panic at all, other than his legs trembling a little, his speech stuttering, and the identity card in his hand being a little unstable. Everything else was normal, and he was not nervous, but excited. An older doctor beside him saw Chen Song and could not help but smile. First time participating? Chen Song nodded and smiled, and I'm a little excited. Indeed, Chen Song's eyes were now looking at the group of small bosses around him. His eyes were filled with a bunch of experience points. There were drops from PK. Artifacts could be picked up until one's hands went numb, and equipment could be recycled. The older doctor glanced at Chen Song's identity card and suddenly froze. Eh? You are Chen Song? I've heard of you. Chen Song was stunned. Am I that famous? I still want to pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger. Now that you suddenly want to get close to me, I won't be merciful. At most, I'll go easy on you for 10 seconds. Senior, you are? Chen Song asked curiously. The other party smiled. I'm Cui Yuanwu from Eastern University's second courtyard. Zhang Wenfu and I are classmates. Some time ago, we drank and talked about you, saying that you are very talented. Chen Song quickly smiled and said, Hello Dr. Cui, please take care of me, take care of me. Chen Song pondered in his heart. Zhang Wenfu must not praise him. Otherwise, the other party would think that he was very strong. What if he was serious? Once he exceeded his standard, wouldn't he be dead? After all, apart from his perfect ascending aorta, everything else was at the master level. Not to mention others, this Gui Yunfei had at least a few quasi-perfect levels. This was what Chen Song felt, and this Cui Yuanwu. After all, he was the ace of the new generation of the Eastern University's first courtyard. He could not be underestimated. Thinking of this, Chen Song felt that he should first brag about it, thus, he threw in. Appraisal over. Ding. Cui Yuanwu, a cardiac surgeon who specializes in the repair of unnamed arteries. Straightforward personality, loves to make friends, and is a must-have when going out to pay the bill. Favorability, 5. When Chen Song heard this, he suddenly had a plan in his mind. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and felt like he was suddenly enlightened. Oh. 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 Dr. Cui, hearing about you is really not as good as meeting you in person. I've heard a lot about you. Now that I've met you today, you really do live up to your reputation. Cui Yuanwu was stunned by Chen Song's flattery. You know me? Chen Song slapped his thigh. Of course I know. Dr. Cui's nameless artery repair technique is the best in the province. I've heard Chief Physician Tao praise you more than once. Also, I heard that Dr. Cui is hospitable and righteous. I've long wanted to make friends with you. When Cui Yuanwu heard this, he immediately laughed. I turned out to be so famous, even Chief Tao knows me. Thinking of this, he was a little excited. Cui Yuanwu said with a smile, It's a deal. Tomorrow night, I will arrange it. Chen Song clapped his hands. Good. It's a deal. This kind of competition was a competition of skills within the industry. There were basically no other spectators. Only some people in the industry came to participate, so it was far from being lively. However, it was also because of this that it was easy to manage. Soon, it was time to draw lots. 120 people went on stage to draw lots. Chen Song was in front, and Cui Yuanwu was behind. After the two of them drew lots, they were dumbfounded when they registered. Chen Song, Group C, Number 8. Competition Content, Number 5, Descending Aorta Repair Technique. Cui Yuanwu, Group C, Number 8. Competition Content, Number 5, Descending Aorta Repair Technique. Chen Song was stunned. Wang Defa, what are you doing? Are you poisonous? I just chatted with you, and you want to be my opponent? Do you have any conscience? Chen Song wanted to cry but had no tears. After all, the Second East University Hospital and the First East University Hospital were hospitals of the same standard. They were basically the top 3 hospitals in the province. Just thinking about it made his liver hurt. Chen Song sighed. Dying before achieving success, I, Chen Song, will shed tears all over Qin Xiaolik's lapel. Cui Yuanwu was also stunned. He couldn't help but look at Chen Song and asked with concern, Little brother, why don't I go easy on you? So that you won't lose too badly? Chen Song didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No. Dr. Cui, you can do it. I'm very good. Cui Yuanwu looked at Chen Song's adorable look and sighed deeply. I won't say anything else. I'll arrange it tomorrow night. Chen Song heard Cui Yuanwu emphasize it twice. Could it be some special event? Fortunately, there was no nameless artery repair technique. Otherwise, Chen Song felt that he would have a hard time. After all, the nameless artery repair technique was what Cui Yuanwu was best at. When the list was announced, everyone quickly looked at their phones. Taomi and Xia Gaofeng sat in the office and looked at the list. They finally let out a long sigh of relief. Now, the two of them were most worried about Chen Song. This kid better not be in the same group as Meng Shi and Gui Yunfei. Otherwise, it would be a loss. Gui Yunfei was in Group A, Meng Shi was in Group B, Ninghausen was in Group C, and Chen Song was also in Group C. Moreover, after looking at the list carefully, Tao Mi suddenly said, "This Group C is a death group. It's quite difficult for Ninghausen to advance." Xia Gaofeng nodded and said, "Yes, the doctors in the tertiary grade A hospitals in the province are basically concentrated in Group C. In comparison, Group A and Group B are not very stressful. It seems that Gui Yunfei and Meng Shi won't have much difficulty. Now, it's up to Group C to see who will advance." At this time, Yang Jianchu, the director of the Second Eastern University Hospital, suddenly said, "Eh? Cui Yuanwu from our department is actually in Group C. Not bad, not bad. There's still a possibility for him to advance. His strength is not much different from Ninghausen's. It basically depends on luck. Whoever encounters a surgery that they are good at will advance." After Tao Mi heard this, she nodded to Xia Gaofeng. "Well, theoretically, it's like this." Cui Yuanwu was stunned. "Theoretically?" Tao Mi and Xia Gaofeng looked at each other and sighed. They didn't say anything. Because they definitely wouldn't believe it even if they said it. Yang Jianchu was right. If there was no Chen Song, the script would have gone the same way. However, there shouldn't be a dark horse named Chen Song. Thinking of this, the two shook their heads and said nothing. Yang Jianchu said happily, "Hey, not bad. The first round is actually Chen Song? 27 years old? Haha. It seems that little Cui is really lucky. Maybe he can enter the finals." Tao Mi looked at Yang Jianchu's confident eyes and couldn't help but say, "Director Yang, relax a little. This competition is always more complicated." Xia Gaofeng nodded. "Yes, yes, yes. Luck also plays a big role." Yang Jianchu chuckled. "Well, yes, luck plays a big role. Look at little Cui. He actually met a young junior doctor. How about this, when the surgery competition is over, I'll arrange it. Let's drink tonight. I'll go home and get some good wine, haha." The competition began very quickly. Each group had 4 match points. In fact, each match point was an office. It was as simple as an operating theater. Cui Yuanwu looked at Chen Song and said, "Xiao Chen, don't be nervous." At this point, Chen Song rolled his eyes. How could he not be nervous? Cui Yuanwu smiled and said, "You'll get used to losing." At this point, Cui Yuanwu felt a little guilty. "How about this? Tomorrow, I'll bring you to eat something good and make it up to you." Chen Song raised his head and said seriously, "I'll do my best. If you go easy on me, Dr. Cui, I won't go for dinner." When Cui Yuanwu heard Chen Song's words, he immediately clapped his hands. "Good job, you're a man. Xiao Chen, I think more and more highly of you." After the two of them were ready, they entered the examination room. The same examiner, the same surgical scrub nurse, and the same assistant doctor started one after another. Chen Song went in first, and Cui Yuanwu cheered him on from behind. "Xiao Chen, here you go. Gang Bodhi." Chen Song was speechless. This Dr. Cui was quite a good person, but he was a little stupid. After the competition, he could add him as a friend and ask him to come out for dinner. Well, I'm sure it's not because he likes to pay. After Chen Song entered the operating theater, he introduced himself and the surgery began immediately. He skipped the thoracotomy and went straight to the descending aorta repair. "Are you ready?" the examiner asked. Chen Song nodded. "I'm ready." The examiner turned on the switch, and blood immediately gushed out of the descending aorta. The numbers were written on the ECG monitor: blood pressure 8050. Breathing 32 times per minute. Blood oxygen saturation. At this time, the cardiac circulation had been established. What needed to be done was to start the surgery directly. Chen Song stared down and said to the scrub nurse, "Hemostatic forceps. Lateral wall hemostatic forceps. Another one." These were the 3 hemostatic forceps dissociation methods that Chen Song had summed up from his own experience. This way, he could accurately control the bleeding part. Then, it would be convenient for him to operate. The whole process was very smooth. After stopping the bleeding, Chen Song observed the wound and selected a suitable position for the non-invasive hemostatic forceps on the side wall. Then, he removed 2 of the forceps. In this way, the process of building a bypass was saved. However, the sidewall hemostatic forceps did not leave much space for the descending aorta. The surgery needed to be completed within this period of time. Otherwise, it would inevitably cause more damage. Chen Song took a deep breath and said to the nurse, "Needle holder." The nurse nodded and handed over a needle holder with a needle and thread. After Chen Song received it, he immediately began to operate it. At this moment, the examiners came over and observed carefully. The repair work was the most important part of the surgery, and it was also the core of the competition. Although Chen Song's descending aortic repair surgery was still far behind the ascending aortic repair surgery, he gradually gained a hint of inspiration when suturing because of the influence brought about by the perfect ascending aortic repair surgery. Therefore, in terms of the grasp of details, the control of the surgery, the shape of the needle and thread, and other aspects, he tried his best to achieve a certain degree of control. The 2 examiners beside him were both from other provinces. When they saw Chen Song's surgery, they felt a little emotional. It was really amazing. Details, 80 points, suture density, 90 points. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly put down the hemostatic forceps, inhalation, bleeding, it was done in one go. It was a very smooth surgery. When the 2 examiners looked at the time, they were instantly shocked. He only used less than 2 minutes. Chen Song really only used 2 minutes to complete more than 40 stitches during the entire suturing process. This speed could be said to be unparalleled. Suturing speed, 95 points. Moreover, when they checked whether the blood was flowing out, the integrity was very good. After the statistics were completed, the total score of the entire surgery was 90 points. The performance was excellent. At this moment, the examiner said, "All right, you may leave." Chen Song nodded, bowed to express his gratitude, and got up to leave. The 2 examiners did not have the examinee's information. They looked at each other and said, "Very good." After Chen Song came out, Cui Yuanwu was stunned. "So fast?" Chen Song nodded and sighed. "Yes, the examiner asked me to come out." After Cui Yuanwu heard this, he comforted him. "All right, it's fine." At this moment, the guide also brought Cui Yuanwu in. When the surgery began, Cui Yuanwu's movements were very experienced. At a glance, one could tell that he was an experienced person. Indeed, in Cui Yuanwu's words, the losers were used to it. The descending aorta was not his advantage. However, it was not a disadvantage. Overall, it was more outstanding. After all, he was the top student of the Second Eastern University Hospital. Naturally, he was of a certain standard. The surgery proceeded steadily. Cui Yuanwu and Chen Song's surgical method was basically the same. They still did not choose a bypass. Instead, they directly used the hemostatic forceps to suture. This also had high requirements for the surgical suture. Cui Yuanwu's suturing speed was also not slow. The entire process was smooth. It gave the examiners the feeling of a fierce battle. Time passed by minute. The surgery was over. After the 2 examiners summed it up, the final score was 88 points. "Excellent," Cui Yuanwu bowed and thanked them before leaving. He spent a little more time than Chen Song, but the surgery was not a competition of speed. Cui Yuanwu was very satisfied with his performance. He had a good mentality and performed beyond his usual standards. After he came out, he looked at Chen Song. "How is it, Xiao Chen?" Chen Song was stunned. "Sigh. I feel uncertain." Cui Yuanwu smiled. "Have a good mentality." Chen Song nodded. After a few minutes, the results of the first round were announced. Cui Yuanwu looked at the results. 88 points, he was immediately delighted. It was much higher than last year. He turned around and looked at Chen Song. "Xiao Chen, how many points did you get?" Chen Song looked at his phone and sighed. "Sigh. 90 points." When he heard Chen Song's sigh, Cui Yuanwu swore that he was already prepared to comfort him. However, when he said 90 points, Cui Yuanwu was stunned. "How many?" Chen Song, 90. "Dr. Cui, how many points did you get?" 95. Cui Yuanwu blushed. It was as if a group of grass mud horses had bred in his heart. It was as if he had returned to school. A group of children came out to ask about their results after their exams. Those who scored 90 points said, "Sigh, I didn't study last night." Those who scored 95 said, "Sigh, I'm so nervous." Those who scored 99 said, "Sigh, I'm so flustered." Those who scored 60 points were smug. Steady. At this moment, Chui Yuanwu felt that he was the person who scored 60 points. It was very stable. Thinking of this, Chui Yuanwu could not help but sigh. He looked at Chen Song and gritted his teeth. "You brat, treat me to dinner tomorrow night." After saying that, he handed the phone to Chen Song. Chen Song looked at the results. 88 points, ding. PK successful. Eliminated Chui Yuanwu. Obtained, nameless artery damage repair technique. PS, thank you to the leader of the Forbidden Zone Twilight Fire for his 40,000 reward. Thank you to the 3 bosses, Lulu Protector, Lan Shiyu Leader, and Yao 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 Leader for their 10,000 reward. Thank you, everyone. Happy New Year. Yang Jianshu held his phone and said to Taomi and Xiao Gaofeng, Hey, they're out, they're out. Taomi was stunned. What's out? Yang Jianshu pointed at the original window. The first round of the competition is over. They're out. The results will be announced soon. Shall we start the second round in the morning? Xiao Gaofeng nodded. Yes, 2 rounds in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. The semi-finals will be held tomorrow morning and the finals will be held in the afternoon. The entire competition was arranged very tightly. Basically, everyone could see it on the first day. In order to prevent the results of the competition from being unfair, there was an hour of rest after each round of the competition to draw lots and watch the surgery videos. If there were objections to the results, the expert team could report it and then vote to decide the final result. Therefore, the whole competition was very fair. Yang Jianshu looked at Chui Yuanwu, who came out with Chen Song in the distance, and smiled. Looks like this kid did well in the competition. Right, the one with him is Chen Song, right? Taomi nodded and looked over. Chui Yuanwu and Chen Song walked out from the backstage and returned to their seats. However, it was obvious that Chui Yuanwu was in high spirits while Chen Song had a bitter smile on his face. Taomi was stunned. Could it be that Xiaochen was eliminated? Thinking of this, Taomi and Xiao Gaofeng suddenly let out a thump. This kid's luck was too bad. He was eliminated in the first round. Yang Jianshu saw this and smiled. It's okay. Chen Song is still young. There will be many opportunities in the future. Dr. Chui is still very strong. Yang Jianshu felt that Chui Yuanwu was in the bag. Looking at his expression now, he was sure that he would win in the end. Thinking of this, Yang Jianshu took out his phone and began to draft a speech. If Chui entered the national competition, what should he say when the department director spoke? Baidu. At this time, Chui Yuanwu looked at Chen Song in high spirits. Xiao Chen, this is what you said. Santan Hai Lao. I'll pick anything. Chen Song rolled his eyes helplessly. This guy had asked more than 70 or 80 times. Do I look so stingy? I am stingy, but that was 3 months ago, okay? I, Chen, am also someone who earns tens of thousands a month. As for going back on his word after a few meals at the bottom of the ocean. Really, brother Chui. How about this? Tomorrow night, you take sister-in-law and the child, and I'll take my girlfriend. Let's go to Haidaleo. What do you think? Chen Song said with a smile. Chui Yuanwu smiled and nodded. Good. Xiao Chen, you're really something. Sigh. I miss the feeling of being treated to a meal. Ever since my family demolished 3 buildings, I've been treating them every time we go out for a meal. Sigh. Chen Song was at a loss for words. F***ck, can I go back on my word? Xiao Chen, let me tell you, I have a bad life. I bought 3 houses, and all of them were demolished. 2 years ago, in Xiong'an, 3 buildings in my hometown and my old house were all demolished. Let me tell you, this makes me doubt my life. Have I become a trash collector? Wherever you buy, it's demolished. Chen Song felt that his blood pressure was a little high. Yes, the side effect of high blood pressure had also appeared. His eyes were a little red. He felt that he was definitely not envious, and neither was he jealous. It was a normal physiological reaction of high blood pressure. Choi Yuanwu sighed. Sigh. My dream is to become a great surgeon and do well in the field of cardiovascular surgery. But, no one cared about our family's money. My parents went on a vacation, and my brother went to America. My wife's house is also a bunch of demolished houses. Now, I don't know where to invest my money every day. I don't even have the time to learn. I heard that inflation is getting worse. The currency depreciates by more than 5% every year. As long as the money is in my account, I feel anxious. I lose money every day, so I have to study how to invest every day. A person's energy is limited. I want to be a junior doctor now and operate every day for a living. Sigh. What a pity. Chen Song quickly raised his left hand and pressed on his right hand to take away the gel pen in his right hand. He kept persuading his right hand. Calm down, calm down. Impulse is the devil. We have a surgery and a house. I'm not envious. It's just a difference of a few decades. After a long time of persuasion, he finally calmed down. At this moment, the host said to the audience, "All right, the results of the first round are out. The contestants who have advanced will draw lots according to the order shown on the big screen to decide the next round's event. The surgery video has also been released. If you have any objections to the results, please provide feedback immediately. Everyone, please rest for an hour. After an hour, we will draw lots and start the second round of the competition. Those who have been eliminated, please sit in the audience or leave in an orderly manner." Choi Yuanwu patted Chen Song's shoulder happily. "Xiao Chen, I've remembered your phone number. Haida Leo won't run away." Chen Song was stunned. "You're not going to watch the video?" Choi Yuanwu smiled and pointed at the teacher behind him. "My director is behind. I'll go over and discuss with him. I won't talk to you. Rest well and prepare for the next round of the competition. I won't disturb you." After that, he got up and left. Chen Song sighed and looked at Choi Yuanwu's back. No wonder he was in such a good mood. If he had 3 majestic buildings, he would be in such a good mood too. At this moment, the big screen had not announced the name list. Yang Jianshu saw Choi Yuanwu walking towards him. He smiled and said, "The competition hasn't ended yet. Why are you here?" Choi Yuanwu was stunned. "Teacher, I'm done." Yang Jianshu smiled. "How was it? How many points did you get?" Choi Yuanwu smiled. 88 points. It's higher than last year. Yang Jianshu could not help but laugh. Not bad, not bad. You arrange it tomorrow." Choi Yuanwu laughed. No need, no need. I'll arrange it tonight." Yang Jianshu waved his hand after hearing that. No, no. After you go back tonight, you have to watch more videos. After watching them, you have to analyze your opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Try to win the finals tomorrow and defeat Ninghausen. Although Yang Jianshu and Choi Yuanwu were master and disciple, and they were also a director and a doctor, they got along very well. In other words, Choi Yuanwu and the people in the department were very harmonious. After all, who would be in a good mood when there was a silly guy who often treated them to meals? They never had to worry about paying the bill. Whoever paid the bill would be anxious. Back then, there was a newcomer who treated the people in the department to a meal. In the end, when it was time to pay, he was too drunk and fought with Choi Yuanwu to pay the bill. No one was willing to give in, therefore, there was a lot of comparison. However, when Choi Yuanwu ran over with a few pounds of property certificates, the other party finally pretended to be drunk. Hearing Yang Jianshu's words, Choi Yuanwu waved his hand and said directly, "It doesn't matter. Old Yang, I've been eliminated." With that, the 3 of them were stunned. After all, it was the first time Taomi and Xiao Gaofeng had seen someone talk about failure so calmly with the attitude of a winner. That's right, when Choi Yuanwu said that he was eliminated, his tone was exactly the same as I advanced. Yang Jianshu was used to it. He said angrily, "You bastard, you're still so happy after being eliminated." Choi Yuanwu rolled his eyes and said to Yang Jianshu, "I'm eliminated. Isn't this a matter of time? Old Yang, you know my level. Besides, it's been a few years. It's like I've been in the finals. Old Yang, you're too proud and not practical enough. Don't you know my level? Don't take any chances. You know that I've always been unlucky. When I bought a house, it was demolished. When I bought a mother shell, I got my teeth broken by pearls. Isn't it normal to meet a dark horse in the competition? Speaking of this, Taomi and Xiao Gaofeng were stunned. They felt that their brains had crashed. For some reason, there were 3 letters floating on the screen of their brains: MMP. MMP. The two looked at each other and quickly patted their heads to restart. Yang Jianshu sighed. Really, how could he not know what his students were like? Just as Yang Jianshu sighed, Cui Yuanwu suddenly said, "Old Yang, don't be unhappy. The house you bought with me in Dongyu Community 3 years ago will become a school district house. It's said that the 5th experimental primary school, one of the 4 primary schools, will move there." Yang Jianshu's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Convinced by Chui's luck, Yang Jianshu bought a house with him 3 years ago. He didn't expect that. The price really increased. It became a school district house. At that time, he bought more than 8,000 yuan. Now, it was at least 30,000 yuan. At that time, Yang Jianshu gritted his teeth and bought a big house of 258 square meters. He thought that if it didn't work, he would use it for his retirement. It had 5 rooms and 3 living rooms. When his 2 children got married and came back, the family wouldn't be crowded. Now, thinking of so much money, Yang Jianshu suddenly became excited. Cui Yuanwu sighed, "Of course it's true. I wanted to buy a place for my parents to retire in peace. In the end, the government of Anyang City moved eastward and so many people went there. Now, I bought it for nothing. I have to move to another place." Thinking of this, Cui Yuanwu looked deeply at Yang Jianshu. "Old Yang, why am I so unlucky?" "Oh right, let me introduce you to someone amazing. It's Chen Song, my competitor. He got 90 points. I thought that I had outperformed myself, and I was already very satisfied with 88 points. Who would have thought that, in his first competition, he would directly obtain 90 points? Old Yang, let's analyze other people's study, let's learn." Yang Jianshu's heart ached as he looked at his disappointing student who only cared about earning money. Come. You're just too busy. Otherwise, you wouldn't be worse than Gui Yunfei. Yanks, olds, I sold my mises were isets. I bought IS's, I. What do you think? Yang Jianshu slapped his thigh. "No problem." Cui Yuanwu nodded. "Well, let's watch the video first. I'll treat you to hot pot tonight and bring your wife." After that, the 2 of them took out their phones and began to watch the surgery video carefully. Taomi and Xiao Gaofeng coughed, wanting to say something. The amount of information was too much for the 2 of them to react. But at present, they knew that Xiaochen had advanced, the price of the houses in Dongyu Community had increased, and Yang Jianshu was having hot pot tonight. Cui Yuanwu saw Taomi and Xiao Gaofeng and quickly said, "Oh right, teachers, let's watch the video together and have dinner together. Let's talk about buying a house." Hearing this, Taomi and Xiao Gaofeng immediately accepted it. "Okay. No problem." Then, the 4 of them began to watch the video excitedly. After a long time, everyone finished watching Cui Yuanwu's surgery and nodded. "Not bad. I think it's already very good. There's nothing wrong with the suture." "Yes, it's already very good. Last year's 88 points were enough to enter the semi-finals, right? Little Cui, don't be discouraged. Come again next year. By the way, which community should we buy next time?" Cui Yuanwu shook his head. "Teacher, we'll talk about buying a house tonight. Let's talk about my shortcomings first." Taomi suddenly said, "Let's watch Xiao Chen's surgery first. Maybe you'll know where you need to improve." After that, she opened Chen Song's surgery video. In fact, Cui Yuanwu was also very curious about how Chen Song got 90 points. Last year's 90 points were enough to enter the national competition. Gui Yunfei's highest score was 95 points. As soon as the surgery began, everyone was stunned. The hemostasis was too fast and too accurate. Chen Song did not waste any time and went straight to the point. Everyone's eyes lit up at this point. A very confident young man. Next, Chen Song's suture made Cui Yuanwu frown. Because the suture speed he was proud of was not worth mentioning in front of Chen Song, it was too fast. How old was he? So fast. Yang Jianshu also widened his eyes and looked at Taomi. This Xiao Chen's suturing skills are so good. Xiao Gaofeng smiled mysteriously and shook his head. He's holding back. Yang Jianshu and Cui Yuanwu looked at each other. Xiao Gaofeng said, Little Cui, Little Chen's suturing speed is even faster than this. It's true. He might have been merciful to you. Otherwise, his score would have been higher. If you don't believe me, watch the next match. The two of them were stunned. Cui Yuanwu thought of Chen Song's calm face and suddenly had a good impression of him. Sigh. He's holding back on me. Cui Yuanwu's face turned red when he thought of this. As the older brother, I didn't take care of my younger brother and was held back by him. This is too embarrassing, right? The more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt. Chen Song sat there and watched Cui Yuanwu's surgery video seriously. His basic skills were solid and he was very talented. Perhaps he was lacking time to settle down. After all, the burden on him was too heavy. With so much money, if it were me, I wouldn't have the time to settle down. Rich people were too fickle. Chen Song shook his head when he thought of this. He finally knew why he was poor. Just as he was about to watch Gui Yunfei's surgery video, the system's notification suddenly rang. Ding! Cui Yuanwu's favorability plus 10. Chen Song was stunned. Serves him right for being rich. Even after losing, he still increased his favorability toward him. His magnanimity was indeed extraordinary. He suddenly felt that a few rounds of Haidaleo was nothing. P.S. Thank you to the leader of Time Flies by the Wind for the tip. Add 2 chapters. Thank you to Timur1234 for the 10,000 tip. Thank you to the leader of A Sunny Day Struck by Dark Clouds for the 10,000 tip. Thank you for your support. Today was the new year and I was busy at home. Therefore, I didn't have time to write so much. After that, I took a break. I'll write properly from tomorrow onwards. Everyone should stay at home and write properly. In short, it's fine as long as everyone is doing well. I didn't finish writing at night and only had 2 chapters left. There were still 3 chapters left during the day. There was still more than half an hour before the next round of the competition began. Chen Song did not want to spend too much time watching other people's surgery videos. He simply opened the reward just now, Cui Yuanwu's experience of the nameless artery repair technique. It was very good, however, at this moment. Chen Song felt that it was a little tasteless. After all, he now truly knew what was the most amazing thing about Dr. Cui. It was definitely not the surgery of the nameless artery repair technique, but the luck attribute. Why did not he drop any luck attribute? Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but feel a little regretful. Compared to this surgery experience, the luck attribute was very precious. Why did it not drop? Even if it did not drop luck, it would be fine if it dropped a property certificate, for example. Ding! Congratulations on defeating Cui Yuanwu, a property certificate of Xiong'an new area dropped. How exciting was it to think about? Unfortunately, reality was still very cruel. Looking at Cui Yuanwu's surgical experience, Chen Song shook his head, sighed, and directly chose to activate. Suddenly, a large amount of memories entered Chen Song's mind. Mixed with countless surgical memories and insights, these were all Cui Yuanwu's memories of the injury and repair of the nameless artery, including the choice of the surgery, including the understanding of the wound, the choice of suturing, the blood vessel wall. Wait. After a large amount of memories entered Chen Song's mind, he suddenly felt that the injury and repair of the nameless artery suddenly became clearer. Chen Song immediately closed his eyes, constantly integrating these memories with his own surgical experience. There was no particularly good way to go from master level to perfect level in a surgery. At first, Chen Song thought that he could improve it through skill points. However, he later found out that skill points could only improve it from beginner level to master level. The only way to break through to perfect level was to obtain more surgical experience and skills through continuous learning and practice to perfect himself. Obtaining other people's surgical experience and insights was one way. Through the special training card, it was the second way. However, the special training card was too difficult to obtain. Now, there was only one left, and Chen Song was still reluctant to use it. he hoped that teacher Meng could win second place. When that time came, he would be able to obtain another special training card. Not long after, Chen Song opened his eyes and suddenly heard the system notification sound. Ding! Nameless artery damage repair technique is currently at quasi-perfect level. Please look for an opportunity to make a breakthrough. Chen Song was stunned. There was no mission this time. Instead, he was looking for an opportunity to break through on his own. Wasn't this too pitiful? If it was Dr. Cui, he should have broken through directly, right? After all, they couldn't afford to offend the European king. A quasi-perfect level was indeed much stronger than a master level. It was only second to a perfect level. The difference should only be in control. However, this was enough. After he closed his eyes and thought about it carefully, it was time to draw lots to decide the next round of the competition. Everyone in the audience was also looking forward to it. Chen Song looked at the competition list and was relieved to know that Meng Shi had also entered the next round. This disappointing teacher really made his disciples' heart ache. While speaking, Chen Song began to draw lots. C6, competition subject, number 5, repair of ascending aorta injury. When Chen Song saw it, he was delighted. Not bad, let's see who's the unlucky one. Chen Song suddenly felt that compared to Wang Qian's chubby and pale face, Cui Yuanwu, the lucky god, was the real treasure. He must have taken a few breaths of luck when they were together just now and decisively guaranteed to enter the next round. It was too good, perfect level ascending aorta injury repair technique. Let's see which treasure is so unlucky. Anyway, he did not know anyone on the list. Meng Baobao was not in his group. The only one he had some impression of was Guo Kuai, who was also in Group A. Soon, the results of the lucky draw were announced on the big screen. Chen Song took a closer look. Ninghausen? The Department of Cardiovascular Surgery of the Provincial People's Hospital? Okay. I don't know him. I won't feel guilty if I win. Thinking of this, Chen Song sat there and closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the next round to begin. At this time, Taomi, Xia Gao, and the other three had successfully reached an agreement to buy a house together. They decided to eat hot pot and seafood tonight. Yang Jianshu suddenly looked up. Eh? The next round's list is out. Everyone looked up. Chen Song versus Ninghausen? Cui Yuanwu was stunned. Damn, this Xiaochen is too unlucky. He met a strong opponent like me in the first round, and after being lucky enough to advance, he met Ninghausen. His face is unparalleled. Yang Jianshu and the other two chief directors also sighed. To be selected as an independent group, he must have been recognized by his power. If Gui Yunfei was outstanding and Meng Shi was the leader of the scientific research team, then Ninghausen should be the best among the mainstays. The only pity was that Ninghausen's luck was worrying. If Cui Yuanwu was lucky, then Ninghausen was definitely unlucky. Yang Jianshu suddenly smiled. This little Ning's luck finally took a turn for the better this year. For 3 consecutive years, he met Gui Yunfei in the second round and was directly eliminated. This probability is really unparalleled. It seems that his luck has changed this year. In the first round, he met a deputy chief director of a county-level city. In the second round, he met Xiao Chen, who is best at aortic repair. His luck is really good this year. However, at this time, Taomi suddenly heard Yang Jianshu mention the competition and was stunned. Aortic repair? It seems that Ninghausen is going to be unlucky again this year. Xia Gaofeng also nodded. Sigh. This kid, I suggest he go for a consecration during the new year. At the very least, he should buy some Daknan. After all, his luck is worse than athlete's foot. Yang Jianshu was stunned. Chief Xia, what do you mean? Xia Gaofeng shook his head. The next competition may be very cruel. For Dr. Ning, it may even leave a shadow. Yang Jianshu suddenly laughed. You're exaggerating. Xiaochen is amazing, but there must be a limit. Besides, Dr. Ning is not bad. Taomi shook her head. Old Yang, let me say something unpleasant. Fortunately, you're not competing with Xiaochen. Otherwise, he would make you doubt your life. I saw him perform the repair of the ascending aorta with my own eyes. The level of this surgery is better than ours. Sigh, forget it. Just wait. You'll know what I mean in a while. The Huang and his disciple were a little stunned by what he said. However, the surgery was about to begin. Everyone was looking forward to it. Before Mengshi went on stage, she turned around and smiled charmingly at Chen Song, which made the hearts of many doctors below the stage ripple. However, Chen Song knew what that smile meant. Thank you, Chief Chen. What you taught me just now is really amazing. Chen Song shook his head. Look at Gui Yunfei, look at you, it's tiring to be a disciple. Ninghausen was a little excited. How many years had it been? He was 34 years old this year. Although he hadn't entered the national competition, he didn't panic at all. As the saying goes, the sharpness of a sword is sharpened, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. Although others said that he was unlucky, Ninghausen felt that he was the real lucky one. How could he see the rainbow without experiencing setbacks? He felt that Gui Yunfei and the others were all training for him, and today, he was the one who, sword unsheathed, ice dragon hell, rise and fall with the waves, rivers and mountains smile, misty rain away, no one knows who will rise and fall. I, Ninghausen, am awesome. Yes, Ninghausen's mental fortitude was very strong. He was never afraid of failure. Every time he was eliminated by Gui Yunfei, he would work hard and have a breakthrough every time. In his opinion, he was definitely lucky. Otherwise, why would God give him so many difficulties? It must be because the fruits of victory were too sweet. Thinking of this, the results of the second round of drawing were out. Ninghausen was stunned when he saw that it was Chen Song on the name list. He had never heard of him, but, looking at the profile, he was from the 2nd Provincial Hospital, 27 years old. Ninghausen was stunned when he saw it. Ninghausen's mind was firm and he was no longer moved by external factors. He became stronger when he met the strong and wasn't afraid of the strong at all. In his opinion, only by fighting with the strong could he challenge his limits and improve himself. Compared to the honor of the competition, the improvement he made was more important. However, this Dr. Xiaochen was only 27 years old. Thinking of this, Ninghausen was a little embarrassed. When he turned the corner and was waiting outside the competition, Ninghausen glanced at Chen Song and took the initiative to greet him. Hello, Dr. Chen. Chen Song was stunned and quickly responded with both hands. Hello, Dr. Ning. After all, the other party was already very unlucky. He had to make him feel better, right? And Chen Song was now a little regretful that he didn't give Cui Yuanwu a good blow. Sigh, Ninghausen nodded and chatted with Chen Song, asking about his well-being. Chen Song was also very enthusiastic. They talked about work and love. Both of them didn't want the other to be unhappy and at least be friends, right? Otherwise, they would feel a little guilty if they won the other party. It didn't take long for the two of them to have a feeling that it was rare for them to meet each other. When the guide at the side saw that the two of them had already started talking about the bonus, he immediately pricked up his ears and wanted to inquire about it. Suddenly, the door opened. The two of them needed to enter the examination hall. Ninghausen went in first. He looked at Chen Song and said, Dr. Chen, we hit it off quite well. How about this? I'll treat you tomorrow night. Let's have a meal together. It can be considered as an exchange of blows, no concord. Ninghausen didn't like to smile, but he was very sincere, which made Chen Song feel a little apologetic. Chen Song quickly said, No. I'll be the host tomorrow. Let's meet at Haidaleo. Bring your sister-in-law. Ninghausen nodded. Okay, no discord, no concord. Whoever advances to the next round will treat. Ninghausen felt that he was fine. If that was the case, he wouldn't have any psychological burden. When Chen Song heard this, he also felt that it was a good idea. No problem. Ninghausen smiled. I won't show any mercy. Chen Song also bared his teeth. Be careful not to lose too badly. Ninghausen gave a rare smile and got up to enter the competition venue. To be honest, he had a good impression of Chen Song. This young man had a good personality and was worth getting to know. After the competition ended, he could have a good chat with him. The surgery began. Blood immediately spurted out of the ascending aorta. The rupture of the isthmus of the ascending aorta was the most common injury. Ninghausen took his time and quickly started the operation. All his movements were extremely smooth. It gave people a feeling that it was natural. Even the examiners were impressed, they were specialists and chief physicians from other provinces. Naturally, they had higher standards. But even so, when they saw Ninghausen's surgery, they were a little surprised. What an outstanding young man, in time, he would be a big shot. Thinking of this, the examiners nodded. They thought that after the competition ended, they could exchange contact details and see if they could poach this young man. The surgery soon came to an end. The two examiners admired Ninghausen's suture very much. One of the chief examiners couldn't help but praise, "Not bad. A very outstanding young man." Ninghausen nodded to express his gratitude and turned to leave. Chic, strict, polite, neither servile nor overbearing. What a good young man. Rating, 95 points. Soon, Ninghausen came out. He felt that his performance was too outstanding. When he saw Chen Song, he was a little worried and couldn't help but comfort him. "Dr. Chen, you can do it." Chen Song nodded and smiled. "Thank you, Dr. Ning." Chen Song entered the operating theater as he spoke. After entering, the examiners were still discussing Ninghausen. Chen Song bowed to greet them and prepared to start the surgery. After Chen Song's surgery began, the two examiners were stunned. Not bad. When did Dongyang province become so amazing? There were so many talented people. Such a young junior doctor could also do such a thing. However, it was a pity. It would be difficult for Xiaochen to surpass him. Time passed by minute by minute. The examiners became more and more shocked and dumbfounded as they watched. This was too awesome. Indeed, the two examiners discovered that in many details, the surgery of key parts, the consideration of the comprehensive system. Chen Song's grasp of the entire surgery was actually above theirs. For a moment, the two of them were dumbfounded and somewhat in disbelief. This young man's surgery was actually better than theirs. No, the question mark was used incorrectly, it was an exclamation mark. Chen Song was definitely better than them. Thinking of this, the two of them could not help but blush. Every detail and every operation Chen Song did was very well done. It could be said to be perfect. The two examiners could not find any flaws at all. If they had to nitpick, they could only say, "Why is this kid so handsome? Don't you know that it's wrong to be too perfect?" The surgery ended very quickly. The two examiners had yet to turn around. Chen Song could not help but cough and remind the two examiners, "Teacher, my surgery is over." After all, such an interesting learning surgery ended so quickly. The chief examiner coughed. "It's over? Oh. Good. Good. Good." The deputy examiner hurriedly came back to his senses. "Oh. Not bad, very outstanding." Chen Song smiled. "Thank you, teachers." He got up and left. The chief examiner looked at the deputy examiner and hesitated for a moment. "How many points should I give?" The deputy examiner sighed. "Sigh. It's very difficult. I want to give you full marks because I can't find any flaws." The chief examiner frowned. "There hasn't been a full mark yet." "How about 98? The deputy examiner was stunned. "Why do you have to deduct 2 points? The chief examiner took a deep breath. "Anyway, you've already advanced. There's no difference between 96 and 100. If you give 100, I'll give 96. On average, it's exactly 98. Moreover, 98 is good." After all, 1 point less showed humility, and 1 point less was deducted because asterisk asterisk asterisk. P.S. Thank you to I Like Cool Writing for the 10,000 reward. Thank you, there's still more today. I'll update it in the afternoon. The two examiners watched Chen Song leave and said with a smile, "Goodbye." This made the scrub nurse and assistant at the side look confused. Is this even possible? The examiner took the initiative to greet the student? This is too abnormal, isn't it? After Chen Song left, the two of them sighed. "I think that if this kid continues to perform at today's level, he will definitely get very good results in the national competition. He might even be able to get into the top 10, the chief examiner said with certainty. The assistant examiner nodded in agreement. "Yes, you're the chief examiner. Whatever you say is right." The chief examiner was speechless. Everyone was speechless. After Chen Song came out, he returned to the waiting area. When Ninghausen saw Chen Song, he took the initiative to stand up. The exam is over? So fast? Chen Song smiled. Yes, I've always been fast. When Ninghausen heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he said enviously, being fast is a talent. I just watched the video of your first surgery. You're really good, especially your suturing speed. Among the people I've seen, you're one of the top few. Ninghausen wanted to flatter him, but after thinking for a long time, he could not go against his heart. He simply said a more general number. Sigh, why is flattery so difficult? Ninghausen smiled awkwardly. Chen Song was also sweating when he heard this. He smiled awkwardly. Ninghausen smiled and said, take a break. The results will be out soon. I have a lot of ideas about the first surgery that is lower than yours. I think it's necessary to communicate with you. Chen Song realized that Ninghausen was a real genius. No matter how talented he was, his practical and hard-working career pursuit was worthy of recognition. The two of them discussed Chen Song's first competition video. It had to be said that Ninghausen gave a lot of constructive suggestions. He even directly pointed out many of Chen Song's shortcomings. Chen Song accepted it humbly. To be honest, Chen Song felt that if the two of them were competing in any surgery except for the repair of the aorta injury, he could easily eliminate Chen Song. But Dr. Ning's luck was worrying. Thinking of this, Chen Song suddenly felt sorry for Ninghausen. Suddenly, Chen Song anxiously asked, Dr. Ning, if you are eliminated, you won't be unhappy, right? Ninghausen's eyes lit up when he heard that. Unhappy? Of course not. Those who can eliminate me are definitely better than me in a certain field, so I cherish every opportunity to learn. This is a good thing for me. Not only will I not be unhappy, but I will also be very happy. The reason why I participate in this competition every year is to discover my own shortcomings. Actually, the purpose of the cardiothoracic surgery skills competition is not to let you get a lot of glory. Its original intention is to provide a platform for people in the same profession to compete with each other. Only through comparison can you discover your shortcomings and truly improve. So, as participants, we can't prioritize glory. Instead, we have to truly understand its meaning, and then continue to improve our skills and polish our surgical skills. This is the key. You too, Dr. Chen, please don't put the cart before the horse. We are doctors, not athletes. Our stage is the operating theater, not the arena. Similarly, our goal is not to get a medal, but to treat patients and save people. No matter which segment I am eliminated in, the truth is the same for me. A real powerhouse is invincible. So, this competition is just a chance for me to discover my own shortcomings. Ninghausen's words were very calm, but in Chen Song's ears, they were powerful. That's right, our stage is the operating theater. Our goal is not to become the champion, but to treat patients and save people. The purpose of the competition is to discover your own shortcomings, not to advance by luck. At this moment, for some reason, Chen Song looked at Ninghausen with a little more respect in his eyes. Good job, Dr. Ning. You will definitely become the greatest doctor. Chen Song said sincerely. No matter what, Ninghausen really had the heart to persevere, learn from the difficulties, and walk alone. When he thought of this, Chen Song was more interested in befriending Ninghausen. In life, it was natural to be cautious when making friends. If there were a few more people who reminded you all the time, it would be a good thing for you. Soon, the results were announced. Ninghausen opened his report card and smiled. My average score this year is 3 points higher than last year. This year, I scored 95 points. I also scored 95 points for the first surgery, and 95 points for the second surgery. Chen Song did not hide it. He opened his report card and said, 98 points. I scored 90 points in the first round, and 98 points in the second round. It's considered a partial improvement. Speaking of which, I have an advantage. Coincidentally, I met Dr. Ning in my field of expertise. Speaking of which, it's a little unfair. Ninghausen did not seem to be emotional at all. Instead, he seemed a little happy. Ninghausen smiled. 98 points? It seems that my luck this year is as good as ever. To be honest, even Gui Yunfei has not met an opponent who scored 98 points. Speaking of which, I have participated in a national competition. Last year's champion scored 99 points. As you can imagine, Dr. Chen, your level of aortic repair has reached the leading position among the younger generation. I'm looking forward to your surgery video, Dr. Chen. This may be my biggest gain this time. Ninghausen smiled very sincerely. For him, this was a good thing. He would become stronger when he met the strong. Constantly increasing his upper limit was the heart of a strong person. Chen Song nodded and smiled. We'll have hot pot tomorrow night. Bring your wife and children along. I also invited Cui Yuanwu, Dr. Cui. When Ninghausen heard Cui Yuanwu, he smiled. It seems that someone will treat us tomorrow. Chen Song immediately laughed. It seemed that Dr. Cui was famous in the circle for his generosity. Ninghausen said, Dr. Cui is a very good person. He's rich and doesn't put on airs. Every year during the annual meeting of the cardiac surgery department, he always takes us out to have a good meal and then fights to pay the bill. Chen Song smiled. Everyone was different. 100 people had 100 different natures. Cui Yuanwu had his own way of survival. He was not short of money and used money to make connections. Ninghausen, on the other hand, was not afraid of failure. Every failure was a stepping stone for him to improve. Chen Song smiled. Dr. Ning, you're a very good person too. Ninghausen smiled. I'm thinking about something now. It's better not to call you sister-in-law tomorrow. Chen Song was stunned. Why? Ninghausen smiled and said, because you'll be eliminating 3 more opponents next. I guess it'll be another small industry gathering. When Chen Song heard this, he immediately laughed. P.S. Attitude determines height. When the members of the second round came out, the result of the competition could be seen from their faces. Cui Yuanwu looked ahead and was stunned. Damn, Daning was really eliminated by Xiaochen. Director Tao, your guess is too accurate. Yang Jianshu glanced at his disciple who was so lucky. Don't talk nonsense. Isn't Dr. Ning very happy? Now, the result is not out yet. How do you know Ninghausen lost? Cui Yuanwu rolled his eyes. Old Yang, you don't know Ninghausen. After he won, he would never smile like that. He was basically expressionless as if I lost. If he really lost, he would be happier than if he won the competition. When everyone heard Cui Yuanwu's words, they were stunned. How could that be? There was someone who was happy after losing. Cui Yuanwu was a kind and charitable person. He had a good relationship with many people, from the director to the interns. Cui Yuanwu then told everyone about Ninghausen's matter. After everyone heard this, not only did they not laugh, they instead took a deep breath and shook their heads. This was the quality that a doctor should have. Tao sighed with emotion. He is really a good doctor. This young man has a promising future. Cui Yuanwu said with a smile, if I open a hospital, I will definitely ask old Ning to be the director of the cardiac surgery department and the part-time director. This person is very creative. Xia Gaofeng said, I wonder how many points Xiaochen and Ninghausen got. Yang Jianshu pondered for a moment and said, I guess the difference is not big. At this time, the scene changed. Suddenly, the results of the competition and the list of qualifiers appeared on the big screen. The host said, now you can leave after a short rest. We provide free food and drink in the buffet restaurant on the 3rd floor. Let the waiter give you the tickets later. Contestants who have advanced, please come to the venue at 2:30 p.m. for the draw of the afternoon competition. After that, the list of qualifiers appeared on the big screen. Everyone looked carefully and found their positions immediately. In the morning, more than half of the contestants had been eliminated. There were 120 contestants in total, but now there were only 30 people left. There were only 10 people in each group. Therefore, the competition in the afternoon was particularly important. Basically, the winner of the group could be determined. The eliminated contestants looked at the name list and sighed. After all, this was the annual competition. Many people had already stopped here. The busybodies looked at the name list, looking for familiar friends to see if they had advanced. Seeing their friends advance, some were envious, some were jealous, and some felt pity. But when they saw the name list for Group C, they were stunned. Ninghausen has been eliminated. What? Ninghausen? By who? That's impossible, right? Ninghausen is very strong. When the crowd saw that Ninghausen had been eliminated, they were dumbfounded. After all, everyone more or less knew some news. For example, in order to prevent the immortals from fighting, Gui Yunfei, Meng Shi, and Ninghausen were separated into 3 groups in advance. Although it was kept a secret, everyone had participated in the competitions over the years, so they knew a lot about the inside stories. Moreover, this was a tacit understanding among the various provinces. It was precisely because of this that everyone was even more shocked. After all, Ninghausen was a seeded contestant, yet, he was actually eliminated in the second round. Wasn't this too unbelievable? Everyone looked at the name list and found that Ninghausen's PK opponent was Chen Song. Who was this? Everyone was unfamiliar with this name. In fact, most of the people who participated in the competition every year were familiar with each other. They could even be considered to know each other's background. There were also newcomers, but not many of them. Out of curiosity, they clicked on the competition record of the two. When they looked at it, everyone was dumbfounded. Was this a fight between immortals? Ninghausen scored 95 points, Chen Song scored 98 points. Was this score supposed to appear in the second round of the provincial competition? Shouldn't it appear in the national competition? Thinking of this, everyone was in disbelief. What kind of immortal was Chen Song? He actually scored 98 points. For a moment, everyone was discussing. At this time, apart from Group C, even the members of Group A and Group B began to ask around curiously. Who was Chen Song? Because none of them in Group A and Group B had scored 98 points. Today, even Gui Yunfei only scored 96 points, and Meng Shi only scored 94 points. In comparison, Chen Song's 98 points immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Gui Yunfei looked at the big screen curiously. He clicked on Chen Song's score and took a closer look. The number of 98 points was so eye-catching that Gui Yunfei could not help but pay attention to it. He and Ninghausen had been rivals for 3 years. He knew how powerful Ninghausen was. This was a person who devoted himself to his career. He was even 1 year younger than himself. Because of this, he was even more curious about Chen Song. Gui Yunfei had a good memory. He recalled that at the scene of the highway accident, Chen Song had helped him complete a surgery. That young man. Was he really that good? He carefully recalled Chen Song's surgery back then. Chen Song's bold incision and sharp hemostasis. Every step was very precise. However, he really did not expect Chen Song to surpass him. Gui Yunfei had his own confidence. Clicking on Chen Song's competition, Gui Yunfei was stunned. Ascending aorta repair. It was exactly the same as what he had done at the scene of the car accident. Out of curiosity, Gui Yunfei did not want to eat. He simply sat down and opened the video to watch. When his companion saw Gui Yunfei click on the video, he could not help but say, "Old Gua, let's go eat first." Gui Yunfei nodded with a smile and waved his hand. "You guys go first. I'll go after watching it." After his companion nodded, he got up and left. As soon as the surgery began, Gui Yunfei was stunned by Chen Song's surgery. The details at the beginning made him feel the gap. Why did he say that? Because the layout of an expert was from the beginning to the end. This was a kind of control. Without reaching a certain level, one could not feel the gap. Gradually, the more Gui Yunfei watched, the more surprised and curious he became. When he was suturing, Gui Yunfei was dumbfounded. Why? Why was this suture so familiar? It seemed to have his own smell, but this was definitely not his smell. It was even better than his. Thinking of this, Gui Yunfei suddenly became serious. Because this was also the direction he was working hard in. Thinking of this, Gui Yunfei watched seriously. The more he watched, the more engrossed he became. The more he watched, the more emotional he felt. Thinking of the surgery in the ambulance back then, he also had the mentality of showing off his skills. Now that he thought about it, Gui Yunfei could not help but want to laugh. Chen Song's skills were far above his. He He actually wanted to show off in front of an expert, thinking about it made him blush. Needless to say, Xianxia had become a dark horse. He had become the dark horse that had emerged from Group C's death group in this competition. He had become famous in one battle. When everyone went down for lunch at noon, the person they were talking about was none other than Xianxia. Eh? Look, Dr. Chen is only 27 years old. Yeah. That's too awesome. How can a 27-year-old be so capable? Yeah, 98 points. Last year's national competition champion had the same score, right? Our Dongyang province is going to have an awesome person this year. Everyone in the buffet restaurant on the third floor was talking about the competition in the morning while eating. The most important topic was Xianxia. Everyone held Xianxia's competition video and watched it in slow motion. They were discussing it. After all, a video of a surgery that scored 98 points was rare. It was also a rare learning experience for everyone present. If they had just drawn the ascending aorta repair during the competition, it would be great if they could learn something meaningful from Dr. Chen's surgery. After watching the video, everyone discussed the surgery. Mengshi, Xianxia, Cui Yuanwu, Ninghausen, Xia Gaofeng, Tao Mi, and Yang Jianxu were sitting together. Mengshi was a little unhappy when she heard the words around her. She had performed very well today, okay, however, no one praised her. Damn Xianxia. He stole the limelight everywhere he went. Most importantly, no one knew that Xianxia was her student. That was a huge loss. No, when the national competition came, she had to edit Xianxia's information and add a mentor, Mengshi. That way, if he won the championship, she would be proud. Cui Yuanwu did not say anything. He poured himself a cup of coconut juice and said to Xianxia, "Ah. Dr. Chen, I'm a little embarrassed." Everyone was stunned and stared at Cui Yuanwu. They did not know why he said that. Even Xianxia was stunned. "Dr. Cui, what's wrong?" Cui Yuanwu sighed. "I'm ashamed. When I was competing, I didn't even think about going easy on you. In the end, you actually went easy on me. I won't say anything else. Coconut juice on behalf of wine. Cheers. In the future, I'll acknowledge you as my friend. Also, I'll make arrangements for tomorrow night." "Daning, you're here too?" Ninghausen nodded, "Okay." Cui Yuanwu nodded with satisfaction. He appreciated Ninghausen very much, but Dr. Ning rarely came out to attend gatherings. He was able to come out today because of Xianxia. Cui Yuanwu looked casual, but he was actually very meticulous. He had a good grasp of the human heart and the details. This was one of the reasons why he had so many friends. After lunch, Xianxia bid farewell to everyone and went to the arena. He sat down at his place. Ding. You have successfully defeated Ninghausen. Dropped, Ninghausen's descending aorta repair technique. Xianxia did not hesitate and chose to activate it. The more he learned, the more insurance he would have. Since it had already come to this point, there was definitely no way out. He had to go all out and win this competition. His luck could not be good all the time. Although there were no amazing people like Gui Yunfei in Group C, there were still quite a lot of small bosses. Xianxia naturally could not be careless. He had to go all out. Xianxia looked at the items dropped from the PK. All of them were the insights of his opponents. This was a good thing for him. If he won all the matches, there would be 4 matches and 4 insights would be dropped. Xianxia did not want to waste any of them. To be honest, if he missed this opportunity, there would not be another one. In fact, everyone's ability was already very outstanding to be able to reach this stage. Basically, they were all at master level, and there were even some at quasi-perfect level. For example, Cui Yuanwu's unnamed artery repair technique was quasi-perfect. Ninghausen's descending aorta repair technique was also quasi-perfect. Actually, this was a more general way to put it. The score was the best standard. Master level was equivalent to 80 to 90 points, and quasi-perfect level could be between 91 to 97 points. According to the system's rules, advanced surgeries had one special effect, which meant that there was one operation that one was good at. Master level required at least 2. Everyone was good at different operations, and the number of operations they were good at was also different. Therefore, there was also a gap between master level and perfect level. Quasi-perfect level meant that there were more small operations that one was good at. Many of Tao Mi's surgeries were quasi-perfect, but it did not mean that Tao Mi was better than Xianxia in all aspects. This was because Tao Mi was not necessarily good at what Xianxia was good at. Moreover, Tao Mi only looked at Xianxia as a junior. Who would not be shocked that a young man had master-level operations at such a young age? If one wanted to go from master level to perfect level, they would need to learn the strengths of many and constantly improve themselves. This was also why Xianxia could still guide Mengxi. This guidance was actually Xianxia's insights. And insights. Xianxia kept letting Mengxi understand and make it his own so that he could improve. This was a rare opportunity in the competition. Every time he was defeated, he would lose his opponent's insights and insights. Xianxia did not want to watch it slip away from his hands. He had to give it his all. After Ninghausen's surgical insights were activated, a large amount of memories instantly entered Xianxia's mind. Compared to Cui Yuanwu, Ninghausen's insights were all refined from surgeries over and over again. This was a doctor who was very strict with himself. Time passed by. A large amount of memories and surgical insights were constantly integrated with his knowledge system and turned into something that belonged to him bit by bit. After a long time, Xianxia opened his eyes. This time, Xianxia suddenly heard a notification from the system. Ding! Descending aortic repair technique has been upgraded to quasi-perfect level. Xianxia was silent. Another quasi-perfect level. There was only one word missing from quasi-perfect level, but there were many things missing. Xianxia had to comprehend the next thing on his own. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the host arrived at the scene. The lot drawing was about to begin. The three groups sat in their respective areas and prepared for the start of the surgery. The teammates in Group C looked at Xianxia. The curiosity and fear in their eyes were self-evident. No one wanted to meet this dark horse so early. After all, this was a talent who could score a high score of 98 points. He was too strong. Soon, the lot drawing began. Xianxia drew C5-5, unnamed aortic repair technique. When the name list was announced, another young man could not help but sigh when he saw his opponent. Damn it, I'm so unlucky to meet Xianxia. I'm sure I wiped my ass with my right hand when I went to the toilet and drew lots with my right hand. He's King Stinky. P.S. Today, I'll take this opportunity to talk about the power system. Actually, I've thought about the advanced and master level special effects for a long time. This is actually a small operation that you're good at. For example, the special effects of the descending aortic repair technique. 1. Precise bleeding control. 2. Rapid suture. These are all operations during surgery. Some people are very good at these, so they use special effects to show it. This way, everyone can understand it better. I'll write it during the day. I'm a little sleepy and can't take it anymore. Don't worry. Dr. Chen, haha. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. There were only 5 teams in the afternoon, so they could fight at the same time. There was no need to wait in line. On the way, the doctor from the People's Hospital looked at Xianxia with a melancholic expression and said helplessly. Xianxia also smiled awkwardly. Looking at the other party's aggrieved look, he did not know what to say. Good luck. The other party was about to cry. What was the use of cheering? If cheering was useful, what was the use of having an examiner? Forget it, I'll just treat it as learning. I hope I can find my shortcomings compared to Dr. Chen. The man was calm and said with a smile. In fact, this kind of competition was still very meaningful. It was easy to find out one's own shortcomings through comparison and improve on them. At this point, the man suddenly became happy. Actually, even if I win by luck, I won't be able to enter the finals. I'll meet Dr. Chen sooner or later. It doesn't matter if it's earlier or later. After the competition, I'll go back and study Dr. Chen's surgical skills. Maybe I'll improve. After saying that, he went straight into the operating theater. Whether it was the ascending aorta, descending aorta, or the nameless artery. In the end, these were only a kind of surgery in the system of cardiovascular surgery called thoracic vascular trauma surgery. This was also the most basic and urgent series of diseases in cardiovascular surgery. If one could master all these skills, they could basically report on thoracic vascular surgery. Cardiovascular surgery could be divided into several major types of surgery. The first was pericardial surgery, which was located outside the heart. The risk factor was not as high as that of the heart and blood vessels. It was a beginner's level. The second was major vascular surgery, which was the blood vessels of the heart. The risk factor was greatly increased, but it was still not as difficult as cardiac surgery. Finally, there were some surgeries on the heart itself, such as operations involving the aortic valve, pulmonary valve, mitral valve, and even the atrium and ventricle. There were not many surprises in the competition. The colleague from the Provincial People's Hospital performed well. In the end, his score was not as good as Cui Yuanwu's or Ninghausen's, only about 85 points. In fact, this was already a very good result. 35 years old was the prime of life. It was the age of a senior attending physician, and also the age of an associate chief physician. Therefore, there were often excellent doctors. Chen Song's 27 years old was an exception. Even Meng Shi's 30 years old was a little young. After the results of the competition came out, everyone immediately checked the results. However, Chen Song, Gui Yunfei, and Meng Shi were still the focus of everyone's attention. Gui Yunfei, 96 points. How stable. Meng Shi got 93 points. That's not bad. Keep it steady. Chen Song. Eh? Chen Song only got 91 points. Everyone looked at the scores on the big screen and discussed enthusiastically. Chen Song's performance is so unstable. 90 the first time, 98 the second time, 91 this time, what are you thinking? How old is Dr. Chen? 27 years old, okay? It's already very good for a 27-year-old to be proficient in a twig surgery. Naturally, it's impossible for him to score 98 points in all his surgeries. Yes, your analysis is very reasonable. I feel that Dr. Chen's level should be maintained at about 91 points, and the repair of ascending aorta should be what he is best at. That's not right. It could also be that the difficulty of the surgery is relatively high, causing the score to drop. Let's take a closer look later. The group of people analyzed carefully. After all, they were all competitors. Naturally, they had to have a detailed understanding of their competitors. When Chen Song heard everyone's words, he could not help but be stunned. They were all gods, they could even analyze this. At this time, the doctor from the People's Hospital walked over and took the initiative to shake Chen Song's hand to congratulate him. Congratulations, Dr. Chen. Sigh. Thank you, Dr. Chen, for not letting me lose too badly. This surgery only scored 85 points. Embarrassing. Chen Song smiled and shook hands with him, exchanging a few pleasantries. Ding. PK successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the experience of descending aorta repair. Chen Song looked at the dense crowd and hesitated for a moment. He decided to wait for a while before leaving. He casually chose to activate the descending aorta repair. Originally, Chen Song had already obtained the experience of Ninghausen's descending aorta repair. Now, there was another one. As these experiences were integrated, Chen Song suddenly heard the system notification sound. Ding. Congratulations, descending aorta repair has been upgraded to perfect level. After Chen Song received the notification, he was instantly delighted, so, he could break through like this, feeling that his understanding of the descending aorta was getting deeper and deeper. Chen Song was delighted. Not bad, the second perfect skill had also appeared. However, just after the second perfect blood vessel repair skill appeared, Chen Song had a vague hunch that if he upgraded these 7 skills to perfect level, his blood vessel suture could also be upgraded to perfect level. That would be amazing. Blood vessel suture and tendon suture were both basic core skills. If he could continuously deepen his understanding of blood vessel suture through these thoracic large vessels, he would break through to perfect level sooner or later. Meanwhile, blood vessel suture was suitable for vascular anastomosis surgery throughout the body. Whether it was the liver, the spleen, or the abdominal large vessels, they could not do without blood vessel suture. Chen Song vaguely felt that this national cardiovascular surgery skills competition was a rare opportunity for him. At that moment, not only were the surrounding contestants suspicious, but even the chief physicians were also puzzled by Chen Song. Yang Jianchu watched the surgery video with a blank face. He was confused. He looked at Tao Mi and asked, Chief Physician Tao, what level is this Xiaochen at? Tao Mi also gulped. Chen Song's skill level was already very good, but there was still a long way to go before he could repair the damage of the ascending aorta. After thinking about it, Tao Mi's face darkened and she said mysteriously, I think Xiaochen did this on purpose. Everyone was stunned. Cui Yuanwu and Ning Haosen also looked at each other. Why? Tao Mi said mysteriously, think about it. Now, everyone in Group C sees Xiaochen as a competitor. They want to analyze Chen Song's shortcomings and improve themselves. At this time, he must be hiding his strength. Besides, when it comes to the national competition, everyone will think of Chen Song as an imaginary opponent. How can he be a dark horse? When everyone heard this, they suddenly understood, so that was it? Xia Gaofeng glanced at Tao Mi. Really? Tao Mi immediately blushed and rolled her eyes. How would I know? I made it up. Besides, I don't know what Xiaochen's true strength is. For a moment, everyone could not figure out Chen Song. There was only one person. Mengshi walked to Chen Song's side, full of anticipation. Guide me tonight. Chen Song was stunned. Mengshi had really tasted the sweetness. Chen Song's guidance was really too useful. She realized that Chen Song had a very good grasp of the core elements of blood vessel repair. Through Chen Song's guidance, Mengshi could basically gain a lot. Mengshi was already quite strong, and with Chen Song's guidance, her improvement was naturally very fast. She was able to get such a high score in today's competition because of Chen Song's careful guidance. However, tomorrow's competition was the key of the key. It was much more difficult than today. Basically, tomorrow was a tough battle. To be able to enter the top 5 in the group, none of them were easy to deal with. Without true strength and ability, it was very difficult to win the competition. Gui Yunfei was not worried at all, but Meng Baobao was still panicking. She knew that she was overconfident. Today's competition was all thanks to Chen Song's guidance. Thinking of tomorrow's competition, she decided to ask teacher Chen to work overtime and comb through the video. Chen Song looked at Mengshi sitting at the side. Her left hand was supporting her chin, her small mouth was pouting, and her eyes were blinking. Most importantly, her clothes were a little uniform. It was very similar to a scene in a comic. Master, please guide me tonight. Chen Song hurriedly shook his head. He stood up and looked at Mengshi righteously. He shook his head and said firmly, okay. This set of actions dumbfounded Mengshi herself. Her eyes curved as she said, the body is very dishonest. Chen Song rolled his eyes. Teacher Meng, please pay attention to the situation. This is not the operating theater. Mengshi snorted. Sister doesn't like little boys like you. Chen Song finally heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, but... Teacher Meng, as your student, I'm very curious about your marriage. Do you have a partner? Chen Song asked curiously. After all, a woman with Mengshi's figure, education, appearance, ability, and family background should not lack a partner, right? However, Chen Song had never seen Mengshi chat with a man, and he rarely saw Mengshi talk to him about other men. The closest person to her seemed to be him. She was very worried for her disciple. When Mengshi heard Chen Song's words, her eyes narrowed with a smile. Her eyelashes blinked. Do you really want to know? Chen Song nodded matter-of-factly. That's right. As a student, I don't have a sense of security. Mengshi's coughed, especially a certain glandular tissue, which swayed irregularly. The surrounding groups could not wait wanted to change their profession. They looked at Mengshi anxiously, their big eyes fixed on him as if they were very worried. However, their eyes were honest, and their constantly moving throats betrayed them. Seeing this, Chen Song broke out in cold sweat. With such a teacher, Meng's disciple Pengchen's immediately Song SSS, S words as SS Mengshi coughed and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Actually, I have a girlfriend. Chen Song was stunned. Oh? No pictures, no truth. When Mengshi heard this, she immediately took out her phone from her pocket, opened a picture, and said, Look, my girlfriend. When Chen Song saw the picture, his eyes widened. He looked at Mengshi in disbelief. is this appropriate? Mengshi shrugged. What's inappropriate about it? Chen Song, are you serious? Mengshi patted his chest. Of course. This made the surrounding people, who were about to leave, decide to stay for a few more minutes. After all, there was nothing to do if they went back. Chen Song sighed. Ah, I didn't expect Teacher Meng and I to be comrades. Sorry for the disrespect. Mengshi also sighed, leaned back in her chair, and said sadly, unfortunately, my girlfriend was snatched away by that old thief Sikong. Chen Song rolled his eyes. He finally understood what was going on. But, it was still hard to accept. He turned to look at Mengshi and said leisurely, Teacher Meng, Mengshi was stunned. Seeing that Chen Song was halfway through his sentence, she was dumbfounded. What about me? Tell me. Chen Song sighed regretfully. You're so good-looking. What a waste. He didn't say anything. How good would it be if you gave your advantage to my cute little liquor Qin? When Mengshi heard this, she burst out laughing. How do you know that women don't like good-looking women? Chen Song was stunned and was suddenly speechless. Soon, everyone discussed it and found out that Mengshi was Chen Song's teacher. This time everyone was dumbfounded. This teacher and disciple were too awesome, weren't they? They stared at Mengshi, feeling that they had underestimated this woman. If her student was so amazing, how awesome was she? Thinking of this, everyone sighed. A man suddenly said, if I had such a teacher, I would be very powerful too. The moment this was said, it immediately gained the approval of the people around him. That's right. If my teacher looked like that, my standards would definitely be better than what they are now. That's right. With such a teacher, why would I leave work? I would want to do surgery with my teacher every day. Sigh. Success is really not by chance. Especially a man's success. Hearing the conversation around him, Cui Yuanwu also sighed. If I had such a teacher, I would definitely be able to enter the national competition. After Yang Jianshu heard this, a few veins appeared on his temples. He swore that he wasn't angry. It was just that his blood had rushed to his head and he wanted to hit someone. Ninghausen didn't say anything. He only let out a long sigh. There was a kind of teacher who called other people's teachers. At this moment, everyone looked at Chen Song enviously. Sigh, he deserved to be so outstanding, with such a family upbringing, Pui. With such a teacher, how could he not be outstanding? At this moment, everyone wanted to ask if Director Meng had the habit of tutoring. Or maybe, sigh, Chen Song looked at the people around him and couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, it's not that you don't have a chance. It's just that you're only one flight away from pursuing Teacher Meng. Mengshi looked at Chen Song and said with a smile, you won't spout nonsense, right? Chen Song spread his hands helplessly. Of course not. Originally, according to the usual plot and script of wuxia novels, Chen Song was supposed to help his teacher fulfill his long-cherished wish and defeat old scoundrel Sikong. Then, he would say in his ear, my teacher is Mengshi. But now, he was a little regretful, after all. It was still uncertain who was the mistress. It was still uncertain who would steal whose partner. At this moment, Chen Song was under a lot of pressure. Sigh, Teacher Meng has fallen in love with Dr. Sikong's partner. Who should I help? Waiting online, it's quite urgent. P.S. Excited, there are 2 more leaders today. Thank you to Sakura for your 100,000 tip. Add 2 chapters, complete today. Thank you to Fire Dance, Love Heart for your 60,000 tip. Become the leader of this book. Add 2 chapters, work hard to complete today. If I can't complete it tomorrow. Thank you to Brother Ambiguous Knight for your 10,000 tip. Thank you, there's still time in the afternoon. There's a mole, cancel the deal. When Chen Song saw the message, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand it until he went to the conference room of Eastern University's Department of Cardiac Surgery in the evening. When he entered, he couldn't help but be stunned. The small conference room that could only accommodate 7 or 8 people was packed with people. Roughly, there weren't many, only 11 or 12 people. For convenience, everyone simply moved their chairs away and stood there one by one. It seemed quite empty. Dr. Chen is here. Good morning, Dr. Chen. Good morning, Dr. Chen. Chen Song was stunned. How could this be? What happened to discussing naked and bloody surgical videos in their private space? Chen Song looked at the group of big men and couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Xiao Gaofeng looked at Chen Song and pulled Chen Song out. He smiled awkwardly. Xiao Chen, I'm also helpless. Chen Song was stunned. What's going on? Xiao Gaofeng sighed. When he was eating just now, he didn't keep his mouth shut and leaked his discussion with little Meng. Now, everyone was here. When Chen Song heard this, he was speechless. Xiao Gaofeng was also a little embarrassed. Sigh. I'm also helpless. The other department heads have begged and said that when Department Head Meng taught Chen Song, the contestants in tomorrow's competition should communicate more. All of a sudden, everyone is here. Chen Song nodded and smiled. It was fine to talk to Meng Shi alone, but it was also fine to talk to everyone. Moreover, this kind of video conference would definitely not be just one person speaking. The more people there were, the more questions they would raise when they discussed together. It wasn't a bad thing. Chen Song glanced at the office and saw a group of bootlickers surrounding Teacher Meng. He couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Sigh, if you want to be with Teacher Meng, it's only possible if you're a crossdresser. However, Chen Song looked at Teacher Meng's happy expression and suddenly felt that Teacher Meng might have deliberately leaked it. Chen Song sighed helplessly. The rest of the time was everyone's. One by one, they began to discuss the surgery videos crazily. Everyone focused on these 7 or 8 representative videos and began to discuss crazily. They began to discuss the surgery with the highest score, from the details to the overall situation, from the layout to the surgical operation. They discussed everything. Teacher Meng's unreserved attitude made everyone completely open. He did not hold back and shared his experience in the surgery. They were all experienced and senior attending physicians. Which one of them did not have exclusive secret manuals? Next, it would depend on who was more talented and who could learn more. The discussion lasted from 7:30 to 12 o'clock. Little Licky Chin was lying in bed, feeling uneasy. Today, she finally knew who Teacher Meng was. It was because of this that made her more and more. A man and a woman alone in a room, watching a video together. Thinking of this, Chin Yu tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Suddenly, Chin Yu opened a WeChat video call. She wanted to see if there was anything wrong with Chen Song's. Chen Song was stunned when he saw Chin Yu's video call invitation. Chin Yu also learned how to check on me. She's improving quite fast? Chen Song couldn't help but laugh. However, Chen Song wasn't worried at all. He immediately accepted the video call. Of the 13 or 14 people present, other than Teacher Meng, who was a woman, they were all men. What did Chen Song have to feel guilty about? After the video call was connected, Chin Yu, who was lying in bed, suddenly froze. Where's Teacher Meng? Why is it all a man? Chen Song walked out and said confidently, of course, a discussion video is naturally a group of people discussing it together. What do you think it is? Well, Chin Yu, you actually suspect me. Chin Yu blushed. Nonsense, I'm worried about you. I saw that you weren't back yet. I'm worried about you. Go and do your work, bye-bye. After saying that, she turned off the video call and crawled under the blanket. Chen Song smiled in satisfaction. Everyone had gained a lot from the night's discussion. Basically, they had all improved a little. Just as everyone was leaving, Chen Song's system notification suddenly sounded, ding. Congratulations, your nameless artery repair technique has been improved to perfection. Chen Song was stunned. So, this was the so-called opportunity. He didn't expect that such a discussion would actually improve Chen Song's nameless artery repair technique to perfection. That was awesome. He took a closer look and realized that the experience bars of the other surgeries had also jumped. Although there was still a long way to go before perfection, it was still useful. Chen Song saw that everyone had left except for Meng Shi. He was stunned for a moment. When he walked in to take a look, he saw that Meng Shi was trying his best to close his eyes and cover his ears with his hands. Chen Song sighed. Teacher Meng, is it especially noisy? My ears are buzzing too. Indeed, everyone was in high spirits just now. When they suddenly quieted down, they felt that their ears were buzzing. Teacher Meng shook his head and ignored Chen Song. After half a minute, he slowly said, No, I feel that there are too many things in my head. I'm blocking my ears to prevent them from coming out. Chen Song was stunned by his words. Chen Song said suspiciously, then, you shook your head just now to mix the knowledge together and absorb it more fully? When Mengshi heard that, he immediately smiled and said, so smart. Chen Song rolled his eyes. Although I'm only an undergraduate, you can't bully me. I haven't studied neurology properly, right? Teacher Meng, aren't you too superstitious? To think that you're a doctor from Sweden's Karolinska Institute. Mengshi sneered. I know a lot, but do you know a lot? Chen Song was speechless for a moment. He was actually speechless. You have a high education, you're awesome. Only then did Mengshi get up and walk out of the office. Chen Song looked at Mengshi's gait and could not help but ask. Teacher Meng, are you shaking your knowledge so that he can absorb it into every cell? Mengshi shook his head. Chen Song continued to guess. Then, you have too much knowledge and are drunk? Yes. Drunk surgery? Is that right? Mengshi turned around and looked at Chen Song. He sighed. Xiao Chen, you're a medical student. Can you not ask such a childish question? I've been standing for too long. My legs are numb. And my back is a little sore. After saying that, he looked at Chen Song in disappointment and got up to leave. Chen Song wanted to cry but had no tears. Why are you trying to reason with me? You're fierce, but you're reasonable. At this moment, Xia Gaofeng walked over from behind and said, Hey. Xiao Chen, why are you trying to reason with a woman? Chen Song looked at teacher Xia's face, which was full of vicissitudes of life, and suddenly felt that he must have a story. The second day of the competition arrived as scheduled. On this day, everyone was smug with success. Chen Song and Mengshi traveled together. Teacher Meng drove a jeep today, and Gu Huai insisted on joining in the fun. However, Chen Song sat in the front passenger seat while Dr. Gu sat in the back. Chen Song looked at the jeep with envy. Dr. Gu looked at the genuine leather seat of Teacher Meng's driver and was also envious. Chen Song could not help but mock Gu Huai in his heart. You're such a good-for-nothing. A jeep has 4 or 5 genuine leather cushions. Gu Huai despised Chen Song in his heart. Am I envious of the genuine leather cushions? I'm envious of Teacher Meng. Sigh. What does a virgin like you know? The jeep had obviously been modified. The interior of the car was very luxurious. Chen Song felt that after the competition, he had to get a car as soon as possible to enrich his married life. He brought little Lan Tian out for an outing. When Chen Song and Mengshi came in, they happened to see Gui Yunfei. Chen Song took the initiative to greet Gui Yunfei. Gui Yunfei nodded politely in response. Everyone walked in together. Gui Yunfei studied Chen Song's ascending aortic repair technique last night. He swore that there were definitely traces of his suture in Chen Song's suture. For this reason, he specially looked for Chief Physician Qin Yueming to study it. And Dean Qin's conclusion shocked him even more. This Xiao Chen is obviously learning from others. After learning your technique, he perfected it and turned it into his own. You should also take a good look at this surgery and learn from his strengths. This sentence made Gui Yunfei feel a little emotional. The contact was less than 20 minutes, and the surgery was less than 5 minutes. Although he deliberately mentioned it. Based on this? Chen Song could learn it. When he thought of this, Gui Yunfei was a little shocked. This Dr. Xiao Chen was too amazing. As for Mengshi, Gui Yunfei really did not think much of him. Other than being a little prettier, being a little bigger, having a better figure, and now being a little richer, having a better personality, having better eyes, and having sexier lips. Well, other than that, there was nothing else. How could she compare to his wife? Thinking of this, Gui Yunfei was afraid that his body would be too honest, so he hurriedly walked inside. To be honest, Gui Yunfei was not good at dealing with women, especially beautiful women. His mentor had told him that the more beautiful a woman was, the more dangerous she was. These words were very useful to him. After everyone entered the venue, Chen Song and Mengshi were obviously more popular today. All of them greeted him. Last night's exchange had allowed everyone to become familiar with each other, and most importantly, they had gained a lot. Not long after, the host went on stage and said, "First of all, congratulations to all the contestants for reaching this point. This shows that everyone's strength has been recognized. Now, each group only has 5 contestants. This way, when we draw lots, there will be a buy lot. After the buy, we can directly advance. As soon as he said that, Chen Song was stunned. At this moment, Mengshi was a little excited. His eyes were fixed on the lottery box. She turned her head and looked at Chen Song's expression. Why? You don't want to buy? Chen Song was stunned. He said righteously, the competition depends on strength. Teacher Meng, how can you have such an opportunistic idea? Mengshi rolled her eyes at Chen Song and scolded Chen Song silently. However, Chen Song swore that from the way he mouthed, he must have said that he was an idiot. Chen Song was helpless. He picked up his phone and Baidu, what kind of experience is it to have a retarded mentor? Looking at the bloody comments below, Chen Song suddenly felt that he had done his best. Teacher Meng, you are really lucky to have a student like me. However, when Chen Song saw how retarded the other mentors were, he suddenly realized that he was quite lucky. At the very least, Teacher Meng did not let him go to her house to do the laundry and cook. She also did not let him wash her back or take care of her daily needs. Even if Chen Song wanted to go, he would definitely not let him go. Thinking about it this way, Teacher Meng was stupid, but at the very least, she still had the virtue of a mentor. But to be honest, Chen Song really didn't want to get a buy. After all, every time he got a buy, it was a huge loss for him. There were drops in the PK, but there was definitely no buy. At this moment, the lottery began. C3-1, descending aorta repair. Chen Song was delighted. He did not get a buy. He would still have to perform the active damage repair surgery. After arriving at the waiting area, Chen Song looked up and saw an acquaintance. It was the 35-year-old Dr. Su, the deputy director of the cardiac surgery department of Danyang Hospital. When Dr. Su saw Chen Song, he smiled slightly. Dr. Chen, I'm looking forward to the competition with you. Chen Song nodded and smiled. Me too. Dr. Su was actually very happy because the two of them were competing in the descending aorta repair surgery, not the ascending aorta repair surgery. Dr. Su felt that he still had a lot of hope. After all, descending aorta repair surgery was his advantage. He had scored 92 points last year, and this year, it would only be higher, not lower. Chen Song's score from yesterday's competition was 91 points. Although he could get some inspiration from the discussion last night, however, without surgical training, he was still a little restrained. Without practical training, it was still more difficult to improve. Chen Song's group of relatives and friends grew stronger. Those who were eliminated by him came to watch the competition. However, everyone was not talking about Chen Song. Instead, they were thinking about how many plates of meat Haidaleo would order tonight and whether Chen Song would reimburse them for the drinks. As for the result of the competition, Chief Physician Tao had already said that Chen Song was hiding his strength. What was there to worry about? Ming Haosen looked up and saw the results of the lottery on the big screen. He was suddenly stunned. Dr. Chen is in danger. Everyone was stunned and looked up. When they saw that Chen Song's opponent was Dr. Su, they were instantly stunned. The key event of the competition was descending aorta repair surgery. Chen Song's result from yesterday's competition was only 91 points. And it was a surgery that he was good at. Cui Yuanwu did not care at all. He said, Aya, what are you worried about? Chief Physician Tao already said that Chen Song went easy on him yesterday. He was hiding his strength. After the city's doctor heard that, he sighed. Dr. Chen is a good person. When Taomi heard that, she was a little flustered. What if he was really eliminated? Would he be slapped in the face? When he said that Chen Song was holding back and preserving his strength, he was really bragging. How would he know if Chen Song was really hiding his strength? Suddenly, Taomi felt a little guilty. However, the people around her looked calm as if Chen Song was really going to win. After all, in their opinion, Chen Song must have held back yesterday. Until Mengshi walked over. Xia Gaofeng quickly asked, Chief Physician Meng? Why are you here? Mengshi smiled. I got a buy. However, when Mengshi looked up at Chen Song's competition and his opponent, she could not help but be stunned. Xiaochen might be in danger. During our discussion last night, I clearly felt that Dr. Su's understanding of descending aorta repair surgery is above Chen Song's. Xiao Chen won't be eliminated, right? That one sentence stunned everyone. After all, Mengshi was the person who knew Chen Song the best. With her saying that, everyone was dumbfounded for a moment and stared at Taomi. When Taomi saw that, she simply closed her eyes and pretended to be calm. I didn't see it. P.S. It's 6 chapters for now. Continue to work hard tomorrow. Thank you to Lan Shiyu, Alavi, and Numbun for the 20,000 tip. Thank you, bosses. Strive to continue to update tomorrow. Please support me. Teacher Meng's words dumbfounded this group of Chen Song backup team. Chief Physician Tao closed his eyes and did not say a word. Xia Gaofeng's expression was that he did not know and that they should ask him. Cui Yuanwu looked at Mengshi and said, Chief Physician Meng, don't lie to us. Chief Physician Tao has told us everything. Xiao Chen is saving his strength for the critical moment, right? At this point, Cui Yuanwu lowered his voice and said with a smile, it's okay, we're very tight-lipped. Mengshi rolled his eyes when he saw this. How could this group of people have such blind confidence in Chen Song? Mengshi had just turned around when he saw that Cui Yuanwu and teacher Yang Jianshu had already started. Mengshi could not help but sigh. The moment Chen Song came in, the 2 examiners were stunned because they had seen Chen Song yesterday. Chen Song had just used the ascending aorta repair technique to make the 2 examiners unable to sleep the whole night. They did not expect to meet Chen Song again today. The 2 examiners were surprised and happy. They even had a little bit of expectation in their hearts. However, the 2 of them could not be too obvious in front of the surveillance camera. The chief examiner, Sun Gaoxing, looked at Chen Song and was a little happy. However, he still said calmly, Examinee, please take note. At this time, there is another surgery in the emergency center's operating theater. There are not enough centrifugal pumps to use. Please use the available equipment to start your operation. After Chen Song heard this, he immediately nodded. Examinee, are you ready? Chen Song said, I'm ready. Let's start now. As soon as he finished speaking, the ECG monitor began to sound. Blood kept flowing out of the descending aorta. When Chen Song saw the wound, he was instantly dumbfounded. This wound was completely different from the one he had encountered yesterday. The difficulty of the surgery had greatly increased. Although it was the same descending aorta repair technique, the injury site and the size of the wound were different, and the repair methods needed were different. Today's surgery was obviously not as simple as blood vessel repair and suturing. The difficulty had greatly increased. Chen Song stared at the bleeding point of the wound. He did not rush to stop the bleeding, nor did he use the hemostatic forceps directly. He kept thinking about all the surgical methods in his mind. The wound was very large, and there were many injuries. The suture method that directly blocked the blood flow was only suitable for small wounds in an emergency. It could be repaired immediately, but the time was strictly controlled. Similarly, clamping the aorta to suture the rupture also had the same requirement. The aorta had a limited amount of time to be blocked. Chen Song's suturing speed was very fast, but it was not the most optimal choice. Sometimes, the method you choose must have a margin for error. This is the best choice for surgery. This was not to say that this kind of risky and quick suturing was bad. It was just that this was the only choice when there were no other surgical methods available. One had to know that doctors were humans, and there was a chance that they would make mistakes. They were not machines, and humans were very random. After a few seconds of consideration, Chen Song instantly made his choice. At this moment, the best choice was to use a centrifugal pump for partial flow transfer. Heparinization was not required. All that was needed was to divert the blood from the left atrium or left superior pulmonary vein to the descending aorta at the distal end of the tear. Unfortunately, there was no centrifugal pump for Chen Song to use. This was a test of a doctor's ability to improvise. Chen Song thought for a while, turned around without hesitation, and said to the nurse, hemostatic forceps. The nurse immediately handed it over. Sun Gaoxing looked at Chen Song's operation and frowned slightly. What was Chen Song going to do? Deputy Examiner Ho Liang also pondered. Was he going to challenge his limits and make use of his advantage in suturing quickly? Was he going to choose to suture quickly while using the hemostatic forceps to clamp the blood vessel? In this way, even if he succeeded, the 2 examiners might not give him the highest score. This was because Chen Song did not use the principle of optimization when it came to the choice of surgery. After Chen Song stopped the bleeding, he said to the nurse, "Use the shunt tube and heparin treatment." As soon as he said this, the two examiners sighed in relief and nodded with relief. He did not take the risk, he chose the got shunt method. After the surgery began, Chen Song directly cut the pericardium in front of the left phrenic nerve and exposed the ascending aorta from the pericardium. He carefully separated the ascending aorta and the descending part of the arch, separated and blocked the thoracic aorta and the proximal left subclavian artery from the wound. Although the simulation was not very similar to a human, Chen Song still pretended to be nervous and carefully avoided it. Yes, although it was a simulation, he still had to pretend that it was very similar to a real person. Chen Song felt that he was now best actor Chen. Chen Song inserted the proximal lumen of the plastic tube into the ascending aorta and the distal end into the distal end of the descending aorta. Then, he sutured 2 layers of the 3-0 non-invasive suture and carefully tightened it. After removing the gas in the tube, he opened the intubation and circulation. In this way, the wound was just separated, and the surgery would naturally have enough time to repair the descending aorta. However, the got shunt method had a fatal flaw, that was that it could not control the flow of the bypass. What did that mean? If there was enough blood flow in the tube after the bypass was opened, not only would it not be conducive to the surgery, it would even cause blood clotting. Even if the blood flow was too fast, it would also have some impact. Chen Song's previous operation was very precise, just like the textbook got shunt method. However, the chief examiners, Sun Gaoxing and Ho Liang, looked at Chen Song with great interest, because what awaited Chen Song next was not just a difficult surgery, there might even be an accident. That's right, did you think that the simulation would not have any accidents? These are all programmed, okay. After all, there were also accidents in human surgery, and this kind of expensive simulation could be simulated. As expected, just as Chen Song was about to suture, the surgery immediately encountered an accident. The patient's blood pressure was already very low, and there was a problem with the flow of the bypass. It even caused a reflux. Sun Gaoxing looked at Chen Song with great interest, wanting to see how he would deal with it. But, he saw that Chen Song was unmoved. He gently adjusted the angle of the shunt tube, and suddenly, a one-way valve appeared. This time, the two examiners were dumbfounded. When did this kid put a one-way valve in the shunt tube? Could it be that he had already guessed it? Sun Gaoxing keenly realized that Chen Song did not guess it, but designed it himself according to the patient's blood pressure. This was the basic professional quality that a good surgeon should have. This was a high degree of control over the surgery. It was important to be prepared for any accidents that might happen. However, at this moment, Chen Song said to the nurse, "Give me 2 silk threads." Sun Gaoxing and Ho Liang looked at each other. What was he going to do with the silk threads? Actually, Chen Song had been able to put a one-way valve in the shunt based on the patient's physical signs and condition at the beginning. He had already achieved full marks for this test. As long as Chen Song did not have any problems with the subsequent suturing and repair work, Chen Song would get a very good score for this surgery. However, at this moment, Chen Song asked for 2 ropes. What was he going to do? At this moment, Chen Song put the ropes through the ascending aorta and put one end of it on the shunt. Then, he carefully tightened it. The other rope was tied to the distal end of the descending aorta. Then, he tied the other end of the shunt and pulled it closer again. At this moment, the entire got shunt appeared at a strange angle. This was not important. The most important thing was that the blood flow suddenly became very smooth. Sun Gaoxing suddenly widened his eyes. F***ck, This is a change in the flow rate. This is a genius idea and creativity. How did he do it? No, how did he think of this? Sun Gaoxing and Ho Liang were a little excited. The joy on their faces was difficult to control. Their excitement was overflowing. They were too happy. They did not expect to see such a surgery when they came to invigilate in Dongyang. Sun Gaoxing was a little excited when he thought of this. As the director of the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery in Beijing's Anjin Hospital, Sun Gaoxing had traveled extensively and seen too many geniuses. Even so, he felt that it was not surprising that he met any kind of genius. However, this time, Chen Song had once again broken Sun Gaoxing's understanding of geniuses. Many people had tried to change the flaw of the got shunt technique, which could not control the flow rate. For example, the one-way valve was a very creative and historical innovation. It changed the major flaw of the got shunt technique. However, the one-way valve was very limited in its inability to control the flow rate. Experts and professors from various hospitals had tried it, and major magazines and forums had also introduced it. There were many gimmicks. Sun Gaoxing had also tried and learned, but, to be honest, this was the first time he had seen a method that used two simple ropes. Moreover, he felt that this method was very effective at first glance. Although he had not tried it himself, Sun Gaoxing knew that it must be a very useful method. He liked it very much. This was because there was no guarantee that the thoracic artery repair surgery would be carried out in the operating theater, and there was no guarantee that all kinds of instruments would be in place. In this way, 2 wires and a catheter could complete a high-efficiency got shunt and repair the aorta perfectly. If this wasn't innovation, then what was? Thinking of this, Sun Gaoxing was overjoyed. However, the next scene told Sun Gaoxing that he was happy too early. The patient was receiving a blood transfusion, so his blood pressure kept rising. In this way, the patient's transfer volume needed to be controlled. At this time, Xianxia only adjusted the string again, and he actually achieved the goal of controlling the flow rate again. This was too ingenious. At first, Sun Gaoxing thought that the string control just now was just a fixation, and he didn't expect that this knot was controllable. Moreover, by controlling the length of the line, the shape of the nozzle could be changed, and the flow rate could be controlled. Genius, he was definitely a genius. Sun Gaoxing slammed the table and said to Xianxia, "If you weren't a genius, I would have eaten Ho Liang today." Ho Liang was dumbfounded. That's right, after he saw Xianxia's series of strange actions, he was somewhat dumbfounded and tongue-tied. Even if Sun Gaoxing really ate him now, he would probably be indifferent. Because there was nothing more charming than Xianxia's surgery at this time. What not hot *****, what 1, 2, or 3 books were not attractive to him at all. Ho Liang swore that he could watch this surgery 100 times. The surgery slowly came to an end. After Xianxia cleaned everything up, he even cut off the ropes. He said to the two of them, "Thank you, examiners." After saying that, Xianxia was ready to leave. Sun Gaoxing hurriedly called out to Xianxia, "Wait." Xianxia turned around curiously. "Teacher, what's wrong?" Sun Gaoxing said embarrassedly, "Did you use the string to control the flow rate just now?" Xianxia nodded. "That's right." When Sun Gaoxing heard Xianxia's confirmation, he could not help but ask, "Where did you learn this?" Xianxia smiled awkwardly. "I figured it out myself." Indeed, after the surgery reached perfection, many things could be changed according to the situation. Different choices could be made according to different performances. That was the true meaning of perfection. Of course, perfection was also a false proposition because perfection was constantly developing. After Sun Gaoxing and Ho Liang heard that, they looked at each other and sighed. A sentence appeared in their eyes. Many years, in Dog, the 27-year-old had already improved the small surgical method of Gott's bypass surgery. "What did I do?" Sun Gaoxing directly commented, "Very good, very good. This method is very valuable for research." When Xianxia heard Sun Gaoxing's affirmation, he naturally smiled happily. "Thank you for your praise, teacher." Sun Gaoxing continued to ask, Does the surgical method have a name?" Xianxia was stunned. It had only been born for 10 minutes and did not have a name yet. However, since the other party asked, he would make one up. "How about the 2-string method?" As soon as he said that, Sun Gaoxing and Ho Liang immediately blushed with shame. Was this surgical method not too down-to-earth? How could it be worthy of such a good surgical method? When Xianxia saw that, he was powerless to come up with a name. What should he do? How about the 2-string method? Sun Gaoxing was even more speechless. "Okay, you can think about it after you go out." He really did not want Xianxia to ruin this good surgical method. After Xianxia left, Sun Gaoxing's face was filled with joy. In his mind, he thought of his natal song, "We, the people, are so happy today." That was right, seeing such a surgical method, not to mention 2 days, even if it was 2 months, he would feel that it was worth it. He was too happy. Ho Liang looked at Sun Gaoxing. "Director Sun, what do you think? How many points are appropriate?" Sun Gaoxing slammed the table and said, 100 points. Is there a need to think about it? A perfect surgery, plus an innovative surgical method. I will feel bad if I don't give 100 points. Ho Liang nodded. You mean, you give 100 points? I give 96 points? And an average of 98 points? 1 point less arrogance, 1 point less. Sun Gaoxing was stunned and rolled his eyes. No. For this surgery, I think I must give 100 points. The final 100 points. Ho Liang sighed. I also want to give 100 points, but, if both of us give 100 points, we will have to report it to the National Society of Cardiology Committee in the end. Sun Gaoxing raised his eyebrows. I am the vice chairman. Don't worry. Besides, just tell me whether it is worth 100 points or not. Ho Liang nodded. It is. Then 100 points it is. P.S. Thank you to the leader of Lighter Than a Feather for his 10,000 tip. Thank you to Tiger Walking Cat for his 10,000 tip. Thank you, I will update twice for now. I will continue to update during the day. Please remember to subscribe. Thank you. After Ho Liang heard Sun Gaoxing's words, he immediately reacted. That's right. This is the chief examiner. Why should I panic? If there's a problem, the chief examiner will take the blame. Moreover, this guy is the vice chairman. Thinking of this, Ho Liang wanted to give 101 points to see if vice chairman Sun could stop him. Sun Gaoxing was really happy. He glanced at the staff. This surgery video must be kept well. When he returned to Beijing, he must study it carefully. 100 times, soon, the two of them combined and gave 100 points. This way, everyone was happy. After Chen Song came out, his mind kept thinking about the name. The two-string method is a little confusing, but 2 strings in a tube is pretty good, right? Chen Song sighed. He had no idea how to name it. He would go back and look for Little Lick to study it. When Professor Su saw Chen Song's frowning face after coming out, he was stunned. Did he not do well? Thinking of this, Professor Su pretended to be worried. He stood up and asked, Xiao Chen? What's wrong? Is the exam more difficult? Chen Song shook his head. Before he could say anything, the staff at the side quickly said, Examinees, please do not leak the questions. Maintain order in the examination hall. Indeed, if you were to flatter each other, it was not a problem. However, please do not involve the competition. Professor Su's face instantly turned red. He said to Chen Song, Xiao Chen, don't worry. The second day's competition will definitely be more difficult than yesterday. Also, be prepared. Yes, although Professor Su pretended to be worried, he was not a bad person. He comforted Chen Song for a long time. At this time, the staff came out to inform him to be prepared. When Chen Song heard that Professor Su was so concerned about him, he wanted to tell him a few times that he actually did very well. He did not want Professor Su to worry so much, however, he was interrupted every time. Seeing Professor Su's figure go in, Chen Song sighed. Sigh. What a good person. Professor Su. Professor Su, who was walking forward, was suddenly stunned. What's wrong? Xiao Chen? Chen Song sighed. I'll treat you to hot pot tonight. Dr. Su was stunned for a moment before he smiled. All right. I will do my best. After Dr. Su came in, Sun Gaoxing was slightly stunned because he had been an examiner for this young man yesterday. He was a very outstanding young doctor. Very imposing, however, Sun Gaoxing sighed regretfully, because no matter what, you won't be able to advance. Chen Song is a gem in front of you. 100 points. What can you use to surpass him? Sun Gaoxing's heart ached as he looked at Professor Su a few more times. In Dr. Su's eyes, everything seemed to be like this. The examiner had not gotten over his disappointment with Chen Song, but when he saw Dr. Su, he looked forward to it. After bowing to express his gratitude, the operation began. Sun Gaoxing's performance was as steady as ever. His choice was exactly the same as Chen Song's. When he chose the Gott shunt method, he took the initiative to install a one-way valve to prevent backflow. Moreover, he had also used some small tricks to try to change the shortcomings of Gott shunt method. He had tried to change the flow rate, and the effect was acceptable. If it had been any other time, the entire operation would have been very good. It was precisely because of this that Sun Gaoxing and Ho Liang felt regretful. After all, this was also an outstanding young man. It was a pity. Since he was born, why would he be born? Dr. Su nodded to express his gratitude. Sun Gaoxing felt that he should encourage this young man, so he took the initiative to say, "Yes, your performance is very good. Go back and continue to work hard." Ho Liang also nodded. "Yes, don't give up on improving after you go back." When Dr. Su heard that, he was instantly overjoyed. He quickly smiled and said, "Thank you, teachers." However, when he went out, Dr. Su frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong. Why did he tell him not to give up on improving after he went back? Continue to work hard, it was strange, he could not figure it out. After he came out, Dr. Su was still very happy. He looked at Chen Song and smiled. "Hot pot tonight. It's my treat." Chen Song was stunned and quickly shook his head. No need, no need. It's my treat. I also brought a few friends. Let's go together." When Dr. Su heard that, he immediately laughed. "Oh? The more the merrier. Who else is there?" Chen Song smiled embarrassedly. "Dr. Cui Yuanwu from the Eastern University Second Hospital, Dr. Ninghausen from the Provincial People's Hospital, Dr. Zhang from the Municipal People's Hospital, and you. There might be 2 more people in a while. As for who they are, it hasn't been decided yet." After Dr. Su heard that, he smiled. "Oh? They're all from Division C. Xiao Chen, you're quite popular." Chen Song scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing what to say. He couldn't possibly say that they were all eliminated by him, right? It wouldn't be good to say that. As the two chatted, the results of the competition were out. When Dr. Su saw it, he could not help but laugh. He was even a little surprised, 95 points. This was probably his highest score ever. Actually, this score was a consolation prize. Sun Gaoxing felt that the child had already been eliminated. An extra point or 2 would make him happy. After all, Chen Song had already scored 100 points. He did not want to dampen the child's confidence and enthusiasm. Therefore, the 2 of them combined and gave him 95 points. Dr. Su smiled at Chen Song. "Xiao Chen, how many points did you get?" Chen Song looked at the results and widened his eyes in disbelief. He could not let it go for a long time. When Dr. Su saw this, he immediately sighed. He knew that Chen Song's results had probably exceeded his expectations. He had already prepared his emotions and was about to comfort Chen Song, telling him that it was normal for there to be discrepancies in the results. Moreover, victory and defeat were common in the military. He should not be too concerned about the results. He should not be too concerned about the score. He still had many opportunities in the future. When Dr. Su finished organizing his thoughts, he was about to say it. Suddenly, Chen Song handed his phone over. "Dr. Su, my results. Is there a problem?" Dr. Su smiled and comforted him. "Xiao Chen, you might not know this, but our chief examiner is Anjin Hospital's cardiology department director. The results he gave basically won't." As he spoke, Dr. Su glanced and suddenly saw Chen Song's results. Dr. Su was immediately dumbfounded. He was about to comfort him, but he swallowed it back. "Holy sh*T, 100 points, are you kidding me? Has there ever been someone who scored 100 points? No way." Dr. Su had participated in so many competitions. He had even participated in the national competition once, but this 100 points was the first time he had seen it. Did I see wrongly? He rubbed his eyes, but it was still 100 points. This time, Dr. Su was stunned. How was this possible? 100 points. How outstanding was this? How could the examiner give a high score of 100 points? Could it be that the head examiner and the others had given the wrong score? It must be Alzheimer's. Yes, Alzheimer's disease. Right. Could it be that the chief examiner has lost his mind and gave the wrong score? Thinking of this, Dr. Su felt that it was very possible, but the chief examiner was Director Sun Gaoxing, a big shot in Beijing's Anjin Hospital, and the vice president of the National Cardiology Society. The score given by such a person was very authoritative. Dr. Su looked at Chen Song's shocked face and suddenly understood why. It was not because the score was too low. It was because the score was too high. This made Dr. Su, who had prepared a lot of comforting words, swallow them all into his stomach. After all, at this time, he needed comfort the most. The person who needed comfort the most was his fragile soul that was on the verge of collapse. In helplessness, Dr. Su looked at Chen Song and sighed. Xiao Chen, you're really good at hiding things. Chen Song did not know what to do. This? Dr. Su, actually, 95 marks is not bad. I performed similar surgeries before, so. I'm quite good at it, and I'm also quite good at it. Don't worry about it. As you said, victory and defeat are common in the military. The exam is accidental. Seeing that Dr. Su was gradually becoming autistic, Chen Song was helpless, but he was not very good at comforting people. He, who was born a straight man, could only comfort Dr. Su's comforting words word by word. Who asked him to have a good memory, however, these words were particularly harsh in Dr. Su's ears. Dr. Su wanted to cry but had no tears. He originally thought that he could enter the national competition again this year, but it seemed that there was no chance. Thinking of this, Dr. Su sighed deeply and said, forget it, forget it. Let's eat hot pot tonight. Chen Song was stunned and quickly nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Hot pot tonight. It's my treat. At this moment, Dr. Su thought of the people who were eating hot pot tonight, Cui Yuanwu, Ninghausen, Dr. Zhang, and himself. Suddenly, he realized that these people had something in common. It turned out that tonight's hot pot dinner was prepared for the people who were eliminated by Chen Song. No wonder this kid said that there would be 2 people tonight, but he was not sure who they were. Was there a need to think about it? It must be the person who was eliminated from the competition with Chen Song. At this moment, Dr. Su understood. It turned out that Chen Song was determined to win. This young man was too terrifying. The crux of the matter was, to hide, too cowardly. Your descending aortic repair technique only scored 91 points yesterday, but today you scored 100 points. Aren't you being too steady? Am I worth it for you to spend so much on me? When Dr. Su thought about this, he suddenly felt enlightened. That was right, this just so happened to show that Chen Song attached great importance to him and had to give it his all. Thinking of this, Dr. Su suddenly stopped feeling sad. Does that mean I'm the opponent that Chen Song has to go all out to defeat? Chen Song and I are evenly matched. Back then, in order to defeat me, it could be said that Chen Song used all his strength and exerted all his strength to defeat me. Dr. Su thought about many things. He thought about how, in a few decades, if Chen Song became the world's top cardiologist, he could tell the doctors in the department. Back then, Chen Song and I were evenly matched too. Moreover, he was able to achieve today's results because of the pressure I gave him. Thinking of this, Dr. Su suddenly felt that the weather was good. He looked forward to the hot pot dinner even more. He felt that he should order a few more plates of tripe. After everyone came out of the waiting area, they returned to their seats. When Chen Song's eliminated supporters saw Chen Song come out, they suddenly became nervous. Especially the banker, Cui Yuanwu, who quickly said, leave if you place your bets, leave if you place your bets. Yang Jianshu and the others stared nervously at the big screen in front of them. Meng Shi, who had been disdainful just now, placed her bets on Chen Song's defeat. She had put in a lot of money and bet 3 times on Tun Hai Lao, but she was betting on Chen Song's loss. Cui Yuanwu and Yang Jianshu looked at Taomi, Xia Gaofeng, and the others in confusion. Yang Jianshu swallowed his saliva. Old Tao, you're not lying to us, are you? Why are we the only ones betting on Chen Song's victory? All of you are betting on Chen Song's defeat. Cui Yuanwu also nodded. That's right. Chief Physician Tao, didn't you say that Xiao Chen was hiding his strength? You. Why don't you trust him? Taomi and Xia Gaofeng looked at each other and blushed. Sigh. We are giving Xiao Chen some pressure. Cui Yuanwu was also speechless. All of them were shouting that Chen Song was the best in the world, but all of them were betting on Chen Song's defeat. What a hypocrite. At this moment, before the results were out, Dr. Su walked towards the back. Naturally, he saw Chen Song's eliminated supporters sitting there. He shook his head, knowing that that was where he should go. When Cui Yuanwu and the others saw Dr. Su coming over, they were stunned. Dr. Su, why are you here? Dr. Su was slightly stunned. Isn't this Chen Song's defeated supporters group? Am I not here to join you? That sentence made Cui Yuanwu and the others blush. Cui Yuanwu quibbled, we are having a small hot pot gathering tonight. Ninghausen immediately asked, Dr. Su. Are you saying that you have been eliminated? Dr. Su let out a long sigh and nodded dejectedly. Sigh. That's right. As soon as he said that, everyone was dumbfounded. Cui Yuanwu and Yang Jianshu looked at Dr. Su and burst into laughter. Yang Jianshu said excitedly, you guys. Who told you not to trust Xiaochen? You won. Old Tao, your 2 bottles of Wuliangye. Chief Xia, give me a copy of your surgery video hard drive. Cui Yuanwu laughed. Teacher Little Meng, 3 hot pot meals. Daning, give me that scalpel? Tao Mi's expression changed. Her heart ached, but she pretended to be magnanimous and laughed. Haha, I knew Xiaochen would be able to enter. Everyone despised her. At this time, the results of the competition were announced. At this moment, no one paid attention to the others. They directly clicked on the most controversial and popular figure, the PK between Chen Song and Dr. Su. As soon as they clicked on the results, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss. Hiss, hiss. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Everyone was dumbfounded, whether it was the audience, the examiners, or the participants. Everyone looked at the 100 points and could not react for a long time. Was there a perfect score in this kind of exam? This was the first time in the history of Dongyang province that a perfect score had appeared. Gui Yunfei's face was full of fear. Everyone below the stage was in a heated discussion. He can be eliminated with 95 points. That's too tragic. Chen Song actually scored 100 points. That's too fierce. This guy is too good at hiding. Yesterday, he and Dr. Zhang only scored 91 points. P.S. 2 chapters for now. There will be more in the afternoon. More chapters. More chapters. Asking for support. Asking for subscriptions. Thank you for the 10,000 reward from the leader, silent and virtuous. Thank you for your support. Cui Yuanwu sighed. Sigh. Director Tao is such a good person. He knew that Chen Song could advance, so he deliberately took out the 10-year Wuliangye that he had hidden at home. Old Su, there's wine for tonight's hot pot. Tao Mi's heart ached, however, he felt that he should maintain the bearing and demeanor of a director. Thinking of this, he smiled. I knew that Xiaochen could advance. I just wanted to treat everyone to some wine to celebrate Xiaochen's advancement. Do you understand? Tao Mi swore that he would go tonight. He wanted to drink back. Wasn't it just 2 caddies of wine? I, Tao Mi, can drink it. Xiao Gaofeng glanced at Tao Mi and trembled with anger. My precious hard drive was copied just like that. Many of the videos in it are out of print. You want to treat everyone to wine, but I don't want to show my treasures to others. However, he still smiled. Yes, yes, yes. We just want to share the good stuff. Everyone, make a copy of my hard drive and look at it carefully in the future. There are so many out-of-print surgeries. When everyone heard that, they immediately burst into laughter. They all clapped and cheered. Yang Jianshu's smile was prettier than a flower. He finally realized that there was meat to eat if he followed Cui Yuanwu. Dr. Zhang from the City People's Hospital let out a long sigh. Dr. Chen is such a good person. He deliberately scored 91 points yesterday to take care of my feelings. I feel embarrassed just thinking about it. I knew that Dr. Chen was conserving his strength. Now that I look at it, it's true. But I really didn't expect Dr. Chen's aortic repair to be so excellent that he scored 100 points. That's amazing. When the people around heard that, they immediately sighed. Even Tao Mi and the others looked at each other helplessly. They didn't know what Chen Song's level was. At this moment, Chen Song walked over. Cui Yuanwu said excitedly, Chen Song. Let me tell you, you don't have to treat us tonight. There's wine and someone to pay the bill. Chen Song was stunned. What's going on? Cui Yuanwu then told him what had just happened. After saying that, Chen Song was dumbfounded. He glanced at Taomi and sighed in disappointment. Then, he turned around and looked at Mr. Meng, who was looking around. He was instantly disappointed. Teacher Meng, oh Teacher Meng, do you not trust me that much, to think that I was determined to bring you to second place? When Meng Shi saw that Chen Song was staring at him with ill intentions, he naturally felt a wave of fear in his heart. He smiled awkwardly and said, Xiao Chen, teacher definitely wants you to advance, but, this competition definitely has some uncertainties, right? Here's what I think, if you lose, I'll win. I'll treat you to a few more meals to make you happy. If you win, I will be happy too. As a teacher, isn't it just a matter of treating others to a meal? It was a piece of cake. I'll pay the bill tonight. His words were so righteous that Chen Song couldn't find any fault with them. When the others heard this, they immediately clapped their hands and praised. They nodded and said, that's right, we think so too. Chen Song rolled his eyes. You guys, you clearly don't trust me. At this time, the surrounding contestants and the people from the other support groups also looked at Chen Song. They were more or less shocked. Is this person really hiding his strength? It was all about descending aorta repair. Yesterday, it was still 91 points, but today, it was 100 points. If you say that such a gap was learned in one night, who would believe it? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. Obviously, his skill level is very high, but he's just hiding his strength. Dr. Chen is a good person. He is strong when he meets the strong, and weak when he meets the weak. After the first competition, there was an hour break before the second competition. At this time everyone didn't chat with each other. They all opened Chen Song's surgery video and began to learn, even Gui Yunfei was no exception this time. If Chen Song's 98 points yesterday made him feel deep fear, then today's 100 points completely woke him up, making him feel a little scared and uneasy. Don't think that you're Dongyang Booby anymore. It's just because Ling Hutsong is now in Group C, or else you'll be the first to be eliminated. Recalling his teacher's words, Gui Yunfei suddenly felt that he had been a little complacent all these years. Last night, he clearly knew that Chen Song and the others were discussing together, but he didn't participate. He insisted on secretly watching the video alone under his blanket. During the competition today, he saw that the results of the people around him had more or less improved. The reason was obvious. Everyone was learning from each other and urging each other to improve. He was the only one who was proud of himself. Thinking of this, Gui Yunfei felt a little pity and regret. He was the hope of Dongyang. How could he slack off? Therefore, he clicked on the surgery video and studied seriously. He was undistracted. At this time, everyone around him was wearing headphones and watching the surgery video seriously. They didn't say a word, and the scene was extremely quiet. This made it difficult for Chen Song to find someone to talk to. He even thought that it would be better to find someone to talk about the new surgical method of the 2 ropes. In the end, everyone was watching the surgery video. Chen Song had no choice but to return to his seat. He opened the morning's harvest and seriously tasted it. Ding! Defeated Dr. Su. Obtained Dr. Su's pseudoaneurysm removal experience. Chen Song began to study seriously. However, after Chen Song closed his eyes, it was difficult for him to enter a meditative state. This was because the noise around him was rising and falling. Hiss, how terrifying, this kind of noise was too annoying. In fact, the person who was most worried was not Chen Song, but the female host who was wearing a cheongsam on the host stage. She looked at the people below and gasped. She felt uncomfortable. She even felt a little cold. She walked to the side and immediately contacted the staff present to raise the room temperature by 1 degree. Time passed slowly. The surrounding noises gradually became active from the moment Chen Song installed the one-way valve. When they saw Chen Song's technique of adjusting the heart's flow, they were stunned. Damn, that works? Yeah, isn't it amazing? Chen Song is so awesome. He can even do that? Good. Amazing. If everyone had any objections to Chen Song's score in the beginning, they had no objections now. This person who innovated this kind of surgical method deserved full marks. Gui Yunfei had also finished watching the video of the surgery. From the moment Chen Song prepared the one-way valve, the surgery gradually got better and better. As for the method of changing the flow of the two strings, it was very ingenious and opened people's eyes. This technique was very valuable for research. Just as Gui Yunfei turned off the video, he suddenly thought of something and quickly looked back. As expected, Chen Song had anticipated all of this. From the beginning of the surgery, when Chen Song was making the got shunt, when he chose to open the descending aorta and ascending aorta, he had already done all the groundwork for the subsequent surgery. Amazing, amazing. At this moment, Gui Yunfei had to admit that he was impressed by Chen Song. However, why did he only get a score of 91 points in yesterday's surgery? Gui Yunfei was not interested in watching this score at first. Now that he was curious, he opened the video. After watching it once, Gui Yunfei felt that it was average and there was nothing special. However, the gap between the two surgeries was immediately revealed. Could it be? Chen Song really hit his strength yesterday? No, definitely not, otherwise. Chen Song learned all of this last night. After thinking of this, Gui Yunfei was shocked by his own guess. He would rather believe that Chen Song hit his strength than believe that Chen Song had such a strong learning ability. This was too abnormal, was it not? When the surrounding people looked at Chen Song, their faces were full of respect. However, when they saw that Chen Song closed his eyes and seemed to be taking a nap, they immediately shook their heads. An expert was an expert. At this time, he was still in the mood to sleep. In fact, Chen Song was just a little allergic to the burning gazes of the men around him. At a loss, he simply closed his eyes. Next was the drawing of lots. Chen Song was originally worried that he would draw a bye. But now, he realized that he was overthinking. He did not seem to have anything to do with the bye. On the contrary, Gui Yunfei got a bye this time. Group A was in an uproar. Everyone was happy. After all, Gui Yunfei's bye did not seem to affect him much. He would be eliminated anyway. It was just a matter of time. Meng Shi, on the other hand, drew a competition. Chen Song's luck was not bad. This round was a pseudoaortic aneurysm surgery, and it was not bad. The contestant was a doctor from the oncology hospital. When he saw Chen Song, he suddenly smiled and asked, "Can you invite me to the hot pot dinner tonight?" Chen Song was stunned. "Is my hot pot dinner that famous?" Okay. Welcome, welcome. Actually, my surgery is just average. I think we should all work harder, Chen Song explained. When the other party heard that, he quickly smiled and nodded. I know. Dr. Chen, you're too humble. Dr. Su told me that you said the same thing just now. Dr. Su was even a little embarrassed and comforted you for a long time. Is that so? Chen Song suddenly felt embarrassed and did not know what to do. Why don't you believe me when I tell you the truth? Chen Song wanted to say something but stopped. He sighed helplessly. At this time, the waiting doctors were not in a hurry, but the examiners were quite anxious. After all, during the break just now, Sun Gaoxing had shared the video of Chen Song's surgery. After this group of old men saw the video, they immediately widened their eyes in disbelief. It caused a heated discussion. After all, when the chief physicians from various departments saw Chen Song's ingenious new surgical method, they were all a little surprised. After that, they began to discuss it. This method is good. Look, first of all, it's convenient to operate. There's no need for so many complicated instruments, and it's suitable for many situations. Good. It's not just good. Have you ever thought that this technique of using a rope and a physical angle to change the angle of the guide tube, and thus adjust the flow of the diversion is not only suitable for the Gott shunt method, right? There are many surgeries and surgical methods in the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery that can be explored using this idea. We can try to optimize and improve it. As soon as these words came out, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Even Sun Gaoxing was suddenly enlightened. Yeah. What Professor Chen said makes a lot of sense. There are too few practical environments for the switch valve, and this special and novel physical switch method is very valuable for research. In addition to this Gott bypass method, there are also surgeries suitable for the atrioventricular junction, and Sun Gaoxing immediately opened his mouth. To be honest, he was deeply inspired. At this time, another professor said, "Moreover, this has opened up an idea for me. The importance of interdisciplinary development. If internal medicine and medical treatment belong to the field of biochemistry, then our surgical department is more focused on the research of physiological physics. In this way, we can cooperate with other science and technology schools to seek a new breakthrough. After all, our thinking isn't as divergent as the professionals. What do you think? Another professor clapped and praised, "Good idea. This can even help us develop new instruments and new surgical methods. With a different height, one's field of vision would be different." After this group of experts saw Xianxia's surgery, they were all greatly inspired and expressed that they wanted to go back and study it properly. At this time, a professor could not help but ask, "Director Sun, does this surgery have a name?" Everyone also looked at Sun Gaoxing. Sun Gaoxing was stunned. Ahem, the surgeon obviously didn't think it through. I thought he had already researched it, but I thought about it carefully, and now it seems that he might have performed it clinically. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding professors frowned. Clinically, was it that good? This was not as simple as a sentence. Ho Liang could not help but say, he came up with two names. One is two-string technique. The other is two-string technique. When everyone heard this, they could not help but laugh. These two down-to-earth names instantly made Xianxia and everyone's impression of him closer. At this time, the professor who spoke just now said to Sun Gaoxing, "Little son, go back and tell this young man to publish the paper as soon as possible. After this video is released, many people will beat him to it." This suddenly reminded Sun Gaoxing. He nodded. "Yes. Why don't we turn off the video first? We can announce it after the competition is over." After hearing this, everyone shook their heads. That's not right. After all, it will easily cause a lot of misunderstandings. Let's remind him first. Even if we release it now, those who can learn it will need to study the data first. Sun Gaoxing nodded and decided to remind him during lunch. However, when it came to the next exam, all the examiners wanted to go to Xianxia's examination room. As more and more contestants were eliminated, many examiners had nothing better to do. Therefore, they decided to go and watch Xianxia's surgery on the spot. Dr. Wang from the cancer hospital entered the examination room. He smiled and glanced at Xianxia. "I actually don't have any pressure at all." Xianxia smiled awkwardly. "That's a good thing. Actually, you can perform better without pressure." Dr. Wang shook his head. No. I just feel that I will definitely be eliminated. Why don't I perform well?" Xianxia nodded. "Good luck. Don't be nervous." Dr. Wang nodded. "Don't worry, I don't have any pressure at all." As he spoke, Dr. Wang walked towards the examination room with his head held high. To be honest, he was not stressed at all. After all, he was bound to lose. What was there to be stressed about? However, after he entered the examination room, he was dumbfounded. More than 10 examiners were staring at him with masks. He was so scared that his knees almost gave out. Did I go to the wrong set? He realized that the pressure was not only from himself, but also from the outside world. Sun Gaoxing smiled and looked at Dr. Wang. "Student, don't be nervous. Are you ready?" Dr. Wang cursed in his heart. "How can I not be nervous? Have you ever seen more than 10 examiners and one student in an examination room? How can I not be nervous?" Sun Gaoxing coughed. "If you are ready, let's begin." Dr. Wang was about to cry. "Why do I feel so uncomfortable all over? Are there needles in your eyes? They are making my back feel cold. Also, why do I feel like there are ants crawling on my back? My arm is a little itchy." After the surgery, he had a hunch that he might set a record. The lowest score in this competition. I don't feel any pressure. It's fake. P.S. Thank you to the leader One Pin Shinchan for the 10,000 tip. I am very grateful. Thank you to Still Cool Even Single for the 10,000 tip. 6th update. I hope everyone likes it. Xianxia was dumbfounded when he saw Dr. Wang walk out of the examination room. His face was ashen, and he looked as if he had lost his soul. "Dr. Wang. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Dr. Wang was about to speak when he glanced at the staff next to him and sighed helplessly. "Dr. Chen, I'm fine. I'm just a little stressed. Nothing else." Indeed, he felt uncomfortable all over. during the entire surgery. It was as if there were ants biting him all over. Every part of his body was itchy, therefore, even though the entire surgery was completed according to the rules, the feeling was very bad. Who knew if this group of examiners were crazy? All of them had entered the examination room. He really wanted to ask, what if the examiners violated the examination room records? Was it considered breaking the rules? After thinking about it, he decided not to. After all, he couldn't advance no matter what. At this moment, a staff member suddenly came out of the examination room and found him with a few pieces of paper. He smiled and said, "These are all the examiner's comments and suggestions for you." Dr. Wang opened it and his hands trembled. It was worth it, everything was worth it. These dozens of examiners were giving him suggestions. How could he receive such a high standard of treatment? Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that it didn't matter if his score was low. If he had known earlier, he would have exposed more of his shortcomings. However, when Dr. Wang opened it, he saw that the chief examiner had suggested that Sun Gaoxing sign a line. "Don't shake your shoulders during surgery." When he saw it, he wanted to cry but had no tears. "I don't want to shake either." Chen Song got up and was about to walk forward when Dr. Wang suddenly called out to Chen Song, "Dr. Chen." Chen Song turned around. "What's wrong?" Dr. Wang glanced at the staff beside him and said helplessly, "Don't be nervous. Also, don't shake your shoulders." Chen Song was stunned. He looked at Dr. Wang in confusion and walked into the examination room. After entering, he was stunned. Dozens of pairs of eyes stared at him. Chen Song was instantly dumbfounded. He said awkwardly, "Examiners." "Hello, everyone." Sun Gaoxing smiled and said, "Well, Dr. Chen, before the exam, I want to ask you something. Have you thought of the name of the new got shunt technique in the morning?" Chen Song was speechless. "Why do you care about this name?" At this moment, Sun Gaoxing seemed to have noticed Chen Song's confusion, so he said, "It's like this. Today's surgery video will be released on the official website. At that time, many people will see your surgery video with full marks. So, this surgery will be seen by many people, and it's the same for this new surgical method. All the professors and experts think that you can publish a good paper with this technique. They all suggest that you publish the paper as soon as possible. Don't become a tool for those with ulterior motives." This sentence made Chen Song dumbfounded. Although he was stupefied, he also felt a little touched in his heart. She said all this for his own good. To be honest, Chen Song had always lacked a precise understanding of intellectual patents. However, the words of these professors rang an alarm bell for him. Thinking of this, Chen Song quickly bowed to express his gratitude. Sun Gaoxing smiled and said, "Well, let's get ready for the operation." Chen Song nodded and began the next surgery. Chen Song looked at so many experts and professors, but he did not show any signs of stage fright. After all, Chen Song was considered experienced and knowledgeable. When he performed hepatobiliary surgery, even the chairman of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery, Associate Academician Zhou Hongguang, had assisted him. When he performed hand surgery, he was even watched by the 4 heavenly kings. This was a small matter. It was no big deal. A pseudoaneurysm was actually a tumor-like thing formed after the intima of the blood vessel was broken. If the development was slightly more serious, it would become an aortic dissection. Therefore, this kind of surgery had to be handled urgently. This surgery happened to be on the ascending aorta, so Chen Song handled it with ease. Over the years, with the development of aortic stent transplantation, the surgery for traumatic pseudoaneurysm was gradually replaced by this kind of minimally invasive treatment. At the same time, there was also a flaw in cardiac surgery, which was that it could easily cause spinal cord injury. Therefore, everyone was more inclined to the stent surgery. The surgery went smoothly. After it was over, an expert suddenly asked, "Xiao Chen, what do you think of pseudoaneurysm surgery and interventional treatment?" With that one sentence, the room instantly fell silent. That question was really not easy to answer. Everyone present was a cardiac surgeon, but the development of interventional treatment had become the mainstream. This kind of surgical method was also gradually being replaced. However, for a cardiac surgeon, surgical repair was once and for all, and stent intervention was ultimately exogenous. Therefore, the older generation of surgeons still advocated surgical treatment. Chen Song thought about it. He felt that if he praised interventional treatment, he would definitely not be popular. However, the advantages of interventional treatment were very obvious, there was no doubt about that. Otherwise, it would not be developed so vigorously now. The emergence of interventional treatment reduced the risk of surgery, and junior doctors could also perform major surgery. There was no need to make a big fuss, and the patient's recovery was also much faster. Xianxia said, "Actually, as a cardiac surgeon, I don't know much about interventional treatment, but I know more about surgery. Let me share my own opinion. This kind of pseudoaneurysm surgery is gradually being replaced by interventional treatment because of the high risk of surgery. The main danger area is the anatomical mediastinal hematoma. The proximal aorta is usually covered by the hematoma. When it's separated, it can rupture and cause major bleeding at any time." After these words were said, the experts nodded one after another. That was right, but it was not likable. Yes, Xianxia's words were obviously saying that cardiac surgery was not good. However, at this moment, Xianxia continued, "Then, if we can reduce the risk of this kind of surgery and improve the safety of pseudoaneurysm surgery, won't we be able to make up for our shortcomings?" At this point, everyone's eyes lit up. Indeed, they could not reduce the other party's advantage, but they could make up for their shortcomings. At this moment, Xianxia walked to the side of the operating table and began to operate on the simulator. "Everyone, look, if we dissect the proximal blood vessels, can we do this? First, we dissect the left common carotid artery and the aortic arch between the left common carotid artery and the left subclavian artery, and then we bypass the obstruction to control bleeding. Then, we dissect below the hematoma, and bypass the obstruction to control the distal blood flow of the descending aorta. Finally, we deal with the hematoma for safety reasons. In this way, the difficulty of our surgery can be reduced. The risk factor will also be reduced." As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the surrounding people immediately frowned because Xianxia's words were obviously a little different from the guide. For a moment, everyone fell into deep thought. Xianxia's words were very bold, he actually pointed fingers at the guidebook. If this got out, there would definitely be problems. After all, no matter how the surgery was changed, the guide was the standard. You could treat it differently according to special circumstances, but Xianxia had already proposed a supplement to the guide. Sun Gaoxing stared at the blood vessels and carefully thought about Xianxia's words. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. Thinking of this, Sun Gaoxing personally stood up and walked to the operating table to personally demonstrate. The surrounding people immediately gathered around to watch. This time everyone began to discuss crazily. And Xianxia did not treat these chief physicians as chief physicians anymore. Experts and professors could go to the side. If they should criticize, they should criticize. If they should argue, they should argue. Moreover, an uncultured argument was called an argument, a cultured argument was called an academic discussion. As they spoke, everyone began to demonstrate crazily. They continued to discuss and argue. Xianxia's supplement to the guide also stimulated their mentality. To be honest, after performing surgery for so many years, who would not have some experience? Xianxia had some ideas, but it was definitely not the only suggestion and idea. When a scholar was fierce, it was very scary, especially these surgeons who brandished knives and swords every day and had blood in their hands. To be honest, who did not have dozens of lives in their hands? If they really wanted to be ruthless. Xianxia might be the youngest, but he was actually the worst. That's right, these chief surgeons all came from the emergency department of cardiology. They had really seen many people who were rescued. Moreover, the mortality rate of cardiology was really high, they often could not be sent to the hospital. Therefore, all of them were full of murderous aura, which made the staff shudder. The scrub nurse was so scared that she hid the scalpel, hemostatic forceps, these lethal weapons. Time passed minute by minute. Needless to say, the effect of the discussion was also very obvious. Everyone's voices became lower and lower, and their ideas became clearer and clearer. Gradually, a general direction came out. Everyone felt that the guide needed to be developed. They should improve and perfect this surgical method. Every detail was seriously discussed and considered. It was already 12 o'clock outside, the other rooms had finished their exams, and everyone was anxiously waiting for the results. However, he was not allowed to leave the room until he left. It couldn't be helped. Everyone gathered in the waiting area and started chatting. Who hasn't come out yet? I don't know. It's Team C. Our teams A and B have all come out. Who's missing from Team C? That's right, who hasn't come out yet? Soon, everyone looked at Dr. Wang, who was looking at a few pieces of paper, and hurriedly asked. Dr. Wang, who did you PK with? Dr. Wang looked up at everyone. Chen Song, Dr. Chen, what's wrong? Everyone was stunned. What time is it? Why isn't it over yet? Dr. Wang looked at the time and was stunned. It's been more than an hour, right? Why hasn't he come out yet? Yeah, what kind of surgery would take so long? Do you think Dr. Chen encountered an accident? While everyone was guessing, they suddenly heard a quarrel in the examination hall opposite them. He was dumbfounded. They all looked at each other in dismay and hurriedly stood up to listen at the door. The staff didn't want to bother anymore. After all, the exam was over. Everyone outside listened in on the conversation. Sun Gaoxing, you idiot, look here, Ho Liang. Here, this is how it's done? At this moment, those who were familiar with Chen Song's voice also heard Chen Song's roar. Everyone was stunned, instantly dumbfounded. Dr. Chen was fighting with the people inside. Everyone was dumbfounded. How did the exam end up like this? The people in the waiting area were dumbfounded. Those waiting outside were even more dumbfounded. After all, it was already past 12. Why wasn't the exam over yet? What exactly happened? At this moment, someone came out from inside. He said a few words to the staff and went back. Not long after, everyone knew that Chen Song and the examiner were fighting. That's right, that was how rumors spread. After the Haidaleo Hot Pot support group heard it, they were dumbfounded. They all looked at Taomi, dumbfounded. Chief Physician Tao. Dr. Chen has such a hobby? Taomi was also stunned. This time, she really didn't know. Mengshi hesitated at the door for a long time, wondering if he should go in to help his student. After all, if they were fighting, who should he help? Help reason? Or help his relative? Sun Gaoxing suddenly said, all right. Today's discussion definitely won't end. How about this, when we go back, we'll have a good discussion. Let's find a time to discuss this properly. Let's eat first. Don't delay the exam in the afternoon. Everyone nodded and wanted to add Chen Song's WeChat. Right. Let's eat first. We'll talk while eating. Xiao Chen, don't run around later. Let's sit together. Move aside. I think Xiao Chen and I have the same opinion. Let's sit together. As they spoke, everyone was about to walk out. Sun Gaoxing was the first to take off his white coat and walk out. Chen Song was stunned. Wait, I don't have any results yet. You guys are leaving just like that? Thinking of this, Chen Song hurriedly called out to everyone, wait. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Chen Song. What's wrong, Xiao Chen? Chen Song sighed. Which one of you is the examiner? You haven't given me a score yet. When everyone heard this, they immediately laughed out loud. Sun Gaoxing came back even more awkwardly. He picked up a pen and paper and glanced at everyone. How many points do you want to give? Everyone also shook their heads and looked at Chen Song. Xiao Chen, how many points do you want? Chen Song was speechless. Can I report you? Can you be a little responsible? This is an exam venue, okay? Actually, Chen Song had really misunderstood them. This kind of surgical skills competition was more casual in itself. As long as the competition was fair, there was no need to be so particular about other things. There were many strange things that happened in the finals every year. This kind of discussion was nothing strange, however, the scores still needed to be scored. Sun Gaoxing and Ho Liang's final score was 96 points. Chen Song advanced. During lunch, Chen Song stood out from the crowd. He was surrounded by a group of examiners and chatted enthusiastically. When the surrounding examinees saw it, they were instantly dumbfounded. All of them were dumbfounded. How could there be such an examinee, eating with the examiners? Chen Song was actually very flustered in his heart. Would this group of people report him for taking the back door? After all, wasn't it too obvious? Also, Director Sun, could you not give me the drumstick that you had eaten? Chen Song was very helpless. P.S. Thank you to the leader of Light Thunder for his generous gift of 100,000. I'll update more tomorrow. Thank you to Little Wong spent money to see the original and reader 1194810358466404352 for your 10,000 gift. Thank you, everyone. I'll update twice for the time being. I'll update more during the day. Update more. Update more. Update more. Chen Song felt that he could not eat together with the group of old people around him. Everyone was eating plain soup and water, which was glorified in the name of nourishing their health. His plate was filled with plates of beef, fish, and prawns. At this moment, Chen Song inexplicably missed Wang Qian. Only when he was with Brother Qianer did he seem like a good-for-nothing. Why didn't he use a foodie? Because Chen Song felt that he did not deserve such an elegant term. The surrounding directors were very enthusiastic. They seemed to want to put their arms around Chen Song's shoulders and call him brother. Chen Song was more vigilant. He carefully looked at the eyes of the people around him. He wanted to tell everyone that he did not fit in with them. He was one of them. He really did not get in through the back door. However, it was obvious that no one believed him. From everyone's eyes, Chen Song seemed to have returned to his primary school days. He was the kind of spy who secretly tattled on his teacher every day and was despised by his classmates. Thinking of this, Chen Song sighed helplessly. Forget it. Outstanding people might be like this. They always did not fit in with the crowd. His heart was tired. After dinner, the examiners were old and had to go back to their rooms to rest for a while. Chen Song returned to the hot pot support group. Cui Yuanwu brought tea. The group sat and drank tea, waiting for the afternoon to begin. There was no doubt that there was a new member in the hot pot support group. Dr. Wang from the cancer hospital. Dr. Wang said with a smile, I actually feel the warmth of the organization. Everyone chuckled. Of course. At this moment, a familiar face hurried over and said excitedly, Dr. Chen, can I take my wife with me tonight? Chen Song was speechless. The man laughed. My wife doesn't believe that I'll have a meal together after failing. I'll bring her to take a look. But don't worry, my wife is also in the cardiac surgery department. She's not an outsider. There was not much suspense in the afternoon's competition. At around 5 o'clock, everyone arrived at the venue and announced the list of qualifiers. Sun Gaoxing was the chief examiner of the Dongyang competition today. He went on stage and said, first of all, congratulations to the following 3 doctors for representing Dongyang province in the national skills competition. Congratulations to Gui Yunfei from the cardiovascular hospital, Meng Shi from the first hospital of Eastern University, and Chen Song from the second hospital of Sichuan province. Let's give them a round of applause and wish them the best in the national competition. Everyone looked at the 3 people on the stage. Gui Yunfei was trembling with fear as he stood beside Meng Shi. He felt uncomfortable all over. This woman was poisonous. Her fragrance made Gui Yunfei a little afraid. Sun Gaoxing said, actually, I should thank every doctor here because you showed us the new strength of Dongyang cardiac surgery. In the past 2 days, we have seen many excellent medical workers and excellent surgical operations. What I want to tell everyone is that you are not failures. Each and every one of you is the pride of Dongyang. Sun Gaoxing was telling the truth. Before he was selected to come to Dongyang City, he was not very happy. After all, the development of cardiology in Dongyang City was really mediocre. However, he did not expect that after coming here, there would be one surprise after another, which broadened his horizons. In addition to Chen Song, there were many outstanding people. I hope that you will not forget your original intention and move forward bravely because you are the future hope of our country's cardiology department. His words made everyone's blood boil. The national cardiology skills competition in Dongyang province had completely come to an end. Everyone was not too sad because this was a rare experience for anyone who came to participate in the competition. It was also a good opportunity to improve themselves. It was still early at this time, so everyone went back early after going out. Chen Song called Heidaleo. After learning that there were empty seats in the evening, he also made an appointment in advance. Just as he was about to leave, Meng Shi suddenly called out to Chen Song, Xiao Chen. Chen Song was stunned. Teacher Meng, what's wrong? Meng Shi narrowed his eyes and smiled. How about inviting your little girlfriend for dinner tonight? Chen Song thought that it was something important and was about to agree. However, when he looked at Meng Shi's eyes, Chen Song's face suddenly turned cold. This guy. Don't tell me he has some improper thoughts about my little Lash Qin. When he thought of this, Chen Song's expression changed. He felt that he could not rule out this possibility. After all, Teacher Meng could not be treated as an ordinary woman. Chen Song said righteously, Teacher Meng, don't go overboard. Meng Shi immediately rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? Chen Song stared at Teacher Meng. You know what I'm thinking. After saying that, Chen Song got up and ran. This woman was scarier than ordinary women. Other women would at most seduce him, but this woman could seduce his partner. The danger factor soared. For the past 2 days, little Lash Qin was worried about Chen Song's competition, so she did not dare to disturb him. She was bored at home all day and started to be superstitious. She even downloaded a fortune-telling software and started to help Chen Song divine. After divining Chen Song's fortune, she still felt that it was not enough. She insisted on divining Lao Qin's fortune too. Qin Xiaoyuan did not know whether to laugh or cry as he listened to his girl divining his fortune. For the first time, he had the idea of marrying this girl off. He even began to look forward to Chen Song's return. When he came back, he could take this little girl away. Otherwise, she would harm him at home. For the first time, Qin Xiaoyuan understood what it meant to say that a grown girl could not be kept at home. This thing, if she did not get married, would she stay at home for the new year? Qin Xiaoyuan sighed as he listened to Qin Yu's solemn vow to Ji Ruyun. Mom, my dad has 3 women in his life. According to the divination, he will have a romantic tribulation when he is 32 years old. At that time. Mom, didn't you notice anything strange? When Ji Ruyun heard this, she put down her phone and suspiciously recalled a summer more than 20 years ago. Suddenly, she said seriously, Lao Qin. Look at me. Qin Xiaoyuan was taken aback. What's wrong? Ji Ruyun, when you went to the countryside to go to Yuhai County, why did that female doctor send you all the way to the station? Qin Xiaoyuan rolled his eyes. Honey, this Yaya is fooling around. Are you fooling around with her? This is obviously a lie. Ji Ruyun shook her head. Why do I feel that it doesn't seem like it? After Lao Qin heard this, he pretended to be calm and said, Really? If this could be accurately calculated, why would we still need people? As he spoke, Qin Xiaoyuan hurriedly took away Qin Yu's phone and deleted the fortune-telling app. He sighed with lingering fear in his heart. This thing was actually quite accurate. It was too scary. He was afraid that this girl would calculate some ill-fated relationship that she should not have calculated. This girl, if she did not get married, was she going to stay for the new year? Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan missed Chen Song more and more. Hurry up and take your wife away. Don't ruin our relationship. After Qin Xiaoyuan uninstalled the software, Ji Ruyun's expression changed slightly, and her eyes curved. Old Qin, you're not feeling guilty, are you? Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned. You can even guess that? After a short 3.5 seconds of staring at each other, the tug-of-war between the director and the director came to an end. Lao Qin was slightly better. After all, he had been the director for many years, so he naturally did not show his emotions. He said with a smile, Why would I feel guilty? I just feel that we shouldn't cultivate such superstitious thoughts. Yes. It's not advisable. Looking at Qin Xiaoyuan talking to herself, the mother and daughter stared at him without saying anything. Lao Qin felt an inexplicable sense of panic. At this time, changing the topic was the best choice. Thinking of this, Lao Qin quickly said, Yeah, quickly ask Chen Song about the results of the competition. Qin Yu rolled her eyes. Chen Song is the best in the world. Of course there's no problem. Lao Qin was helpless. You don't even have that much confidence in your father, right? At this moment, a phone call suddenly came in. Hello? Brother, do you know Chen Song well? Qin Xiaoyuan looked at the name and was stunned. Yueming? What's wrong? Qin Yu was dumbfounded when he heard his uncle asking about Chen Song. Did his uncle also know that he was in a relationship with Chen Song? Thinking of this, Qin Yu was a little nervous. Qin Yueming was still the chief examiner of Handong province when he suddenly learned that a genius had appeared in Danyang province this year. He originally thought that it was his student, Gui Yunfei, but later on, he heard that it was Chen Song from the Second Provincial Hospital. After talking to Gui Yunfei on the phone, Qin Yueming was a little stunned. Chen Song was only 27 years old. Out of curiosity, Qin Yueming opened the video of Chen Song's surgery for the past 2 days. After watching it, Qin Yueming fell silent. This was definitely a genius. He was a rare genius. He was worth nurturing. Thinking of this, Qin Yueming even had the thought of poaching him. However, after looking at Chen Song's registration information, Qin Yueming was stunned. Was he a doctor from the emergency department of the Second Provincial Hospital? This reminded Qin Yueming of his own brother, Qin Xiaoyuan. Qin Yueming said anxiously, "Brother, I have something to tell you." Qin Xiaoyuan heard the urgency in Qin Yueming's voice and thought it was something important. "Xiao Chen. What did he do?" Qin Yueming shook his head. "Of course not. Chen Song has won a place in Danyang Province. He will represent Danyang Province in the national competition in a week." After Qin Xiaoyuan heard it, he suddenly laughed. "This is good news." Hearing that his brother was happy, Qin Yueming immediately said, "Brother, it is indeed good news, but, have you thought about it? If Chen Song won the national competition, would it be good news?" When Qin Xiaoyuan heard it, he was stunned. "Yueming, aren't you exaggerating a little? This Xiao Chen is quite outstanding, but there should be a gap between him and the national champion." Qin Yueming shook his head. It seemed that his brother didn't know Chen Song at all. Thinking of this, Qin Yueming quickly said, "Brother, I'm not joking. Chen Song is very capable. His talent in cardiac surgery is higher than mine." This time, Director Sun of the capital's Anjin Hospital was the chief examiner. He gave Chen Song 98 points once and 100 points once. Do you think such results won't attract attention? Let's put it this way. Even if Xiao Chen doesn't improve this week, he won't have a problem entering the top 3 in the national competition. If Xiao Chen wins the national championship, the weight will be heavy. At that time, I don't know how many hospitals will extend an olive branch to him. Qin Yueming's worry wasn't without reason. After all, he looked at Chen Song's information. He was just an ordinary junior doctor. It seemed that his brother didn't take Chen Song seriously at all, therefore, Qin Yueming wanted to remind his brother. After Qin Xiaoyuan heard it, he pondered for a moment and then said slowly, "Actually, Yueming, the Second Provincial Hospital might not be able to keep him." Qin Yueming expected better from him. "Brother, you have to give him benefits." "Benefits? Rights and whatnot. To be honest, you're almost promoted to deputy chief. This Chen Song might be a chance. Besides, he's a good seedling. Putting everything else aside, he's definitely a surgeon with a bright future. Not to mention deputy chief, if I have a suitable position, the chief would be willing to promote me. If I were you, I'd want to marry my daughter to him." With one sentence, the other side of the phone fell silent. After Qin Yueming finished speaking, he was stunned for a moment. He suddenly thought of something and quickly said, "Brother. Yaya isn't with you, right?" "Hello, uncle." The crisp voice made Qin Yueming tremble in fright. The phone in his hand almost fell to the ground. "Yaya. Long time no see. I'll bring you a gift when I go back. That's all. I still have something to do. I'll hang up first." Qin Yueming was about to hang up as he spoke. However, Qin Yu quickly said, "After you hang up, I'll go and find my aunt." "Tell her." Qin Yueming cried. "Yeah, uncle was just joking. Pass the phone to your dad. I'm talking to him about business." Qin Xiaoyuan took the phone and sighed. He smiled and said, "Yueming, this isn't just business. It's also a private matter." Qin Yueming was stunned. "Private matter? What do you mean?" Qin Xiaoyuan sighed. Yaya is now dating Chen Song. With one sentence, Qin Yueming was dumbfounded. He had always thought that his brother was too kind and soft-hearted. He didn't expect that he would be so ruthless this time. Thinking of this, Qin Yueming couldn't help but sigh. The older, the wiser. "Brother, don't say anything. You're still the best." "When did this happen?" Qin Xiaoyuan sighed. "It's been a while. Now, I can't wait for this girl to get married. Whoever wants her can have her." The two chatted for a while. Qin Yueming smiled and said to Qin Yu, "Yeah, bring Xiaochen to my house one day. I want to meet this young man." Qin Yu smiled. "My family's Chen Song is a junior doctor." "Uncle, do you have a suitable position?" Qin Yueming was dumbfounded. "You girl, you're not married yet and you're already helping an outsider." His words caused everyone to burst into laughter. Qin Xiaoyuan didn't know why, but he suddenly felt sorry for Yueming. Who knew if his girl would steal his clothes? Qin Yueming hung up the phone with satisfaction. If Chen Song was only a doctor in the 2nd Provincial Hospital, he would definitely support him, but Chen Song was the son-in-law of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. He must have gone somewhere in the country to develop. At this moment, Qin Yueming glanced at the message Gui Yunfei sent him. He sighed. His girl married too early. P.S. Thank you to Yi City Yo and CAA Malatang for the 10,000 tips. There should be more in the afternoon. Work hard. Work hard. Work hard. Chen Song went home and packed up. He got up and took a taxi to Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital. It was still early, just past 5 o'clock. Chen Song's scheduled time for Haidaleo was 7 o'clock in the evening. 2 hours was more than enough time. Besides, everyone had just finished their competition today. They needed time to go home, pack up, change into more casual clothes, and spend some time with their wives and children. Today, Zhang Lixiang had her stitches removed. Chen Song was looking forward to the recovery effect. Although the first impression after the surgery was good, the human body still had a self-healing process. This process was very difficult to control. The regeneration of scar tissue and the healing of tissues were like nature, full of miracles. Zhang Jixin and Hu Chuanjin were waiting for Chen Song's arrival anxiously. Zheng Guotan and Leonard Kong both came. They sat in the ward and accompanied Zhang Aixiang. Everyone was a little anxious. Actually, life was like this. When you were full of expectations and wanted to see a surprise, you were a little afraid because there was always a gap between dreams and reality. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Leonard Kantz decided to get up and wait outside for a while, leaving the couple some space to be alone. Zheng Guotan sat by the bed and held Zhang Aixiang's hand with both hands. "Honey, are you looking forward to it? Or are you nervous?" Zhang Aixiang smiled brightly. Feeling Zheng Guotan holding her hand, she suddenly felt very happy. "Nervous? I'm not nervous at all. After all, it's been so many years. So what if I fail? I'm definitely looking forward to it, but I'm looking forward to you being happy when you see me. To be honest, I'm more worried that you'll be disappointed." Zhang Aixiang's voice became lower and lower as she spoke, and she became less and less confident. She sighed helplessly. Zheng Guotan was slightly stunned. "It's fine. We're already an old couple. It doesn't matter. Besides, you have to trust Xiaochen. He worked so hard to operate on you. Maybe there will be more surprises than you think." Zheng Guotan could feel Zhang Aixiang's disappointment and couldn't help but comfort her. "When you're better, I'll take you to the cocktail party and accompany you to our vineyard in England. At that time, the flowers you planted there were very tall. Our vineyard's harvest last year was especially good. I just tasted the wine yesterday. It's very good. It's the taste you like." Zhang Aixiang was not only a housewife, she was also a strong woman. Behind a successful man, there was bound to be a powerful woman. During the period when Zheng Guotan was making the fastest progress in life, Zhang Aixiang had once held the power of the company. The couple was a business miracle in Dongyang City. In fact, Chen Song didn't need to be there personally to remove the stitches and bandages, but Zheng Guotan wanted Chen Song to do it. When Chen Song arrived at the entrance of the hospital, he saw Zhang Jixin and Hu Chuanjin sitting at the entrance waiting for him. "Xiaochen, you're here." Hu Chuanjin hurriedly stood up to greet him. "Xiaochen, how was the match?" Zhang Jixin asked anxiously. Both of them were waiting, but the questions they asked were different. Hu Chuanjin hoped that Chen Song would come early, while Zhang Jixin was more looking forward to Chen Song's good news. Chen Song nodded slightly and smiled. He joked with Zhang Jixin and said, "Of course, it's not a problem." It's just a formality. When Zhang Jixin heard this, he couldn't help but praise, awesome. That's great. Let me tell you, if you get a good ranking in the national competition, I don't know how many hospitals in the country will fight for you. The value of this competition is still very high. Zhang Jixin said excitedly. Hu Chuanjin said with a smile, Xiao Chen, go up. Chief Xing and Mr. Leonard Kong are upstairs. Chen Song smiled and nodded. He and Zhang Jixin were friends, and he and Hu Chuanjin had a mutually beneficial relationship. He could see this very clearly. After going upstairs, Leonard Kong looked at Chen Song with a smile. Xiao Chen, I heard that you participated in the competition. How was the result? Chen Song smiled slightly. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Seaton. The competition went very smoothly. Leonard Kong was filled with emotions and said in disbelief, so there really are geniuses in this world. I always thought that you were a professional plastic surgeon, but now it seems that you are also a cardiac surgeon. So plastic surgery is just your part-time job? When Pate finds out, he will be very jealous. Also, Chen, I feel that my heart is safe. Why don't you consider learning something else? This way, I won't have to worry about getting sick. Leonard Kang's words made Chen Song laugh uncontrollably. Everyone walked together and arrived at the ward. Zheng Wutan stood up and nodded to Chen Song without saying anything. The two of them had been in contact often during this period of time and had a good relationship. There was no need to say any more polite words. Zhang Aixiang was not nervous at first, but when she saw Chen Song arrive, she suddenly felt a little uneasy. The nurse brought the scissors over, and Chen Song comforted her. Sister-in-law, don't worry. You might be surprised. Zhang Aixiang smiled. Okay, I believe in you. Chen Song carefully cut the outermost layer of gauze and then unwrapped it bit by bit. As the gauze was unwrapped layer by layer, everyone became nervous. Zheng Wutan, who was all-powerful in the business world and had a calm expression, had his hands trembling slightly. Leonard Kong patted his friend's back to comfort him. Hu Chuanjin, on the other hand, was worried that Chen Song would mess it up. At the same time, he hoped that Chen Song would have a good effect. Perhaps he could gain Zheng Wutan's valuable friendship. Even if there was no friendship, a little friendliness would be good. After all, in Hu Chuanjin's eyes, Zheng Wutan's words could save him a lot of trouble. After all the gauze was removed, Chen Song used a special cleaning cotton to wipe his face clean. He smiled and said to the nurse, bring the mirror in. With that, he moved away. Immediately, Zhang Aixiang's face appeared in everyone's sight. She closed her eyes tightly and did not dare to open them. She was a little nervous. When the surrounding people saw it, they were dumbfounded. Good. 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 Great. Zheng Wutan looked at Zhang Aixiang in disbelief. He took a few steps forward and raised his trembling hands to touch it, but he did not dare. This face made him unable to believe that all of this was real. Leonard Kong was also a little shocked. Compared to the half-finished product after the surgery, the current Zhang Aixiang's face seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering change. Her appearance had changed a little, but it was a kind of beauty that was different from the rest. It was different from the beauty of an assembly line. It was a beauty that belonged to Zhang Aixiang. This made Leonard Kong take a deep breath and say, I want to do plastic surgery now. Chen. This was not only Leonard Kang's thought. Everyone around looked at Zhang Aixiang and felt a little emotional. Was this a middle-aged woman in her 50s? This was too magical. P.S. I'm really sorry. I had something to do this afternoon. I was busy and only wrote one chapter. Sorry. In fact, beauty really didn't have so many adjectives to describe it. It was just a feeling. It made people feel relaxed and happy. It made them feel comfortable and happy. Zhang Aixiang might not be very beautiful. She wasn't as beautiful as a fairy, with creamy skin, and a lot of other adjectives, but her beauty at this moment was very real. Looking at the mirror, her eyes were full of disbelief. The effect was really too obvious. Although there were still wrinkles on her face in her 50s, they were very obvious. Because of the surgery, her skin was still a little red, but it basically didn't have much effect. When people got older, due to various factors such as the elasticity of the skin, it caused various signs of aging on the face. Chen Song didn't have magic, so he couldn't change a person's physique. He could only slightly adjust the skin and muscles on her face to make her look much younger. At this time, Xianxia might look more like she was in her 30s or 40s. But this was enough. Her life of luxury had given her a very good foundation. Now, she was more energetic. Looking at herself in the mirror, she found it hard to believe that she really looked much younger. Most importantly, some of Chen Song's minor adjustments made her look strange and familiar in the mirror, but she definitely looked much better. Jing Wutan looked at the smile on his wife's face and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. How many years had it been? This smile had been long lost, and all of this was thanks to Chen Song. Thinking of this, Jing Wutan looked at Chen Song and said gratefully, "Xiao Chen, thank you so much." Chen Song smiled and shook his head. "It's what I should do." Zhang Aishang looked at the mirror and unknowingly shed tears. "Xiao Chen, thank you so much." Chen Song quickly said, "Sister-in-law, you're welcome. Although the gauze has been removed, you still have to stay here for a while. There's no need to rush to leave the hospital. If there's anything, you can find Dr. Zhang directly." Chen Song introduced Zhang Jixin. Zhang Aishang nodded with a smile. "Sorry to trouble you, Dr. Zhang. Xiao Chen, I heard from Jing that you still have something to do today. Why don't you go ahead?" Jing Wutan said, "This Xiao Chen is very capable. He just participated in the cardiac surgery skills competition. Now that he has won the provincial competition, he will go to the capital to participate in the national competition next week. By the way, Xiao Chen, where are you having dinner? Would they make it in time? If your sister-in-law hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. Why don't you come to my place? I'll give the manager a call. You can bring your men over directly." When Chen Song heard this, he immediately smiled. "There's no need. They're all a group of doctors. We'll have hot pot tonight at Haidaleo. Chief Xing, you don't have to trouble yourself." Zhang Aishang smiled and looked at Chen Song. "It's no trouble at all. Xiao Chen, don't treat me like an outsider in the future. By the way, Xiao Chen, do you have a car? I'll get the driver to send you there." Chen Song quickly smiled and said, "It's okay. It's convenient to take a taxi now. I'll just take a taxi there." "It's okay." When Zhang Aishang heard this, she quickly said, "Xiao Chen, do you know how to drive?" Chen Song nodded. "I know a little. I often drive in my hometown." Indeed, everyone knew in their hearts whether they knew how to drive or not. Well, after all, Chen Song drove Chen Dehai's van very well. When Zhang Aishang heard this, she opened the bag on the cabinet and took out a car key. She handed it to Chen Song. "Xiao Chen, if you don't mind, you can drive this car first. I've only driven this car for a few days. I thought that I would be discharged today, so I asked the butler to drive the car downstairs for me. You can drive it." Chen Song was stunned when he saw the car key. "Portia," Chen Song quickly shook his head and said with a smile, "No need, no need. Sister-in-law, you're too polite. This car is too expensive." When Jing Wutan heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Xiao Chen, this car has been parked in the garage for a long time. You can drive it. Anyway, it will collect dust when you go back." Zhang Aishang quickly nodded. "Yes, you don't have to treat us as outsiders. You helped me so much. I didn't have time to say thank you. A car is nothing. You can drive it today. After a few days, come to my house. I'll show you the garage. Tell me which car you like. Sister-in-law will give it to you. Anne, the eldest madam, is the eldest madam. She can get a car with just a word." Chen Song felt that no matter how bold Su Ruoyun was, she could only act coquettishly. This eldest madam was different. She could arrange it casually with just a word. In fact, the Zhang's group was a family business, and there were only a few shareholders. Zhang Aishang was the second largest shareholder of the Zhang's group. In fact, she was originally the largest shareholder. However, when the shares were diluted, Zhang Aishang was worried about Jing Wutan's share. She took the initiative to dilute her shares and became the second largest shareholder. At that time, Zhang Aishang was also a character who commanded the wind and clouds of Dongyang province. She was worth tens of billions, a car was nothing, after several rejections, Xianxia couldn't refuse. He could only thank her. Xianxia smiled. This is the latest Panamera. It's an imported car. I drove it once during the test drive. Later, I put it away. If you like it, you can drive it away. I'll get someone to handle the formalities for you. In fact, the Panamera's price-performance ratio wasn't very high, but it was inappropriate to talk about price-performance ratio with a local tycoon. And to be honest, it was a very good car. According to Xianxia's spending, it should be more than 2 million yuan. After Xianxia gave a few instructions, he got up and left. When he reached the parking lot downstairs, Xianxia pressed the key. Suddenly, a white Porsche Panamera appeared in Xianxia's field of vision. It was a very beautiful car. The most important thing was the license plate number. Xianxia was stunned when he saw it. East A66666, not to mention the car, the license plate number was quite domineering. Thinking of this, Xianxia was a little expectant. After opening the car door, it was indeed very clean. There were no personal items at all. There was also a faint fragrance that made people feel very comfortable. The plastic cover on the car was not removed. The butler must have been very careful when he drove. The entire car's style leaned towards fashion and sports. Xianxia suddenly felt that it was quite suitable for Qin Shaolik. Looking at the time, it was only 6 o'clock. Xianxia smiled and dialed Qin Yu's number. "Beauty, are you free?" Qin Shaolik heard the call and hesitated for a moment. "Sorry, I have a partner." Xianxia smiled helplessly. This guy was too naughty. "Do you mind coming out to accompany me?" "What if my husband knows?" Xianxia was speechless. Was she addicted to acting? "Leave it to me. Come downstairs in 10 minutes. I'll wait for you." Qin Yu pretended to be in a difficult position and sighed. Then, "Okay." After hanging up, Xianxia started the car and sat in the driver's seat. The noise of the car was still very good. A famous brand was a famous brand. Thinking of this, Xianxia started the car and drove towards the second provincial hospital. Such a car wasn't considered low-key, but it wasn't as high-profile as Teacher Meng's G either. Xianxia quite liked it. Xianxia suddenly wanted to act like an ABCD in front of Qin Xiaoyao. He drove the car to the apartment building and called Qin Yu after getting out of the car. "I'm downstairs." Qin Yu smiled and nodded. "I'll put on my shoes and come down immediately." After hanging up, Qin Yu put on his shoes and said to Lao Qin, "Dad, I won't be eating dinner tonight. You can eat with Mom." Lao Qin snorted. "I didn't cook for you." Qin Yu was stunned. "Mom, look at Dad." This time, Ji Ruyun sided with old Qin. All right. Hurry up and go on your date. You little heartless thing. Which morning will you think of us when you're making your lunchbox?" Qin Yu was speechless. He blushed and went downstairs angrily. Ji Ruyun got up from the sofa and stretched. "Hey! Lao Qin, why don't we go down and eat something good?" Lao Qin's eyes lit up. "Good idea. Oh right, your VVIP card is still with you. I'll go and look for it. Let's eat Western food tonight?" When Ji Ruyun heard this, he immediately looked forward to it. "Good idea. Wait for me. Go and change into something nice. Also, wear the suit I just bought for you." Lao Qin nodded. "Honey, wait for a while. I'll make a call and see if I can make a reservation." As he spoke, old Qin took Qin Yu's VVIP card and looked at the service number on it. Then he made a call. After a while, a voice sounded. "Dear member, how can I help you?" Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned. Being a member was different. "I want to make a reservation for tonight's dinner." The other party asked, "What's your card number?" Qin Xiaoyuan picked up the membership card. After reading it, the other party said, "Dear member, you are our VVIP user. You can order food at any time. Remember to bring your membership card when you come." After hanging up the phone, Qin Xiaoyuan was dumbfounded. "Honey, your girl's membership card is real. You can actually order food at any time. At that time, we couldn't even get a window seat a week in advance. The difference is too big." Ji Ruyun had already dressed up and walked out with a bottle of red wine brought by Qinyu in her arms. Tonight, we're going to be extravagant. Lao Qi nodded. You're right. What's the point of keeping the money? Spend it all. What's the point of giving it to this black-hearted cotton? Ji Ruyun was speechless. When Qinyu came downstairs, he saw Chen Song standing downstairs and immediately pounced on him. Chen Song was stunned and hurriedly hugged him. All right. Why are you acting like a child? Qinyu grinned and said, I'm your little princess. Chen Song couldn't help but scratch Qinyu's nose. Speaking of which, although Qinyu was a year older than Chen Song, he was very innocent and cute. He was completely different from Queen Meng's domineering style. Qinyu smiled and said, let's go. What are we eating tonight? Chen Song said, how about hot pot? Hey de Leo. When Qinyu heard about hot pot, he was even more affectionate than when he saw Chen Song. His eyes lit up. Can I drink milk tea? Chen Song couldn't help but laugh. Drink as much as you want. There was no underground parking lot in the second provincial hospital. The cars were all on the ground, and Chen Song's Porsche Panamera was a little eye-catching in the neighborhood. Chen Song said with a smile, how is it? Is this car beautiful? Qinyu rolled his eyes. Nonsense, it's expensive, Chen Song suddenly said, are you willing to sit in the Porsche and laugh? Qinyu laughed. If you're the driver, I'm willing to sit in the front passenger seat and tell you jokes. As he spoke, Qinyu pulled Chen Song and was about to walk out. Aya, hurry up. If we're late, there won't be any seats in Haidaleo. We still have to line up, Chen Song suddenly pinched the key in his pocket. The car's lights lit up and it even made a sound. Qinyu jumped back in fright. Are you crazy? You scared me to death. Chen Song suddenly walked to the side of the car and opened the front passenger door. He made an inviting gesture to Qinyu. Please sit. This time, Qinyu was dumbfounded. Damn, Chen Song, you bought a car? You didn't even bring me along. It's so expensive. This is a Porsche, right? Are you crazy? Why did you buy such an expensive car? Chen Song was dumbfounded. He thought that Qinyu would be happy and surprised. He didn't expect to be angry and scolded for a long time. He opened his hands and gestured to Chen Song the money for the baby's milk powder, the school district house, the education fund, and the money for bringing Chen Song's parents to Ammonium-yang to buy a house. You can't be so wasteful. Chen Song didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was angry and amused at the same time. Looking at Qinyu's silly and stingy look, Chen Song felt warm inside. Maybe this is how a wife should be, right? If you're in a relationship, she won't care about what car you buy. She'll want you to spend the money first. When Qinyu saw that Chen Song didn't say anything, she seemed to feel that she had gone too far. She couldn't help but fall silent. After a while, she pouted and said pitifully, Chen Song. Do you think I'm stingy? Actually, I'm just worried that you're spending money recklessly. It's not easy for you to earn money. I feel bad when I see you so busy every day. Also, we're married and there are many things that we need to spend money on. I'm not a person who likes to spend money. I don't need to buy a bag or a sports car. I'll be very happy if you take me to eat hot pot. And a cup of milk tea. Looking at Qinyu, who was wearing casual clothes, a big sweater, and a pair of sweatpants, Chen Song suddenly felt very happy. How did he find such a good girl? He looked at Qinyu and said with a smile, I think I'm very lucky to have met you. Suddenly, Chen Song asked thoughtfully, let me ask you a question. How long have you liked me? Qinyu looked at Chen Song and blushed. Not long. That's 2 years and 310 days. Chen Song rolled his eyes. At that time, we had just entered the hospital. Qinyu said with a smile, I liked you when you just came. Otherwise, why don't you think I'm looking for a boyfriend? I'm such an excellent girl, and a lot of people are chasing after me. Chen Song suddenly asked, what if I don't confess to you? Qinyu sneered. Then I'll do it the hard way. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. After a while, Chen Song suddenly said, this car is not mine. Someone gave it to me. I did plastic surgery for Jingwetan's wife, and they gave me a car. When Qingyu heard that it was not her family's money, she immediately got into the front passenger seat happily and shouted, "Groom Chen, drive." Destination, Haidaleo. Chen Song smiled. This girl was so stingy, but he said with a smile, "Okay. Okay. Go." He started the car, started it, and drove away. At this time, Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun happened to come downstairs. When they saw the scene, their faces suddenly changed. Lao Qin, the person who got into the Porsche just now. Was it our girl? Lao Qin nodded. The couple looked at each other and suddenly frowned. The mistress appeared? The two Haidaleo restaurants in Ammoniang City were always crowded. Every time they came, there would be a sea of people. After Chen Song arrived, he made a reservation with the waiter in advance. Qingyu asked curiously, "Who else is there?" Chen Song then told Qingyu about the hot pot support group. Hearing this, Qingyu felt very happy. It was as if any of Chen Song's achievements were his own achievements. He felt a sense of accomplishment. Chen Song suddenly said, "Let's go together during the national competition?" Qingyu immediately smiled when he heard this. "Can I?" Chen Song smiled. "Of course. I'm just worried that you'll be bored if you go. I can't accompany you all the time." Qingyu could not help but smile after hearing this. He looked at Chen Song from the corner of his eyes. "Forget it. I'm afraid that you won't be able to rest well at night. It'll affect your performance. I'll stay at home." Chen Song smiled awkwardly when he saw that his trick had been exposed. While they were talking, Cui Yuanwu and the others came one after another. They were holding wine in their arms. "Oh, I'm so tired." Ning Haosen looked at Cui Yuanwu's sweaty face and said lightly, "You have yang deficiency in your kidneys." When Cui Yuanwu heard this, he was not angry. Instead, he was interested. "Hey! Old Ning. You know this too? I also feel that I have yang deficiency in my kidneys. Do you have any good ideas?" After saying this, the two of them saw Chen Song walking towards them. When Cui Yuanwu saw Chen Song and Qingyu, he immediately smiled. "This is my sister-in-law, right?" Chen Song smiled and introduced everyone one by one. One after another, more and more people came. However, none of the department heads came. Perhaps they felt that the young people would not be able to relax with them around, so they simply did not come. A few of the old directors also formed a meeting in private. Meng Shi's arrival undoubtedly attracted the attention of everyone present. His clothes today were brimming with youthful vigor. Chen Song quickly stood up and introduced, "Qingyu, this is Teacher Meng. Teacher Meng, this is my fiancé, Qingyu." When Chen Song mentioned fiancé, he emphasized that Teacher Meng had to be more careful. However, who would have thought that Ms. Meng's next action was very much like a teacher's? She was dignified and generous, pretending to be mature and steady. She looked at Qingyu and said, "I often hear Xiaochen talk about you. Today, I finally have the chance to meet you. You are very beautiful. When will you get married?" Qingyu was a little embarrassed by Meng Shi's praise. "Hello, Director Meng. Thank you for helping Chen Song." Meng Shi smiled. "We're all young people, so there's no need to call me Director Meng. Just call me Sister Meng. Why don't we sit together? Xiao Chen, you sit over there." Chen Song looked at the intimate appearance of the two, and his face suddenly changed. No, no, no." Qingyu also looked at Chen Song at this time. "Yes, Chen Song, you sit over there." Chen Song saw this and sighed helplessly. Cui Yuanwu deliberately glanced at Chen Song. "Can we drink tonight? I specially took a taxi here." The surrounding male doctors also started to jeer. "That's right, you have to drink some tonight." Chen Song smiled awkwardly. "I drove today." Qingyu smiled very gently. "It's okay. You drink. I'll drive." When Cui Yuanwu heard this, he suddenly laughed. "Haha, look at how good sister-in-law is. She's beautiful and sensible. Where can I find such a good wife?" Qingyu was also a little happy in his heart when he heard everyone's words. When young people gathered for dinner, they dared to say anything and could say anything. Chen Song trembled in fear the whole night. He was afraid that Qin Yu, the little white rabbit, would be harmed by Mengshi, the big bad wolf. However, he was relieved when he saw the two chatting happily. In the end, Ninghausen and the others looked at Chen Song. "Chen Song, we're waiting for your good news. You can't embarrass Dongyang when you go to the capital. We're counting on you." "That's right. You eliminated us, so you have to be responsible for us. If you don't enter the top 10, I think your 100 points are definitely a backdoor score. Do you understand?" Chen Song had drunk too much this time. Everyone was more relaxed when they were with people of the same age. Whether it was Cui Yuanwu or Ninghausen, these people were quite good. Chen Song bragged directly. "The top 10 is nothing. I'll get you first place. Not only do I want to get first place, I want my teacher Meng to get second place." Hot pot was a good thing, and so was wine. When these two things came together, there would be a chemical reaction. This drinking session had shortened the distance between them. When they left, it was already around 10 o'clock at night. Chen Song was a little drunk, and he was a little unsteady when he went to the toilet. However, he suddenly thought of something. How about a stamina potion to cure the hangover? Looking at the system, there were more than 20 bottles of stamina potion neatly placed in it. Chen Song hesitated for a while before using a bottle. After using it, Chen Song suddenly felt a lot more clear-headed. Chen Song was stunned. Is this even possible? Isn't this too magical? The stamina potion has the effect of curing the hangover. Just as Chen Song was overjoyed, he regretted it. Because it was a waste. Tonight, they drank the good wine that Cui Yuanwu brought from his father-in-law's house, and the stamina potion was also his treasure. Using these two potions, wasn't it a waste? The wine was gone, and so was the stamina potion. Two good things were wasted for nothing. What a pity. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but want to slap his own mouth. Chen Song helped everyone into the taxi. Mengshi didn't drink, and she still drove her big G tonight. She stepped on the accelerator and left. Finally, Chen Song and Qin Yu got into the car. Chen Song couldn't help but ask, "Qin Yu, what did Teacher Meng say to you tonight?" Qin Yu smiled. "What's wrong? Are you feeling guilty?" Chen Song was stunned. "Why would I feel guilty? I should be worried." "Just kidding, why would I feel guilty?" Qin Yu smiled. "Just casually chatting. She talked about everything, about you, about the competition. Sister Meng is a good person." Qin Yu sent Chen Song to his rented apartment, but there were many cars parked around. There were no seats outside, so he simply drove to his own apartment. After parking the car and getting out of the car, Qin Yu locked the car and was about to turn around. Suddenly, he saw Lao Qin and his mother park their car and turn around. Their eyes met. The scene was awkward. Qin Yu smiled. "Dad, Mom, you just came back?" Ji Ruyun coughed and smiled. Yeah, your car is not bad." "Whose car is it?" Lao Qin saw Qin Yu get out of the Porsche and his face turned black. Chen Song was not bad. "How could a girl like you despise the poor and love the rich?" Thinking of this, Lao Qin said with a black face, "Let's talk upstairs." Qin Yu was dumbfounded. This? What did Lao Qin eat today? Qin Xiaoyuan had already imagined a series of melodramatic TV dramas. Qin Yu followed him into the corridor with a blank look on her face. In the elevator, the atmosphere was very solemn. No one spoke. Ji Ruyun couldn't help but sigh. She wasn't stupid. Chen Song definitely couldn't afford such a car. Not to mention the Porsche, just the license plate number East A66666 on the back of the car was not something that could be bought with money. Thinking of this, Ji Ruyun couldn't help but sigh. Little Chen is doing fine. He's fine today. What's wrong? The family went upstairs with their own thoughts. To be honest, the two of them didn't eat well tonight. Chris's taste wasn't bad. But compared to Xiao Chen, what was this bit of food? Qin Xiaoyuan and Ji Ruyun were considered middle to high class in a Moniang city. Whether it was income or work life, they were all very decent. Because of this, the two of them hoped that Qin Yu could find a reliable boy and not a rich and powerful family. All this time, the two of them had a good impression of Chen Song. After entering the house, Qin Xiaoyuan was very serious this time. He directly sat on the sofa and didn't bother to change his clothes. Come, sit down. Xianxia said to Ji Ruyun and Qinyu. Qinyu was confused. He hadn't seen his father like this for a long time. He sat down obediently. Ji Ruyun also sighed and didn't say anything. After a long time, Xianxia sighed. Yeah, although I don't know what kind of person you like and what kind of life you want in the future, I think you should carefully consider it. A lot of things can't be replaced by money. Meeting the right person, the person you like, is more important than anything else. Speaking of this, Xianxia sighed. I know that this is your personal matter, but Dad still thinks that Xiaochen is a really good guy. Qinyu was stunned. Dad, what are you trying to say? Xianxia looked at Qinyu. Where did you go today? Qinyu, I'm going to Hadaleo for hot pot. Xianxia, with whom? Qinyu felt that something was wrong with Lao Qin today. He was a little confused. Who else could she be with? Chen Song. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Whose car is that downstairs? Why are you driving here? Don't tell me it's Chen Song. Qinyu took out the car keys and said, of course it's not Chen Song's. How could he afford this car? Didn't you see the license plate number? It's East A 66666. Xianxia sighed, you're still lying to me. Qinyu was confused. Why would I lie to you? Dad, if you have something to say, just say it. I don't understand what you're talking about. Xianxia's face darkened. Xiaochen can't afford a car, so you don't want Xiaochen? Yeah, to tell you the truth, you can't despise the poor and love the rich. Xiaochen has potential. Fine, Qinyu finally understood. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dad, Mom, what are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? This car is indeed not Chen Song's. After Chen Song finished the operation on Jingguotan's wife, the other party gave it to Chen Song. The transfer will be over in 2 days. Tonight he drank too much. After I sent him back, there were no parking spots downstairs, so I drove here. Qinyu was also a little speechless by his parents' novel way of thinking. After hearing this, Lao Qin and Ji Ruyun looked at each other and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Ji Ruyun said, I told you that my daughter isn't that kind of person, but you didn't believe me. Xianxia coughed awkwardly. I was just worried. Qinyu rolled her eyes. Dad, Mom, I'm not even married yet, but you two are already siding with Chen Song? What will happen when you get married in the future? Qinyu automatically imagined a scene in her mind. After Chen Song quarreled with her, she would stay at her parents' house and not go home. After Chen Song went back, he washed up and prepared to rest. Suddenly, he heard a call from the emergency department. Dr. Chen, come to the emergency department quickly. There's a patient who can't be intubated. His blood oxygen saturation is getting lower and lower. Xiao Lin's voice was very urgent. When Chen Song heard this, he quickly said, okay, I'll be there right away. Call the respiratory department first and see if they can connect. Who's on duty today? Xiao Lin said, Dr. Shi is on night duty today. She's distracted today and couldn't get the intubation done a few times. Everyone else tried, but they couldn't get it in. Now, the patient is unconscious. Fortunately, Chen Song lived very close to the hospital. It only took a few minutes for him to run there. He ran downstairs in a panic and ran to the hospital. Now, Chen Song was suddenly very glad that he had used the stamina potion just now. Otherwise, he would be so drunk that he couldn't do anything, let alone intubate the tracheal. Now, he understood why Li Baoshan and Director Li didn't drink. This was a kind of responsibility. The time Chen Song took to arrive at the hospital was actually not much different from the time of an emergency consultation. Usually, after the emergency department gave an emergency consultation to another department, they had to arrive within 10 minutes. After Chen Song ran to the hospital, it only took about 5 to 6 minutes. He ran in while panting. Xiao Lin was already waiting at the door and handed him the white coat. After Chen Song put it on, he went straight into the resuscitation room. As soon as he entered, he heard the alarm of the ECG monitor ringing continuously. When Chen Song heard this familiar alarm, he was stunned. The person was gone. He saw a middle-aged man lying on the bed. He was very fat, lying there, his chin could not be seen at all. The flesh on his stomach was also round. It was more than 300 pounds. Moreover, the man was not tall. He was lying on the resuscitation bed, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Lei stood at the side and kept doing chest compressions. Xianxia knelt at the head of the bed, preparing the tracheal intubation. She was sweating profusely, and the hair on her temples was soaked. At this moment, the head of the bed was a mess. There were 2 or 3 doctors around, looking at Xianxia anxiously. It was obvious that the tracheal intubation had encountered a problem. When Chen Song thought of this, he subconsciously glanced at Xiaolin. Xiaolin quickly got up and took the gloves over. Chen Song put on the gloves and stared straight at the ECG monitor. Although there was a waveform on the ECG monitor, it was obviously an irregular waveform caused by the compressions. It was not a real heartbeat. The blood oxygen saturation was only 88, his heart had stopped beating, the patient was in danger. Chen Song subconsciously glanced at the patient's neck and immediately understood why it was like this. This was a typical case of a difficult airway. This kind of patient with a short neck and severe obesity was a patient that all doctors did not want to meet. Difficult airway, however, without tracheal intubation, there was no way to get on the ventilator. The patient's blood oxygen could not be guaranteed at this time. Perhaps it would not be long before the patient was really gone. No, perhaps the patient was already gone at this time, and what the medical staff was doing now was trying their best to save him. After all, his heart had stopped beating. The scene in the resuscitation room was chaotic. Chen Song said to Xianxia, "Teacher Shi, let me do it." Xianxia, who was working hard, paused for a moment and came down. She raised her sleeve and wiped the sweat and tears on her face. Chen Song saw Xianxia's tears and was stunned. "Teacher Shi? You?" Xianxia shook her head. "I'm fine. My eyes are a little tired from staring at the laryngoscope." After saying that, Xianxia moved away. Chen Song did not suspect anything and stood up. The difficulty of intubating a patient with a short neck was too high, and Xianxia was sweating profusely. When everyone saw Chen Song, they were happy. They did not know when it started, but Chen Song suddenly became the mainstay of the emergency department. They could rely on him in times of crisis. Chen Song held the laryngoscope in one hand and did not dare to be careless. He calmed down a little and was about to start the operation when Xianxia suddenly frowned. "Have you been drinking?" Chen Song shook his head. "I'm fine. It doesn't affect me. I'm eating drunkard's peanuts." Xianxia was speechless. Everyone around was also speechless. If he had been drinking and continued, everyone would be very worried. Tracheal intubation was not without risk. If it was not done properly, it was still very dangerous. Chen Song was actually quite speechless. After using the strength potion, although the alcohol was gone, for some reason, there was still the taste of alcohol in his mouth. It was very annoying. It must be because this product was not mature yet. Chen Song calmed down and directly put the laryngoscope into the mouth of the throat. He carefully searched. The doctor from the respiratory department asked carefully, "Dr. Chen, can you find the life gate?" This was also a common question. Because when tracheal intubation was performed, if you could see the glottis, it was as if you were looking at the life gate. That was right. For tracheal intubation, the glottis was the life gate. Chen Song frowned and shook his head. He said in a low voice, "I can't see it." The difficulty was indeed very high. Chen Song held his breath and focused his mind as he continued to delve deeper. He raised his left hand and exerted a little force with his right hand. Finally, the voice door was exposed. The process looked light and easy. In fact, Chen Song's left hand had already used enough strength to lift the glottis. Chen Song heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had the laryngoscope. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult. Xianxia and the others were watching carefully. When they saw that Chen Song had exposed his vocal cords, they could not help but wave their fists in excitement. Lei shouted, "I can't do it, I can't do it. If it's someone else, my hand won't have any strength." Indeed, ever since Chen Song came in, he had not stopped performing chest compressions for even a minute. Fortunately, Lele was strong. If it were someone else, they might not be able to do it. When little Lin heard that, he hurriedly went forward and started pressing. To be honest, Xiao Lin's body was lighter. Compared to the man lying on the bed, he was as thin as a stick. However, Xiao Lin's strength was not small. His chest compressions were also very standard. The man's chest kept rising and falling, the fat on the patient's body kept shaking. Although it looked very rhythmic, this made the intubation more difficult. The cardiopulmonary compressions could not be stopped, however, the intubation had to be done immediately. The respiratory doctor at the side saw the difficulty and could not help but say, "Dr. Chen, can I help you hold him?" Chen Song said, "Give me the catheter." The doctor nodded and handed it over. Chen Song was quick. He held the patient's head and neck with one hand and held the catheter with his right hand. He quickly inserted the catheter. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. Chen Song turned around. "Ventilator." Lele's eyes lit up. She looked at Chen Song and could not help but say, "Dr. Chen is still the best." As she spoke, she quickly connected the ventilator. The respiratory doctor behind could not help but praise. Xianxia could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Xiao Chen." At this time, Xianxia suddenly realized that her back was wet. She was scared. A few nurses quickly started the next operation. They connected the ventilator and adjusted the parameters of the ventilator. Xiao Lin, Lele, and the others took turns to perform chest compressions. Xianxia finally recovered a little and began to guide them. Epinephrine. 1, 2, a total of 5 epinephrine was used. Chest compressions were performed for 10 minutes without interruption. Lele suddenly shouted, "I got it! I got it!" Everyone looked at the source of the sound and saw a heartbeat on the ECG monitor. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Was he finally saved? Chen Song quickly took out a flashlight and began to check the patient's pupils. He saw that both pupils were dilated and the reflection of light had disappeared. Chen Song cursed under his breath and said to the crowd, "The reflection from both pupils has disappeared, and the pupils have dispersed. This is bad. What's wrong with the patient?" After hearing this, Xianxia suddenly became a little unstable. Lele quickly supported her. "Sister Na, what's wrong with you?" Xianxia supported herself on the bed and sat aside. "It's nothing. I'm just a little tired. I suspect that the patient has a cerebral hemorrhage." This sentence made everyone fall into silence. Cerebral hemorrhage, sudden cardiac arrest, and poor blood oxygen saturation. It would be strange if the prognosis was good, although no one said it, but, in this case, the prognosis was definitely very bad. Moreover, it was possible that all kinds of preparations were made. Seeing that there was nothing wrong, the respiratory doctor said goodbye and left. After all, he had to be on duty. Chen Song saw Xianxia's state and could not help but say, "Teacher, sure, I'll go talk to the patient's family. You should rest early tonight. I'll take over your shift." That's right, although he did not know why Xianxia was so tired, she could not be on the night shift in this state. After saying that, Chen Song got up and was about to leave. At this time, Xianxia shook her head and said, "Xiao Chen, this is my father-in-law. I'll go and explain to the family." In one sentence, everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone looked at Xianxia in disbelief. No wonder Xianxia was a little flustered. She did not expect to encounter such a situation. This made everyone a little flustered. As the saying goes, the doctor does not cure himself. When dealing with the family, many people were still a little flustered. Chen Song nodded. However, Xianxia still said, I'll stay on the night shift tonight. I'll tell you the patient's situation. The patient is a male, 62 years old. He was sent to the hospital by the ambulance half an hour ago. At noon, he had a severe headache. Later, it gradually got worse, but he did not vomit. When I went to work during the day, they did not take it seriously and did not tell me. At night, after dinner, he suddenly vomited food and was sent to the emergency department by the ambulance. After I found out, I suspected that it was cerebral hemorrhage and wanted to do a head CT. After all, he has a long-term history of hypertension and diabetes. Now, he is taking Shirhueda and metformin orally. However, he fell into a coma and then suffered cardiac arrest. It was too late. Xianxia was very familiar with the patient and smoothly described the patient's usual medication and signs in detail. In the end, she said, the cause of the illness was emotional stimulation. Although the patient's heart was beating again, it did not mean that he was safe. His blood pressure was very low now. Shaolin had begun to prepare norepinephrine and other drugs to raise blood pressure in an effort to pump up his heart. There was already cerebral hemorrhage. After the sudden cardiac arrest and CPR, hypoxia, ischemic and hypoxic encephalopathy were certain. Moreover, to be honest, the patient was at risk of another cardiac arrest at any time. Xianxia did not finish her words, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Xianxia and the surrounding nurses were stunned, because in their hearts, Xianxia was an iron lady, minor injuries were not out of the line of fire. Xianxia had never seen teacher Shi cry. Moreover, she was crying so sadly. What was going on? Seeing this, Lulu quickly went forward to comfort her. Sister Na, what's wrong? Isn't he saved? Xianxia was asked this question, and she could not stop her tears. The tears that had accumulated for several years rushed out. Coming from the resuscitation room, it attracted the attention of the people around. It was the first time they saw a doctor crying so sadly. At this moment, the door of the resuscitation room was pushed open, and an old lady walked in. She was shocked when she heard Xianxia crying. To be honest, her first reaction was that the old man was dying. Seeing this, Xianxia hurried out and asked Shaolin and Lulu to comfort Xianxia. After Xianxia went out, he found 4 or 5 people standing outside the door. There were 2 children, a boy and a girl about 7 or 8 years old. Xianxia had seen them before. When he was on duty on weekends, Xianxia would bring the children to the hospital and put them in the on-call room. The 2 children were very obedient and sensible, but at this time, the 2 of them were standing there, obviously a little uneasy. After seeing Xianxia, they asked carefully, Uncle Chen. Why is my mother crying? Is Grandpa gone? At this point, the 2 children's eyes were hazy. The 2 of them had been to the hospital and seen Xianxia before. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. It's okay. Your mother was just frightened. Your grandfather has been rescued. In addition to the 2 children, there was also an old lady, who should be Xianxia's mother-in-law, and a middle-aged man and woman, who should be her sister-in-law and brother-in-law. Xianxia had heard about Xianxia's family affairs. Xianxia's mother-in-law used to be a low-level leader. After she retired, she still liked to point fingers at home. Her father-in-law used to be a chef. He was in charge of everything at home, including taking care of the children. Her mother-in-law looked down on her father-in-law. When she was educating her children, she would often tell them, don't be like your father, a good-for-nothing chef. You have to work hard and develop yourself. Her father-in-law didn't like to argue and was always smiling. He was very kind to everyone. There were 3 children in the family. His elder brother-in-law was a section chief of a state-owned enterprise, while his younger sister-in-law had an ordinary marriage. She often came back to ask her mother to help with the family expenses. Xianxia's husband was more hardworking. With her mother-in-law's support and encouragement, as well as Xianxia's support, he finished his doctorate and went abroad to work for a doctorate mobile station. Indeed, a doctorate was paid, and a postdoctoral mobile station was also a job. The annual salary was not small. However, not a single cent of this money was sent home. When her eldest son got married, her father-in-law and mother-in-law bought a house for him. The woman's family was well-to-do. Her mother-in-law couldn't get enough air and rarely visited. On the other hand, when her second son got married, Xianxia's family even paid 200,000 yuan to buy a house. In the 3rd year of their marriage, her husband wanted to study for a doctorate because his work wasn't going well and he couldn't handle the interpersonal relationships at work well. When her mother-in-law heard that her son was so ambitious, she immediately encouraged his decision. In fact, this wasn't a big deal. At that time, Xianxia also supported her husband's ambition. At first, Xianxia's husband was also worried because he still had to pay off the house loan. It was more than 5,000 yuan a month. Although it wasn't a lot, when the 2 of them worked, there wasn't much pressure. But at that time, her mother-in-law said that she would use her retirement salary to pay off the loan and support her son's studies. Well, it was understandable that she was protective of her children. But as soon as he left, he changed his mind. Her mother-in-law directly said that her son needed money and transferred the money to him. Xianxia was also helpless. Life still had to go on. Fortunately, the children were only 3 or 4 years old at that time, so the expenses weren't high. But after her husband left, her parents-in-law lived with Xianxia. Her mother-in-law's expenses were even higher. Xianxia cooked every day, but her mother-in-law always complained that Xianxia didn't cook good food for her. She abused the old couple. Sometimes, she even called her son and said that she had given all her salary to Xianxia. But Xianxia's cooking wasn't nutritious, and the children were still growing. How could they be delayed? Originally, when the children reached the age of kindergarten, Xianxia felt that the finances were tight and wanted to send the 2 children to a public school. But her mother-in-law felt embarrassed when she heard this and insisted on sending them to a good private kindergarten. This way, the expenses were even higher. After arguing for a while, Xianxia gave up. Her mother-in-law was too domineering. Her husband didn't do anything at all. When there was a dispute, he supported his mother. Although they weren't mommy's babies, they weren't much better. Her husband didn't transfer money to the family at all. Xianxia was so tired that she didn't dare to get sick. If there was someone who was the most tiring and the most dedicated in the emergency department, Xianxia wouldn't hesitate to say that Xianxia was the most dedicated. After all, she woke up early and went to bed late. She was conscientious and had the most patients under her care. Moreover, Xianxia was also very responsible. Her medical records were rarely checked by the medical insurance department. After all, you really couldn't find fault with her. When the old lady heard Xianxia say that everything was fine, she heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. After saying that, she said to the girl, "Call your second brother and tell him that he doesn't need to come back. Just say that everything is fine at home." When the girl heard that, she didn't hesitate and was about to pick up the phone to make the call. However, her eldest son hurriedly stopped her. "Wait, let him come back. The house is in such a mess. If he doesn't come back now, when will he come back?" After the old lady heard that, she glared at her eldest son. "Don't worry about this. Don't we still have Xianxia at home? What's the use of him coming back? It's better for him to pursue his studies outside." When the man heard that, he was a little angry. "Mom, how tired is my sister-in-law? Don't go overboard. Why is my dad like this? To be honest, if it weren't for my sister-in-law taking care of him so well, would my dad's health have lasted until now? You don't even care about the children every day. I don't know what you're busy with every day. Don't you know my dad's health? Leave everything at home to him. How can he not be busy?" To be honest, as the eldest son, the man had long been unhappy with the behavior of his biological brother and mother. However, after all, they were 2 different families, so he couldn't say anything. "By the way, you said that my dad was agitated today? What exactly happened?" After being reprimanded by her son, the old lady's face was sullen and she didn't say anything. At this time, Xianxia's son held back his tears. "Today, Dad called Grandpa and said that he wants to divorce Mom. He doesn't want us anymore." Wha? End of chapter 612. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.